Xiao Ming, reborn, encounters his girlfriend from his previous life who passed away due to illness. At this moment, she is still an innocent and naive girl. Xiao Ming resolves that in this lifetime, he will earnestly make amends to her. One day, Xiao Ming posed a question to her. Yitian, how is this word pronounced? Su Yitian replied, let me see, it should be Ai La Wuyo. Xiao Ming. Chapter 1. Hoping Su Yitian drinks more AD calcium milk from A to D. In a parallel world, Xian High City, Jinhua No. 1 High School. It is now mid to late September, yet the temperatures remain uncomfortably high. The scorching sun beats down upon the ground, and one can distinctly see waves of heat undulating through the air. As a result, even during recess, no student is willing to venture outside. Isn't it far more delightful to bask in the air conditioning of the classroom? If only one could take a blissful nap beneath the cool breeze, what could be more pleasurable? At that moment, Xiao Ming was indeed dozing at his desk. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang, and the students hurriedly returned to their seats. Shortly thereafter, their homeroom teacher, Wang Qibei, entered the classroom with lesson plans in hand. Before entering, a faint smile graced his face, but upon entering, his expression turned icy. This must be an essential skill for every homeroom teacher. He scanned the classroom, then rapped his knuckles on the podium. Speak, speak, speak. Besides chatting, what else can you do? The preparatory bell has been ringing for ages. Our class is the loudest in the entire corridor. Go out and listen. Which class is as unruly as ours? Wang Qibei's gaze landed on Xiao Ming. Isn't that right? Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming. Stop sleeping. The homeroom teacher has arrived. Xiao Ming was nudged by his deskmate, and in a moment of startled clarity, he slapped the desk and stood up abruptly. Longo, I beg you, grant me a few more days. I will definitely repay the debt I owe you. The loud noise plunged the classroom into silence, all students looking bewilderedly at his position. Simultaneously, the scene before him left Xiao Ming's heart in turmoil. What on earth is happening? Xiao Ming stared in astonishment at everything before him. The figure at the podium was all too familiar, his high school homeroom teacher. Glancing around the classroom, he saw familiar faces etched in his memory. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly recalled something and instinctively turned his gaze to his deskmate. Before him was a girl with exquisite features. His girlfriend, no, to be precise, his future girlfriend, Su Yitian. Yitian. Yudat Asi met Su Yitian's bewildered gaze. A tightness gripped Xiao Ming's heart. Unable to resist, he enveloped Su Yitian in his arms. Feeling her heartbeat and warmth, this dream felt astonishingly real. Ha ha ha! At that moment, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Wang Qibei's eyelids twitched, and he impatiently remarked, Xiao Ming, have you read too many novels? Long ago in repaying debts? Sleeping during class is one thing, but embracing your deskmate? Go stand at the back. Hearing Wang Qibei's words, Xiao Ming froze. His head throbbed. Could it be that his longing for Su Yitian had conjured such a dream? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and go stand at the back. Under Wang Qibei's reprimand, Xiao Ming involuntarily rose and walked to the back. As he passed by the rear row, his close friend Xian Tiancheng wore a smug smile. Xiao Ming surveyed the eerily familiar classroom, pinching his thigh. Ouch! At that moment, a word suddenly surfaced in his mind. Reborn? His heart raced, as everything around him felt so vividly real it appeared he truly had been reborn. At this moment, Xiao Ming was filled with both astonishment and joy. For in his previous life, he harbored countless regrets. Due to poor performance in the college entrance examination, he failed to gain admission to a prestigious university, missed the chance to see his grandmother before she passed away, and of course his greatest regret was his girlfriend, Su Yitian. As he pondered this, Xiao Ming was enveloped in memories. Su Yitian, an orphan. At the age of 3, she became separated from her parents during an outing that day. A heavy snow fell, and 3-year-old Su Yitian had to hide beneath an abandoned building, sobbing uncontrollably. At that time, she had been freezing and trembling until a kind passerby discovered her hours later and took her to a nearby hospital. The doctors and nurses at the hospital adored this adorable little girl, caring for her while contacting the police to help locate her parents. However, Su Yitian was too young to provide much information. She only knew her name, making the search for her family difficult. Out of compassion, the hospital staff pooled their resources to support her education instead of sending her to an orphanage. Xiao Ming's first encounter with Su Yitian was when they were both 9 years old. That day, after elementary school, Su Yitian was bullied, and it was Xiao Ming who stepped in to chase away her tormentors. Seeing her in tears, Xiao Ming opened his backpack and shared his favorite snacks, which finally brought a radiant smile to Su Yitian's face. They promised to be friends, to study and play together. Yet the very next day, due to his parents' job transfer, Xiao Ming was moved to another elementary school, and they naturally lost contact. In fact, he didn't even know the girl's name. In high school, Xiao Ming returned to this city. After being away for so long, finding that girl felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. But during his senior year, a girl suddenly transferred to his class. Indeed, this girl was the one he had saved all those years ago. Su Yitian had come to his class with the intention of finding him. They became deskmates, attending classes and studying together, their bond growing ever stronger. Yet Su Yitian never mentioned the past, fearing it might affect his studies. It was only after the college entrance examination that she finally confessed everything, and they ultimately became a couple. But fate was cruel. During her second year of college, Su Yitian was diagnosed with severe heart failure. Although she cooperated with treatment, she ultimately succumbed to the torment of her illness, closing her eyes forever in Xiao Ming's embrace. Because of this, Xiao Ming not only accrued a mountain of debt, but also fell into conflict with his parents. This was also the reason he had just mentioned repaying debts. Since Xiao Ming returned to the city and enrolled in Jinhua No. 1 high school, Su Yitian was already aware. She has always been silently guarding him from the shadows, transferring to his class in her final year of high school, driven by the desire to avoid any lingering regrets. Xiao Ming observed Su Yitian, who was diligently listening to the lecture, his heart brimming with excitement. In this lifetime, he vowed not to let history repeat itself. He would evade all the tribulations of his past existence. For Su Yitian, her greatest regret in this life was the inability to locate her biological parents. The hospital offered little solace. She often refrained from dining in the cafeteria during lunch, subsisting instead on scallion pancakes, which led to her prolonged malnutrition and slender frame, perhaps a contributing factor to her heart failure. Yet, having been reborn, there was still ample time to rectify everything. Xiao Ming had gathered a brief understanding of the timeline of his rebirth. It was now September 2018, with less than 300 days remaining until the college entrance examination. This meant that Su Yitian had only recently joined his class, and at this point, their interactions were still minimal. Just then, his close friend, Xian Tiansheng, turned his head and whispered, "Hey, Mingo, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly hug your deskmate? Tell me, how close were you two? How old is she? Is she soft? Get lost and pay attention in class." Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, your system has been activated? Greetings, host. I am system number 002, the super wish list system. This system can fulfill 6 of your wishes. Please think of 6 wishes in your mind, which can be accomplished through the system in due course. Could this be real?" Taken aback by the voice, Xiao Ming pondered. Given his rebirth, acquiring a system did not seem so implausible. Thus, he contemplated his first wish. Wish 1. I hope Su Yitian will drink AD calcium milk, progressing from A to D. Chapter 2. Thus, perhaps there might still be some intimate physical contact. System. LSP. What do you understand? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. After all, the sensation of touch is of paramount importance. Let's not even mention a D cup. She would be content with a B, yet she is unfortunately an A. Still an A. Of course, this is also related to her dietary habits. Wouldn't having a girlfriend with a D cup be delightful? Returning to the main topic, Su Yitian, having lost her parents, manifests an optimistic demeanor, yet undoubtedly yearns for a reunion with them. Consequently, Xiao Ming made his second wish. Wish 2. I hope Su Yitian can locate her biological parents and that they can reunite as a family. Wish 3. I wish for Su Yitian to be free from heart failure and life-threatening ailments, allowing her to live in perpetual health. Wish 4. I aspire to establish a successful career and become the wealthiest individual in the world. Wish 5. I wish for my parents and grandparents to enjoy long and healthy lives. Wish 6. I shall request an additional 6 wishes. System. You are exploiting a glitch in my system. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none as audacious as you. Hee. Xiao Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, isn't it natural to be somewhat shameless? Naturally, requesting 6 additional wishes is impossible. After some contemplation, he ultimately settled on wish 6. Wish 6. I hope the system will grant me a skill at regular intervals, transforming me into a super idol, as invincible as the protagonists in novels. Ding. The wish has been recorded, and the system is generating. As the crackling sound echoed in Xiao Ming's ears, a semi-transparent high-tech screen materialized before him, akin to those depicted in various novels. Host, Xiao Ming. Height, 182 centimeters. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 99. Wish points, 0. Earned through daily check-ins or completing tasks. Redeemable for items to fulfill your wishes. Wish store, click to open. Upon observing these statistics, Xiao Ming comprehended that to realize his recently uttered wishes, he must accumulate wish points through check-ins or task completions, and then redeem items from the wish store to fulfill his desires. With this thought, Xiao Ming promptly accessed the wish store. Inside, a plethora of items awaited him, causing him to pause in astonishment. AD calcium milk, 1 bottle. Corresponds to wish 1, 1,000 wish points. Consuming increases the drinker's bust by 0.5 centimeters. Clue to Su Yitian's parents. Corresponds to wish 2, 5,000 wish points. Using it grants partial clues regarding Su Yitian's parents. Heart failure cure. Corresponds to wish 3, 20,000 wish points. Can treat heart failure. Controlled nuclear fusion. Corresponds to wish 4, 50,000 wish points. Grants the core technology for controlled nuclear fusion. The wish store brimmed with an array of items, each possessing remarkably extravagant effects. Xiao Ming was utterly astounded. And at that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Today, the host has not yet checked in. Would you like a check-in? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. You have earned 5,000 wish points. Goodness. Taken aback, Xiao Ming realized 5,000 points are quite substantial. It equates to 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. That could enhance Su Yitian's bust by 25 centimeters. Truly remarkable. However, Xiao Ming did not immediately utilize the wish points. Acquiring a clue about Su Yitian's parents was of utmost priority. The sooner he could help her find her biological parents, the better. Throughout the entire class, Xiao Ming found himself distracted, still lost in thought by the time the class ended. After the bell rang, his close friend Xintian approached, patting him on the shoulder. His brow furrowed in concern. Minggu, class has ended. What are you dawdling for? We have PE next. Let us head to the gym to play ball. Huh? Xiao Ming snapped back to reality and replied, You go ahead. I'll use the restroom and join you shortly. All right, let us play ball together after class. With that, Xintian grabbed a basketball and dashed out with a few classmates. With 20 minutes of free time until the next class, Xiao Ming approached his desk, unable to resist gazing at his deskmate. At that moment, Su Yitian was reviewing the material discussed by the teacher. She was an exemplary student, acutely aware of the significance of academic performance due to her background. Additionally, Su Yitian was extraordinarily beautiful. Her appearance could easily be described as the epitome of pure allure, trending on Douyin. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, she was intently reading, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating her cheek, each golden strand of hair distinctly visible. Her smile revealed 2 shallow dimples, a visage any boy would find irresistible. Many boys at school harbored affections for her, yet she consistently coldly rejected every confession. This was because Su Yitian had always remembered the boy who once came to her aid. At that moment, Su Yitian noticed Xiao Ming's gaze. She furrowed her brow and turned to him, asking, Are you all right? During class, I'm fine. Xiao Ming grinned. I just had a rather peculiar dream. PE is about to start. Let us not linger in the classroom. Shall we head to the gym to unwind? Together? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Could it be that he recognized her? The thought sent a thrill through her heart. After the two became friends in childhood, she frequently waited for Xiao Ming at the school gate, yet he never appeared. Eventually, she learned from other classmates that he had transferred schools. Su Yitian had felt a profound sense of loss at that time, and since then, she had been searching for news about him, but to no avail. Reuniting in high school was indeed a rare stroke of fate. With a shy nod and a slight smile revealing her dimples, she replied, Okay, let us go. Xiao Ming beamed. Of course, he couldn't take the initiative to hold her hand at school, as being caught by Principal Pan would certainly result in a reprimand. Besides, their relationship wasn't at that stage yet, though Xiao Ming longed for it. The two figures descended the stairs, with Su Yitian's heart fluttering all the while, despite her shyness. She felt a surge of joy. She truly did not want to miss out on this boy. Together, they arrived at the school's gymnasium, which was the finest facility in the area, spacious enough to accommodate virtually all indoor sports. They made their way to the basketball court, where several of the class's popular boys were already engaged in a game. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after playing basketball with his classmates, Su Yitian would always wait with a bottle of water for him. This routine had been the same every week during PE classes. Moreover, a memory quietly resurfaced in his mind. Nowadays, schools emphasize comprehensive development in morality, intellect, and physical fitness, and athletic performance significantly impacts high school graduation. Xiao Ming distinctly remembered that in his previous life, the physical education exam in the first semester of senior year involved a three-step layup. For boys, it was manageable, but for girls who had never touched a basketball, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Su Yitian was a prime example. She had never played basketball, let alone successfully completing a three-step layup. In his previous life, he had taught Su Yitian how to shoot, enabling her to pass the exam smoothly. With this thought, Xiao Ming shrugged. It seemed he would once again have to be the charming mentor for her. Perhaps this would allow for some delightful intimate contact. Chapter 3 The Clown is, in fact, myself. Xiao Ming, the physical education teacher, instructed us to fetch the basketballs. In the distance, the sports committee member waved at him, and Xiao Ming turned his gaze. All right. He was aware that during this class, the physical education teacher would announce the details regarding their basketball examination. He approached Su Yitian and said, I'll go with the sports committee to get the balls. You should take a breather for a while, as class will commence shortly. Sure, go ahead, Su Yitian replied with a smile, nodding her head. However, once Xiao Ming left, she furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if he truly recognized her. Following the sports committee member and several other boys from the class, Xiao Ming retrieved over 20 basketballs from the equipment room, and upon returning to the court, the preparatory bell rang, just in time. The physical education teacher blew his whistle, prompting the students to hastily gather at his position and line up. Xiao Ming was among the taller students in class, standing in the second-to-last row. As he observed his classmates getting into position, the physical education teacher, Li Bin, wore a serious expression and announced, All right, everyone present, stand at attention, at ease. Today, I have an important announcement. The physical education examination for the first semester of senior year has been set, and it will focus on the three-step layup, which is essentially shooting. Great. That's simple enough. Indeed, it is. Upon hearing Li Bin's words, the majority of the boys in the class erupted in cheers. The three-step layup seemed manageable to them. After all, it merely required the ability to use one's hands. However, the girls' expressions starkly contrasted with those of the boys. They had never touched a basketball, and failure to pass the physical examination could jeopardize their high school diplomas. Noticing the girls' apprehensive demeanor, Li Bin continued, There's no need to worry. You have an entire semester to practice. The three-step layup isn't particularly difficult, and, as you can see, there are plenty of basketballs available on the playground. For now, take some time to get acquainted with the ball. Now, based on the middle student, form a gymnastic formation and spread out. After guiding the students through warm-up exercises, Li Bin dismissed them, allowing the class to familiarize themselves with the basketballs without teaching the mechanics of the three-step layup. Once dismissed, the majority of the boys congregated to play basketball. Xian Tiansheng approached Xiao Ming with a broad grin. Mingge, this semester's exam is a breeze. We don't even need to practice. Let us go play ball together. I learned a move from Kobe over the summer. Let me show you. Show me what? Xiao Ming cast a furtive glance in Su Yitian's direction. Playing with you would be dull. I have something of great significance to attend to. Do you understand? Significant matters? Xian Tiansheng paused for a moment, and Xiao Ming, uninterested in elaborating, strode directly toward Su Yitian. Upon witnessing Xiao Ming approach Su Yitian, Xian Tiansheng's expression darkened. He scornfully regarded Xiao Ming's retreating figure, muttering disdainfully, what a traitor to friendship for the sake of romance. At that moment, Su Yitian sat on the edge of the basketball court, fretting over the upcoming physical examination. When Xiao Ming approached, he asked, What's wrong? Why are you sitting here daydreaming instead of practicing? Su Yitian, looking dejected, sighed, I've never touched a basketball before. For someone like me, who lacks athletic prowess, practicing would likely be futile. That is not true. You just need a good coach. Without waiting for Su Yitian to respond, Xiao Ming grasped her hand and said, Come on, I'll teach you. It's the perfect opportunity for you to witness my shooting skills. Su Yitian was taken aback, her body involuntarily rising as Xiao Ming pulled her along, completely unprepared for him to suddenly hold her hand. Simultaneously, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hurriedly scanned for the teacher's presence, anxious about being seen. Fortunately, the The teacher was engaged in a game with the boys and had not noticed her. Arriving beneath the basketball hoop, Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian and, upon seeing her flushed cheeks, couldn't he help but chuckle. This girl was blushing. However, he said nothing, likely unaware that she was even conscious of her reddened complexion. He picked up a basketball from the ground and handed it to her, saying, "As you're a beginner, let us start with the most basic shooting practice. Once you're comfortable with shooting, I'll teach you the 3-step layup." "Okay," Su Yitian nodded, glancing up at the hoop and biting her lip. "How do I shoot?" "Just give it a try. I'll observe your form for any issues," Xiao Ming encouraged. Su Yitian nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give it a shot." Xiao Ming watched her with eager anticipation as Su Yitian took a deep breath, cradling the basketball with both hands at her waist. Observing this, Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Her stance seemed quite off. Then Su Yitian tilted her head back and, after a good 10 seconds of hesitation, she forcefully tossed the ball upwards from her waist. Her legs kicked back comically, resulting in a rather ridiculous display before Xiao Ming's eyes. Ultimately, her throw struck the edge of the backboard, and the basketball rebounded, striking Su Yitian on the head. "Bang!" she exclaimed, instinctively covering her head. Just then, a chorus of laughter erupted behind Xiao Ming. "Ha ha ha!" Xian Tiansheng laughed so hard that his nose nearly dripped. He took a deep breath to stifle his laughter before approaching Xiao Ming and playfully patting his shoulder. With a gleeful expression, he turned to Su Yitian and exclaimed, "Ha ha, you made my day." "Yitian, was that a shot? It looked more like a toss. And why did your legs kick back like that?" He then proceeded to mimic Su Yitian's earlier movements, leading to another round of laughter. Xiao Ming shot Xian Tiansheng a disdainful look before rushing over to Su Yitian, concerned about where the ball had struck her. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" he asked softly, gently rubbing her head. "I'm fine." Su Yitian shook her head, her expression a mix of embarrassment and bashfulness. "I told you, I really lack athletic ability. It's so embarrassing." "Don't worry, I'll teach you," Xiao Ming reassured her as he picked up the ball from the ground. "Your shooting form had a few minor issues. Let me correct it for you." "Okay," Su Yitian replied obediently as Xiao Ming placed the ball in her hands. "Now, stand at the 2-point line. For right-handed shooting, hold the ball at your shoulder with your wrist relaxed. Your left hand should support the ball's left side, and your leg should be slightly bent. Position your right foot slightly ahead of your left. Keep your eyes on the hoop, and cradle the ball's lower back with your palm. Your wrist should be bent, and your forearm should extend upwards, using your fingers to control the ball." As Xiao Ming guided her, their physical proximity intensified. Standing behind Su Yitian, who was around 167 centimeters tall, barely reaching 170 centimeters in shoes, Xiao Ming's frame enveloped her. His arms extended around her shoulders as he instructed. "For the shooting motion, extend your right arm upwards, release the ball with your left hand moving away, and push the ball through your fingertips as you slightly lift your heels. Upon release, your body should extend, and your index finger should point directly at the target, with your palm facing down." In the midst of this, Xiao Ming's hand enveloped Su Yitian's smaller hand, lifting the basketball above her head. The scent of her hair wafted towards him, sending tingles throughout his body. This was the intoxicating aroma of femininity. Without the luxury of time to ponder, Xiao Ming declared, "This should be the motion. Do you understand?" As Xiao Ming placed his hand upon her hand, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her breath grew increasingly rapid. Without a moment to ponder, she nodded repeatedly. I understand." Nearby, Xian Tiansheng, who had been chuckling moments earlier, suddenly stiffened. He gazed at Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn, the fool is me." Chapter 4. The same effect doubled. "Are you certain you understand?" Xiao Ming scrutinized Su Yitian, who had clearly been momentarily distracted. Shyly, Su Yitian turned her head, inadvertently catching sight of Xiao Ming's profile. His serious demeanor evoked scenes from a youthful romance drama in her mind. Her lips parted slightly. "Could you please explain it to me once more?" "Very well, but this time pay close attention," Xiao Ming readily agreed. "Now, hold the ball with your right hand, support it with your left, and then..." After correcting Su Yitian's posture once more, she nodded, though her understanding seemed tentative. "Shooting is quite simple, really. Just follow the movements I outlined and give it a try." "All right," Su Yitian glanced at Xiao Ming before redirecting her gaze to the hoop. After a moment of contemplation, she released the ball. Perhaps due to her lack of experience on her first attempt, she exerted insufficient force, causing the basketball to fly low. Xiao Ming caught the ball mid-air and tossed it back to her. You didn't apply enough force. You didn't skip breakfast this morning, did you? Try again. I did eat, but I was afraid of missing and hitting you on the head with the ball. That won't happen. Xiao Ming waved dismissively. Such coincidences are rare. Now shoot again. Let me see. Okay. Su Yitian nadie obediently. On her second attempt, she applied more force, and the basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, then ricocheted accurately into Xiao Ming's face. Smack! Witnessing this, Su Yitian gasped in shock, realizing her own ill-timed words. I just said I was worried about hitting you. And here we are. Was it truly that coincidental? She hurried to Xiao Ming's side, her brow furrowed. Xiao Ming, are you all right? I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Xiao Ming quickly waved her off. It's fine, really. Do you think I would sue you? Continue practicing. No, I can't continue. Su Yitian shook her head, her expression laced with concern. Are you sure you're okay? Perhaps I should take you to the infirmary. At her words, Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. He regarded Su Yitian and thought how endearingly clueless she was. I'm perfectly fine. Look at my physique. A basketball 1T send me to the hospital. He flexed his muscles for emphasis. That's true. Su Yitian finally smiled, and Xiao Ming retrieved the ball from the ground. All right, let me demonstrate how to shoot. Watch closely. Okay. Standing beside him, Su Yitian felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in the presence of this tall boy. Being with Xiao Ming seemed to trigger the release of dopamine in her body. It was a curious sensation, one she could only describe as fondness. She yearned to be with him at all times. Xiao Ming dribbled the ball and executed a swift layup, the basketball soaring perfectly through the hoop. He approached Su Yitian and asked, So, how would you rate that shot? Su Yitian replied, 99, because an extra point might make you too proud. As she spoke, she picked up the ball from the ground, carefully recalling the shooting technique Xiao Ming had just demonstrated, and began to imitate it with earnestness. With her right hand beneath the ball, she performed the shooting motion and then turned her head. Xiao Ming, am I doing this correctly? Yes. Xiao Ming stepped closer to make slight adjustments to her form. Just like that. Keep your eyes on the hoop and prepare to shoot. Su Yitian shook her head. Step back a bit. I'm afraid the basketball will hit you again. All right, all right. Xiao Ming took 2 steps back, and only then did Su Yitian release the basketball. A second later, it struck the backboard with a loud thud and then flawlessly entered the hoop. Upon witnessing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Yitian's face. Well done. Xiao Ming ran to retrieve the basketball. It seems you've grasped the fundamentals. Your control was impressive this time. Give it another go. He tossed the ball back to her. Su Yitian nodded, a smile illuminating her face as she successfully made her next shot, filling her with confidence. Her second attempt also went in with precision, but subsequent tries fell just short. Nevertheless, Su Yitian did not feel disheartened. She had mastered the basics and was certain that with continued effort, she would achieve even greater progress in the future. As Su Yitian continued her practice, Xiao Ming watched her with admiration, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. Time flew by, and soon the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The physical education teacher blew the whistle for the students to gather, counted them, and then dismissed them. At that moment, the class monitor approached Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, let's return the ball to the equipment room together. Sorry for the trouble. What's troublesome about it? He glanced at Su Yitian, who was waiting nearby. You should head back. I'll return the basketball with the monitor. All right, see you later. Su Yitian nodded and left the area. The class monitor, Wu Xiaoqian, grinned as he observed Su Yitian's departing figure, Xiao Ming. You're not developing feelings for the class representative, are you? I noticed you spent the entire class teaching her how to shoot. Xiao Ming chuckled. What do you think? Do we have a couple's vibe? TSK. Wu Xiaoqian shot him a glance. Honestly, her demeanor towards you is indeed different from how she interacts with others. You two seem quite compatible, but just be careful not to let Director Pan find out about your budding romance. Huh, that 1T happened. Xiao Ming smiled, joining the other students in returning the basketball to the equipment room. Just then, a voice from the system echoed. Lucky moment. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random lucky bag. A random lucky bag? The system screen suddenly opened before Xiao Ming, leaving him momentarily stunned. The system had a lucky moment? Do you wish to open the lucky bag? Surveying the words before him, Xiao Ming decisively opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bottles of AD calcium milk, valued at 5,000 wish points. What? 5 bottles of AD calcium milk? That's quite a profit. Noticing Xiao Ming's peculiar expression, Wu Xiaoqian couldn't help but inquire. Hey, what are you grinning about? Nothing. Xiao Ming quickly composed himself and shook his head. I just need to make a quick trip to the convenience store for something. I'll be off. With that, he took his leave. He found a relatively empty spot, where there were fewer students, and summoned the AD calcium milk with his mind. The AD calcium milk materialized in his hands, a pack of 5 bottles, indistinguishable from those sold in stores. Wow, this isn't just AD calcium milk. It's a treasure, he thought, grinning. Hastily, Xiao Ming returned to the classroom, where Su Yitian was already seated, engrossed in her book. He returned to his desk and placed the pack of AD calcium milk on the table. Yitian, you must be exhausted from all that shooting in gym class. Have some yogurt. Huh? Su Yitian looked up curiously at the AD calcium milk on the table, unable to suppress her curiosity. What did you buy this for? I wanted to reward you for your performance while shooting, he replied, just as Xian Tiansheng dashed over. I am at a loss. Ming, I too am parched. I shall indulge in a bottle. Before Xiao Ming could even react, Xian Tiansheng had already uncapped a bottle and was sipping through a straw. Stop! Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, wishing to intervene, but Xian Tiansheng nimbly dodged him, asking, What's the matter, Ming? Why have you become so miserly? It's just a bottle of AD calcium milk. Xiao Ming sighed in resignation. It was too late to protest now. At the same time, he queried in his heart, System, does it have any effect on boys? To the host, it is equally effective, with effects doubled. Chapter 5. Am I not your little darling anymore? Double effect? Indeed, boys experience a doubled effect upon consumption. Xiao Ming swallowed hard, gazing at Xian Tiansheng, who was thoroughly enjoying his drink. This was utterly absurd. Xian Tiansheng soon finished the bottle and remarked, Hey Ming, I'm still a bit thirsty. How about? Do you have no shame? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. This was for my deskmate. Are you really going to steal from a girl? Hearing this, Su Yitian interjected, It's fine, I don't particularly enjoy yogurt. If he wants it, let him have it. Exactly. Since I don't like it, then. With that, Xian Tiansheng's eyes were once again drawn to the AD calcium milk. Ahem. Xiao Ming shot him a cold glare. All right, stop being so shameless. Class is about to start. Hurry back. Oh, look at you being so stingy. With that, Xian Tiansheng turned to leave, of course not angered, as the two shared a strong camaraderie, often gaming together at an internet CAF. Once Xian Tiansheng departed, Xiao Ming opened another bottle of AD calcium milk and, inserting a straw, offered it to Su Yitian. You should drink some too. It's so hot outside. You need to replenish your fluids. All right, thank you. Su Yitian lifted her gaze to meet his, shyly accepting the milk and murmuring her gratitude. Without hesitation, she took a sip. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming discreetly glanced at her collarbone, pondering whether a single bottle would have any significant effect. She must drink more. He was determined to progress from A to D as swiftly as possible. After finishing a bottle of AD calcium milk, the preparatory bell rang, prompting Xiao Ming to place the remaining 3 bottles on Su Yitian's desk. You keep the rest. I have no fondness for this. No. Su Yitian shook her head vigorously, feeling unworthy to take his things. You weren't like this before. A slight smile graced Xiao Ming's lips, recalling how he had once won her over with snack from his backpack when they were 9. Back then, she had been nothing like this, eagerly emptying his bag before revealing her smile. Before? Su Yitian slowly turned her head to gaze intently into Xiao Ming's eyes, momentarily dazed. Have you forgotten? Xiao Ming continued a long time ago back in elementary school. If memory serves me right, it was in the 3rd grade. I saw a little girl being bullied by others after school. I chased them away, yet she still cried. I gave her lollipops, chips, and yogurt from my backpack, and she stopped crying immediately. Isn't that so? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian's heart raced, thumping wildly. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed red, as she had thought Xiao Ming had forgotten all about it. She yearned to confess, but feared interrupting his studies. At that moment, tears welled in her eyes. So he had known all along. Observing her unusually emotional expression, Xiao Ming asked, "Did I remember incorrectly?" "No," Su Yitian vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "You remembered correctly. It was indeed me. Do you know, ever since that day I have been searching for you, but—" As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Xiao Ming quickly retrieved a tissue from his desk, gently wiping her face as he said, "I apologize, due to my parents' work. I was transferred to another city for school the very next day. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm truly sorry." It's all right." Su Yitian shook her head. Although she had felt disheartened at the time, she was now overjoyed that Xiao Ming still remembered her. "Just accept the milk. All right. The teacher is coming. Let us focus on our studies." The history teacher had arrived at the podium, and both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian promptly retrieved their history textbooks and the papers they had completed the previous night. Throughout the class, both were lost in thoughts of each other. If they were to voice their feelings, their relationship would undoubtedly deepen, but high school required a primary focus on studies. In his past life, Xiao Ming had preferred gaming, only beginning to take academics seriously in his senior year, ultimately scoring over 470 on the college entrance examination, while Su Yitian had achieved over 640. In the end, she forfeited her chance to attend a prestigious university to accompany him to his second-tier institution. For Xiao Ming, this was a regret, as he felt he had delayed Su Yitian's potential. However, there was still time. He needed to concentrate on his studies, aiming for at least a first-tier university this time around. The class concluded swiftly, and after the bell rang, students rose en masse, heading toward the cafeteria. Su Yitian, as always, took out her scallion pancake. Even though nurses and doctors at the hospital would give her pocket money, she was quite frugal, often saving her money and reluctant to spend it. Every weekend or holiday, she would seek part-time jobs, such as working at a milk tea shop or checking tickets at an amusement park, earning a little extra for supplies. "Is this all you're having for lunch?" Xiao Ming glanced at the item in Su Yitian's hand. "Enough of that. You're at a growth stage. Come with me to the cafeteria for a proper meal." "Huh? No, no, no." Su Yitian shook her head repeatedly. "It's fine. I'll treat you." "That makes it even less acceptable." Su Yitian objected, shaking her head. "You don't have much money. Don't worry about me. You go eat." "Oh, fine, then I'll go eat," Xiao Ming stated bluntly, rising to head toward the back door. He understood that forcibly dragging Su Yitian along would be futile. It was better to employ another approach. At that moment, Xian Tiansheng was sprawled across his desk, sound asleep, undoubtedly having indulged in mischief the previous night. Xiao Ming rapped on Xian Tiansheng's desk. "You lazy bum, stop sleeping. Let us go eat together in the cafeteria." "Huh? Oh. Xian Tiansheng blinked his bleary eyes and stood up, following Xiao Ming out of the classroom. "Let us first stop by the convenience store to buy a set of lunchboxes." "Huh?" Xian Tiansheng scratched his head. "The cafeteria has communal trays. We can eat there. Why bother with lunchboxes? Why ask so many questions?" Xiao Ming tugged Xian Tiansheng toward the convenience store, where he purchased a set of lunchboxes before heading to the cafeteria together. In the cafeteria, after filling his plate, Xiao Ming added a portion to the lunchbox as well. Xian Tiansheng quickly caught on, wearing a mischievous grin as he remarked, "Hey Ming, what is up with you? You've been acting like a different person all class, all lovey-dovey with Su Yitian, buying her AD calcium milk, and now serving her food. You don't have a crush on her, do you?" "Indeed." Xiao Ming did not hide it. "Let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will get cold." "Wow, you really like her. What about me? Am I not your little darling anymore?" Chapter 6. What a peculiar little darling. My little darling? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback as Xian Tiansheng chuckled and scratched his head. "Indeed, we are a couple in penguin racing. Did you forget? My ID is little Ming's baby, and yours is Sheng Sheng's little wife." The absurdity of Sheng Sheng's little wife struck Xiao Ming, and he recalled that this year, the penguin racing mobile game had gained immense popularity. During registration, Xian Tiansheng insisted that he select a female avatar, which led to their in-game marriage and the adoption of that rather distasteful ID. Xiao Ming shot Xian Tiansheng a disdainful glance. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us eat." After their meal, Xiao Ming returned to the classroom with his takeout. Many students were napping, while others, including the diligent Su Yitian, were engrossed in their studies. Quietly, Xiao Ming approached her. Su Yitian was focused, resting her chin on her left hand, pondering over an exam paper. He gently placed the lunchbox beside her desk, and as she looked up in surprise, he smiled broadly. I bought a bit too much for lunch, and it felt wasteful to throw it away, so I brought you a box. While the food is still warm, you should eat, he added, graciously opening the lunchbox for her. Su Yitian's gaze inadvertently wandered over, and she immediately recognized that this was not leftover food. It bore no signs of having been touched. Her mouth slightly agape. She asked, "Are you sure this is leftover food?" "Absolutely," Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile. "What is the matter? Are you discontent with me?" No. Su Yitian shook head vigorously, aware that Xiao Ming had deliberately claimed it was leftover to encourage her to eat. However, she felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that she had become a burden to him. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Ming continued, "Come on, eat up before it gets cold." "How much was this meal?" "I can reimburse you." Su Yitian felt a pang of guilt and reached for her pocket, but Xiao Ming quickly intervened. "Forget the money, just eat. Besides, I have a math problem I can't solve. After you finish, would you mind helping me out?" "Of course." Su Yitian nodded enthusiastically as Xiao Ming retrieved his math paper and began to look it over. Though his academic performance had not been stellar in his previous life, he found many questions challenging but believed that with diligent study, he could overcome them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Yitian had polished off her meal. It seemed the earlier wraps had not sufficed. Once she finished, Xiao Ming remarked, "You have some AD calcium milk? Drink that if you're thirsty. Just hand me the lunchbox. I'll take care of it later." No, Su Yitian protested, but Xiao Ming had already placed the lunchbox beneath his desk. Observing his kindness, she couldn't help but express her gratitude. "Xiao Ming, thank you." "Huh?" Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. By the way, I don't understand this question. Could you explain it to me?" He pointed to the test paper, and upon seeing the question, Su Yitian rolled her eyes. "You weren't paying attention in class, were you? The math teacher just covered this in the first period." I got distracted," he admitted. "Let me explain it to you." With that, Su Yitian retrieved a notebook from her desk and started outlining the formulas. The question pertained to monotonicity, and she explained it thoroughly. Given its complexity, it took her a full 15 minutes to elucidate it, but Xiao Ming grasped the concept well. Despite any prior struggles, he was now faring better than before. Observing Su Yitian's detailed explanation, he nodded appreciatively. She was more meticulous than the teacher, displaying remarkable patience. With a cheerful demeanor, she asked, "So, do you understand this question now? Any others you're unsure about?" "Indeed," Xiao Ming grinned, flipping open past exam questions. "I've always been perplexed by these 3 questions. Could you help me with them?" "Sure," Su Yitian said after contemplating the questions for a moment. These had not been covered in class, and she had taken considerable time to solve them, uncertain of their correctness. "I managed to solve these, but I'm not sure if I got them right. Let me walk you through them." Thus, throughout the entire lunch break, Su Yitian patiently explained problems to Xiao Ming, her enthusiasm unwavering. Watching her earnestness, a warm feeling surged within him. He resolved not to let her down. Time flew, and as the clock struck 6, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of red. The pleasant chime of the bell signaled the end of class, and the political science teacher closed the textbook. "All right, class, that will be all for today. You may leave." Chaos ensued in the classroom as boarders hurried out to avoid queues, while Xiao Ming, a day student, headed home for dinner. Su Yitian packed her bag and, with a radiant smile, turned her eyes to Xiao Ming. "School's out. See you tomorrow. And thank you for lunch today." "No need to thank me. You taught me some problems too." "See you tomorrow," he replied. Blushing slightly, Su Yitian stood up, gripping her bag straps, and walked out of the classroom with small, hurried steps. Xiao Ming gazed after her, momentarily lost in thought. "What are you staring at?" Xian Tiansheng patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder, glancing back at the spot Su Yitian had just vacated. "You seem like a different person." Utterly captivated by the class monitor. "Stop gossiping and let us go home," Xiao Ming retorted, shaking his head. Together, he and Xian Tiansheng exited the campus. parting ways at a fork in the road. 15 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at the entrance of his community. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated the gate. In his previous life, he had taken out numerous loans online to cover Su Yitian's heart failure treatment, which had created significant discord with his parents. His mother and father, both ordinary laborers, had been overwhelmed by the financial burden of his debts. Xiao Ming deeply regretted the strain he had placed on them, though they had shown understanding. Fortunately, this time around, things would be different. Upon entering the community, he ascended to Building 2, took the elevator to the 15th floor, and as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, a feather duster suddenly flew at him, striking his handsome face. At that moment, a realization dawned on him. Oh no, how could it be today? Chapter 7. A new lead on Su Yitian's parents as the school year began for the third year of high school. The institution provided an abundance of review materials for the students. The total cost amounted to 400 yuan. To swindle some pocket money, Xiao Ming had deceitfully reported an additional 200 to his father. Generally, parents wouldn't mind a sum like 600 yuan, so his father readily handed it over. However, Xiao Ming's father happened to be rather submissive to his wife, typically handing over his entire salary, leaving him with hardly 100 yuan in his pocket. Thus, Xiao Ming's materials required approval from his father. This time, Xiao Ming's father, harboring similar intentions, decided to add 600 yuan on top of the original sum, hoping to pocket some extra cash, just like his son. A sum of 1,200 yuan immediately captured the attention of Xiao Ming's mother. What materials require such an exorbitant fee? Without hesitation, she dialed the homeroom teacher's number, and ultimately, the truth was unveiled. This also explains the sudden emergence of a feather duster. At that moment, Xiao Ming's mother, Zhou Yanwan, was wielding a Seven Wolves brand item to chase after his father. Xiao Guosheng, clutching his head, cowered while pleading, "Wife, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Truly, like father, like son, the younger deceives me, and the elder does too. If it weren't for my call to the homeroom teacher, you too would have succeeded in your ruse. If apologies were sufficient, what purpose would my 7 wolves serve? Just then, Zhou Yanwen caught sight of Xiao Ming, who had just opened the door. She abruptly ceased all actions and smiled at him. "Oh son, you're back." Xiao Ming s'en un pending doom. Momentarily stunned. "Ah? Mom, you're busy? I'll just head to my room to do my homework. You carry on." With that, he inhaled sharply and tiptoed toward his bedroom. Just shy of 2 meters from the door, Zhou Yanwen's voice rang out behind him. "Stop!" Startled, Xiao Ming froze in place, feeling a chill run down his spine. Danger. A minute later, a resounding clap echoed as a keyboard and a washboard thudded onto the ground. Zhou Yanwen glared at Xiao Ming, her tone icy. "Kneel for half an hour. If you dare deceive me again, it won't be a mere 30 minutes that will suffice. You'll have no dinner tonight. You'll fend for yourself. Moreover, Xiao Ming, I have already given your 400 yuan material fee to Teacher Wang. Once you're finished kneeling, don't forget to do your homework. And as for you, Xiao Guosheng, you'll be sleeping on the couch tonight." With that, she turned and strode into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng exchanged glances, helpless. Such was the hierarchy of their household. Zhou Yanwen Wankai, the dog, Xiao Guosheng Xiao Ming. In other words, he and his father ranked lower than the family dog. "Dad, why did you deceive Mom?" Xiao Ming inquired. "Aren't you the same? Do I not smoke or drink?" The little Xiaomi camera on the TV table occasionally turned, surveilling them. Neither Xiao Ming nor his father dared to make a move, obediently kneeling on the keyboard and washboard. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng finally took a deep breath and slowly rose to their feet. Indeed, no one could tame the fury of the mother tiger. After tidying up the keyboard and washboard, Xiao Ming said, "Dad, we can't go hungry tonight, can we? Take a breather. I'll let you sample my culinary skills." "You can cook?" Xiao Guosheng replied, astonished. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, I learned from my phone. I'm not sure how it will turn out, but it should be better than what you make." Xiao Guosheng was momentarily taken aback. His son had consumed plenty of his cooking, yet now he claimed it was unpalatable? No matter. He shrugged. If his son was cooking, he himself could avoid the kitchen. As for the quality of Xiao Ming's dish, it was of little consequence. If it turned out poorly, they could always order takeout. Xiao Ming entered the kitchen. In his previous life, after the first semester of his freshman year, Su Yitian's health had deteriorated, prompting him to rent an apartment nearby to care for her. He had taken on the responsibility of cooking for her, thus honing his culinary skills. The refrigerator held pork, and upon checking, the seasonings were quite adequate. Ultimately, Xiao Ming decided to prepare braised pork, his signature dish and Su Yitian's favorite. He placed the meat on the cutting board, retrieved a piece of ginger, and a small bowl of rock sugar. After chopping the meat into pieces and slicing the ginger, he blanched the meat, caramelized the sugar, and added everything to the pot. Each step felt instinctual, as if he were preparing a meal for Su Yitian. Once in the pot, he lowered the gas flame, knowing that the reduction would take approximately 40 minutes. He also added rice and water to the rice cooker to begin cooking. 40 minutes later, both the rice and braised pork were ready. After plating the pork, he sat on the dining table. The aroma wafting through the air quickly lured Xiao Guosheng over. He hurried to the table, gazing at the braised pork with a look of astonishment. "So, did you really make this?" Xiao Ming beamed and nodded. "Dad, get a try and see how my skills measure up." "Wait, let me call Mom." With that, Xiao Guosheng dashed to the bedroom, attempting to turn the doorknob only to find it locked. He knocked on the door. "Wife, our son has prepared a plate of braised pork. You must come out and taste it." Click. The door swung open. Xiao Ming's mother had noticed her son's bustling activity through the camera and approached the dining table with a skeptical expression. Upon seeing the plate of braised pork, she too was taken aback. Xiao Ming had hardly ever cooked before. It was indeed surprising that he had prepared a pot of braised pork. Woof, woof. The family's corgi trailed behind Zhou Yinwen, its little legs stretching out in vain, unable to reach the chairs. Xiao Ming smiled. "All right, enough staring, Mom. Please take a seat. I'll serve the rice. Today, you'll get to try my culinary skills." He dished out rice from the cooker and brought it to the table. Once seated, Xiao Ming urged, "Mom and Dad, please sample my handiwork." Both Zhou Yinwen and Xiao Guosheng were eager to taste Xiao Ming's creation. His mother took a piece of braised pork, and after a few chews, her eyes lit up. The flavor was savory without being greasy, subtly sweet, and utterly delicious. Indeed, far superior to her own cooking. Xiao Guosheng was equally astonished. Xiao Ming's culinary prowess surpassed that of many professional chefs. "How is it, Mom and Dad?" "Not bad, not bad," Xiao Guosheng praised enthusiastically. "I didn't expect you to have such talent, son." "Isn't that right, dear? Get out of here." Zhou Yinwen's irritation hadn't entirely dissipated, but the delicious braised pork had quelled much of her anger. The dish was indeed delectable, and considering his academic performance, it seemed unlikely he would gain admission to a prestigious university. Perhaps sending him to a culinary school like New Oriental would be worthwhile. After all, their essay saying, "A person is iron and rice is steel." In the eyes of parents, chefs never go hungry. Although Zhou Yinwen said nothing, Xiao Ming could discern her astonishment through her expression. After the meal, Xiao Ming returned to his bedroom. For now, he still prioritized Su Yitian. Sitting at his desk, he declared, "System, I wish to exchange 5,000 wish points for clues regarding Su Yitian's parents." System, exchange successful. Chapter 8. Does the homeroom teacher have eyes in the back of his head? With the system's announcement, a virtual screen opened before him. Clue. Su Yitian's parents are a male and a female. Upon reading the words on the screen, Xiao Ming couldn't help but be taken aback. What the heck? Isn't that just stating the obvious? Whose parents aren't a male and a female? This clue was utterly ridiculous. Xiao Ming exclaimed, "System, come on. This isn't fair. Whose parents aren't a male and a female?" At that moment, he felt that this exchange had been a colossal waste. It would have been better to trade for 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. Just then, the text on the screen changed. Clue. Su Yitian's parents are located in Jiangbei Province. Jiangbei Province? Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. He is currently in Jiangbei Province, so it is quite reasonable for Su Yitian's parents to also reside there. However, Jiangbei Province encompasses a total of 11 cities, making this range rather vague. System. Is there anything more? System. The clues have been fully provided. Oh. Xiao Ming fell into deep contemplation. At present, the system has merely given him a broad area. As he exchanges clues more frequently in the future, this range should gradually narrow to ascertain the precise location of his parents. It seems he will need to exchange clues numerous times, implying the necessity of acquiring more wish points. Naturally, Xiao Ming did not dwell on this matter, understanding that it cannot be rushed. Thus, he opened his backpack and began to tackle his homework. The following day, bang! Xiao Ming, what time is it? Are you not getting up? No school today. Xiao Ming's mother, Su Yitian, forcefully kicked open his bedroom door, her tone laced with irritation, causing Xiao Ming to abruptly open his eyes. What time is it? He glanced at his phone beside the bed and was shocked to discover it was already 7:30. The morning reading session commenced at 7:20, and it had already been 10 minutes since it started. Damn it, having just resurrected, I forgot to set my alarm. Observing his mother's fierce demeanor, Xiao Ming scratched his head and said, Mom, I stayed up too late doing homework yesterday. Please don't be mad. I'll get up right now. Su Yitian shot him a cold glance, her expression replete with disdain. Honestly, you manage to be late at least once or twice a week. I've packed breakfast in your lunchbox. Don't forget to eat at school. Your father will drive you. Hurry up. All right. Xiao Ming quickly dressed and got out of bed. While Su Yitian exited his room, his mother had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. She was strict yet undeniably loving, as no parent truly dislikes their child. After getting up, Xiao Ming hastily brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading to the living room with his backpack. At that moment, Su Yitian had already placed breakfast in his lunchbox, and Xiao Guosheng had finished his meal, ready to depart. Dad, let's go. I'm not sure if we can make it to morning reading on time. The father and son swiftly descended the stairs and entered the underground garage. It was rush hour. Although their home was not far from the school, the roads were congested, and by the time they arrived at the school gate, it was already 7:48. Only 2 minutes remained until the morning reading commenced. Oh no, Dad, I have to run. Xiao Ming opened the car door, grabbed his backpack and lunchbox, and dashed toward the school. In his haste, he reached the corner of the hallway when he suddenly halted. At that moment, his homeroom teacher seemed to be reprimanding someone. Xiao Ming peered out, discovering it was his close friend, Xian Tiansheng. The teacher, Wang Qibei, was facing away from him, scolding Xian Tiansheng. Teacher, you might not believe this, but I dreamed about attending your class last night. I was so engrossed that I overslept today, Xian Tiansheng stammered. Silence. Wang Qibei shot him a disdainful look. Nonsense. Xian Tiansheng, have you forgotten you're a repeat student? Your grades are at the very bottom of the class. And you dreamed of attending my class? I suspect you stayed up too late playing video games. He. Xiao Ming stifled a laugh, feeling inexplicably pleased at seeing his friend being scolded. Seizing the opportunity, while Wang Qibei was distracted, he quietly stepped forward, intending to sneak in. Just then, Wang Qibei suddenly called out, Xiao Ming, stand right there. Startled by the teacher's voice, Xiao Ming froze. What the hell? Does this homeroom teacher have eyes in the back of his head? How absurd. His expression darkened as he slowly turned around, locking eyes with Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei shrugged with a smile. Oh, it really is you, Xiao Ming. Did you think you could sneak past me unnoticed? Your hair looks like a bird's nest. You just got up, didn't you? He glanced at his watch. Morning self-study ends at 7:50, and you arrived at 7:49. What is this? Were you here just to ring the bell? Xian Tianxing chuckled beside him, prompting Wang Qibei to turn. What are you laughing at? No wonder you two are such close friends. You both are late together. Each of you will write me a 1000 word reflection and submit it after school. Just then, the class bell rang, and Wang Qibei glanced at the lunchbox in Xiao Ming's hand. All right, hurry inside and eat. Finish before class starts. With a sigh, he headed toward the office, while Xiao Ming frowned slightly. Seriously, do you think Wang Laosher has eyes in the back of his head? It's possible. Xian Tiansheng suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a minute. How come you arrived later than I did today? Upon saying this, Xian Tiansheng wore an expression of understanding. I get it. You must have gone out with the five-finger girl last night, right? I'm telling you, you need to exercise restraint. Otherwise, what will you do if you can't get it up in the future? Shut up. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, pondering what was wrong with his friend's thought process. Ignoring him, Xiao Ming entered the classroom and subconsciously focused his gaze on Su Yitian. At the same time, Su Yitian also noticed him. Upon returning to her seat, Su Yitian couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong today? You've never been this late before. Are you sick?" Saying this, She instinctively reached out to touch Xiao Ming's forehead. No, no. Xiao Ming slightly shook his head. I forgot to set my alarm and overslept. With my health, how could I possibly be sick? That's true. She glanced at the lunchbox on Xiao Ming's desk. All right, hurry up and eat your breakfast. There are only 15 minutes until the bell rings. Okay. Xiao Ming's stomach was growling with hunger. Upon opening the lunchbox, he discovered 2 duck legs, the braised pork he had prepared the previous night, and some rice. At the very bottom, there was a small bowl of soybean milk. The food was still warm, and as he opened the lunchbox, a delightful aroma wafted out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Yitian staring longingly at the lunchbox. He turned to her. By the way, Yitian, did you eat breakfast this morning? I already had something. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, an embarrassing sound emanated from Su Yitian's stomach. She pressed her lips together, her expression sour. Why was her stomach betraying her like this? Hearing the sounds from Su Yitian's belly, Xiao Ming inquired. Why are you lying? I can't finish all this breakfast myself. Why don't we share? Su Yitian shook her head. Oh, no need. This braised pork was made by me last night. Give it a try. By the way, I bought the lunchbox yesterday. Let us split it. As she spoke, Xiao Ming had already retrieved the lunchbox from his drawer. You really don't have to eat with me. Suddenly, Xiao Ming halted his movements and gazed directly into Su Yitian's eyes. What? Do you find me unappealing? What? No, of course not. Su Yitian was taken aback. How could she possibly dislike him? Xiao Ming replied, All right, no need to explain. I get it. You must find me unappealing. I really don't. Just then, a duck leg was unexpectedly shoved into Su Yitian's mouth. She was caught off guard, her mouth stuffed with the duck leg. Xiao Ming gently grasped her cheek and said, Then behave and eat your meal obediently. Chapter 9. The Divine Assistance of the System. In a swift moment, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. The sensation of Xiao Ming gently cradling her face felt undeniably peculiar. Xiao Ming, I truly... Su Yitian began, but was interrupted by Xiao Ming's hushing gesture. Shoo! Look around. Numerous classmates are observing us. What? Upon hearing this, Su Yitian paused, slightly lifting her gaze and glancing around. Indeed, as Xiao Ming had stated, many eyes were fixated upon them. Realizing this, Su Yitian instantly grew demure and, in a voice barely above a whisper, inquired, Xiao Ming, do you think our classmates will misinterpret our relationship? That's hard to say, Xiao Ming replied with a teasing grin. From my extensive experience, they might speculate about our connection. What should we do? Noting the anxious expression on her face, Xiao Ming understood that she was contemplating more than just a platonic relationship. What should we do? We are merely ordinary classmates. Let them speculate. Hearing his words, Su Yitian appeared somewhat dejected. Well, I suppose you're right. Xiao Ming then encouraged her. I genuinely can't finish all this food. Come on, eat up. We have math class first period. You need to be nourished to have the energy to focus, right? With that, he resumed munching on another duck leg, while their classmates merely chuckled at the scene. Such flirtatious banter was commonplace in their class, and none were foolish enough to report such matters to the teacher. After all, which class didn't he have a few lovebirds? To avoid misunderstandings, Su Yitian felt too shy to say anything further. She ate the meal Xiao Ming had provided, occasionally stealing glances at him, her heart brimming with gratitude. Aside from the nurses and doctors in the hospital, it was only Xiao Ming who treated her with such kindness. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming had polished off his meal entirely. He glanced at Su Yitian's lunchbox, noting that she had also finished her food. Turning to her, he asked, So, how did you find my braised pork? Did you really make it? She replied, surprised. Of course. Xiao Ming laughed, noticing a grain of rice stuck to her lips. He reached out and gently wiped it away. I wouldn't deceive you. If you doubt me, I can take you to my home and prepare it for you myself. He then handed her a napkin. Wipe your mouth. There's grease on it. Thank you. With only a few minutes until class. Xiao Ming checked the clock on the blackboard. All right, class is about to start. I'll go wash our lunchboxes. You should take out your math test paper and review it. No, it's fine. As he picked up their lunchboxes, he playfully kicked Xian Tianqing's foot while passing by. Come on, let us go wash the lunchboxes. Ugh, Xian Tianqing grumbled but stood up nonetheless. The two left the classroom and headed to the wash basin outside the restroom. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xian Tianxing asked. Mingo, though you're pursuing Su Yitian. Doesn't it feel a bit odd? Odd? Xiao Ming's brow furrowed. What seems odd about it? It just feels a bit like. Xian Tianxing hesitated, mimicking licking an ice cream cone and barking twice. Woof woof. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes in understanding. Get lost. He shot Xian Tianxing a disdainful glance. Have you forgotten Su Yitian's family background? I am merely showing her care, understand? A few in the school were aware of Su Yitian's circumstances, as she received nearly all the scholarships and financial aid each year. Most classmates had some understanding of her situation. Of course, you're always right, Xian Tianxing replied. But the class representative is undeniably wonderful, beautiful, and kind. Mingo, you should strive to make your move. At this, Xiao Ming fell into a contemplative silence. He had already experienced such things in his past life. It was not the time to dwell on it, though he certainly desired to. Engaging in conversation with you feels rather juvenile. Once they finished washing the lunch boxes, the preparation bell rang, and they returned to the classroom to get ready for class. Seated at his desk, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't checked in yet. He silently urged, System, I wish to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 wish points. Is that all? Xiao Ming mused, recognizing that 1,000 points could only buy a bottle of AD calcium milk. Compared to the previous day's 5,000, it was indeed quite meager. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a task. A task? Task. As most of the host's wish list pertains to Su Yitian, please invite your deskmate on a date tomorrow to deepen your relationship. Upon reading this task, Xiao Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. Divine assistance from the system? He inquired, System, is there a reward for completion? Indeed. Reward for successful invitation. Clue about Su Yitian's parents X1. Random mystery bag. Reward for completing the date. 2,000 wish points. Seeing such rewards, Xiao Ming found no reason to decline. A clue about Su Yitian's parents would save him 5,000 wish points. Wouldn't it be delightful to exchange the saved points for AD milk? Seizing the moment before the teacher arrived, Xiao Ming turned to his deskmate. Yitian, do you have time tomorrow? Su Yitian turned curiously. Tomorrow is Saturday, and considering my academic performance, I would like you to tutor me. Let us go to the library together. Sure. Su Yitian blinked. Her weekends typically spent working part-time at Mishuai City, earning 50 yuan a day. Yet, compared to helping the boy she liked with his studies, what did a part-time job matter? Without hesitation, she nodded with a bright smile. All right, let us go to the library together. Great, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Ming wasn't too surprised. He understood this girl all too well. She was adorably naive, a sweet and innocent soul, at least when he was around. Without him, she was an independent young woman. Her vulnerable side only emerged in the presence of someone she cherished. At that moment, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your invitation has been successful. You have earned a chance to acquire a clue about Su Yitian's parents, as well as a mysterious mystery bag. Upon hearing about the mystery bag, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smirk. The previous day's bag had yielded 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. He wondered what treasures awaited him today. He glanced at Su Yitian's chest, noticing she had already consumed 2 bottles. Logically, there should be some effect by now, yet he saw nothing. Would you like to open the mystery bag immediately? Yes. Chapter 10, Stealing His Father's Secret Funds. Congratulations, host. You have opened the mystery bag and received 3 good luck vouchers. Good luck vouchers? Were they? In Xiao Ming's mind, a question emerged, and, simultaneously, the system elucidated. A good luck voucher can be employed for certain endeavors, enhancing the user's fortune upon utilization. For instance, participating in a lottery would increase the probability of winning a grand prize. Note, this item can be used by anyone. Goodness, how remarkable! This item must be preserved with care. If one were to randomly guess answers on the English section of the college entrance examination, would the odds of guessing correctly also improve? Reflecting on his own English proficiency, Xiao Ming felt a pang of helplessness. Indeed, his current command of the language barely surpassed that of an elementary student. Without further contemplation, the system's virtual screen continued to display. Clues regarding Su Yitian's parents have been automatically generated. Clue 1. Su Yitian's father lacks formal employment and earns a living through labor. Clue 2. Su Yitian's mother operates a mobile snack stall. The clues have been presented. Labor? Snack stall? Upon learning that Su Yitian's father did not hold a formal job and relied on manual labor, Xiao Ming was suddenly reminded of film. Indeed, it was Lost on Journey, starring Andy Lau. Perhaps Su Yitian's father was akin to Lei Ziquan from the movie, riding a motorcycle adorned with missing person posters, traversing the globe in search of his daughter. The thought stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Xiao Ming, and he fervently wished to see Su Yitian reunite with her parents soon. Before long, the mathematics teacher entered the classroom with a lesson plan, and Xiao Ming, upon regaining his senses, discovered a large white rabbit candy resting on his desk. It had not been there when he returned from the cafeteria, indicating that Su Yitian had placed it there. At that moment, she was intently reviewing her exam paper. Noticing Xiao Ming's gaze upon her, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and take out your math paper. The teacher is about to begin the lesson, and I have no questions on my face. Because you look good, he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian couldn't help but retract her neck, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Indeed, she was shy. Her bashfulness rendered her quite endearing, her expression betraying a tinge of embarrassment. After all, there is no girl who does not relish compliments. Flattery will get you nowhere. Focus on the lesson, she retorted playfully. Xiao Ming chose not to elaborate further, as class was hardly the appropriate setting for flirtation. After class, Xiao Ming penned a 1,000 word self-reflection and submitted it to Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei was typically quite strict. Failure to submit the reflection would result in a rather unpleasant reception from his family. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was 6 in the evening. The school gate was congested with vehicles, as many parents came to collect their boarding children. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the entrance and stood at a fork in the road. Yitian, don't forget our agreement for tomorrow. Rest assured, she replied. Su Yitian turned to face Xiao Ming, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon his cheek. Witnessing this sight, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Her gaze faltered, unable to meet Xiao Ming's eyes. I will wait for you here at 8 tomorrow morning. You mustn't be late. Fear not, I shall not be tardy. Then it's settled. Su Yitian glanced at the nearby bus stop, where the number 24 bus was approaching. The bus has arrived. I must take my leave. You should hurry home and not worry your mother. With that, she smiled and waved at Xiao Ming, dashing towards the bus stop. Her pigtails bobbed playfully, exuding a lively energy. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Ming felt an indescribable sensation. This girl appeared outwardly optimistic, yet he understood that her cheerfulness was but a fade. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming made his way home. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, his phone buzzed beside him. Good morning. Today is September 22nd, 2018. Precisely 7 o'clock on Friday. It is a sunny day. Groggily, he reached for his phone and silenced the alarm. Sitting up and yawning, he rubbed his eyes and began dressing. Su Yitian lived quite far from Genwa No. 1 High School, and he was determined not to keep her waiting. After getting dressed, he hastily brushed his teeth and, without the inclination for breakfast, rummaged through his pockets, only to be taken aback. Alas, I'm broke. He discovered mere 22 yuan in his pocket, a dismal amount indeed. Today was the day he had arranged to take Su Yitian out, and as for the expenses, well, 2 cups of milk tea would cost 30 yuan, a taxi ride 60, street snacks 50, dinner 200, movie ticket 70, and a hotel 200. In total, that amounted to 600 yuan. No, without the hotel, it was 400. 400 was not daunting, but the thought of it being 400 every time was. With only 20 yuan to his name, a date seemed utterly implausible. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He vaguely recalled that his father, Xiao Guisheng, had hidden some money somewhere. Apologies, Dad. If Xiao Ming's memory served him correctly, his father had concealed his savings in 3 locations. First, in the compartment of the 7 Wolves wallet frequently used by his mother. Second, beneath the toilet tank lid. Third, the most perilous hiding spot was under the insole of Zhou Yinwen's shoes. It was worth noting that, due to the family structure, his father typically polished shoes. and the money hidden under his mother's insole had remained undiscovered. Contemplating this, Xiao Ming stealthily approached his parents' bedroom, where the sound of his father's snoring could be heard. Confirming that his father was still deeply asleep, he made his way to the shoe cabinet by the front door. After a brief search, he retrieved his mother's black winter boots, and upon pulling out the insole, he indeed found 2 crisp 100-yuan bills. By golly, there really is. Overjoyed, he quickly extracted the insole from the other shoe, which, like the first, yielded another pair of 100-yuan bills. 400 yuan, sufficient for a day out with Su Yitian. The cost of a date with Su Yitian wouldn't be exorbitant. She was quite frugal, and in his previous life, she never allowed him to spend much, often refusing gifts. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming would occasionally prepare small surprises for her. A relationship must have its rituals. Armed with this newfound 400 yuan, Xiao Ming felt elated, though he also realized his father wouldn't frequently check the shoe cabinet. If he did, it would spell trouble. Quickly, Xiao Ming dashed into his room, stuffing a test preparation book into his satchel, along with some tissues, a portable charger, and, since it was a sunny day, he didn't forget to grab sunscreen before swiftly exiting his home. Chapter 11. Daytime Thoughts, Nighttime Dreams. The morning's temperature was pleasantly mild, a refreshing breeze brushing against him. Xiao Ming's home was not far from school, and by approximately 7:40, he arrived at the entrance of Jinhua No. 1 High School. From a distance, he spotted Su Yitian seated on a bench at the bus stop, her backpack beside her, engrossed in her studies, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ming's approach. Today, she had donned a new outfit, a loose white long-sleeve top paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers. Her hair remained in her favored ponytail, radiating youthful exuberance. Xiao Ming slowed his pace as he approached, perhaps too engrossed in her studies to notice his presence. He circled around to Su Yitian's back and peered closer, only to discover she was grappling with a rather challenging math problem. With a mischievous grin, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Hey, studying so diligently this early in the morning?" Startled, Su Yitian quickly raised her head, and upon realizing it was Xiao Ming, she frowned and pouted. "You're so annoying. You scare me." "It's you who's frightening. You know this posture can harm your spine," he replied. Su Yitian pouted. "Oh, my mistake. I won't do it again." Feigning contrition, she appeared remorseful, but at that moment, Xiao Ming noticed her face. She had indeed applied makeup. A touch of foundation, albeit unevenly spread, and a lipstick hue that was somewhat overpowering. Her makeup skills left much to be desired. "Oh, you put on some makeup?" he inquired. "How does it look?" With a cheeky smile, Su Yitian replied, "I borrowed some cosmetics from the nurse at the hospital. Don't I look beautiful?" "Absolutely." Xiao Ming refrained from pointing out the flaws, and encouraged by his praise, she revealed 2 faint dimples as she said, "Let's hurry to the library." "Oh, and you brought the test papers, right?" "Rest assured, I've got them all," he assured her, patting his shoulder bag. "Then I'll take a cab, and we can head to the Xinhua Library near Minsheng. There's a square where we can have lunch." "What? I don't think we need a cab. The library isn't far. We can walk. And I'll treat you to lunch," Su Yitian insisted, having already decided to invite Xiao Ming to lunch after he had treated her to 2 meals at school. "All right, that works," Xiao Ming conceded, enjoying the prospect of strolling alongside the girl he admired. "Let's go." With that, Su Yitian stood up, slinging her beige backpack over her shoulders, and began to walk ahead with small, quick steps. Xiao Ming kept pace beside her, searching for the right moment to hold her hand. Physical contact could swiftly elevate their relationship, and soon, the opportunity presented itself. Unbeknownst to whether it was a deliberate act, Su Yitian continued walking forward even as the traffic light across the street turned red. "Yitian," he exclaimed, seizing her hand to halt her. "Huh?" Su Yitian finally realized, gazing at him with a bemused expression. "What's the matter? What do you think?" Xiao Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. This silly girl was truly oblivious. "Look at the traffic light." Upon hearing this, she turned her head to see the red light and smiled sheepishly. "I was just pondering that math problem and lost focus. I don't even know what to say to you. While walking, try not to let your mind wander. What if something happens?" "I'm sorry," she admitted. "Well, it's good that you acknowledge your mistake. The light just turned green. Let us go." As he spoke, Xiao Ming showed no intention of releasing her hand, guiding her forward. It was only then that the oblivious Su Yitian realized he was holding her hand. Feeling the warmth from his palm, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the Xinhua library. The library opened at 8 in the morning, and there were still people queuing to enter. Yitian, you wait in line here. I'll go grab a milk tea and be back soon, Xiao Ming said. No, I don't like milk tea. Su Yitian shook her head vigorously. That's all right. I won tea by one for you. I'll be quick, he assured before dashing off. Standing there, Su Yitian pouted, furrowing her brow. Why did Xiao Ming sometimes seem exceptionally perceptive, while at other times his emotional intelligence appeared to be zero? It was truly perplexing. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming reached the cocoa milk tea shop. Su Yitian's claim of not liking milk tea was merely an excuse. In their previous life post-high school graduation, she had been quite clingy, and during that summer they worked together, she would always buy a cup of red bean pudding milk tea from Coco after work. It was her favorite flavor. Upon entering the tea shop, Xiao Ming quickly stated, "Hello, please make me 2 cups of red bean pudding milk tea, no ice." "Sure. Please wait a moment," the cashier replied. Xiao Ming paid with cash. Not many people opted for cash these days. After about 3 minutes, the cashier handed over the drinks. He hurried back to the library, finding Su Yitian still in line. This library was for local students, requiring a campus card for entry. When he returned to Su Yitian's side, he presented the milk tea. "Yitian, here is your favorite red bean pudding milk tea. Take it." Surprised, Su Yitian blinked. "My favorite milk tea? If I'm not mistaken, this is our first outing together, and it's also the first time you bought me milk tea. How did it become my favorite?" Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't tea buy me one? And have I ever mentioned I like red bean pudding milk tea?" I spoke without thinking," Xiao Ming admitted. "You did say so. Last night in my dream. You told me how much you love this flavor." At this, Su Yitian burst into laughter. "Did you dream about me last night?" "Of course." Xiao Ming grinned. "Have you heard the saying, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night? Now you know your place in my heart, right? You're so annoying." Hearing this made Su Yitian's face flush. Men were such curious creatures. Sometimes they displayed remarkable emotional intelligence, while at other times they seemed utterly clueless. All right. It's almost our turn. Let us get your student ID out." "Okay." Su Yitian slightly raised her head to look at Xiao Ming's cheek, her heart bubbling with pink excitement. As the line progressed, it wasn't too long before they entered the library together. The Xinhua library boasted 6 stories, and on weekends, many middle and high school students would gather to study, especially during summer, as it provided a tranquil atmosphere conducive to learning, along with the luxury of free air conditioning. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian ascended to the 4th floor, which was relatively empty, with plenty of available seats. After surveying their surroundings, Xiao Ming suggested, "Yitian, let us sit at the far end by the window. It's quieter there, and if you're teaching me, we won't disturb anyone." "Sounds good." She nodded slightly. Xiao Ming naturally took her hand as they walked toward the corner seat by the window. As shy as she was, Su Yitian's face turned crimson, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Once seated, Xiao Ming opened his backpack and took out his math test papers. The earlier questions posed no significant challenge, but the final problem was indeed difficult. Su Yitian encouraged him, "If you encounter any questions you can't solve, just ask me. I haven't figured out the problem from the bus stop either. Let me take another shot at it." Upon finishing her words, Su Yitian effortlessly opened her backpack and retrieved the examination paper. Observing her earnestness, Xiao Ming refrained from interrupting her. After a few moments, Su Yitian, having scribbled numerous calculations on a piece of draft paper without arriving at a solution, sighed in exasperation. "This is so frustrating. This question is exceedingly difficult. It's giving me a headache." Hearing her lament, Xiao Ming turned his head in curiosity and offered, "Let me take a look. Perhaps I can solve it." "All right." Su Yitian responded decisively, pushing the paper towards him, her eyes eagerly fixed on his profile, filled with anticipation. Although his academic performance was average, it did not diminish her hope. After all, grades are not the sole measure of one's worth. And who knew? Perhaps Xiao Ming could indeed solve it. Upon glancing at the question, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Surprisingly, he realized he could solve it. The question bore a resemblance to the last major problem from the 2019 mathematics exam, which he and Su Yitian had previously dissected together. Even after 2 years, it lingered vividly in his memory. Nodding after reviewing the problem, he said, "To be honest, this question is one I can tackle." The question pertained to coordinate systems and parametric equations. In the Cartesian coordinate system, xy, the parametric equation of curve, c, was given, with the origin, O, serving as the pole and the positive x-axis as the polar axis, while the polar equation of line, L, was provided. Frankly speaking, the difficulty of such questions was indeed considerable. Upon hearing that Xiao Ming could solve it, Su Yitian felt a twinge of disbelief. Could he be a hidden academic genius? Holding her previously scribbled calculations, Xiao Ming remarked, "Silly girl, you've misused these formulas. Is it any wonder you're struggling?" With that, he neatly inscribed the correct equations in an empty space. "Now, this is correct," he noted, observing the bewildered expression on Su Yitian's face. "Never mind. I shall simply provide the answer. I never expected such a studious individual like you to encounter a stumbling block. Pay close attention," he continued, "because 1 is greater than." Xiao Ming meticulously wrote out the formulas and reasoning behind the problem, proceeding step by step, ensuring each phase was explained with utmost clarity. Throughout the explanation, Su Yitian nodded affirmatively, as Xiao Ming's elucidation completely transformed her perception of him. It was he who had requested her assistance, yet the roles had unexpectedly reversed. Evidently, Xiao Ming possessed a profound understanding of the question, articulating each step with remarkable detail, surpassing even the explanations of their mathematics teacher. Approximately 20 minutes later, only the final step remained. Instead of revealing the last answer, he posed a question to Su Yitian. "So, Yitian, what is the final answer to this problem?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Yitian replied, "When the minimum value is 7, the distance from the point on C to L is 7, right?" "Precisely," Xiao Ming said, a slight smile gracing his lips at her correct response. She indeed had a solid foundation. With just a little guidance, she grasped the concept. Meanwhile, Su Yitian couldn't help but voice her confusion. "I feel something is off. You asked me to tutor you yet?" Xiao Ming chuckled, "Ahem. I shall drop the pretense. I confess, I am an academic prodigy." "A prodigy who consistently hovers around the 10th lowest rank?" Su Yitian rolled her eyes. Ever since her first year of high school, she had been keeping an eye on Xiao Ming, and the idea of him being a prodigy seemed ludicrous. Nonetheless, having learned such a challenging problem from him filled her with joy. She fervently hoped they could both attend the same university and continue their journey together. Indeed, a prodigy languishing in the depths of mediocrity, he jested. "Really? In that case, I must study diligently to ensure we end up in the same university," Su Yitian responded, a playful smile brightening her face. "By the way, their essay question I can't solve. Please teach me," she added, leaning closer. Just then, her phone, nestled in her pocket, began to ring. Su Yitian retrieved her Nokia, a relic from the early 2000s, gifted to her by a doctor from the hospital. For her, a phone was merely a tool for communication. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," she said, pressing answer. Immediately, a stern voice erupted from the other end. "Su Yitian, where are you? Don't you realize today is Saturday? Why haven't you shown up?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Yitian appeared flustered. "Igrigages. I'm so sorry. I went to the library with a classmate," she stammered. "The library? Do you understand how much loss you've caused the shop because of your absence? You needn't come back anymore. Don't even think about collecting your wages." With that, the call ended abruptly. As Su Yitian's expression fell, she lowered her head in distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Ming, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Yitian, who called you? What happened?" Chapter 13. You would look splendid in Hanfu. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's question, Su Yitian shook her head, filled with a sense of injustice. "Iem fine. If something's wrong, just say it." Seeing her current state pained Xiao Ming, he opened his backpack and took out a tissue, gently wiping away her tears. "Who called you? Please share. Don't bottle it up inside. I'm here, and we can face any issue together." His words eased Su Yitian's spirit somewhat, and she replied, "I was supposed to work at Mishui City today, But if I went, I wouldn't be able to accompany you to the library. The supervisor there is particularly harsh, so I didn't ask for leave. Xiao Ming responded. And then he said he wouldn't pay you? Yes. She nodded, feeling a sense of grievance. It's just a few days' wages. It's not much. And I should have skipped work today. It's my fault, so I can't blame him. Are you foolish? A few days' wages could amount to several hundred. Xiao Ming retorted, knowing Su Yitian's true situation. She usually refrained from spending on lunch. How could she possibly disregard a few days' worth of earnings? Don't worry. Later, take me there, and I'll speak with him. The labor laws are quite clear. Nothing will come of it. No, it's all right. Su Yitian shook her head. He.S. just a supervisor. He doesn't handle wages. The manager will take care of that. Ah, Su Yitian's understanding nature was heart-wrenching. Xiao Ming said, Today, I've caused you trouble. No. Su Yitian shook her head. What are you saying? You taught me a crucial problem today. The teacher always says no amount of money can buy good grades. I'm very happy to have you by my side. Don't say such things. Su Yitian had long grown accustomed to such a life. Throughout her years, she had endured her fair share of bullying. Even during her middle school days, numerous students mocked her for being orphaned. These grievances she kept buried deep within her heart, never revealing them to anyone. With a forced smile, Su Yitian said, Aren't you struggling with a math problem? Come, let me help you. Xiao Ming, you must pay close attention. As she spoke, she picked up a pen and began jotting down notes on a piece of scrap paper. The problem at hand was observing Su Yitian in such a manner. Xiao Ming felt resigned and had no choice but to continue studying with her. In the time that followed, the two of them tackled numerous questions together. At 11:30, a sudden growl emanated from Xiao Ming's stomach. Grrrr. Upon hearing the sound, Su Yitian couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, it seems someone's lunch bell has rung. Shall we go eat? After a moment's thought, Xiao Ming replied, There's a grilled fish restaurant called Mu Tang Yu across the street at the Minqing. 1 square. I've been there a few times. The taste is quite good. Shall we give it a try? Sure. Su Yitian nadi chirfili, adin. But I'm treating you today, just so you know. All right. With that, the two of them stood up, stowed their books away, and exited the library. Su Yitian had little money, and Xiao Ming wouldn't allow her to pay for the meal. His agreement was merely verbal, and he would find a way to cover the bill later. After leaving the library, Xiao Ming took her hand, and they made their way to Minqing 1 square, where the lunchtime crowd was bustling. The grilled fish restaurant still had some vacant tables, and as they entered, a young waitress promptly approached them. Hello. Welcome to Mutan Igriku. Right this way, please. She led them to a table where Xiao Ming and Su Yitian sat across from one another, and the waitress handed them a menu. The selection of grilled fish was limited, comprising only 4 or 5 varieties, and the prices were rather steep, with each fish priced at 168 yuan. However, drinks and rice were complimentary, along with a few side dishes. Upon seeing the prices listed on the menu, Su Yitian was taken aback, but since she had already promised to treat Xiao Ming, she concealed her surprise. She looked at him and asked, There are several types of fish here. What flavor do you prefer? Just the green pepper grilled fish will suffice. It's quite tasty. All right, she nodded, indifferent to the flavor as it mattered little to her. She then turned to the waitress, saying, Excuse me, we'll have 1 order of the green pepper grilled fish. Thank you. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Soon, the waitress departed, and Xiao Ming stood up, saying, Wait here for a moment. I'll go get some rice. By the way, what drink would you like? Oh, no need for a drink. You still have that milk tea you haven't finished. All right. Xiao Ming returned with 2 small bowls of rice, only to notice 2 young ladies in traditional hanfu entering the restaurant. Indeed, it was the hanfu that had recently surged in popularity alongside styles like JK and Lolita. These fashions were adored by many girls, and, of course, by many enthusiastic young men, including Xiao Ming. Wow! Su Yitian immediately spotted the 2 ladies in hanfu, one clad in pink and the other in a light blue. Their hair was elegantly styled, their makeup exquisite, and they possessed commendable figures, though perhaps slightly less defined below the collarbone. Of course, Su Yitian paid no heed to such details. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, Xiao Ming, look at those 2 beautiful ladies in hanfu. At that moment, the 2 young women happened to pass right by Xiao Ming. Not only he, but everyone in the vicinity was captivated by their presence. Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded, casting a glance at Su Yitian. Have you ever thought about wearing hanfu? You would look stunning in it. Huh? Really? Upon hearing his words, Su Yitian felt a spark of curiosity, yet the high cost of hanfu discouraged her. No, it's too ethereal. I don't think it would suit me. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Ming suddenly had an idea. Are you working part-time? I feel you could sign up as a fashion influencer on Douyin. You could wear beautiful clothes and earn some pocket money. Fashion influencer? Su Yitian had never heard of this term. Xiao Ming nodded, explaining it's like being a model. You connect with clothing vendors, they send you outfits, and you take photos to share. You can earn some compensation, and some vendors even gift you the clothes. Isn't that better than working at Mishui City? But Su Yitian hesitated, feeling a lack of confidence. Models are all so beautiful. Could I really do it? Of course you can. Xiao Ming gazed at her delicate features. In 2019, short videos are on the rise. You should give it a try. You have the figure and the looks. Being a model would suit you perfectly. Chapter 14 concluded in that very moment. You're starting to sweet talk again. Su Yitian's cheeks flushed, her embarrassment palpable. Every girl enjoys being complimented, and Su Yitian was no exception. Xiao Ming's perspective was indeed valid. He was aware of the potential of Douyin, where many had garnered substantial incomes through short videos. Presently, there weren't many aspiring models on Douyin. If Su Yitian were to apply, it could be a splendid opportunity. You really should consider trying it. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian shook her head. I feel that I should focus on my studies for now. I'll think about it later. Noticing her apprehension, Xiao Ming understood her concerns. She didn't possess a smartphone, which naturally hindered her from using Douyin. The thought of purchasing a new phone had never crossed her mind. Xiao Ming refrained from elaborating further, and shortly after, the waitress brought forth their order of green pepper grilled fish. The fish had been filleted, its tender flesh drizzled with a sauce and garnished with scallions and cilantro, filling the air with an enticing aroma. His stomach growled audibly. Grrrr. As the fish was served, Su Yitian inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing." Xiao Ming swiftly picked up his chopsticks and, with remarkable speed, placed a piece of fish into Su Yitian's bowl. "It's delicious. You must try it. You eat too." Su Yitian extended her slender arm to offer him a piece, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Come. Let us eat together." With that, Xiao Ming placed the fish into his mouth. He had dined at this restaurant several times, and the flavor was indeed delightful. After a few bites, Su Yitian's eyes lit up. Noticing her expression, Xiao Ming inquired, "So, how is it? The fish is good, right? So delicious." Su Yitian nodded enthusiastically. "If you enjoy it, eat more. Once I earn a fortune, I'll bring you here every day. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Su Yitian was taken aback. Xiao Ming's implication was clear. He intended to always be by her side. As the realization dawned on her, she felt a rush of shyness and nodded. Her voice barely above a whisper, "MHM. It's a promise." Observing Su Yitian's flushed cheeks, Xiao Ming couldn't help but think how easily she blushed. How wonderfully innocent she was. Certainly, in her previous life, Su Yitian was just the same. 20 minutes later, "Yitian, you go ahead and eat. I'll step outside to purchase a few things." "All right," came the reply. Xiao Ming casually fabricated an excuse to leave, ensuring that Su Yitian's gaze remained averted. He turned to the cashier at the bar and said, "Hello, could you do me a favor?" The cashier furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her face as she noticed Xiao Ming approaching. "You see, this is the first time my classmate and I have dined at your establishment. She insisted on treating me, but as students, we are rather short on funds. I've already covered the bill. Would you mind saying that the restaurant is running a promotion, allowing us to pay only 1 yuan? "Of course." The cashier glanced towards Su Yitian's table, table 66. "Correct? 1 fish for 168 yuan. You mean to pay 167, leaving just 1 yuan? "Precisely." Xiao Ming nodded, producing 200 yuan bills and handing them over to the cashier. After she returned his change, he ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure a pack of gum before returning to the restaurant. Upon his return, he noticed an abundance of fish meat in his bowl, evidently added by Su Yitian. Seeing this, Xiao Ming felt an unexpected surge of happiness. He remarked, "Why did you give me so much meat? Have you eaten enough?" Su Yitian nodded, I've had quite enough. You should hurry and eat too. Sure. Xiao Ming began shoveling rice into his mouth and inquired, Do you have any plans this afternoon? Your part-time job? It's nothing, Su Yitian replied with a smile. Shaking her head, While you were out buying things, I called the manager, and she assured me everything is fine. My salary will be processed, as usual. Really? Of course. To alleviate Xiao Ming's concerns, she even retrieved her call log for him to see. Indeed, while he was settling the bill, she had received a call. After finishing his rice, Xiao Ming let out a satisfied burp. I'm full now. Let us take a stroll and help our food digest. Sure, Su Yitian nodded. You wait here a moment. I'll settle the bill. Go ahead. Okay. Su Yitian rose and made her way to the cashier's counter. Producing the money she had prepared in advance, she said, Hello, I'd like to pay for table 66. The cashier, beaming with a bright smile, replied, Congratulations. Today our restaurant is running a promotion where you can pay just 1 yuan. Let me draw for you. With a click of her mouse. The cashier's face lit up moments later. Wow, congratulations. You've won. Your luck is incredible. Su Yitian, still processing what had just transpired, couldn't he help but ask, What? I won. Yes, yes. The cashier nodded emphatically. You only need to pay 1 yuan for this meal. Congratulations. Is that really true? Hearing the cashier's enthusiastic words, Su Yitian felt a bit dazed. Could her luck truly be that good? Absolutely. You'll just pay 1 yuan. Thank you. Su Yitian handed over the 1 yuan, and the cashier presented her with the receipt. Xiao Ming. Su Yitian joyfully rushed back, and seeing her delighted demeanor, Xiao Ming knew his plan had succeeded. Yet, he feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow. What has got you so cheerful? This restaurant is running a promotion. I just won a grand prize. We only spent 1 yuan on this meal. Feigning shock to match Su Yitian's excitement, Xiao Ming exclaimed, No way. With luck like that, you should try your hand at the lottery. Hee. Su Yitian beamed with a sweet smile. Then when you're hungry this afternoon, I'll treat you to something. Have you rested enough? Shall we go out for a stroll? All right. Soon, Xiao Ming stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder, naturally taking her hand as they exited Mu Tangyu together. At that moment, many nearby patrons had overheard Su Yitian's words and crowded the cashier, eager to participate in the promotion. Aren't you running the 1 yuan promotion today? I'd like to draw too. Me too. The cashier, somewhat exasperated, replied, I'm sorry, but the promotion ended just a second ago. The crowd was momentarily stunned. A second ago? That is utterly absurd. Chapter 15. Participation in the competition outside Minxingno. 1 square, the midday heat was intense, the blazing sun scorching the ground. In the shadows, it felt like a noxious circle. No one wished to linger in the open. Yitian, wait. Just as Su Yitian was about to step outside, Xiao Ming suddenly pulled her back. She turned her head, curiosity piqued. The sun is too harsh outside. I just so happen to have sunscreen with me. Let me apply some for you. You brought sunscreen? At his words, Su Yitian felt pleasantly surprised by Xiao Ming's thoughtfulness. He nodded. Yes, it's specially for you. After all, you're so fair. I can't bear to see you get tanned. He gazed at her skin, which was a cool, porcelain white, delicate like that of an infant. Hearing Xiao Ming's words made Su Yitian feel a tad bashful, her heart swelling with sweetness. Such thoughtful details often reflect a young man's affections, scoring major points in her heart, especially since the boy before her was Xiao Ming. She looked deeply into his eyes. Xiao Ming, thank you. Not at all. Nearby, under the shade of a tree, a long bench awaited. He held Su Yitian's hand. Let us sit on the bench. I'll help you apply it. Su Yitian's face flushed. Okay. As they settled on the bench, Xiao Ming retrieved the sunscreen from his backpack. Earlier, at the library, Su Yitian had washed her face in the restroom, leaving her makeup washed away. Gazing at her cheeks, Xiao Ming felt a tingling desire to kiss her. Yet he knew their relationship had not yet reached that stage. Although he was aware that Su Yitian harbored feelings for him, he gently tucked her stray hair behind her ear and pinched her cheek lightly. So soft. It was often said that girls were made of water. This was indeed proven true. Don't move. I'm applying it now. Xiao Ming squeezed some sunscreen onto his fingers and applied it to both sides of Su Yitian's cheeks and her nose. After gently rubbing it in, it was clear her skin appeared even fairer. Finally, he playfully flicked her cheek, All done. You should be safe from tanning now. Oh, and let us apply some to your hands too. He applied a bit to the back of her hands and nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Yitian asked, what about you? Xiao Ming met her serious gaze as she replied, you just said you didn't want to see me get tanned. Likewise. I don't want to see you get tanned either. With that, she took the sunscreen from Xiao Ming's hand. Let me apply it for you. If you get tanned, I'll be saddened. Xiao Ming felt a wave of emotion wash over him at Su Yitian's words. In her past life, she had been just as attentive and loving towards him. Similar to him, Su Yitian opened the sunscreen and applied it to his cheeks, forehead, and the tip of his nose, gently rubbing it in with utmost care. Her demeanor was particularly earnest and serious. Xiao Ming felt immensely grateful to have the opportunity to live again, to encounter her once more. All done. Su Yitian smiled adorably now, just like me. You and T get sunburned. Let us go. With that, she stood up and extended her hand, which Xiao Ming eagerly took. A sense of contentment filled his heart. He desired little, merely to continue this ordinary life alongside her. As they strolled around, they unexpectedly came across a small stage bustling with a crowd, seemingly engaged in some sort of activity. Su Yitian turned her head and pointed, saying, look over there. Why are there so many people? Is there some kind of performance? Let us go have a look, Xiao Ming replied, and they walked over together. Upon reaching the edge of the stage, Xiao Ming realized it was a live competition. He recognized this event, the renowned super mathematician. It was a competitive program that sought out high school students to compete in mathematics on the streets. Winners could earn substantial cash prizes, and those who performed exceptionally well might be invited to the finals, thereby securing a chance for direct admission to prestigious universities. This program was frequently aired in schools to encourage student learning. It was fair to say that no high school student was unaware of it. Each episode of Super Mathematician traveled to a different city, and it was a surprise to find it in Xinhai City this time. Su Yitian exclaimed, Xiao Ming, I can't believe it's Super Mathematician. Indeed, he replied. At that moment, it was precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon when a host in a black suit, appearing to be in his 20s, stepped onto the stage with a microphone. Sun Chong, with a professional smile, addressed the audience. Hello, everyone here. I am Sun Chong, the host of the Super Mathematician program. I see many students around, and I believe you all recognize me, don't you? Of course. I know you. The students responded in unison. Sun Chong smiled and nodded. It was only natural for them to be familiar with such a well-known program. He continued, it seems that the students here are well acquainted with our show. As usual, let me explain the rules of this competition. We will select 4 pairs of students for a high school mathematics quiz, which means it will be a 2v2 format. After 2 rounds, 2 pairs will advance to the finals, where the winners will have the opportunity to compete against finalists from other cities at our headquarters. The ultimate champions will have a chance for direct admission to prestigious universities, such as 211 and 985. Furthermore, today as champions will also receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Wow, that is incredible. 10,000 yuan. Yes, I really want to participate, but I feel unworthy. Upon hearing the enticing rewards mentioned by Sun Chong, many were stirred by the prospect. After all, opportunities for direct admission to key universities were exceedingly rare, and a cash prize of this magnitude was quite compelling. Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian and inquired, what do you think, Yitian? Are you tempted? Of course, she nodded. Such attractive rewards would entice anyone. Then let us participate, Xiao Ming suggested. Su Yitian suddenly felt a wave of hesitation. It wasn't that she lacked courage, but rather that there were so many academically gifted students around. What if they encountered formidable competitors and ended up embarrassed? I believe we can take part. Xiao Ming reassured her. It's all about participation. Even if we don't win, it's a chance to challenge ourselves. Su Yitian pondered for a moment. Indeed, Xiao Ming's words held wisdom. Participating wouldn't cost them anything. I'm okay with joining, but I'm worried we might not be selected, she admitted. While registration might not guarantee selection, not registering definitely assures we want to be picked. True. Then let us sign up later, Su Yitian replied, feeling an unbidden nervousness rise within her. She wondered what would happen if they were indeed chosen and found themselves unable to answer during the competition. On stage, Sun Chong continued. The competition will commence in 1 hour. Students wishing to register can do so at the registration booth to your right. With this announcement, many eager students flocked toward the booth, while security personnel maintained order, ensuring a neat queue. Sun Chong, noticing the crowd, brought the microphone to his lips. Please do not push. Form an orderly line. Rest assured, everyone will have a chance. Seeing so many students enthusiastic about signing up, Xiao Ming quickly grasped Su Yitian's hand, guiding her to the line. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host may use a lucky voucher to increase the probability of being selected for the competition. Would the host like to proceed? Startled by the system's voice, Xiao Ming paused. He had 3 lucky vouchers, intending to save them for the college entrance examination, but since that was still far off, he was uncertain if he would acquire more in the future. Ding. The system detects uncertainty. You currently possess 1,000 wish points. The system recommends redeeming Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics. Super Scholar Knowledge? What is that? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback as the system panel suddenly opened, revealing a message. Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics, enhances the host's mathematical knowledge, accelerates calculation speed, and improves formula application methods. Additionally, as the host learns, your memory will also improve. Note, memory enhancement applies only to mathematics. Wow! Xiao Ming exclaimed in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that wish points could be exchanged for such a benefit, and at a mere cost of 1,000 points. If he and Su Yitian were selected for the competition, it would be perfectly timed. Even if they didn't team make it, it would still be advantageous for future studies. Thus, he silently resolved, System, I wish to redeem it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful redemption. You have acquired the skill, Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics. Remaining wish points, 0. As the system's voice faded, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, as if a torrent of mathematical knowledge flooded into his consciousness. It was akin to having completed numerous exercises, repeatedly reviewing and correcting mistakes, resulting in a profound retention of these concepts. At that moment, the system inquired again, would the host like to use a lucky voucher to enhance the probability of being selected for the competition? Yes, absolutely. Xiao Ming's heart raced with excitement. His intuition told him that if they could successfully participate, their chances of winning would be significant. With a cash prize of 10,000 yuan, he could at least buy Su Yitian, this silly girl, a couple of new outfits, sparing her from having to work part-time and endure mistreatment from others. The team advanced slowly, and soon it was the turn of Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Opposite them sat a lady in her 30s, observing them keenly. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, she scrutinized them with a discerning eye, and indeed, the pair possessed a striking allure. After all, this competition was to be televised. As participants selected with great care, every detail was of utmost importance: achievements, school reputation, and most notably, physical appearance. Yes, it was all about appearance. Although this was an academic competition, audiences generally favored aesthetically pleasing contestants. If they performed exceptionally well, they could resonate with viewers, earning special labels such as Most Beautiful Scholar or Charming Senior. Such titles would undoubtedly enhance the program's ratings. I need to gather some information from you, Zhang Yu said with a gentle smile. Could you please tell me your names? Xiao Ming, Su Yitian. They replied in unison. Zhang Yu nodded. May I ask which high school you currently attend and what grade you are in? We're at Jinhua No. 1 High School, currently in our 3rd year. Xiao Ming responded. Very well. Zhang Yu nodded slightly, recognizing that their current situation was perfectly suited for participation. While they had no reliable method to assess their academic performance, a brief understanding of their school sufficed. Jinhua No. 1 High School was quite esteemed locally, suggesting their academic standing was commendable. All right, I have completed the registration form. In a moment, Sun Chong will announce the contestants. So please wait a while and do not wander too far. Thank you. Xiao Ming nodded, taking Su Yitian's hand. He turned to her and said, Let's find a place to rest over there while we await the results. Okay. Su Yitian nodded, her heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, a delivery truck arrived nearby, bringing numerous chairs and umbrellas. Clearly, they were prepared for the expected crowd during the competition. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian settled into the last row of chairs. Su Yitian felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. She placed her hand on her heart and couldn't help exclaiming, "I'm so nervous." "Do you think we'll be chosen for the competition?" "Absolutely," Xiao Ming affirmed with conviction. "Really?" Su Yitian was taken aback. At that moment, she felt an internal conflict. She desperately hoped to be selected, yet feared that if they were chosen, they might not perform well. "I believe not only will we be chosen, but today we will also win that grand prize of 10,000 yuan. Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian. "Yitian, if we win the 10,000 yuan, what would you like to buy? Are you dreaming?" Su Yitian hadn't even considered that possibility, and she dared not to. 10,000 yuan was an enormous sum for her. If they truly won it, she would definitely share half with Xiao Ming. For the victory wouldn't be solely her achievement. Furthermore, she would set aside some for clothing and school supplies, a portion for meals, and the remainder for the doctors and nurses who had always cared for them. Xiao Ming gazed at Su Yitian's profile. "I'm not dreaming. Our goal today is that 10,000 yuan. All right, but not being selected would still be a problem." Just as these words left her lips, Sun Chong ascended the stage with a microphone, maintaining his usual professional smile. "According to our selection process, we have now confirmed 4 groups of contestants. Upon hearing your names, please come up to the stage." The first group consists of Xiao Ming and Su Yitian from Jinhua No. 1 High School. "Please take the stage." The audience erupted in applause. Hearing her name, Su Yitian's eyes widened in astonishment. "We got selected? Hey, what are you standing there for, silly girl?" Xiao Ming gently tapped her shoulder, noticing her dazed expression. "Huh? Oh." Su Yitian snapped back to reality, her heart racing faster, anxiety enveloping her. Meanwhile, others in the audience were searching for the lucky duo selected to compete. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian navigated through the crowd, reaching the edge of the stage. As the stage was somewhat elevated and lacked steps, Xiao Ming jumped up first and extended his hand with a smile. "Take my hand to come up." "Okay." Su Yitian's cheeks flushed as she reached out, allowing Xiao Ming to pull her up before the eager audience. At that moment, some in the audience recognized them. Both had garnered a bit of fame at school, Su Yitian for her academic prowess, and Xiao Ming for his striking looks. After all, a beauty score of 99 was no small feat. "Wow. Isn't that someone from my school?" exclaimed a student from Jinhua, turning to a girl beside him. "Is that particularly handsome boy from your school?" "Yes, he is in the 3rd year." "Why? Do you fancy him?" No, I'm just admiring. Besides, the girl next to him is stunning too. I don't stand a chance." On stage, Sun Chong's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. He hadn't anticipated their high level of attractiveness, which would surely boost the program's viewership. 2 staff members handed a microphone to each of them, and Sun Chong said, "Please stand beside me and introduce yourselves briefly." Xiao Ming confidently brought the microphone to his lips, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Ming from Jinhua No. 1 High School, currently in my 3rd year. I am honored to be selected for this event. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Not only is he good-looking, but his fashion sense is also impeccable. His confidence makes him the quintessential sunny boy." The audience buzzed with admiration, casting appreciative glances at the pair. Meanwhile, Su Yitian felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Although she excelled academically and frequently spoke at student-teacher meetings, she couldn't shake the anxiety this moment invoked. Her expression, tinged with shyness, evoked a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Bringing the microphone close, "Su Yitian monagit, hello evarione, Su Yitian from Zeheno. I'm also honored to participate in this event." "Great." Sun Chong noted her nervousness, but that was inconsequential. He continued, "Please wait on stage for a moment while I announce the second group of contestants. They are Yang Hui and Luo Yuzhe from Xinhai No. 1 High School." As he finished speaking, a plump girl wearing glasses and a tall, slender boy stepped onto the stage together. The girl had a charmingly cute appearance, her round face exuding the essence of top student. They seemed quite affectionate, likely a couple. Much like Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, they introduced themselves briefly, and the host then called forth the third group. The third group consisted of identical twins, 2 boys who looked exactly alike, clad in matching outfits and black-framed glasses, as though they were cast from the same mold. The final pair of contestants comprised two young ladies, whose appearances were rather unremarkable. Following their brief self-introductions, Sun Chong commenced outlining the rules of the competition. Well, everyone is now familiar with our 8 contestants for this round. Allow me to elucidate the competition rules. This event is divided into 2 segments. The first segment consists of a rapid response quiz featuring 20 mathematical multiple-choice questions, with both sides competing to answer. A correct answer earns a point, while an incorrect answer permits the opposing team to respond, and if both teams answer incorrectly, the question will be skipped. The team with the higher score will advance to the next segment. He glanced at the competitors seated nearby, inquiring, "Are you all able to comprehend?" Yes. The 8 participants nodded in affirmation, as the rules for the Super Mathematician program have remained unchanged, and they were well aware of them, even without a formal introduction. Satisfied that the contestants had no questions, Sun Chong continued. The 2 teams will be randomly matched against each other. For the first match, we have Xiao Ming and Su Yitian from Jinhua pitted against Yang Tong and Su Tongyu from Xinhai No. 2 Middle School. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu are the 2 girls from Group 4. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian instinctively tugged at Xiao Ming's sleeve, her tone slightly anxious. "It's starting so soon. What if we—" "It's all right," Xiao Ming reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "There's no need to be nervous. This is an opportunity to challenge ourselves, and besides, I am here with you." Before long, 2 tables were positioned on either side of the stage. Behind the central area of the stage, a large screen would display the questions during the competition. Each table was equipped with a smaller screen and a prominent red button for answering. Under the guidance of the staff, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian took their seats at the table on the left. Behind them, a staff member stood watch to prevent any cheating. Opposite them, Yang Tong and Su Tongyu were also ready, and the audience was fully seated, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. After approximately 10 minutes, the host, Sun Chong, declared the competition officially underway. "Contestants, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the first multiple-choice question appeared on the screen. Let A, B, C, and D be points on the surface of a sphere with a radius of 4. If triangle ABC is equilateral with an area of 9, 3, what is the maximum volume of the tetrahedron DBC? A, 12 3B, 18 3C, 24 3D, 53 3. This question pertains to an inscribed tetrahedron within a sphere, requiring the calculation of maximum volume based on a known base area. The moment Xiao Ming saw the question, the answer crystallized in his mind. The reputation of the super scholar indeed held true. Meanwhile, Su Yitian was still deliberating. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu were likewise deep in thought. Even though this was a multiple-choice question, calculations were still necessary. They had 180 seconds to respond, and after about 5 seconds, Xiao Ming decisively pressed the button. Ding! A feedback sound resonated through the venue. Upon hearing it, the host Sun Chong shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. It's Xiao Ming who pressed the buzzer. "Xiao Ming, you." Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback. How did he respond so quickly? Not only was Su Yitian astonished, but their opponents, as well as the audience, were equally incredulous. Some even speculated that Xiao Ming had inadvertently bumped the button. "We hadn't even finished reading the question, and you pressed the buzzer? Surely this is a joke." Chapter 18. Do you have a grudge against him? The audience below exchanged bewildered glances, awaiting Xiao Ming's response. He caught Su Yitian's puzzled expression and flashed a confident smile. "I already have the answer in mind." He stood up as the camera focused on him. Sun Chong prompted, "Xiao Ming, please reveal your answer." With unwavering confidence, Xiao Ming declared, "The answer to this question is B." Upon hearing this, Sun Chong responded, "Oh, Xiao Ming has provided us with the answer B. Congratulations, Xiao Ming. Your answer is correct." The score for Xiao Ming's team increased by 1 point. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment upon hearing the correct answer, many staring incredulously at Xiao Ming's position. One student exclaimed, "How did he arrive at that answer in just 5 seconds? Who knows? Perhaps he had encountered this question before. I suspect he might be an actor hired by the production team." The audience buzzed with various opinions, some expressing skepticism about the authenticity of the event, a common occurrence that the production team had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, Many girls in the audience gazed at Xiao Ming with admiration, eager to connect with him on social media after the competition. Who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome young man who excelled academically? Of course, academic prowess was secondary to his looks. On stage, Su Yitian está mered, YYU. Xiao Ming chuckled. Well, what do you think? Surprised, are we? Just wait. The surprises are far from over. With the knowledge of a super scholar, winning a prize of 10,000 yuan is undoubtedly within reach. All right, let us proceed to the second question. Swiftly, the second question appeared. After 5 or 6 seconds, Xiao Ming confidently pressed the button once more. As before, the audience was once again astonished. The answer is A. Correct. Xiao Ming's team scored yet another point. Opposite them, Yang Tong and Su Tongyu felt immense pressure mounting. Could it be that Xiao Ming was operating at an extraordinary level? His speed in answering questions was astounding. Being completely overshadowed in the first round was indeed quite embarrassing. As the competition progressed, Xiao Ming moderated his pace slightly. If he continued to dominate the rapid responses, it could potentially break the morale of his opponents. However, Xiao Ming was primarily concerned about ensuring that Su Yitian felt included. He didn't want her to feel as though she had contributed nothing, even if they emerged victorious. Time flew by, and soon they reached the final question. At this point, Xiao Ming's team had amassed 12 points, while their opponents had only managed 7, although Xiao Ming had refrained from answering on numerous occasions. The performance of the two girls was still significantly below that of Su Yitian. It could be said that without Xiao Ming's contributions, Su Yitian alone could have secured victory in this round. The final question was not particularly challenging, yet both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian refrained from pressing the buzzer. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu were also deep in contemplation, and it took over a minute before Yang Tong finally pressed the buzzer. While the outcome of the match was already determined, they did not concede defeat easily. Yang Tong answered, "The final answer is C." "Correct," confirmed the host Sun Chong, nodding, as the scoreboard reflected that Yang Tong's team had now scored 8 points. The first round of competition had come to a close. Sun Chong brought the microphone closer to his lips and addressed the position of Yang Tong's team. "I regret to inform you, Yang Tong and Su Tongyu, that you have not advanced." "That's all right," Yang Tong and Su Tongyu replied, undeterred by their elimination. They recognized that this competition had provided them with valuable insights and an awareness of their own shortcomings. The two individuals swiftly departed the scene, while Sun Chong shifted his gaze towards Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. "Congratulations to both of you for advancing. Please wait off stage for a moment until the second round of competition concludes." Next, he called upon Yang Hui, Luo Yuzhe, Wang Sheng, and Wang Li to take the stage for the second match. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian promptly exited the stage, and the surrounding audience couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Ming's position, having just witnessed his remarkable performance. Indeed, he was exceedingly impressive. However, those girls who had previously boasted about adding Xiao Ming on WeChat now found their courage diminished. Most felt a common sentiment. When faced with someone they admired, they often felt unworthy. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrived at the designated resting area for contestants. After sitting down, Su Yitian, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally spoke up. "Xiao Ming, you just..." Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Ming interjected, "I've been practicing questions daily, familiarizing myself with the types of problems, which is why I answered so quickly." Su Yitian appared momentarily bewildered. She pressed on, "But you answered the first 2 questions far too quickly. Those were the original questions. It was merely a coincidence that I encountered them again, allowing me to respond immediately," he explained. Su Yitian furrowed her brow, uncertain of the veracity of Xiao Ming's claims. Yet, she reasoned that his scores must indeed be genuine. "Alright, Yitian, don't overthink it. The upcoming match is what truly matters. Let us strive to bring home that 10,000 yuan," he encouraged. Su Yitian nodded slightly. On stage, Yang Hui, Luo Yuzhe, Wang Sheng, and Wang Li had commenced their competition. As senior students from Xianhai No. 1 High School, Yang Hui and Luo Yuzhe boasted excellent academic records. Wang Sheng and Wang Li were no less capable, their parents being high school teachers who prioritized their children's academic success. In the first question, Yang Hui decisively buzzed in, earning the first point. In the second question, Wang Sheng solved it within 20 seconds, also scoring. Compared to the first match, the competition among these four proved to be far more engaging, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. After half an hour, Yang Hui and Luo Yuzhe emerged victorious with a score of 11-9. Following the conclusion, a break ensued, during which Luo Yuzhe and Yang Hui unexpectedly approached Xiao Ming. From Zhenhua, Luo Yuzhe directed a condescending look at Xiao Ming. In the city of Xian High number 1 high school and Zhenhua number 1 high school have perpetually been rivals, each vying for academically gifted students during annual admissions. A significant portion of Xian High number 1 students generally looked down upon Zhenhua, who reciprocated this disdain. Xiao Ming regarded Luo Yuzhe's obnoxious demeanor with indifference, shrugging, "Yes, from Zhenhua. Interesting. I look forward to the upcoming match." With that, Luo Yuzhe took Yang Hui and left. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. This was absurd. Did he think they had some enmity? "Do you know him?" Su Yitian asked, gazing at Luo Yuzhe's retreating figure, puzzled. Xiao Ming shook his head. "No, I don't know him. There might be some misunderstanding here." He gestured towards his head. Not dwelling on the matter, 15 minutes later, Sun Chong once again took the microphone. "All right, we are now at the thrilling final match. Who will emerge as the champion and take home the 10,000 yuan grand prize? Let's await the outcome." He then invited Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, Luo Yuzhe, and Yang Hui to the stage. The audience's applause, though not numerous, was fervent as they eagerly anticipated the final showdown. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, along with Yang Hui and Luo Yuzhe, were expected to deliver commendable performances, promising an exciting competition. As Xiao Ming and Su Yitian approached the edge of the stage, they ascended several small steps that facilitated their movement. Sun Chong pointed to the left side. "You two, please take your positions over there." "Understood," they replied. Once seated, Sun Chong continued. "The rules for this match differ slightly from the previous ones, so I ask all four contestants to listen carefully. This match is divided into two halves. The first half will mirror the previous competition, consisting of 10 questions. The teams will still buzz in to answer, but the difficulty level is heightened, remaining within the high school curriculum. Unlike before, however, answering incorrectly will grant points to the opposing team, so please answer cautiously." Upon hearing the host's words, Su Yitian felt a jolt of anxiety. She inhaled deeply, trying to calm her nerves. The risks of buzzing in were considerable. An incorrect answer would benefit the opponent, necessitating a more measured approach. Sun Chong elaborated. "In the second half, our judging teacher will present 4 challenging problems that must be answered live, including detailed solution steps. Points will be awarded based on the accuracy of these steps, with each major problem worth 10 points. The final score will be determined by the total points accumulated." After finishing, Sun Chong glanced at the 4 contestants. "Do you understand? Or is there anything to add?" They all shook their heads. "Good. The match is about to commence. Contestants, please prepare yourselves, as the first question is about to appear." 3 seconds later, the first question materialized on the screen before them, with a notably lengthy response time of 330 seconds. The question was extensive, and they had scratch paper available for calculations. Upon its appearance, Su Yitian fixated on the question, her hand instinctively moving to jot down calculations on the scratch paper. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was deep in contemplation. Many students in the audience, upon seeing the question on the big screen, began to work it out as well. After approximately a minute, Xiao Ming finally arrived at a solution. The difficulty was indeed considerable. "I've got it," he exclaimed just as Su Yitian beside him suddenly spoke up. Turning to him with curiosity, "What about you? Have you figured it out?" Taken aback by her speed, Xiao Ming nodded as they both simultaneously declared, "I got A." This moment elicited laughter from both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, pleasantly surprised by their unexpected synchronicity. "Indeed, it's A. Yitian, you should buzz in." "Okay." Su Yitian nodded eagerly. Seizing the opportunity before their opponents could respond, she decisively pressed the button. With a satisfying beep, the host brightened. "It is Su Yitian who has buzzed in. Please state your answer." "A. Su Yitian stood confidently. Projlaimin herans chef." With both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian selecting A, they could confidently affirm the correctness of their answer. Correct. The Xiao Ming and Su Yitian team earns 1 point. Next question. The second question appeared immediately on the screen, leaving Xiao Ming's opponents, Luo Yuzhe and Yang Hui, momentarily stunned. How could they work so quickly? Luo Yuzhe, known for ranking first in his grade at Exine High No. 1 high school, was also among the top 30 in the province. With an air of arrogance, he seldom found anyone worthy of his regard. However, he was utterly unprepared for the formidable prowess exhibited by the individual across from him, Jinhua. Yang Hui glanced at Luo Yuzhe and quickly reassured him, "Do not be concerned. Perhaps they merely stumbled upon a lucky guess. Let us hasten to tackle the second problem." Just then, a beep echoed as the second question was answered by the opposing team. Yang Hui and Luo Yuzhe were left bewildered. They had yet to even glimpse the question before it was answered. Surely this was a farce. At that moment, Xiao Ming stood up and declared, "Option C." The answer was correct, and Xiao Ming earned another point. Once seated, he chuckled, "What a coincidence. You explained this question to me just this morning. Look, even competitions can feature familiar problems." Now, let's move on to the third question. Su Yitian was eager not to waste time, as the third problem posed considerable difficulty. Even the exceptionally knowledgeable Xiao Ming picked up his pen, ready to calculate. Naturally, his speed far surpassed that of the average person. 2 minutes later, Xiao Ming set down his pen and turned his gaze toward Su Yitian. "For this question, I calculated option C." "Huh?" Su Yitian scratched her head. "But I arrived at option..." Xiao Ming paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had made an error? Despite possessing superior knowledge, mistakes were still possible, especially now, when he felt slightly disoriented. Su Yitian suggested, "I might have miscalculated. Let's go with your answer. I have a feeling mine is off too." Just then, Luo Yuzhe from the opposing team abruptly pressed the buzzer. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were taken aback. They had acted hastily, allowing the other team to gain the upper hand. Yet, it was merely 1 point. It was inconsequential to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Sun Chang announced, this time, it was Luo Yuzhe who pressed the buzzer. "Please share your answer." "B." Luo Yuzhe proclaimed confidently. Upon hearing his answer, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian exchanged glances. Sun Chang declared, "Luo Yuzhe has provided us with the answer B. Let's check the big screen to see if B is indeed correct." As the host spoke, the answer materialized on the screen. C. A collective sigh of disappointment rippled through some of Luo Yuzhe's supporters. "I'm afraid, Luo Yuzhe, your answer is incorrect. According to the rules of this round, your opponents will receive an additional point." With that, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian scores increased to 3. This left Xiao Ming momentarily speechless. Frankly, he never anticipated that Luo Yuzhe would answer incorrectly, inadvertently gifting them a point. Meanwhile, Luo Yuzhe's face was twisted with rage, while Xiao Ming and Su Yitian struggled to contain their mirth. The extent of the other team's frustration only heightened their own amusement. The fourth question commenced. Chapter 20, The Championship, concerning triangles. Time slipped away, and the competition continued. Soon, the first half of the match concluded. Ultimately, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian amassed a total of 7 points, while Luo Yuzhe and Yang Hui garnered only 3. Their lead was substantial, and as long as they maintained their composure in the subsequent rounds, victory and the prize of 10,000 yuan was assured. With the first half concluded, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were in the lead, prompting Sun Chang to announce, everyone can now scan the QR code on their phones. After a brief promotional interlude, the competition transitioned to the second half. For staff members brought 4 whiteboards to the stage, along with 4 sheets of A4 paper. Sun Chang declared, "We now proceed to the final segment of today as competition. I hold 4 distinct questions of similar difficulty, which will be randomly assigned to each of you. You will need to write a detailed solution on the whiteboard, and our judges will score your work. You will have half an hour to complete it. Are you all ready?" "Yes." The 4 contestants nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luo Yuzhe's composure was beginning to fray. Having lost the first half, his mentality had shifted, making it increasingly challenging to perform optimally. "All right, since everyone appears ready, I will mix up the order of the papers and distribute them randomly." With that, Sun Chang folded the 4 sheets of A4 paper and shuffled them. He first handed them to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, followed by Luo Yujie and Yang Hui. Upon unfolding his paper, Xiao Ming discovered that his question pertained to analytical geometry. Given his frequent practice, he recognized that the difficulty level was comparable to that of the college entrance examination. For the average student, it indeed posed a challenge. The rules stipulated that they must complete their answers within 30 minutes. However, failure to finish would not result in a blank submission. Partial credit would be awarded for each step completed. This was a common refrain from teachers to encourage students not to leave answers blank. After reviewing the question, Xiao Ming curiously inquired of Su Yitian, "How about you, Yitian? Is your question difficult?" "Not particularly," Su Yitian shook her head. "It's a trigonometric function problem. Don't worry. I have no issues with it." "That's good to hear." Xiao Ming took a deep breath. This question posed no significant challenge to him either. Though his mind felt somewhat hazy, he was beginning to formulate a plan after seeing the problem. The production team allotted them a few minutes to contemplate the question. After 5 minutes, Sun Chang announced, "Have you all finished reviewing the questions? If so, we can begin." "Go for it, Yitian." Xiao Ming gently patted her shoulder, and Su Yitian nodded in response. "You two, good luck. Rest assured." Xiao Ming thumped his chest, while Su Yitian furrowed her brow, not overthinking it. Soon, all 4 contestants approached their respective whiteboards. The staff provided them with whiteboard markers, and with the signal to begin, they all commenced writing. Simultaneously, their questions appeared on the large screen at the back, prompting lively discussion among the audience. Students, eager to challenge themselves, pulled out their notebooks to work through the problems. A significant number of girls in the audience were captivated by Xiao Ming, whose performance had won the hearts of many. It was fair to say he had garnered quite a following. On stage, Luo Yujie felt increasing pressure, stealing glances at Xiao Ming. He grew more unsettled upon seeing the latter's relaxed demeanor. This affected his concentration on the questions. Such was the consequence of pride. These questions were solvable by any academically proficient senior high school student. However, the production team was not only concerned with accuracy, but also with the speed of response. 20 minutes into the round, all 4 contestants had filled 3/4 of their whiteboards. Some questions, with their numerous steps, required more space than a single board could accommodate. Promptly, the staff provided them with additional whiteboards. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ming pinned down his final answer. 0. Line L is tangent to C. 0. Line L intersects C. Sighing in relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He could not help but fix his gaze upon Su Yitian, who was diligently engrossed in her writing. Her expression was one of utmost seriousness, occasionally tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and her exquisite profile captivated Xiao Ming, preventing him from diverting his attention. Once Xiao Ming completed his answers, the host brought the microphone to his lips. Now that Xiao Ming has finished his responses, there are less than 5 minutes remaining. I urge the 3 contestants to answer promptly. As he spoke, Sun Chang could not resist stealing a few more glances at Xiao Ming. Having hosted dozens of episodes of Super Mathematician, he noted that Xiao Ming's composure and steadiness stood out remarkably amid so many contestants. Equally impressive was the aura of reliability that surrounded him. However, the crux of the matter lay in Xiao Ming's exceptional performance throughout the competition. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Ultimately, Su Yitian was unable to complete the last question. Luo Yujie faced the same fate. But what surprised Xiao Ming was that Yang Hui managed to write down her answer just as time was running out. "Time is up. Please put down your pens and return to your respective positions." Su Yitian, having not finished, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She sighed, "It's over. It's over. I was just 2 steps away from finishing." "Xiao Ming, I fear I may hold you back." "Not at all," replied Xiao Ming with a gentle smile. He had glanced at Su Yitian's work and found it commendable. Her reasoning was clear, though she had failed to arrive at the final result. There was no doubt she would earn a score. As for Luo Yujie, perhaps due to his mindset, he had misapplied a formula midway through the competition, leading to predictable errors in his answers. The 4 staff members promptly removed their whiteboards for the judges to assess. The audience awaited the results with bated breath. Su Yitian felt a surge of anxiety. She was eager to claim the 10,000 yuan prize. After 10 minutes, a staff member handed Sun Chang an A4 sheet, presumably containing the results of the competition. "Now, I asked the 4 contestants to stand and join me, he announced. Come here, Yitian. Xiao Ming discreetly took her hand and stood to Sun Chang's left, while Luo Yujie and Yang Hui positioned themselves to his right. I will now reveal the final scores. Sun Chang glanced at the results sheet. Xiao Ming scored 10 points in the second half, with all steps and answers correct. Su Yitian scored 7 points, with correct steps but an incomplete final result. The combined score for Xiao Ming and Su Yitian is 24 points. Luo Yujie scored 5 points in the second half due to incorrect formula usage, while Yang Hui scored 10 points, with all steps and answers correct. The combined score for Yang Hui and Luo Yujie is 18 points. Therefore, I declare the champions of this round to be Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Chapter 21 Yitian. How should we divide the prize money? All right. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. At that moment, Su Yitian felt tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Ming. We're first. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaned closer to him, gazing at him with deep affection. Of course, it's all thanks to you, but I still feel incredible. You silly girl, you played a crucial role too. Without you, how could we have claimed the top spot? She nodded silently, while Sun Chang interjected, congratulations to both of you for winning the championship of this round of Super Mathematician. Xiao Ming, do you have any words of gratitude? Huh? Caught off guard by Sun Chang's question, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. Yet, he brought the microphone to his lips. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity to showcase my abilities. This victory would not have been possible without my partner as support, so I would like to express my heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Yitian. As he spoke, Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. Such an adorable gesture. The audience groaned, rolling their eyes at the public display of affection. Simultaneously, Su Yitian felt flustered, her cheeks tinged with pink as she battled shyness. Ha! Sun Chang chuckled, then continued. According to our competition rules, both of you will receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan and an opportunity to participate in the finals. How do you plan to allocate this prize money? I suggest we buy some clothes and study materials, and perhaps treat ourselves to something nice, she replied with a smile. Ha, sound good. Sun Chang turned his gaze to the camera. Thus, we conclude this episode of Super Mathematician. See you next week in Jinghai City. Once the cameras ceased rolling, Sun Chang focused on Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Come with me to collect your cash prize. We sincerely invite you to participate in the finals of Super Mathematician, which will bring you many benefits. You may discuss it with your parents. Of course. Xiao Ming nodded with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Su Yitian, intrigued by the prospect of the finals, could not help but inquire, when will the finals take place? After the Lantern Festival, coinciding with the start of the new school term. Oh, Su Yitian nodded, blinking at Xiao Ming as if asking whether they should attend. At that moment, Sun Chang added, this may cause a delay in your school schedule, but if you decide to go, the school will certainly approve, as you will be representing them. Exactly, Xiao Ming affirmed. He considered that if they did attend, the school might even reimburse their travel expenses, given that they were representatives. As they spoke, Sun Chang had already led Xiao Ming and Su Yitian to Zhang, who was holding the cash prize of 10,000 yuan. It was evidently prepared for them. After counting the money, Zhang naturally handed it over. Truly, these are the carefully selected contestants. Here is your reward. Thank you. Xiao Ming accepted the cash, his eyes sparkling with delight. After all, no one dislikes money. Could you please leave your contact information? We will reach out to you before the finals. Sure. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian provided their contact details and soon left the venue, arriving outside a bank. Yitian, how shall we divide the prize money? Chapter 22, Divide the Money? Su Yitian was taken aback. Observing her perplexed expression, Xiao Ming nodded. Of course. This was not solely my achievement. 10,000 yuan is no small sum. Why not split it 50-50? No. Su Yitian shook her head earnestly. This competition was largely your triumph. You can keep it all. You don't need to share with me. Certainly not. It must be 50-50. After all, we earned this through our joint efforts. How about this? Su Yitian suggested. I'll take 2,000 yuan, and you can keep the rest. You could buy some clothes or study materials, and your parents would surely be delighted. Hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Ming contemplated carefully. He decided to keep the 3,000 yuan for now, planning to spend it on Su Yitian later, perhaps for her school lunches, a new phone, or some study materials or clothes. If she would be forced, she would undoubtedly refuse. As this thought crossed Xiao Ming's mind, he felt it was a feasible option. He nodded and suggested, "It's inconvenient to carry cash. Why not deposit it into a bank card instead?" "All right," Su Yitian agreed, indicating her approval. The two then proceeded to the ICBC Huaxia Bank. After they had opened a bank account, they deposited the 10,000 yuan. Su Yitian was particularly stubborn. Even when Xiao Ming wanted to deposit more for her, she would not accept it. Upon leaving the bank, Xiao Ming took a deep breath, feeling quite pleased. "Yitian, today has brought us such good fortune. Instead of heading to the library, how about we stroll around instead? Are you planning to buy clothes while shopping?" "Yes." Xiao Ming took Su Yitian's hand and said, "Let us go. The Guomao Tower is just ahead. Let us take a look." With that, he led her forward with a playful rush. "Hey, Xiao Ming, slow down." The two figures entered the Guomao, where numerous affordable clothing stores awaited. Xiao Ming had a clear objective in mind. He directly pulled her into a women's clothing store. At that moment, Su Yitian quickly interjected, Hey. This is a women's clothing store. Xiao Ming, do you have some peculiar preference?" "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Peculiar preferences? How could he possibly have any? Women's clothing was out of the question. But this is a women's clothing store. Today is about buying you clothes. Xiao Ming knew that she usually hesitated to buy clothes, which was precisely why he had brought her along. "Hello, welcome to you both." Just then, a well-dressed, fair-skinned saleswoman approached with a warm smile. "Are you here to look at clothes?" "Yes," Xiao Ming replied with a grin. "Please help my companion here find some outfits." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman glanced at Su Yitian. In fact, both had caught her eye the moment they entered. Whether it was the young man or the young woman, their beauty was striking, and they complemented each other remarkably well. After assessing Su Yitian, the saleswoman replied with a broad smile, "Certainly. We have just received some new arrivals. You should let your girlfriend try them on. I believe she will look stunning in them. Please follow me," she said, leading Su Yitian deeper into the store. Meanwhile, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed. Had she been mistaken for his girlfriend already? Xiao Ming chuckled at her rosy face. This girl, always so shy. So innocent. "Yitian, why are you dawdling? Go and check out the clothes." "Huh, all right." Su Yitian nodded, and they made their way to the clothing section. Most of the garments were long-sleeved, as short sleeves were becoming increasingly rare with October just around the corner and the weather growing chillier. "Miss, take a look at this sweatshirt. It's one of our new arrivals. The weather isn't too cold yet, and the non-fleece fabric is just right. If it gets colder, you can layer it with a top underneath and wear a jacket over it in the winter," the saleswoman explained. Su Yitian felt a bit overwhelmed by the saleswoman's enthusiastic pitch. Xiao Ming's gaze fell upon a pure white sweatshirt adorned with a cute bear design. It had a loose fit and looked quite appealing at first glance. The price was 199 yuan, which wasn't exorbitant for Xiao Ming. He turned to Su Yitian. "So, what do you think, Yitian? Do you like it?" Su Yitian furrowed her brow as she examined the sweatshirt. Truth be told, it was indeed attractive, but she found the price hard to accept. "Perhaps at ISNT quite suitable for me." "No worries, you can try it on. Let your boyfriend give his opinion," the saleswoman encouraged. Su Yitian discreetly glanced at Xiao Ming, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yitian, you should give it a try. I think it would look great on you." "All right, I will try it on. What size do you wear?" the saleswoman asked with a smile. She wears M," Xiao Ming interjected confidently. Given that they had been classmates in a previous life, he was well aware of her clothing size. The saleswoman nodded. "All right. Please wait here a moment. The sizes on display tend to run large, so I will fetch the correct size from the stockroom." "Thank you," they replied in unison as the saleswoman left. Su Yitian turned to Xiao Ming. "You know my clothing size?" "Of course," he said, gently ruffling her hair. "Your school uniform is an M, and since we were desk mates, how could I not know?" That's true." Su Yitian felt a blush creeping on her cheeks, surprised by Xiao Ming's attentiveness. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her heart swelled with pink bubbles of affection. "By the way, Xiao Ming, how are your grades?" Su Yitian suddenly recalled his performance that day and couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Ming replied, "In the past, I admit I was rather aimless. However, I now have a goal. In truth, I've been waiting for a certain girl. It wasn't until the end of last semester that I finally found her. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's heart raced. Xiao Ming gazed at her with tender eyes. I wish to attend the same university as you. You want to attend the same university as me? Su Yitian couldn't help but fix her gaze on him, and Xiao Ming nodded, yes indeed. The girl I've been waiting for has always been you. Me? As he uttered those words, her heart raced even faster. Xiao Ming continued, that is precisely why I am motivated to study hard. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if I couldn't get into your university. Su Yitian's face flushed. She yearned to say that it didn't matter. She would follow him wherever he went. Yet, the words remained unspoken. Miss, the clothing has arrived. You could try it on in the fitting room now. At that moment, the saleswoman returned with the sweatshirt. Xiao Ming nodded, go try it on. I want to see how beautiful you look in it. Okay, Su Yitian replied softly. After taking the sweatshirt from the saleswoman, she entered the fitting room. Changing into the sweatshirt was a swift affair. In just 2 minutes, she emerged. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks as she noticed both Xiao Ming and the saleswoman staring at her, which made her even more bashful. She managed to muster a shy smile and asked, so, how do I look? Is this outfit unflattering? Unflattering? It looks absolutely wonderful. Xiao Ming gazed at the silly girl. Not intending to flatter her, Yitian truly looked exceptionally beautiful in that sweatshirt. Especially with her bashful expression, it evoked a strong sense of protectiveness within him. If one were to describe it in poetic terms, it would be, her beautiful eyes glisten with spirit, a gentle smile births 100 charms. The outfit pairs beautifully with light blue denim jeans, entirely embodying a refreshing aesthetic. Naturally, if one were to swap the lower half for a miniskirt complemented by black stockings, it would be even more delightful. Primarily, her physique is commendable. Her legs are particularly straight, perfectly aligning with the currently trending comic book legs. The sales assistant nearby complimented, little sister, this sweatshirt seems tailor-made for you. You should ask your boyfriend if he thinks it looks good. Indeed, it suits you exquisitely. Sweetie, there's a full-length mirror right next to you. Take a look. As Su Yitian slowly turned, she was taken aback by her reflection. The fabric of the sweatshirt felt remarkably comfortable and fit her like a glove. However, she did ponder the price. At that moment, Xiao Ming interjected, sales assistant. We'll take this sweatshirt. All right. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice, the sales assistant smiled and inquired, may I ask if you would like to wear it or change out of it? Before Su Yitian could respond, Xiao Ming decisively stated, just wear it. Please pack her previous clothes. Okay. The sales assistant promptly entered the fitting room. Su Yitian furrowed her brows and remarked, Xiao Ming, this sweatshirt is too expensive, and... Be quiet. Xiao Ming suddenly leaned in, gently stroking the back of her head. I think it suits you perfectly. Consider my treat. From now on, you're not alone anymore. After becoming a couple in their previous life, Su Yitian had shared with him some of her experiences, including her bullying during school and how she had been waiting for him all these years. Xiao Ming had etched all these memories into his heart. He continued, I will study diligently, and we can attend the same university together. How about that? Su Yitian looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She bit her lip, filled with excitement, as this was indeed her wish, to attend university with the boy she liked. She nodded slightly, all right. Xiao Ming grinned. Then let us seal it with a promise. Playfully, Su Yitian teased him about his childishness, but extended her pinky finger nonetheless. Their pinkies entwined as they recited, pinky swear. Tied with a string, for 100 years, we won't change. Whoever changes is a little puppy. Su Yitian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Ming, why are you saying little puppy? Can you truly read my heart? Xiao Ming replied, of course, after all, I was your boyfriend in our past life. Understanding your feelings is quite simple. Well, I believe you. At that moment, Su Yitian felt a sweet flutter in her heart, convinced that Xiao Ming harbored a hint of affection for her. However, the timing of confessing this sentiment remained an enigma, especially since they were still in their senior year of high school. Young man, I've packed your girlfriend's clothes. Please take care of them, the sales assistant said. Kending Su Yitian's clothes to Xiao Ming. After expressing his gratitude, he proceeded to the checkout. In the following hours, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian strolled around the International Trade Center. Su Yitian was a girl who knew how to enjoy life. While they explored, Buying clothes was not on her agenda. At 5 in the afternoon, they passed by a mobile phone store. Remembering that Su Yitian was currently using a basic phone, Xiao Ming suggested, Yitian, since we're in our senior year, why not get a smartphone? Huh? Su Yitian frowned in response. What does being in senior year have to do with getting a smartphone? I feel like I don't really need one. Silly girl. You need a phone to check information and receive class updates, right? Plus, it would make it easier to ask me questions after school. Hearing this, Su Yitian's resolve began to waver. Xiao Ming was correct. She often missed important announcements from their teacher, which she only learned about through a nurse at the hospital. He continued, you only brought 2,000 yuan today, so I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Let us consider the phone as my treat. Come on, let's take a look. With that, he took Su Yitian's hand and led her into the store. The mobile phone store, named Honor and under the Huawei brand, had a good reputation and was reasonably priced, making it suitable for students. Upon entering, they were greeted by a myriad of mobile devices. Since it was September 2018, the latest model was the Honor Play. Hello, are you two here to look at phones? A rather gentlemanly young man approached them. Xiao Ming nodded. We'd like to see the Honor Play. This way, please. The young man guided them to the display of the Honor Play. As Su Yitian gazed at the phone on the showcase, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Honor Play 464 GB 1999 yuan, 664 GB 2,399 yuan. This phone is so expensive. Upon seeing the price, she was already half convinced against it. The young man continued, this model features GPU turbo technology, which enhances gaming performance. He rambled on about specifications that Su Yitian hardly comprehended. However, Xiao Ming, a digital enthusiast, understood fully. For Su Yitian, as long as the phone could access the internet and facilitate video calls, that was sufficient. Xiao Ming, this phone is too pricey. I don't think we need to spend that much. How about we make a trade-off? A trade-off? What do you mean? Xiao Ming explained, we buy this phone today, and in return, you'll tutor me through video calls in the evenings. That, Su Yitian hesitated. I feel like my grades aren't better than yours. If I have questions, can I ask you? Of course. However, she still felt the phone was a bit too costly. Pouting, she said this 10,000 yuan didn't come easily. Once it's spent, it's gone. I feel it's better not to waste it. Is this wasting? Xiao Ming smiled gently. We're investing in something valuable. Money cannot buy grades, but with this phone, we can motivate each other to study. That is not wasteful, is it? At that moment, Su Yitian realized she couldn't argue with Xiao Ming. He continued, with good grades, we can earn a lot in the future, so this isn't wasteful. It's laying a foundation for our future, understand? I can't argue with you. Su Yitian felt a chuckle bubbling up. Xiao Ming's reasoning had some merit. So, let us go ahead and buy the phone. You're so pretty, Yitian, and you should have more beautiful photos. Such a smooth talker. In the end, Xiao Ming purchased the phone. Unabashedly, he insisted that Su Yitian set the lock screen password to his birthday, and then called the carrier to add some data. Lastly, he helped her download educational apps, QQ, and WeChat. After careful calculation, it seemed he had nearly exhausted the 3,000 yuan. However, that was inconsequential as he still had 5,000 left. Xiao Ming's philosophy was to use money to generate more wealth. For someone who had mastered the nuances of time as a reborn individual, he believed this wouldn't pose a problem. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, it was already 6:30. As the streets began to fill with vehicles, it was evident that despite it being Saturday, few enjoyed a true weekend respite, as many only had a single day off. At a nearby bus stop, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian stood patiently awaiting their transport. Beside them were two elderly individuals. Their hair, now a silvery hue, interlocked hands radiating a profound sense of affection. Su Yitian found herself captivated by their presence, contemplating the possibility of her and Xiao Ming mirroring that same love many years hence. She envisioned a life devoid of troubles, simply filled with the bliss of companionship. In that moment, a fleeting sense of longing washed over her, prompting an inward query. Mom and Dad, I wonder where you are and how you fare now. Yitian, what are you thinking about? The bus has arrived. Xiao Ming gently tapped her shoulder, having noticed her momentary distraction. Oh right, let us board. The bus's final destination was the hospital where Su Yitian had spent her life. Although she had never voiced it, Xiao Ming was aware of this fact. They boarded the bus and settled into a window seat in the rear. Once seated, Su Yitian rested her head on Xiao Ming's shoulder, her expression tranquil. As the bus roared to life, she began to speak softly. Xiao Ming, do you know about my past? Xiao Ming's curiosity piqued as he observed her demeanor. Reminiscent of a time long ago when Su Yitian revealed her origins. She continued, you must have heard from other classmates that I am an orphan. Raised in a hospital since childhood, correct? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. I became separated from my parents at the age of 3, and a kind soul brought me to the hospital where I was nurtured, yet I have never encountered my biological parents. She paused, her voice thick with emotion. It was you who helped me during my darkest hour when I was 9. Thank you, Xiao Ming. It was the least I could do, he replied, pulling her into a comforting embrace. At that moment, she was in dire need of solace. Yitian, I truly empathize with you. Your parents must be searching for you. Trust me, there will come a day when you will reunite, he reassured her gently. Yes, Su Yitian's voice quivered slightly. I never imagined I would meet you again. I searched for you for so long. Did you know that I was heartbroken when I learned you had transferred schools? Forgive me. Xiao Ming felt a pang of guilt, realizing that a seemingly trivial action had left a lasting impact on her, intertwined with her past. It's all right. Su Yitian shook her head, but I am grateful to have found you again. I don't wish to part ways anymore. That will never happen, Xiao Ming replied, producing a tissue to wipe her tears. Didn't we agree to study diligently together and aim for a good university? I will always be by your side. Yes. She nodded slightly, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Yet, Xiao Ming sensed the authenticity of her affection for him. At 7:05 p.m., an announcement chimed, Dear passengers, we have arrived at the city hospital station. Please exit at the rear door, ensuring you take all personal belongings and be cautious as the doors open. Xiao Ming. I've arrived, Su Yitian said, gathering her backpack and jacket. Thank you for accompanying me today. It has been the happiest day of my life. I'll head back now, but please remember to call me once you're home. All right, I will. Goodbye, he replied. See you Monday. The time for disembarking was brief, and Su Yitian hurriedly stepped off the bus, waving back at him until the vehicle vanished from her sight. Xiao Ming alighted a short distance from his home and made his way back, pondering the most pressing matter at hand, aiding Su Yitian in locating her biological parents. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 2,000 wish points. Today, you have not yet checked in. Therefore, an automatic check-in has been conducted, granting you an additional 3,000 wish points. Current remaining wish points, 5,000. Chapter 25, Engaging in Small Business Ventures. With 5,000 wish points, I can exchange for another clue, Xiao Ming mused, dismissing further thoughts as he headed home. He withdrew 400 yuan from the ATM outside his community, intending to return some of his father's clandestine savings, acknowledging that it was no easy task to set aside money. Upon arriving home at 7:20 p.m., he found his mother, Zhou Yinwen, waiting in the living room with a frosty demeanor. Oh, so you've returned after your escapades, she remarked, her tone laced with disapproval. I noticed your absence early this morning and assumed you were off gallivanting. Could you not lend a hand with the cleaning? Just look at the chaos on your bedroom desk. No matter how much space I give you, it seems to fill up instantly. Hurry and tidy it up, or don't expect dinner tonight. Is my mother going through a midlife crisis? He thought, as she stormed in like a ferocious tiger, denying him any chance to explain. In truth, his room was quite tidy, barring a few excess books. Zhou Yinwen shot him an exasperated glance. Get to it. After dinner, you need to finish your homework. If your teacher calls me again this semester, just wait and see how I deal with you. Wang Kai, the family dog, began to prance around his feet, prompting Xiao Ming to feel resigned as he kicked the dog playfully and retreated to his room. Unbelievable, he scoffed, tossing his bag onto the bed and pulling out his phone to message Su Yitian. Yitian, I'm home. I'll be eating soon. Great. I'm already eating, she replied almost instantaneously, clearly having been waiting for his message. Well, eat first, and I'll contact you after dinner, he responded. Okay. After putting down his phone, Xiao Ming left his room, just as his father emerged from his own. After washing their hands, they both sat down at the dining table. At that moment, Xiao Ming said, "Mom, today's super mathematician is at Xinhai, right by the Xinhua Library." "Oh," his mother replied, her expression unchanged. She was familiar with the show, often watching it. "Don't you want to ask if I participated or if I won?" he probed. "With your skills?" Zhou Yinwen glanced at him skeptically, believing that he had long since squandered his potential. "If it weren't for your father's shortcomings, you would have been practicing a different instrument." Xiao Ming sighed, opting not to explain further, as he knew his mother's disposition well. He decided to let the program speak for itself the next day. She would surely be taken aback. After dinner, he retreated to his room, closed the door, and addressed the system. "I would like to exchange for clues regarding Su Yitian's parents once more." Exchange successful. The familiar screen materialized before him again. Clue 1. Su Yitian's mother is currently in Jiangbei Province, Jinghai City. Right next door. Xiao Ming realized that Jinghai City was adjacent to Xinhai City, approximately 120 kilometers from his location. Not far at all. A high-speed train could cover that distance in about half an hour. Just then, the second clue appeared. Clue 2. Currently, Su Yitian's father is in Tianan Province, Sanya City. Sanya City? It is the southernmost city in Huaxia, while he is presently located in the East China region, several thousand kilometers away. Could it be that her father has gone to Sanya in search of her? As Xiao Ming pondered this, he sighed. The possibility of a father seeking out his daughter in Sanya was quite plausible. Given any lead that matched his daughter, he would undoubtedly rush there without hesitation. This clue has been provided in full. The system panel subsequently closed, leaving Xiao Ming with a heavy heart. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found it was none other than Su Yitian. Was this young lady so eager to reach him? Notably, she had initiated a video call. Xiao Ming accepted the call, placing the phone on the table, and Su Yitian's image appeared on the screen. She had not changed her attire, still wearing the sweatshirt she had purchased earlier that day. At this moment, she appeared somewhat bashful. Xiao Ming, emboldened, teased, "What's the matter? Did you miss me already, just an hour later? What are you thinking?" It was evident that she was blushing. She hurriedly responded, "I was just working on some math problems and I got stuck on one. There was no answer on Xiao Yuan's search, so I thought I'd ask you." "Haha," Xiao Ming replied. "Of course, you can send me a picture of the problem, and I'll take a look." "Okay." Su Yitian briefly turned off the video, sent a photo, and then called back immediately. She began, "It's this problem. By the way, Xiao Ming, have you eaten yet?" "I've already had dinner." Xiao Ming scrutinized the problem. It was indeed quite challenging, but fortunately he knew how to solve it. He promptly took out a notebook and set up a phone stand to capture what he was writing. To prevent shadows, he turned on the desk lamp. "Can you see what I'm writing?" "Yes, I can." Su Yitian beamed at the phone screen, her joy palpable. Xiao Ming was particularly attentive to her needs, and her happiness made him relish the moment. "All right, listen closely. This problem is..." He began to write on the draft paper, possessing the knowledge of a top scholar, ready to tutor Su Yitian. The two of them engaged in problem-solving and conversation, and Xiao Ming's performance continually reshaped Su Yitian's worldview. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "I feel like your explanations are even clearer than our math teacheress. With the upcoming monthly exam, you're sure to make significant progress." "Absolutely." Xiao Ming smiled slightly, then inquired, "By the way, after the monthly exam, it will be National Day. Do you have any plans?" Su Yitian pondered for a moment, then replied, "I want to work part-time at a buffet to earn some money during the holiday." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming suggested, "How about we start a small business together?" "Huh?" Chapter 26. Are you satisfied with having her as your daughter-in-law? A small business? Su Yitian was taken aback by his words. She looked at him in confusion. "Are you planning to sell something?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, selling some snacks. We can start preparing soon. What do you think? Would you like to help?" "Of course." Although Su Yitian was unsure of Xiao Ming's intentions, the thought of spending time with him and assisting him made her exceedingly happy. It's settled then. Xiao Ming contemplated. Many popular snacks from his past life could potentially do well. For instance, selling items like 10 grilled sausages seemed promising. Of course, publicity would be necessary. As time passed, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian worked on their homework together. Around 11 in the evening, they bid each other good night and ended the video call. Xiao Ming dashed into the bathroom for a shower and then lay down on his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The next day, at 7:50 p.m., Mom and Dad, hurry up. The show is about to start. Tonight, Xiao Ming had personally prepared dinner, making 3 dishes and a soup, all of which Su Yitian had loved in his past life. Unfortunately, she was not there. What are you staring at? It's much better to eat at the dining table rather than on the coffee table, Xiao Yinwen chided, walking over with chopsticks. Just wait and see, Xiao Ming chuckled. Although she seemed reluctant, she sat down on the sofa. Indeed, tonight, Xiao Ming intended for his parents to watch Super Mathematician. After all, he had performed quite well on the show yesterday, and his mother preferred to watch rather than listen to his explanations. It also provided them a glimpse of their future daughter-in-law. Dad, Mom, keep your eyes peeled. You might just drop your jaws in astonishment. Xiao Guisheng chuckled. What could possibly make us drop our jaws? All right, let us eat. We're watching. Time swiftly passed to 8 p.m., and Super Mathematician officially began broadcast. Tonight's episode featured yesterday as competition. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the audience present. I am your host, Sun Chong, and thank you for joining us. The familiar opening commenced, and initially, Xiao Ming's parents did not sense anything unusual until the host announced the names Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Upon seeing him take the stage, their expressions morphed into surprise. Both parents turned their attention to Xiao Ming. Xiao Guosheng could not help but exclaim, Son, you participated in this show? Yes. Xiao Ming nodded. Good heavens. Xiao Guosheng was somewhat incredulous and continued. So, did you win any awards? You'll find out shortly. Xiao Ming replied as his parents focused intently on the television, just in time for his self-introduction. Xiao Guosheng watched his son on the screen, a smile creeping across his face. No doubt he is my son. He looks just like me. Handsome. Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes beside him. After Xiao Ming finished his self-introduction, the camera shifted directly to Su Yitian. At that moment, Su Yitian appeared quite lovely, her expression shy and exceptionally pure. In his past life, his parents had greatly favored Su Yitian. When they learned of her heart failure, they had offered some financial assistance. Unfortunately, the cost of treatment was exorbitant, and Xiao Ming felt too embarrassed to keep spending his family's money, leading him down the path of online loans. This had also been a source of conflict with his parents. Thankfully, nothing of that sort had transpired now. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yitian from Jinhua, and I'm honored to participate in this event. Su Yitian's bashful self-introduction prompted Xiao Guosheng to nudge Xiao Ming with his elbow, unable to contain himself. Son, this young lady is quite beautiful. Are you in the same class? Yes, Dad. She's my deskmate, Xiao Ming replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, Zhou Yinwen seemed to recall something. She frowned at Xiao Ming and asked, Didn't you go to the internet CAF yesterday? Were you on a date with this girl? Mom, do I often go to internet CAFs? Besides, what date? We went to the library to do our homework together. It hasn't developed to that extent yet. As he spoke, Zhou Yinwen thought for a moment. Indeed, Xiao Ming had returned home with a bag that appeared to contain test papers. Wait a minute. Zhou Yinwen suddenly realized something and fixed her gaze on Xiao Ming. What do you mean it hasn't developed to that extent? Are you in a relationship? Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng could no longer remain composed. Upon encountering Su Yitian, she immediately took a liking to the young lady. If Xiao Ming could win her affection and make her his fiancée, it would indeed be quite splendid. Wife, look at this charming girl. How fitting it would be for her to become our daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yinwen inexplicably felt that Xia Guosheng's words held some merit. In today's society, the number of girls is scarce, and considering their son is already 18, isn't it the perfect time for him to embark on a romantic relationship post-exams? After his father's remarks, Xiao Ming chimed in, Exactly, Mom. Su Yitian stands at 1.67 meters, and you've seen her beauty. She is simply stunning. Plus her academic performance places her among the top 3 in her class. Zhou Yinwen remained silent, while Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Xia Guosheng. Dad, how about letting her be your daughter-in-law? Are you satisfied? Absolutely. Xia Guosheng showed no hesitation in his response. Looking at Xiao Ming, it seems your bond is rather special. Well done. My boy, you've inherited your old man's charm. Indeed. At this moment, Zhou Yinwen interjected, Son, Focus on your studies and don't hinder her academic achievements. Aim for university. Mom, to be honest, I've been secretly working hard these past few weeks. I secured first place in yesterday's competition. Words are unnecessary. Just watch the competition and you'll see. Xiao Ming was in high spirits, as it was clear his mother had developed an interest in Su Yitian. Naturally, this was within Xiao Ming's expectations. The family of three sat together, engrossed in a television program where the competition was specially edited, with questions appearing directly on the screen. Xiao Ming's performance continuously redefined his parents' perceptions. Previously, Xiao Ming's grades had been rather mediocre, yet his display during the competition was outstanding. He could only attribute this success to his collaboration with Su Yitian. Zhou Yinwen began another round of advice, urging him to learn more from Su Yitian. Xiao Ming listened with one ear and let it out the other. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian clinch first place, his parents were filled with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a commendable achievement. After dinner, Xiao Ming took the initiative to wash the dishes, chatted with Su Yitian for a while in his room, and soon fell asleep. The next day marked the final week of September, which meant the monthly exams were approaching. Xiao Ming was not overly concerned about his grades. He was studying liberal arts, and his performance in other subjects was satisfactory, though English and mathematics posed some challenges. He didn't dwell on it much. Eager to see Su Yitian, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 27. Director Pan is looking for you. The following morning, as the phone rang, Xiao Ming began dressing. His first task, after rising, was to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received 1,000 wish points. 1,000? That seems a bit meager. Xiao Ming brushed it off, and after completing his morning routine and breakfast, he headed straight to Jinhua High School. At precisely 7 o'clock, he entered Class 3 with his backpack. At that moment, not many classmates had arrived, and upon seeing Xiao Ming, Zuan Tiansheng immediately approached him. Wow, I can't help but exclaim. So, your brother Ming, you went on a date with your deskmate on Saturday, yet you still participated in Super Mathematician. How was it? Did you see Su Yitian last night? As he spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face, and he made a grabbing gesture. Xiao Ming looked utterly bewildered. What on earth was he talking about? Engaging in conversation with Zuan Tiansheng was often laced with innuendo. Get lost, Zuan Tiansheng. I have no idea what is going on in your head. Xiao Ming waved him off, uninterested in his antics. At this time, Su Yitian had yet to arrive, so he settled into his chair, stowing his backpack in the desk compartment. Zuan Tiansheng chuckled, plopping down on Xiao Ming's desk, and continued, You've become quite the popular figure at school. You wouldn't believe it. But the video of you and Su Yitian competing has been shared on the school forum. Now, the whole of Jinhua knows about your competition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned. What do you mean fear? Fear of what? I mean, you held her hand during the competition. I'm just saying, what if Director Pan saw? Xiao Ming understood Zuan Tiansheng's implication. After all, Director Pan had previously stated that there was no dating allowed at Jinhua. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? The school was unlikely to intervene in such matters, especially since he and she had yet to define their relationship. Isn't that coming soon? Zuan Tiansheng expressed envy. He was a repeat student, and his previous good friend had found a girlfriend and gone to college. He never expected that after repeating a year, his friend would also be on the verge of entering a relationship. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Just then, Su Yitian appeared at the classroom entrance. She was not wearing the sweatshirt bought yesterday, but, as always, donned a Jinhua uniform. Of course, wearing the uniform was a school regulation, and the Jinhua attire was not unattractive. On her, it evoked a sense of entering a youthful romantic drama. She remained as pure as ever. Upon entering the classroom, Su Yitian's gaze was immediately drawn to Xiao Ming. A gentle smile graced her lips, exuding a healing aura. Recognizing her approach, Zuan Tiansheng wisely vacated the area. Good morning, Xiao Ming. She waved at him, radiating vivacity. Good morning. Su Yitian chuckled, and, after sitting down, she placed her backpack in the desk compartment. Curiously, Xiao Ming inquired, Yitian, did you watch Super Mathematician last night? Of course. Su Yitian nodded. Even the nurses at the hospital praised me. By the way, you watched it too, right? Yes, Xiao Ming replied softly, I watched it with my parents. Can you guess their thoughts about you? Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's eyes widened. Their thoughts about me? Yes, Xiao Ming continued, I must tell you. My dad was quite taken with you from the very first glance, and wants you to be his daughter-in-law. At this revelation, Su Yitian's face flushed crimson, and her heart raced. Xiao Ming's directness caught her off guard. The first feeling that washed over her was excitement, akin to the warmth of a confession from someone she admired. An unforgettable sensation. Secondly, she felt a wave of shyness. After all, she was a girl and needed to maintain some modesty. With a teasing yet nervous tone, she replied, "It seems my beauty has left quite the impression, hasn't it?" Indeed, Xiao Ming thought, gazing at her blushing face, wanting nothing more than to steal a kiss. Su Yitian bashfully added, "Actually, the nurses at the hospital also asked me about our relationship." "Oh," Xiao Ming's curiosity piqued. He asked, "What did you say?" "I told them the truth, that you helped me when I was 9 and have been tutoring and taking care of me ever since." At this, Su Yitian lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. "Xiao Ming, you're really wonderful." "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Xiao Ming chuckled. "Is the next thing you're about to say that I'm a good person?" "Not at all. I don't just hand out good person cards lightly, you know." "Haha, I was only joking." Time flew by, and before long, it was 7:20, marking the start of morning reading. Wang Qibei entered the classroom holding his Chinese textbook. After announcing the morning reading tasks, he slowly made his way to Xiao Ming's side. He gently tapped on Xiao Ming's desk and whispered, "Xiao Ming, you and Su Yitian need to step out for a moment. Director Pan is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. "What? Director Pan is looking for us?" He recalled what Xian Tian had just told him and was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. At that moment, Wang Qibei had already exited through the back door. Su Yitian, who had also heard the homeroom teacher's words, furrowed her brow and asked, "Director Pan is looking for us? What could it be about?" Xiao Ming shook his head. "Let's go check it out." The two quickly left the classroom, where Wang Qibei was waiting for them outside. Spotting Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, he couldn't help but remark, "You two are participating in the super mathematician competition this Saturday, Xiao Ming. You performed remarkably well. Who would have thought?" "Please don't say that, Teacher Wang," Xiao Ming replied. "By the way, what does Director Pan want with us?" "I'm not sure what he wants. I've forgotten the specifics regarding you two," Wang Qibei said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was stunned. Could it be that he found out about me holding Su Yitian's hand during the competition? At this moment, anxiety gripped Xiao Ming's heart, and Su Yitian's expression was equally troubled. Given Jinhua's strict management, any breach of school discipline could lead to expulsion. "You should hurry and go. I really don't know. Just ask Director Pan. He's waiting for you in his office," Wang Qibei urged. "All right," Xiao Ming and Su Yitian responded as they made their way toward the director's office. On the way, Su Yitian couldn't help but ask Xiao Ming, "Do you think Director Pan is calling us because we're too close? That shouldn't be the case, right?" Xiao Ming said, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 28. Director Pan wants us to be a couple? Upon reaching the door of Director Pan's office, Xiao Ming gently knocked. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in," came the voice of Director Pan, Yuan Sheng, from inside. Xiao Ming slowly opened the door, and he and Su Yitian entered, one after the other. At that moment, Director Pan was seated at his desk, focused on his computer. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, he quickly set aside his work and greeted them with a warm smile. "Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, you've arrived." "Yes," Xiao Ming replied, observing Director Pan's demeanor, filled with many questions. Could it be that he wasn't calling them due to their closeness? What could it possibly be about? Director Pan glanced at the two of them and continued, "Well done. I heard you both participated in the competition without telling anyone. How did you achieve such impressive math scores?" "Oh, that's not important. As long as it brings honor to Jinhua, that's what matters." With that, he patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. "Thank you, Director Pan." Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Ming asked, "Director Pan, you didn't call us just to praise us, did you?" "Oh, certainly not." At this moment, Pan Yuansheng remembered the main reason for their summons. He quickly returned to his desk and turned the computer screen toward them. On the screen appeared a series of photographs, styled like scenes from a campus web drama. Director Pan said, I noticed you both have a great presence on stage. Recently, the principal mentioned wanting to update the school's website cover photo and is looking for 2 students to take pictures. You were the first ones that came to mind. What do you think? Are you interested? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was taken aback. His earlier tension dissipated. It turned out this was the reason for Director Pan's call. He had thought it was due to his closeness with Su Yitian. Xiao Ming nodded. I have no objections. I'm quite confident in my appearance. At that moment, Director Pan turned his attention to Su Yitian. And you, Su Yitian? Me? Su Yitian felt a bit dazed. Observing her reaction, Director Pan smiled and said, You two are quite popular on the school forum, and with both of you good looks, I feel you're the perfect choice for this shoot. If all goes well, I'll submit it to the school. Don't worry, the photos won't take up much of your time. Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian and said, Yes, Yitian. Let us just agree to it. It's not a bad thing. Director Pan genuinely wanted them to participate, adding, You both have such great images. Their essay term online, what essay called? CP, right? You could form a CP and let all the students and teachers know. Hearing this, both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian looked bewildered. CP? The director is suggesting that students form a couple? Perhaps his understanding of CP differs from that of today's youth. Xiao Ming felt a laugh bubbling up but managed to suppress it. He said, Yitian, how about we agree to Director Pan's suggestion and take some photos for the school's benefit? Sure, I'll go along with that. Su Yitian nodded shyly, resembling a demure bride. Director Pan, she agreed, so it's settled. When we take the photos? Probably next month. I'll get back to you after reporting it. The school will prepare the costumes, and Su Yitian, don't forget to wear some makeup, Director Pan instructed. Waving his hand, he added, All right, that's all. You two can head back to your morning reading. The monthly exam is approaching, so study hard. Understood, they replied, and swiftly exited the office. Once outside, Su Yitian let out a long sigh, gently patting her chest. That scared me. I thought it was something serious. I didn't expect it was just for a photo shoot. Aren't you happy to take pictures with me? Xiao Ming asked. Su Yitian glanced up at him. Of course, she was happy to take pictures with Xiao Ming, especially since the photos would be on the school's official website, which held a significant meaning for her. In truth, she also wished the whole world could know she had such an exceptional boyfriend. Freud. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy doing anything, Su Yitian confessed, unable to contain her feelings. Realizing she might be too forward, she quickly added, All right, Director Pan mentioned the monthly exam is coming up, and we should focus on our studies. Let us head back to the classroom for morning reading. Sure. I feel like I can make it into the top 10 this time. Stop bragging. The two quickly returned to the classroom and began their morning reading. At that moment, both of them felt remarkably good, for having someone they cherished by their side was truly a source of happiness. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already Wednesday. At 5:50 in the afternoon, the students in the classroom had placed their books on the podium, a monthly ritual. Jinhua's monthly exams were quite strict, with the seating arrangement based on the rankings from the previous semester's final exams. This meant that top students would be in the same exam room, while struggling students would be grouped together. The advantage of this arrangement was that even if one attempted to cheat, it would be futile, as their neighbors would be of similar academic standing. Furthermore, the desks were not from the same grade. Seniors and juniors would be mixed together. Mingge, I'm in exam room 43, seat 16. What about you? Amidst the chaos of the classroom, Xuan Tianxing stealthily approached without anyone noticing. I'm in seat 39, number 01, which puts me a notch above you, he declared. The examination room 39 at Jinhua is notoriously regarded as one of the least favorable. Of course, Xuan Tianxing's situation is even worse. Hey Mingge, what if we submit blank papers this time and just take the monthly exam together next month? Before Xiao Ming could respond, Su Yitian interjected, Xuan Tianxing. Don't lead others astray just because you're not studying. And if you hand in a blank paper, one to your father give you a good thrashing? This was true. Xuan Tianxing's family was quite strict, especially since he had failed a grade. He often recounted to Xiao Ming the tales of his father's punishments. Just kidding. Xuan Tianxing then turned his gaze to Su Yitian. By the way, Yitian, which examination room are you in? I'm in room 3. Wow, that's impressive, Xuan Tianxing remarked, glancing at Su Yitian and then at Xiao Ming. Mingge, take a leaf out of her book. Look at how far behind you are. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Get lost. You're right behind me. All right. I'll take my leave then and not disturb you, Su Yitian said, quickly departing. At that moment, Su Yitian handed Xiao Ming a notebook, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Xiao Ming, here are the key points of the liberal arts. These are the topics for this month's exam. Be sure to review them. Thanks, wifey. Xiao Ming suddenly halted, the term slipping out naturally. Huh, wifey. He quickly corrected himself. I had a dream last night where we got our marriage certificate. Su Yitian froze for a moment, then gently patted Xiao Ming's shoulder, shyly saying, I don't know what you're always thinking about. Just focus on your studies. With that, she turned her head away. Indeed, the girl was blushing again. Chapter 29. Small business during National Day. Seeing Su Yitian's flushed cheeks, Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing her seemed to enhance their bond. As the clock struck 6, the melodious school bell rang, and students hurriedly vacated the classroom. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian preferred to linger a bit longer, after stowing their revision materials in their bags. They left the classroom at a leisurely pace, cherishing this time together. Upon reaching the corridor, the western sunset streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon them. Su Yitian instinctively squinted, shielding her eyes with her arm, and when she caught sight of Xiao Ming's cheek, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. Recalling his earlier words made her heart race even more. What are you looking at? Xiao Ming had already noticed her gaze. She must have been captivated by his looks. Men are allowed a bit of narcissism, he thought. Nothing. Caught by his observation, Su Yitian quickly turned her head away. Xiao Ming then said, Yitian, with October 1st approaching, I've already decided what to sell. Su Yitian turned her head with curiosity. Just the day before, the super wishlist system had unexpectedly issued Xiao Ming a second task, to run a snack stall with Su Yitian for 5 days. Xiao Ming was bewildered, and the system had provided him with a secret dipping sauce from the wishlist mall. After tasting it, he found it incredibly unique. His plan was simple, to prepare some easy snacks such as grilled sausages, squid, or local delicacies. As for food permits and business licenses, the system had taken care of that. Let us prepare some snacks. After the exam the day after tomorrow, we'll head to the market to procure some ingredients. Sounds good. The Navi, Su Yitian nodded, asking, but where will we set up our stall? Don't we need food permits and a business license? My dad has already sorted that out. Xiao Ming smiled. He was very supportive when I mentioned this. It's like a mini entrepreneurial venture. I've got the location planned out. I'll take you there. Okay. Su Yitian nodded. As his future wife, she would undoubtedly support Xiao Ming's endeavors wholeheartedly. Haha, in a few days, I'll give you some basic training. If I remember correctly, you can cook, right? How do you know? Because Su Yitian had grown up in a hospital, she had been exposed to various medical knowledge and had learned a good deal of culinary skills from doctors and nurses. Just a guess, Xiao Ming chuckled. So it's settled then. We'll set up the stall on September 30th. How much do you want to earn for the day? I don't want a salary. Then let us split the profits. We'll see how much we make and divide it after covering costs. I don't need a share. I'm just here to help. Talking about money feels too transactional. Su Yitian hadn't even considered that aspect, and seeing her demeanor, Xiao Ming chose not to press further. Soon, they reached the school gate, the moment of parting. Their silhouettes were elongated by the sunlight as Xiao Ming stood in front of Su Yitian, adjusting her collar. Looking at her delicate face, he said, Study well for the exam tomorrow. If you rank in the top 3 of the class, I'll prepare a surprise for you. Really? Su Yitian gazed at him eagerly. Since his rebirth, their relationship had deepened, revealing her inner girl more than before, contrasting her previous strong demeanor. She seemed to smile more than ever. Xiao Ming couldn't resist fondling her cheek. Of course it's true. Well, have I ever lied to you? But I can't reveal the surprise just yet. You'll find out in due time. All right. Su Yitian nodded earnestly. If you can improve by 20 places and make it into the top 25, I'll prepare a little surprise for you too. Deal. Xiao Ming felt a flutter of anticipation at that moment, curious about what she might have in store for him. Su Yitian glanced around. All right, it's getting late. You should head home and not worry your mom. Good luck tomorrow. See you. See you tomorrow. Su Yitian waved as she bounced away. Only after she vanished from his sight did Xiao Ming head home. He wasn't overly concerned about the exam. His memory was much sharper now, and since he had chosen the liberal arts, he had retained quite a bit of information, with the advantage of the super scholar's knowledge. Achieving a high score seemed effortless. Upon arriving home, he found a sumptuous spread prepared by his mother. Since the weekend, when she had seen him participate in the program, her attitude towards him had noticeably softened. "You're back. Wash your hands and come eat." Coming. His father had yet to return from work, so after washing his hands, Xiao Ming eagerly sat down to dinner. After the meal, a clingy Su Yitian sought Xiao Ming's help with some challenging math problems. Naturally, she listened intently. She had come to regard Xiao Ming as her personal tutor, seeking him out first whenever she encountered difficulty. Especially in video calls, she displayed a very affectionate demeanor, sometimes even acting coy, resembling young lovers in their first bloom. As the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, child, the final result of this problem is X5, Y3, understood? MHM. At this moment, Su Yitian was feeling a bit drowsy. She gazed at her dark circles, her face heavy with sleepiness. Xiao Ming, observing Su Yitian on the video, slowly spoke, "All right, Yitian, let us call a night. I'm feeling a bit tired too, and we have an exam tomorrow. Get some good rest." "Okay." Su Yitian yawned and managed a faint smile. "Then good night. I'll come find you in your dreams to study," she added playfully. "I'll be a little fool before you know it. I'm off to shower now. Good night." Soon after, Su Yitian hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming typed in the WeChat chat box, "Good night, dear little fool." After pondering for a moment, he decided to remove dear. Their relationship was not yet established, but that phrase could be sent soon enough. Chapter 30. Meeting the parents? The next day, after the alarm rang, Xiao Ming signed in dressed, washed up, and had breakfast before rushing out with his backpack. The exam was considerably easier than usual, and Xiao Ming's mood was quite pleasant as he anticipated the day when he and Su Yitian would sell snacks on October 1st. Upon returning to school, morning reading commenced, followed by preparations for the examination. As Su Heltres et Su Yitian, holding her exam, placed her Chinese textbook on the podium and ran over to pat Xiao Ming on the shoulder. He turned to face her. "All set? The first exam is Chinese. Make sure to do well. Rest assured." Su Yitian smiled slightly and advised, "When you take the exam, remember to write your name and exam number first. Don't forget to fill out the answer sheet. Read the questions carefully and try to fill your essay." "Got it. Why do you sound just like Teacher Wang?" Xiao Ming chuckled, and soon Su Yitian was pulled away by a friend she was enjoying time with. He followed Xian Tiansheng downstairs to their exam room. The exam commenced swiftly. At this moment, Xiao Ming was significantly stronger than in his previous life. He had been reviewing diligently, making the questions relatively easy for him. Only English posed some difficulty, but he could rely on the mnemonics he frequently used. For 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. If varying lengths, choose B. If irregular, choose C. This was undoubtedly a necessary mnemonic for any struggling student. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was 3:30 p.m. the next day. The exam had concluded. "All right, everyone, please stand. After collecting the papers, return to your classes. Your homeroom teacher will hold a meeting before letting you off for the National Day holiday," the proctor announced before gathering the exam papers. 2 minutes later, students began to leave the exam room. Xiao Ming waited for Xian Tiansheng to emerge from room 43, and they ascended together. "How did you do on the exam?" "Ming Ye," Xian Tiansheng asked, wrapping an arm around Xiao Ming's neck. Xiao Ming smiled. "Not bad. The questions were pretty simple. How about you, buddy?" Hearing this, Xian Tiansheng grinned. "I felt good about it too." "Ming Ge, don't think I'm always carefree. I've been studying hard lately. If I don't, she wants to look at me." "She?" Xiao Ming was taken aback and inquired. "Who is she? Do you have someone you like?" "Oh, come on. Who else could have a crush?" Xian Tiansheng blushed a bit shyly. "I haven't told anyone, but what do you think of Zhao Yalu from our class?" "Zhao Yalu?" Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. She was a quiet, unassuming girl in their class, also a repeat student. She was slightly plump, had fair skin, and her academic performance hovered within the top 10. Reflecting on it, he realized he had indeed been spending more time with Zhao Yalu lately. Glancing at Xian Tiansheng, Xiao Ming thought they seemed quite compatible. "Not bad, huh? So you like her?" MHM. The eternally single Xian Tiansheng's face turned crimson. It was surprising to see a grown man shy away. Then go for it. She is quite pretty. How long have you liked her? I met her during the repeat class. I think she is great. Minggu, I need to step up my game. Once I win her over, I'll treat you to a meal. No problem. As they spoke, they returned to the classroom, where Su Yitian was already back, helping Xiao Ming carry books. Seeing this, Xiao Ming hurried over, extending his arm to take the books from her hands. Upon realizing it was Xiao Ming, Su Yitian smiled and said, "You're back. The last comprehensive exam went well, right?" "Absolutely no problem." Glancing at the books on the podium, Xiao Ming suggested, "You should take a break. I'll help you carry them." No, it's fine. We can do it together." After clearing the books from the podium, their homeroom teacher, Wang Qibei, entered the classroom. With the holiday approaching, he had a few matters to address. After assigning some homework and discussing the holiday plans, they were officially dismissed before 4 o'clock. This National Day holiday was relatively long, lasting a total of 9 days. After packing his backpack, Xiao Ming said, "Yitian, let us head to the market to buy some things." Today, Su Yitian was taken aback. Xiao Ming nodded. There are only 2 days left until National Day. Now that all primary and secondary schools are on break, we should prepare today. Tomorrow, I'll give you a bit of training, and the day after, we'll officially start selling. Okay. Su Yitian nodded. Then I'll go with you and help carry things. Sure. Before long, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian left the campus with their backpacks. After exiting the school, Xiao Ming led Su Yitian to a car. As they approached, the car door opened, and Xiao Guosheng stepped out, his gaze fixed on his future daughter-in-law. Indeed, Xiao Ming had secretly arranged for his father to pick him up without Su Yitian's knowledge. "Yitian, let me introduce you. This is my dad." Upon hearing this, Su Yitian was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Am I meeting the parents already? At that moment, her mind felt blank, and Xiao Ming's father cheerfully said, "You must be the Deskmate my son often talks about." "Hello, I'm Xiao Ming's father." "Hello, uncle." Su Yitian replied hastily. "Haha, get in the car. Xiao Ming told me you two are going to complete a social practice project during the National Day break, right? I prepared the card for you. I'll take you both to the market to buy supplies." "Thank you, Dad." Xiao Ming opened the rear car door and, glancing at Su Yitian, said gallantly, "Yitian, hop in. Dad will drive us to buy things." "MHM." Su Yitian nodded shyly as she got into the car. Caught off guard by the sudden introduction to Xiao Ming's father, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, her first impression of his father was quite favorable. He appeared friendly and responsible, not intimidating at all. Inside the car, Xiao Ming's father engaged them in casual conversation, mainly about school matters. In his father's eyes, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were merely ordinary classmates. However, Su Yitian's willingness to accompany Xiao Ming demonstrated her interest in him. The vehicle moved slowly, and about half an hour later, Xiao Guosheng delivered them to the wholesale market. The market here offers a diverse array of snack ingredients, and the prices are quite reasonable. With National Day approaching, the market is bustling with people. After disembarking, Xiao Ming's father took the initiative to say, "Xiao Ming, you and your classmate can explore a bit. I have some errands to run nearby. Remember to call me once you've finished shopping." "All right, Dad," Xiao Ming replied with a chuckle. He understood that his father was giving them a moment of solitude together. Quite delightful indeed. Once Xiao Guosheng had moved away, Xiao Ming turned his attention to her. "Yitian, I hope my dad didn't startle you by calling over so suddenly?" Chapter 31. "I have a perfect plan, not at all." Su Yitian shook her head. "It's quite normal. The distance here is considerable, and taking a bus would surely take a while." Indeed, Xiao Ming was curious about her first impression of his father, so he inquired, "So, what do you think of my dad after meeting him?" "He seems quite nice," Su Yitian replied with a gentle smile. "I sense he must be a very responsible father." As she spoke, Su Yitian suddenly thought of her own parents, and her expression grew somber. "Honestly, I envy you." Xiao Ming. Hearing her unexpectedly say this, Xiao Ming realized that he had touched upon a sensitive subject. He quickly responded, "I'm sorry, Yitian. I shouldn't have brought that up." "It's all right." Su Yitian shook her head. "But I truly miss them and wonder how they're doing now." At that moment, tears welled in Su Yitian's eyes, and Xiao Ming felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had been accumulating wish points to exchange for clues about Su Yitian's parents, hoping to reunite them soon. "Don't worry, Yitian. They are surely living well, and you will definitely be reunited. After all, Su Yitian was still a young girl, no matter how strong she appeared. She had her vulnerable moments, especially in front of him. Su Yitian nodded, and Xiao Ming handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. You need to take care of yourself. When you see them again, give them a surprise, all right? I know, I will definitely do that. After a while of comforting, Su Yitian's spirits lifted, and Xiao Ming led her around the bustling market. As this was his first foray into the snack industry, Xiao Ming intended to keep his offerings simple. With the assistance of the system, he was confident in the flavor of his snacks. Now, he merely needed to focus on promotion. Naturally, promoting his venture was not overly complicated. With Douyin traffic in the same city being exceptionally high, he planned to leverage that for advertising. Xiao Ming, you've yet to tell me what snacks you're making. Can you finally share now? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded. I'm not sure if you've heard of starch sausages. Starch sausages? Su Yitian replied, nodding. You mean the kind of sausage without meat? If made into a snack, would anyone buy it? Certainly. Xiao Ming distinctly recalled a trend from the winter of 2021. I once read that vendors sold thousands of grilled sausages daily. During peak times or holidays, the number soared even higher. At 2 yuan each, that could yield a daily revenue of 6,000 to 8,000 yuan. Currently, the wholesale price for these starch sausages is remarkably low, around 50 cents each. Of course, buying in bulk would be even cheaper. After deducting labor and material costs, each sausage could net over a yuan in profit. Xiao Ming intended to promote his stall on Douyin, as the super wishlist system could attract traffic to his offerings, which was quite advantageous. Eating too many starch sausages one tea make you gain weight. Plus, I have a secret seasoning that you'll appreciate once you try it. All right, I'm quite looking forward to it, she said as Xiao Ming and Su Yitian entered a shop specializing in sausages. Upon entering, Xiao Ming called out, "Hello, boss. Do you have any starch sausages?" Yes, we do. The shop owner promptly emerged from the back, his demeanor slightly shifting upon seeing two students, but he still inquired, "Are you here to buy starch sausages? What do you need them for?" "To set up a stall," Xiao Ming replied succinctly. "That works. We're a Shuanghui specialty store. The quality of our sausages is guaranteed. Each one is individually packaged. How many would you like?" Xiao Ming pondered. With the Wanda Plaza organizing a National Day fair, he had reserved a spot there, anticipating a significant influx of people. After all, it was a national holiday. "What are your prices? Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. Each sausage is 8 cents, and our large sausages at 100 grams are the cheapest in the entire market. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming smirked slightly. "Boss, I'm genuinely interested in buying, but it seems you're not being sincere in your pricing. I'll take a look around." With that, he began to pull Su Yitian away. "Wait," the shop owner called after them, continuing, "Young man, tell me how many you want, and we can negotiate the price." 4,000, Xiao Ming stated. The shop owner and Su Yitian were both taken aback. "Are you really buying that many?" Su Yitian Ming. "Can we really sell that many?" "Trust me, we will sell them all." Xiao Ming, brimming with confidence, turned back to the shop owner. "So, is it still 8 cents each? I can give you a better price." The shop owner rubbed his hands together. "How about 50 cents? This was indeed the lowest price in the market. As Xiao Ming prepared to leave again, he knew the owner would not let this opportunity slip away. Wait, just tell me your price, and if I can accommodate it, I'll sell to you." "How about 35 cents? Xiao Ming proposed. The shop owner's expression soured. It seemed he was aware of the market price. My cost is 35 cents, but fine, I'll sell it to you as a gesture of friendship. Just remember to come back if you want more." Rest assured, Xiao Ming smiled. "If sales go well, I'll come back for a reorder the day after tomorrow. By the way, boss, I need the freshest stock, and can you deliver it? They're all freshly made and can be delivered, but at LLB tomorrow morning." "That's fine." Xiao Ming added the shop owner on WeChat, shared his location, and transferred half the deposit before leaving with Su Yitian. Once outside the shop, Su Yitian furuit Rebirth. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Isn't buying 4,000 sausages a bit excessive? If they don't sell, they won't be fresh anymore. Trust me, they will sell, because I have a perfect plan." Chapter 32. The Unpredictability of Life. Large sausages wrapped in small sausages. Su Yitian scratched her head. A perfect plan, you say? At that moment, she found herself increasingly perplexed by Xiao Ming. However, seeing his confident demeanor, she refrained from probing further. She had to admit that Xiao Ming had quite the inventive mind in this regard. Certainly, however, I must ask you to step outside, and then you shall understand. Xiao Ming glanced around at the nearby shops. We still need to purchase some wrapping paper, bamboo skewers. By the way, I feel that selling only one type of grilled sausage is somewhat insufficient. Let us also acquire some salad dressing, ketchup, and a bit of cheese, as I have additional ideas. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian scurried through the market, procuring wrapping paper, bamboo skewers, and various condiments, before returning to the previous vendor to order some 50-gram grilled sausages. Ultimately, they arrived at a place that printed advertising banners, where they created one that was quite simple, containing just 9 succinct words. Life is unpredictable. Large intestines wrap small intestines. Xiao Ming found this phrase quite applicable, which was precisely why he had decided to purchase the smaller sausages. The preparation methods for the 2 types of sausages were entirely distinct, however, with the systematically provided ingredients. Achieving success in sales should be relatively straightforward. The foot traffic in that area was substantial, and, coupled with the promotional push on Douyin, there should be no issues at all. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that Xiao Ming and Su Yitian returned to Xiao Guosheng's vehicle. His father started the engine. Son, shall I drop off your girlfriend first, or your classmate? Where does she reside? Xiao Guosheng nearly uttered the words girlfriend, but Xiao Ming pretended not to hear. She is currently staying at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Just drop me off there. All right. Xiao Ming's father, not pondering further, drove away. Sitting beside Xiao Ming, Su Yitian blushed, guessing that Xiao Ming had already mentioned her to his family. The fact that his father made such a remark indicated that he had taken a liking to her, didn't he? Throughout the journey, Su Yitian's thoughts wandered. The atmosphere in the car gradually grew peculiar, and Xiao Guosheng felt a pang of regret for his thoughtless words. Fortunately, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian engaged in conversation, and after 40 minutes, the car halted at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Su Yitian, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, opened the door and waved to Xiao Ming. I've arrived, by Xiao Ming. Wait a moment. Xiao Ming opened the door and stepped out, standing before Su Yitian. I will send you an address shortly. Come find me tomorrow morning, as I have some special training planned for you. Okay. Su Yitian cast a worried glance at the hospital entrance. It's not appropriate to discuss this here. I'll head back now. Let us chat on WeChat. All right. Go home then. Goodbye. They exchanged farewells, and Su Yitian swiftly dashed into the hospital. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Ming chuckled softly. This girl, was she really worried about being seen by the doctors? Xiao Ming shook off the thought, opened the passenger door, and took his seat. Curiously, he asked, Dad, now that you've met your future daughter-in-law, what do you think? Hiss. Xiao Guosheng inhaled sharply. Your future daughter-in-law seems quite lovely, with a fair complexion and a pleasing figure. However, son, I misspoke earlier. It's all right, Dad. Xiao Ming interrupted, smiling. She won't mind. In fact, we have known each other for quite a long time. The story is rather lengthy, so I'll tell you about it gradually. As the car started, Xiao Ming recounted to his father the tale of their first encounter when he was 9 years old. Naturally, he embellished certain aspects to emphasize their relationship. He also revealed that Su Yitian was an orphan, as this was a truth he could not hide, especially since he intended to marry her in the future. His parents had never held her background against her. Rather, they had shown her immense compassion and treated her with the utmost care during their time together, akin to their own daughter. This aspect of their parenting had pleased Xiao Ming greatly. Upon returning home, Xiao Ming carried the purchased ingredients upstairs. His parents were particularly supportive of his entrepreneurial endeavors. Apart from the snack cart, the materials, stove, and sausages were all procured with the prize money Xiao Ming had earned. His parents were thrilled that their son had aspirations of entrepreneurship even in his senior year of high school. After dinner, Xiao Ming sent Su Yitian the location of his home and shared some details before commencing his homework while on a video call. Ever since he bought Su Yitian a phone, they've been doing their homework together at night over video chat. Xiao Ming's parents did not oppose this arrangement. As the saying goes, when a man and woman work together, they do not tire easily. This mutual supervision could also enhance their academic performance. The following day, at 7:30 in the morning, Xiao Ming was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he picked up the phone and answered. Hello? Hello. This is the delivery for the grilled sausages. I've been knocking for ages with no response. Are you home? Yes, yes. Xiao Ming quickly sat up, dressed hastily, and made his way to the living room to open the door. 3 individuals stood at his doorstep, with numerous boxes of sausages stacked in the corridor behind them. After all, Xiao Ming had ordered 4,000 sausages, a considerable quantity. Each box contained 200 sausages, totaling 20 boxes, along with some 50-gram sausages. There were 25 boxes in all. Fortunately, Xiao Ming's residence was spacious, a 140-square-meter house with 4 bedrooms, the smallest of which his father had converted into a storage room for miscellaneous items. Could you please assist me in bringing these inside? Sure. The 3 workers began to carry the boxes inside, with Xiao Ming joining in as well. In less than 10 minutes, all 25 boxes of sausages had been moved into the storage room. After counting the goods and settling the final payment, the 3 individuals swiftly departed. Phew! Gazing at the mountain of sausages, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and glanced at the time, hastily rushing to the bathroom. Su Yitian had mentioned she would arrive around 8. He couldn't possibly meet his future girlfriend looking disheveled. Once he had tidied up, Xiao Ming was just about to grab a drink when a sudden knock echoed at the door. When he opened it, he found none other than Su Yitian standing there. Today, she was dressed simply and sweetly, wearing the sweatshirt they had purchased the previous week, paired with black flare pants and white sneakers. Such pants accentuated her figure beautifully. Additionally, Su Yitian had opted for no makeup today, her hair styled with soft bangs. Her expression was somewhat anxious upon seeing Xiao Ming open the door. She couldn't help but exclaim, Phew, you startled me. I thought I had the wrong place. Your parents aren't home, right? Xiao Ming shook his head. They've all gone to work. They won't be back until tomorrow. It's just me at home, so come on in. All right. With the assurance that the house was empty, Su Yitian stepped inside. Xiao Ming's home was tidy and immaculate, with not a speck of dust on the floor. He gestured toward the sofa. Please take a seat. You must be hungry since you arrived so early. Would you like to sample my culinary skills? At his words, Su Yitian shook her head. No thanks. Aren't you supposed to be training me? We can start right now. How can you train on an empty stomach? I haven't eaten either. Just give me a moment to whip something up. Also, let me get you a drink. With that, Xiao Ming dashed into his bedroom, utilizing the super wish list system to exchange for 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. It was important for her to drink this regularly, with hopes that she would soon reach her full potential. Placing the AD calcium milk on the coffee table, Xiao Ming remarked, Have a sip of this. You can watch some television. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian slightly furrowed her brows and inquired, Do you usually drink AD calcium milk? With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ming replied, I don't drink it. It's prepared just for you. Now, I shall proceed to cook. You can enjoy some television. It will be ready shortly. With that, Xiao Ming dashed towards the kitchen. Watching Xiao Ming's retreating figure, Su Yitian's brow knitted in contemplation. AD calcium milk prepared specifically for her? Was there a deeper significance? The innocent Su Yitian did not ponder further in that direction. However, the thought of Xiao Ming cooking for her filled her with immense satisfaction. She opened a bottle of AD calcium milk and began to drink, when suddenly, the family dog, Kai, scampered out from Xiao Ming's bedroom, wiggling its rear as it rushed towards Su Yitian. Oh my, Xiao Ming, you have a corgi. He is so adorable, Su Yitian exclaimed, unable to contain her delight, while Xiao Ming poked his head out from the kitchen and said, Yes, his name is Kai. Do spend some time playing with him. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Ming set a plate on the dining table. At that moment, Su Yitian was seated on the sofa, cradling Kai in her arms. It was evident that she had a particular fondness for small animals, especially dogs. The breakfast Xiao Ming prepared was quite simple: 10 carrot and beef pot stickers, accompanied by 2 small bowls of century egg and lean meat congee. Most of the seasonings he utilized were provided by the system, ensuring the flavors were undeniably exquisite. Observing Su Yitian, who was still holding Kai, Xiao Ming called out, Yitian, the meal is ready. Quickly wash your hands and taste my culinary skills. Coming. Su Yitian replied slowly, gently placing Wonkai on the ground. After washing her hands at the sink, her gaze inevitably drifted towards the carrot and beef pot stickers on the table. Su Yitian adored pot stickers, particularly the crispy edges. Xiao Ming had intentionally left them on the heat a bit longer, resulting in a wonderfully crunchy texture. You can make pot stickers too? Su Yitian couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Xiao Ming. He nodded. Yes, all I had at home were carrots and beef, but I'm confident in my seasoning skills. Do give it a try. How troublesome. Thank you, Su Yitian expressed, feeling a sense of fulfillment just by being with Xiao Ming. Thank you for what? Just eat your meal. Afterward, I will teach you how to make grilled sausages. The ham sausages have just arrived. Is it that quick? Come, sit down and eat with me. Su Yitian pulled out a chair beside her for Xiao Ming to join. She then picked up a pot sticker and handed it to him before taking one for herself and delicately biting into it. Xiao Ming watched her facial expression. So, how does it taste? Very delicious, Su Yitian nodded slightly. Observing her, Xiao Ming smiled. Then eat more. I will ensure you are never hungry as long as you are with me. Now, give the century egg and lean meat congee a taste. After the meal, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian busied themselves in the kitchen. Xiao Ming turned on the small grill for the sausages and threaded some starch sausages onto bamboo skewers. In truth, making starch sausages was remarkably easy. One simply needed to brush a bit of oil in the grilling container and place the sausages inside. Once the outer skin of the sausages showed slight cracks, they were ready to be seasoned and consumed. After observing Xiao Ming's method, Su Yitian couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really that simple? Why not?" Su Yitian frowned, but isn't that too easy? Will consumers actually purchase it? Isn't this your area of expertise? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian looked puzzled. Me? Yes, Xiao Ming continued, we have a stall location at Wanda. Recently, there's a large temple fair event at Wanda, and I have reserved a spot there. I've already planned the entire process. Once we arrive, we need to promote it on Douyin, which will require you to appear on camera. Su Yitian estimated. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to be on camera? Don't worry, I will make sure you look stunning. Will you really be able to do my makeup? Su Yitian asked, somewhat incredulous. A big man, capable of makeup? Do you look down on me? Xiao Ming retorted, pulling out the makeup products he had purchased in advance. I have everything prepared. Would I deceive you? Seeing the makeup products in Xiao Ming's hands, Su Yitian was even more bewildered. I specifically prepared for this outing. I have been practicing for a long time. Now go wash your face. I want to give it a try. Are you treating me like a test subject? Su Yitian potif. Wait, I'll be right back. With that, she exited his room. Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile at the adorable Su Yitian. His makeup skills had been honed in a past life, where he often did her makeup. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su Yitian bounced back into the bedroom. She sat beside Xiao Ming and presented her face towards him. I'm ready. Please begin your performance. At that moment, Su Yitian's face was quite close to his. Unable to resist, Xiao Ming pinched her fair cheek. Are you truly willing to be this little test subject? You are my. Su Yitian began, but suddenly covered her mouth, her expression filled with embarrassment, wishing to dig a hole and hide her head in it. They had yet to define their relationship. She mustn't say such things. Xiao Ming chuckled. What are you? Go on, continue. I don't want to, she stammered, her shyness evident. Haha, observing her bashful demeanor. Xiao Ming playfully brushed her hair back. All right, sit in the chair. I will fetch my mother's vanity mirror and soon beautify my little darling. Chapter 34. Yitian looks beautiful again today. Upon hearing Xiao Ming, Su Yitian instinctively shrank her neck. The term little darling felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, who wouldn't want to be a little darling in front of someone they liked? Within moments, Xiao Ming returned with his mother's illuminated vanity mirror. Su Yitian settled in the chair as Xiao Ming turned on the lights and began her makeup process. The steps for a girl's makeup were rather intricate, involving various products like lotions, serums, and primers, each with its own significance. Su Yitian's complexion was naturally fair, rendering foundation unnecessary, a mere enhancement of her eyes. A touch of lipstick and a hint of facial contouring sufficed. Indeed, this makeup could be described as a guise of natural beauty. Xiao Ming first adorned her with 2 lines of eyeliner, then skillfully blended her eyeshadow with a brush. The meticulous process captivated Su Yitian, and her heart raced as she watched Xiao Ming in the mirror. It could be said that their reunion had profoundly transformed her life, infusing it with newfound allure thanks to his presence. Observing Xiao Ming's focused demeanor, Su Yitian could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined your makeup skills were so remarkable." Of course, Xiao Ming replied, gazing at Su Yitian in the mirror. "After all, I practice for you. It feels entirely worthwhile." Upon hearing this, a warm flutter coursed through Su Yitian. Her cheeks gradually flushed with color. She could clearly see in the mirror that her face was indeed blushing. "Yitian, look at your cheeks, they're quite rosy." "Well," she replied, echoing Xiao Ming's observation, "my face has indeed turned red, not to mention it's rather warm." Yet Xiao Ming refrained from teasing her excessively, aware that she valued her dignity. After applying the eyeshadow, he added some shimmering glitter, which looked particularly stunning under the lights. Next, he sculpted the shadows along her cheeks and the sides of her nose, enhancing the dimensionality of her features for a more photogenic effect. Finally, it was time for the lipstick. Given Su Yitian's youth, Xiao Ming opted for a subtle shade of light red that lent her lips a delightful, rosy hue. With the makeup complete, Xiao Ming stood behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders and playfully tousling her hair. "So how do you feel, Yitian? Do you not exude more elegance than before?" Su Yitian leaned closer to inspect her features, nodding her head. "Indeed, this eye makeup is truly beautiful. I feel like my eyes appear much larger than before." "Xiao Ming, you are amazing." She was exceedingly pleased with the transformation he had crafted. Xiao Ming smiled gently. "Well, it's only natural, so don't you think I deserve a little reward?" Su Yitian looked up at him. "What kind of reward do you desire?" Xiao Ming glanced at her plump, rosy lips. "The lipstick is a gift from me, so how about you repay me with a little kiss every day?" "That request isn't too much, is it?" At his words, Su Yitian froze for a moment, fully comprehending his intent. Xiao Ming was asking for a kiss. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Although the request was not unreasonable, she found it difficult to accept. After all, as a girl, she felt the need to maintain some modesty. Noticing her bashfulness, Xiao Ming teased, "What is this, Yitian? Are you being stingy and refusing?" "I'm not," Su Yitian retorted, taking a deep breath, closing her eyes, and planting a quick kiss on Xiao Ming's cheek, leaving a lipstick mark in the process. At this point in their relationship, a kiss didn't seem overly bold. Xiao Ming's face flushed, unable to resist playfully squeezing her cheeks. "So obedient." Su Yitian grinned foolishly, her previous reservations forgotten. What mattered most to her was the prospect of being by his side each day, having endured considerable hurt throughout her life. It was the sense of security she felt with Xiao Ming that allowed her to shed her facade and reveal her truest self. Xiao Ming continued, "All right, Yitian, our makeup is done. We should be heading to Wanda soon." "Okay," Su Yitian replied, unable to suppress her curiosity. "But you mentioned there's a small cart and all those sausages and condiments. How will we transport them?" "I have my ways," Xiao Ming replied, pulling out his phone and dialing his father. Xiao Guisheng answered promptly. "Hello, son. Are you ready?" "Yes," Xiao Ming said, standing by the window, appreciating the view of the community. "I've almost packed everything. I also taught Yitian. We need to set up our stall by 5 this afternoon as per Wanda's requirements." "Dad, have you prepared the small truck?" "It's all set," Xiao Guisheng assured him. "I'll head over shortly. I should be there in about 20 minutes. You two tidy up your things, and we'll depart." "Great," Xiao Ming confirmed, hanging up. Su Yitian, curious, asked, "Is Dad coming to pick us up?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded, then suddenly realized something. "Did you just call my dad Daddy?" "Huh? No." Su Yitian's eyes widened. "I meant your father. I thought you were calling me Daddy." "Oomph." Su Yitian pouted, shooting him a disdainful glance. "You were just trying to take advantage." Yet, she found herself inexplicably pleased deep down. In the following moments, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian gathered all their belongings, including the stove, frying pan, oil, and various seasonings. Naturally, they also needed to bring along the payment QR codes and packaging bags. There was quite a bit to carry, and the two of them could hardly manage it all. 20 minutes later, Xiao Ming's father opened the door. The moment he stepped in, his gaze was drawn to Su Yitian. Today, with her enhanced appearance, She looked significantly more beautiful than the day before. He felt a swell of pride that his son had found such a lovely girlfriend. "Hello, uncle." Su Yitian greeted him eagerly, while Xiao Guosheng smiled warmly. "Haha, Yitian, you look even more stunning today." Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed. "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Guosheng, though thrilled, maintained a composed demeanor, wanting to avoid appearing overly enthusiastic. He turned his attention to Xiao Ming, asking, "Well, have you packed everything? The sausages you ordered are in the storage room?" "Yes," Xiao Ming affirmed, while his father opened the storage room door. Upon seeing the numerous boxes of sausages, Xiao Guosheng suggested, "How about this? Let us take some today, and I'll bring the rest over early tomorrow morning. I doubt you'll sell many tonight. And if we take too much, there won't be enough space." "That works, Dad," Xiao Ming replied, glancing at Su Yitian. "Yitian, you don't need to carry any sausages. Just gather the condiments and other essentials." "Okay," she agreed with a smile, beginning to place the necessary items in the hallway while calling the elevator. Xiao Ming and his father started moving the sausages. When the elevator arrived, they loaded 5 boxes of starch sausages and 2 boxes of ham sausages before bringing in the stove and oil, pressing the button for the first floor. As the elevator descended, Xiao Ming inquired, "By the way, Dad, did you also buy the gas pipe and the power supply battery?" Xiao Guosheng nodded, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I have prepared everything. However, please exercise caution while using it, and remember to call me if anything arises." "All right, Dad," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Glancing at Su Yitian, the elevator swiftly descended to the first floor, and they hurriedly began transporting their belongings. Xiao Guosheng parked a small truck at the entrance of the corridor and secured their stall cart. After loading all the items, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian climbed into the vehicle as Xiao Guosheng drove towards Wanda. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Wanda Plaza. With the National Day holiday approaching, most students were on vacation, resulting in a significant crowd at Wanda. Furthermore, the ongoing temple fair drew an extraordinary number of visitors. Observing the throngs around her, Su Yitian couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, there are so many people here." Xiao Ming chuckled. "The more, the merrier. Just think of them as walking currency." His expression was particularly enthusiastic about the business prospects, which was entirely reasonable. Only in bustling locations could one truly thrive in commerce. Xiao Guosheng interjected, "All right, enough with the musings. The temple fair is just up ahead, right? I'll drive the truck over and help you set up." Nearby, a vacant lot had already been filled with numerous stalls. Red tents adorned the surrounding trees, and various vendors offered an array of snacks, ring toss games, phone screen protectors, and many dressed in festive attire, playing drums and gongs. However, the fair had yet to officially commence. Everyone was still in preparation mode, and visitors were not yet allowed in. Once Xiao Guosheng parked the vehicle, he and Xiao Ming pushed the small cart to the designated spot, which was just large enough to accommodate it. Su Yitian followed closely, cradling agreed. "All right, Dad," Xiao Ming said, adjusting the cart before dashing to retrieve the pre-prepared sign and attaching it above the cart. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but read the sign aloud. "Life is unpredictable. Large intestine wrapped in small intestine? What an interesting name, isn't it, Dad?" Xiao Ming replied with a slight smile, referencing a line from the movie SpongeBob SquarePants, "Sponge out of water," which had since gone viral on Douyin. Subsequently, the trio began to set up. Xiao Ming ensured the fryer and grill were properly connected to gas and electricity, confirming everything was in order. By the time they finished, it was already 5 o'clock. The temple fair was set to commence at 6, but customers would be allowed in at 5:30. To ensure they could start selling immediately, Xiao Ming was already in preparation mode. At that moment, Xiao Guosheng approached Xiao Ming and said, "Son, with so many people around, you don't need me to lend a hand, do you?" "No need, Dad," Xiao Ming shook his head. Today, his father had taken time off work to help him transport these items, and as a diligent worker, he still had tasks to complete back at his job. "Then you and Yitian take care of things here. If anything comes up, just call me." "I really must leave," Xiao Guosheng said. "It's fine, Dad. Go ahead with your work. I've grown up now, so you needn't worry about me." "Haha, all right." As Xiao Guosheng gazed at Xiao Ming, he felt a sudden sense of change in him. He seemed more mature than before, as if he had grown up overnight. It must be due to his relationship. "I'll take my leave then. Call me if you need anything." Xiao Ming waved, okay, Dad. Simultaneously, Su Yitian also waved goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle, drive safely. Haha, will do. Soon. Xiao Guisheng departed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yitian turned to Xiao Ming and asked, Xiao Ming, we're all set. How many grilled sausages do you think we can sell today? Of course, we'll sell out completely. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Ming, right, Yitian? While there aren't too many people yet, let us shoot some videos quickly. With that, he pulled out his phone. Su Yitian, momentarily taken aback, inquired, How do we film? In the video, you'll be my girlfriend, and I'll gift you 10 sausages. When I approach you, just cover your mouth, looking all touched. Hearing this, Su Yitian nodded. Let us begin. Xiao Ming instructed her to step back a bit, then picked up 10 sausages, holding the phone in his right hand as he walked towards her. Filming was a remarkably simple task. Su Yitian looked stunning today, and with a bit of editing, the video would come together seamlessly. Nowadays, editing is quite straightforward. Using a mobile app, it's easy to add simple effects and AI voiceovers. A slow-motion effect could be added as Su Yitian turned her head, and soon enough, the video was ready. The video opened with a caption and voiceover. Have you bought 10 sausages for your girlfriend today? Followed by Xiao Ming's first-person perspective as he approached her with the sausages. Finally, it culminated with Su Yitian covering her mouth as she received the sausages. When publishing the video, he added a location tag, and the task was complete. In the following time, Xiao Ming filmed a few more videos with different styles. The first showcased Su Yitian as the owner grilling sausages, complemented by her stunning beauty, which would surely attract many customers. The remainder focused on close-ups of the delicious food. Once everything was wrapped up, customers began entering the temple fair. Xiao Ming remarked, System, can you start promoting the videos I just filmed? After all, to attract more customers, we need visibility. The system's voice responded, Promotion has begun in the local area. Chapter 36. Gifting 10 sausages to my girlfriend. Before Xiao Ming could check the promotion's effectiveness, a young woman, appearing to be under 30, passed by with a 3- or 4-year-old girl. The little girl halted upon seeing the stall and exclaimed, Mommy, I want to eat a sausage. Her voice was sweet and high-pitched, and at that moment, she locked eyes with Xiao Ming. The girl's large, innocent eyes and delightful expression were simply adorable. Xiao Ming had a particular fondness for girls, especially ones as charming as her. Hearing her daughter, the young woman knelt down and gently stroked her daughter's head, saying, Yeah, want a sausage, huh? All right, Mommy will buy you one. Standing up, she inquired, Hello, how much are your sausages? Su Yitian, smiling at the little girl, responded, $2 each for the starch sausages. How many would you like, little miss? I want 5. The little girl held up 5 fingers. At this moment, her mother interjected, Yao, 5 is too much for you. How about 2? Okay, the little girl nodded. Her mother scanned the QR code on their payment system and completed the transaction for $4. After payment, she showed her phone screen to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, while Su Yitian took a piece of wrapping paper, sprinkled on some seasoning, and handed it to the little girl's mother. Thank you, and we welcome you back next time. They didn't linger and quickly departed. Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Su Yitian couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Ming, look at how adorable that little girl is. She is absolutely precious. My heart is melting. Xiao Ming remarked, How about you give birth to an adorable girl for me in the future? Sure. Su Yitian responded without a second thought, but 2 seconds later, she felt a twinge of unease. Wait, give birth to Xiao Ming's child. Beside her, Xiao Ming chuckled. Really? Then why wait? How about tonight? I can hardly contain my excitement. Su Yitian turned to look at Xiao Ming, her head brimming with questions, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of what she had learned in middle school biology. Xiao Ming whispered, That would certainly grant you a peaceful 10 months. Su Yitian frowned, disdainfully shooting Xiao Ming a glare. I absolutely refuse. If you want me to bear your child, you must first marry me. Observing her bashful demeanor, Xiao Ming was about to tease her further when a customer arrived. Life is unpredictable, and what on earth is a large intestine wrapped in a small intestine? A bespectacled man in his 30s gazed at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming responded, It's a unique snack I created, and it tastes delightful. Would you care to try it? I'll have one. How much? 6 yuan. With that, Xiao Ming began preparing the dish. The large intestine wrapped around the small one was made fresh on the spot. He sliced open the starchy casing, inserted the smaller sausage, and dropped it into the oil. Next, he prepared the accompaniments, placing a slice of cheese on a lettuce leaf, spreading a layer of crushed seaweed, and adding a dollop of salad dressing, followed by the special seasoning provided by the system. Once the sausage was fried to perfection, he topped it off, completing the dish. Xiao Ming's technique was remarkably deft, and after handing over the large intestine wrapped in a small intestine, he received 6 yuan via WeChat. Thank you for your patronage. If you find it delicious, please do recommend us to your friends. After the customer departed, Xiao Ming glanced around. Most people had ventured into the Wanda Plaza, and with the temple fair officially commencing at 6, the crowd was sparse. The competition was fierce here, with vendors selling stinky tofu, fried pancakes, squid, and 2 stalls selling grilled sausages like his. Naturally, as long as he promoted his reputation, the number of customers would gradually increase. Seizing a moment of tranquility, Xiao Ming pulled out his phone to check his notifications. To his astonishment, the 4 videos he had posted on Douyin had already amassed over 100,000 views each, and it had been less than 10 minutes since he had posted them. Meanwhile, the video of Su Yitian at the stall had reached 300,000 views, garnering 30,000 likes and over 1,000 comments. His account had also gained more than 3,000 new followers. Xiao Ming excitedly scrolled through the comments, most of which praised Su Yitian's beauty and innocence. Some even recognized her as a contestant from the recent super mathematician competition. Wow! Xiao Ming couldn't help but exclaim. What is wrong? Hearing his exclamation, Su Yitian learned it incuriously. You mustn't use foul language. No, Yitian, look. Xiao Ming illuminated his phone screen. This video has 300,000 views. And just look at the comments. Everyone is praising your beauty. Su Yitian took the phone, her eyes fixated on the screen. Is this trending? Perhaps, Xiao Ming replied. But wait, look at the comments. They all say they're from the same city. Xiao Ming added, that means you're quite popular locally, Yitian. You're a rising star. I'm not. Su Yitian shook head. But this traffic is indeed impressive. Do you think many people will come back here soon? Quite possibly, Xiao Ming affirmed. As they chatted, a couple approached, appearing to be university students. The young man exclaimed, Finally, I found you. I saw you on Douyin and had to come try the grilled sausages. Sure. Please wait a moment. How many would you like? 10. Your promotional video mentioned giving away 10 sausages for girlfriends, so we'll take 10. Su Yitian glanced at Xiao Ming. See? Douyin is already having an effect. All right, that'll be 20 yuan. Su Yitian found herself overwhelmed, and Xiao Ming promptly stepped in to assist. After the couple left, Su Yitian remarked, Xiao Ming, I think we can have these couples help us promote our stall. For example, if they order 10 sausages for their girlfriends, we could offer a discount, charging 19.99 yuan and giving them a large intestine wrapped in a small intestine to share on their social media. What do you think? That sounds feasible, Xiao Ming replied. The cost of the large intestine wrapped in a small intestine is quite low. If it works, we could certainly attract a wave of customers. Xiao Ming, I've realized you're quite clever. Su Yitian beamed, flattered by his compliment. Indeed, one must think critically. I believe it's essential, especially since modern couples value meaningful gestures. If one boyfriend has something, shouldn't he provide the same for his girlfriend? Xiao Ming observed Su Yitian, who wore a playful smile, recognizing her intelligence. As time passed, the number of customers flocking to their stall increased significantly. Many had been drawn in by Douyin, and the nearby university town was bustling with students who typically remained on campus during the National Day holiday, eager to enjoy the festivities with their girlfriends. After seeing the Douyin video featuring the 10 sausages, many were compelled to visit. Xiao Ming also heeded Su Yitian's advice, offering 10 sausages for 19.99 yuan, along with a complimentary large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Customers would take photos and share them on social media, tagging their location. Naturally, some opted out of the promotion, and Xiao Ming understood their choice. The ensuing hours were filled with a flurry of activity, and Xiao Ming noticed that the sales of the large intestine wrapped in a small intestine were not as robust, with most customers opting for the starchy sausage instead. Paired with the system's special seasonings, it had garnered rave reviews. By 8 o'clock, the foot traffic peaked, and a long queue formed in front of their stall. Most patrons were young students, and some had come merely to catch a glimpse of Su Yitian, drawn by her striking beauty. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ming, Su Yitian had already garnered a nickname on Douyin, the most beautiful grilled sausage girl. Due to the video's virality, Douyin had promoted it to the trending section, and the view count was soaring. "Hello, here are your grilled sausages." Su Yitian cheerfully attended to her role, her heart brimming with joy at the bustling business. Being accepted by customers filled her with a sense of accomplishment, and her smile remained bright, even as fatigue faded into the background. At 9:30, the crowd showed no signs of dwindling. Xiao Ming expertly prepared the sausages and called out, "Yitian, please hand me a few more hot dogs." Upon hearing this, Su Yitian turned, only to realize that they had sold out of the sausages they had brought. In just 3 hours, they had sold 1,000 sausages. "Xiao Ming, we've sold out of the grilled sausages." "Huh?" Upon hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Ming turned to glance at the box behind him. Just as she had indicated, the box was indeed devoid of even a single sausage. He had been far too busy to notice. At that moment, several patrons awaited their turn, and Xiao Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed them. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I did not anticipate such a brisk business today, and my supplies were insufficient. There's still 5 people left, and I regret to inform you that I must refund your money." Upon hearing this, the customers readily accepted his explanation, recognizing that the stall was manned by 2 students. They were understanding, with some even suggesting they would return the following day to purchase. After the customers departed, Su Yitian stretched her neck and wrists, exclaiming, "Phew, I'm a bit tired." She then turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming, saying, "Nonetheless, today's results were quite remarkable. Perhaps you could ask your father to bring some more supplies, and we can continue." No, Xiao Ming shook his head. "You've already been standing for several hours. Didn't you say you were feeling a bit fatigued? Let us continue tomorrow." "Me fine," Su Yitian replied. "When I worked part-time at the milk tea shop, I was always on my feet. I've grown accustomed to it." "Still, you should take a good rest," Xiao Ming insisted. "Wanda closes at 10, and if I have my dad bring supplies, it will waste quite a bit of time on the road. Let us save it for tomorrow." "All right then," she conceded. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Su Yitian's stomach. Despite the surrounding noise, Xiao Ming caught the sound. They both had not eaten since their lunch. Xiao Ming chuckled. "You must be hungry. Let's tidy up this place quickly, and then we can grab a bite to eat." "Sounds good," Su Yitian replied eagerly. Xiao Ming retrieved a broom he had prepared in advance and swept the sausage casings into a cardboard box. They then cleared away the trash from the snack cart, locked all the windows, and departed together. Other vendors were still operating nearby. Su Yitian, captivated by the array of snacks, couldn't resist approaching a stall selling grilled squid. "Boss, I'd like 20 skewers of squid, please." "Coming right up." The vendor recognized Su Yitian, recalling having seen her before, but he didn't inquire further. Once Xiao Ming finished disposing of the rubbish, he approached her and playfully patted her shoulder. "Yitian, buying squid again?" "Huh, again?" Su Yitian exclaimed, recalling her fondness for grilled squid from her previous life, which Xiao Ming inadvertently mentioned. "Yes, indeed, again," he affirmed. "I just dreamed about you buying squid last night. Why do you keep appearing in my dreams?" "I'm not the one invading your dreams," Su Yitian retorted with a playful grin, poking him lightly in the chest. "I'm merely running toward your heart." This girl is getting flirtatious. Their relationship was evidently drawing closer, and it seemed that the barrier between them would soon be breached. "Rest assured, my heart is quite spacious, containing everything you desire, so let it remain within." Hearing this, Su Yitian potet, spacious? Does that mean there's room for other girls? Xiao Ming frowned. "How could that be? You alone are sufficient for my heart." He. Su Yitian giggled shyly, leaning her cheek against his arm. Meanwhile, the vendor grilling the squid cast a disdainful glance at the two. At 38 years old and still unmarried, he found himself witnessing the sweet exchanges of 2 students, lamenting, "I too yearn for a sweet romance." After purchasing the squid, they also acquired some fried skewers, grilled pancakes, and 2 cups of fruit tea at the temple fair. They then found a relatively quiet spot to enjoy their meal, sitting closely together on the steps. Xiao Ming took out his phone to check the recommended videos on Douyin. Upon opening the app, he was startled to see that his notifications had reached 999. Xiao Ming glanced at the view counts. Su Yitian's video as a mini-boss had garnered 45.6 million views, while the video of him gifting his girlfriend 10 sausages had amassed 25.96 million views. He was taken aback. Is this system truly this powerful? Considering that the entire Shanghai city has only around 6 million people, could have gone viral? Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened Douyin's leaderboard. The trending and rising charts now featured Shanghai Wanda Temple Fair unveils the beauty ceiling. Netizens crown her as the most beautiful sausage girl. The most beautiful sausage girl? Xiao Ming couldn't resist clicking on it, revealing images of himself and Su Yitian. Wow, he exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, his Douyin followers had already exceeded 60,000. The total likes for both videos amounted to an astonishing 2 million and 1 million, respectively. It was utterly outrageous. The meme of buying 10 sausages for his girlfriend had undoubtedly gone viral. What is going on? Su Yitian leaned in curiously. Xiao Ming handed her his phone, saying, "Darling, the most beautiful sausage girl. You're famous now." Huh? Su Yitian didn't comprehend at first, but upon seeing his Douyin account, she quickly understood. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. Is this really over 60,000 followers? Wow. And look at all these likes and the trending chart. Xiao Ming remarked. I was equally surprised, but this is certainly a good thing for us. Su Yitian nodded, intrigued as she opened her private messages. At that moment, her account had received over 10,000 messages, far too many to respond to. Her head buzzed with excitement. Everything felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. It seems we'll have to work overtime tomorrow. I'll order more starch sausages tonight. Yitian, you might have to put in some hard work over the next few days. Not at all, Su Yitian beamed. I'm genuinely thrilled to help you. This is nothing, and it's you who has brought vibrancy to my life. I should be thanking you. Observing this thoughtful young lady, a warm current coursed through Xiao Ming's heart. Perhaps this is destiny, he mused. All right, Yitian, aren't you hungry? Let us eat. Okay. After putting away his phone, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian savored the street view while enjoying their meal. Once they finished eating, they didn't linger, as the next day was National Day. And Wanda Plaza required them to start operating by around 9 o'clock. Today's net profit was over 1,500 yuan. With no public transportation available in the evening, they hailed a taxi to drop Su Yitian off at the hospital before heading back to his own home. Upon arriving home, it was already past 10:30, but his parents were still awake, waiting for Xiao Ming's return. Click! Xiao Ming opened the door, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the living room, where Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, his father immediately stood up. Wow, you're back so late. How was your evening? Absolutely splendid, Xiao Ming replied with satisfaction. By 9:30, we had sold out of today's sausages. Overall, it went quite well, with a net profit of over 1,500 yuan. Incredible. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's announcement of having sold out, Xiao Guosheng was indeed taken aback. Xiao Ming's mother could not help but interject, Old Xiao, just look at our son. When have you ever earned 1,500 yuan in a day? All right, Xiao Guosheng replied. You've done remarkably well, my boy. By the way, has your little girlfriend gone home already? Yes, I sent her back after dinner, Xiao Ming replied, collapsing onto the sofa. Dad, I have a feeling business will be even more booming tomorrow. It's National Day, so we should order more starch sausages. By the way, you're on holiday now, right? Indeed, Xiao Guosheng nodded. I have 5 days off. Why? Do you want your old man to help out? Absolutely, Xiao Ming chuckled. He and Su Yitian had nearly been overwhelmed with work that evening. An extra pair of hands would certainly be beneficial. Moreover, his father had little to do at home, so it made sense for him to lend a hand. After all, Xiao Ming was a devoted son, and it would be troublesome if his father were to get bored. All right then, I'll come by tomorrow to assist you. Rest assured, Dad, I will pay you a salary, 300 yuan for the day. How does that sound? Oh, come on. I'm not interested in your trifling 300 yuan. Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. Currently, he held a minor leadership position in a company, earning a modest monthly salary of nearly 20,000 yuan. enough to support the family. He continued, "You should buy your girlfriend some nice clothes. Don't let her feel deprived." After all, at this point, Xiao Guosheng fell silent, but Xiao Ming understood his father's implication. "Dad, I know, just relax. All right, I'll go take a shower. And you should get to bed soon." Xiao Ming's father quickly entered the bathroom, while Xiao Ming turned his attention to his mother, Zhou Yinwen. "Mom, I want to show you something." He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. Zhou Yinwen leaned in closer. "Mom, I casually filmed 2 videos today, and they went viral. Your view count is in the tens of millions, and the sales today can largely be attributed to Douyin's help." Suddenly, a voice from his system chimed in, "MMP, it's all my contribution." "Oh, hush," Zhou Yinwen said, her brows furrowing as she scrutinized the screen. She also used Douyin for promotion. "Such a high view count? Is that Su Yitian, your deskmate?" "Yes," Xiao Ming scratched his head. "Isn't she stunning? Maybe she could bear you a chubby little grandchild someday." "Let us first see if I can win her over," he added. "You must be able to win her over." At this moment, Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. "Mom, may I ask if you've ever thought about changing jobs?" Currently, Zhou Yinwen worked at a bakery, earning over 5,000 yuan a month, which was not insignificant. However, she was still working for someone else. In his previous life, Xiao Ming recalled that the bakery had closed during his senior year. Recently, he had delved into the system and discovered that the Wish Point Mall offered an array of astonishing items. Since he had wished for a prosperous career, the mall contained numerous career-related items. Any one of them could yield substantial profits. "Why this sudden inquiry?" Zhou Yinwen asked. "Mom, I just feel you're working too hard. Look, you don't even have a holiday for National Day. If you became your own boss, wouldn't it be easier?" Zhou Yinwen nodded, acknowledging her son's valid point. "You've seen how well my little eatery is doing. I believe you could open a shop too. Surely the earnings would surpass what you make now. There are many aspects you don't understand, such as rent, utilities, and so forth. It's not as simple as just saying it," she replied. "I know," Xiao Ming nodded. "I'm merely offering a suggestion. Hee, I'm off to chat with Etienne now. Please give it some thought." With that, Xiao Ming dashed into his bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhou Yinwen's expression grew contemplative. Opening a shop truly seemed worth considering. Chapter 39. Tempted by bathing daily upon returning to his bedroom, Xiao Ming flopped onto his bed in a relaxed manner. He perused the comments on Douyin, unable to suppress a smile. "The most beautiful sausage girl. How delightful." He scrutinized the videos he had filmed earlier and had to admit that, from this angle, Su Yitian appeared remarkably pure. Especially her earnest expression evoked a fluttering sensation in one's heart. Coupled with the knowledge that she was his girlfriend, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile wider. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The 3,000 sausages he had left would certainly not suffice for tomorrow's sales. He quickly sat up and called a sausage vendor, ordering an additional 3,000 starch sausages and 1,000 smaller sausages. Tomorrow's business was bound to exceed today's, but there was no harm in having extra, as they wouldn't expire. After transferring the deposit to the sausage vendor, Xiao Ming recalled that Douyin had a shopping feature that allowed for direct product sales. Customers could simply present a QR code on site. With this in mind, he opened his computer. Having studied design in his previous life, creating simple posters was well within his capabilities. After uploading the business license to Douyin, the product link feature was successfully activated. He then released a video showcasing 10 sausages as a gift for his girlfriend, linking the product to the video. 1,999 yuan for 10 sausages. Valid from October 1st to 5th. Available at Wanda Temple Fair from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. His Douyin account already had followers, ensuring many would see it promptly. Within mere minutes of posting, he noticed that 3 orders for the 10 sausages had already been placed. Not bad. Seeing the results, Xiao Ming couldn't resist taking a screenshot and sending it to Su Yitian. About 5 minutes later, she responded, "Sorry, I just returned from checking on the patients with the nurse. Is this about selling sausages on Douyin?" Xiao Ming replied, "Yes, the traffic on Douyin is quite good. We can sell a considerable amount there." "That is wonderful." Su Yitian sent a kute emoji. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming initiated a video call. Naturally, Su Yitian accepted the call from her future boyfriend. As her face appeared on the screen, she playfully remarked, "I just got back and couldn't wait to video call you. I bet you missed me." Xiao Ming chuckled. You little minx, aren't you a bit self-absorbed? Indeed, I miss you. So, will you invite me into your dreams tonight? Of course, Su Yitian teased, sticking out her tongue. How about we sell sausages together tonight? Ha ha. Is your mind solely filled with sausages? Xiao Ming and Su Yitian exchanged light-hearted banter. After half an hour, both began to feel fatigued. She yawned. Xiao Ming, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll come and find you in the morning. And could you help me with my makeup? Of course, Xiao Ming replied. She had seen a makeup he had done that day and was thoroughly satisfied. Nowadays, no girl dislikes looking beautiful, and Su Yitian was no exception. Hee. We've made a pact, haven't we? Tomorrow morning, I shall come to find you and rouse you from slumber. Very well. Su Yitian nodded slightly. Then, I shall go take a shower first. We shall meet tomorrow. Upon hearing Su Yitian mention her shower, Xiao Ming revealed a mischievous grin. Yitian, I've realized you possess a rather naughty side. If memory serves me right, your parting words before every phone call are that you are off to shower. You tempt me daily with thoughts of your bathing. Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting together. Is that truly considered temptation? Of course. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly lewd. Next time, how about I help you scrub your back? At his words, Su Yitian rolled her eyes in disdain, her face flushing at the imagery that invaded her mind. Absolutely not. Well, I'm off to shower now. See you tomorrow. With her cheeks aflame, Su Yitian ended the video call, leaving Xiao Ming tilting his head at her bashful demeanor. In their previous life, when he had drawn her blood, she had been equally flustered, even kicking him several times. This was only natural. Xiao Ming did not dwell on it further. He had to prepare for the market the next day. After shedding his clothes, he dashed into the bathroom for a shower. Once finished, he sent Su Yitian a good-night message before retiring for the night. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Xiao Ming was still nestled in his bed when his mother swung open his bedroom door. Xiao Ming, your classmate has already arrived, and you are still fast asleep. Wake up. Startled by his mother's voice, Xiao Ming abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. At that moment, Su Yitian stood beside Zhou Yanwen, stifling laughter behind her hand. It was Su Yitian's first meeting with Zhou Yanwen, and she found the real Su Yitian even more enchanting than her image on the phone. This daughter-in-law, she could easily accept. Zhou Yanwen gave an awkward smile. Xiao Ming must have been up to no good last night, staying up late. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Come, I made braised pork. With that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, rise and eat. Don't keep your classmate waiting too long. Understood, Mom. Zhou Yanwen then said to Su Yitian, come, let us eat first. We want to wait for Xiao Ming. Huh? On hearing this, Su Yitian quickly shook her head. No, it's all right. Annie, I know you haven't eaten. You must eat something before the day's activities, Zhou Yanwen insisted, pulling Su Yitian along. Xiao Ming was taken aback. I distinctly said in alarm. Shaking his head, he hastily dressed, then dashed into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. In the living room, Zhou Yanwen sat beside Su Yitian, diligently serving her food. Yitian, look at you. You're so slender. You must eat more, do you understand? By the way, Xiao Ming hasn't bullied you at school, has he? If he does, you must tell Auntie, and I shall definitely teach him a lesson. Xiao Ming, bewildered, approached. Truly, this was the epitome of a caring mother. Su Yitian smiled. Thank you. Auntie, Xiao Ming has been exceptionally kind to me at school. He has never bullied me, so you need not worry. That is good. Xiao Ming took a seat and picked up his chopsticks, glancing at Su Yitian. So, Yitian, how do you find the food? Is it to your liking? Su Yitian nodded quietly. With Xiao Ming's mother present, she felt particularly shy. Xiao Ming chose not to dwell on the matter, instead asking, by the way, Mom, where's Dad? He still needs to deliver some supplies for me. Your father has gone to drive the truck. After all, it's not our vehicle. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. That's good to hear. Xiao Ming took a sip of soup. Yitian, it seems today will require your hard work once more. That's what I ought to do. Su Yitian beamed with a silly smile, suddenly recalling something. By the way, how did the grilled sausages we sold on Douyin last night fare? At this, Xiao Ming remembered the items sold on Douyin the previous night. Let me check. He opened his phone, revealing that over 300 orders for grilled sausages had been placed on Douyin. That amounted to over 3,000 sausages. Wow, Xiao Ming was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a high volume from Douyin. He chuckled awkwardly. Yitian, it seems we shall have to work overtime today. With 330 orders, that meant 300 sausages to prepare. It looks like I'll need to ask Dad to buy another grill. Today is destined to be a tiring day. Hearing this figure, Su Yitian was also taken aback. Her lips curled into a smile. A little exhaustion is no matter. We shall indeed work overtime today. After all, more labor leads to more gain. Haha, indeed. Hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Ming's mother couldn't help but glance at her again. Their essay saying that goes, good cabbage will be trampled by pigs. Xiao Ming is certainly the pig, while Su Yitian is undoubtedly the prize cabbage. Zhou Yanwen was particularly pleased with Su Yitian. Her demeanor indicated that this young lady was exceptionally capable of managing life. If Xiao Ming were to live with her, they would surely find immense happiness together. After breakfast, it was already 7:30 when Xiao Ming's father entered, just in time. Seeing Su Yitian, he paused slightly before exclaiming, "Ah, you're all here. I've parked the car downstairs, and we're set to leave by 9, right? Dad, there has been a change in plans." Xiao Ming stood, phone in hand, and approached his father to explain the Douyin marketplace. His father nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I shall go buy another grill shortly. First, let me load the sausages into the truck. You go help your classmate with her makeup, and then we shall set off." "Thanks, Dad." Xiao Ming nodded, aware of the limited time. He took Su Yitian's hand and hurried into the bedroom. His parents exchanged glances, secretly delighted at the sight. Their hands were intertwined. It seemed the bond between the two children was indeed special. Perhaps they had already defined their relationship. In the bedroom, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed red, her face a picture of shyness. Indeed, she was once again feeling bashful. Once seated, she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Xiao Ming, how can we hold hands in your home? What if your parents see us?" Xiao Ming met her gaze directly. "What of it? In truth, they're quite pleased with you. It's merely a matter of whether you can see me as worthy." What? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian's heart raced. In truth, she longed to confess her feelings, to say she liked him and found him appealing, yet the words eluded her. "It's nothing." Xiao Ming shook his head, sensing her affection for him. As for confessing, that was a matter for another time. Preparation was essential. Rituals must not be overlooked, and Su Yitian was someone who valued such gestures. "Now, let me assist you with your makeup. Given the warmth of the day, we should apply some sunscreen first." Xiao Ming applied sunscreen to Su Yitian's nose, cheeks, chin, and forehead, gently massaging it in. Su Yitian cooperated obediently, and the scene was filled with warmth. Her skin was as supple as a baby's, and he was cautious not to apply too much pressure. "How's that? Is it too firm?" "Imagine." Su Yitian nodded softly. Next, Xiao Ming began to apply her eye makeup. Her naturally double eyelids required no enhancements. A simple touch of eyeshadow and eyeliner sufficed. 10 minutes later, her makeup was artfully completed by Xiao Ming. Today, he had added a touch of blush to her cheeks, rendering her appearance somewhat bashful, yet undeniably pure and exquisite. Indeed, she looked even more charming than yesterday. Xiao Ming gently tapped her petite face, exclaiming, "My little darling looks so beautiful. I truly fear someone might whisk you away." Upon hearing this, Su Yitian shyly lowered her head. "How annoying. I'm not your little darling." "Oh," Xiao Ming replied. "Then what am I to you, my dear heart?" "Huh?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but retract his neck. Hearing that from your lips feels oddly peculiar. Is this truly the aloof and formidable Su Yitian I remember? Su Yitian stood up, while Xiao Ming immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. "Yesterday, after I finished your makeup, you even gave me a kiss. Aren't you going to do the same today?" "Well," Su Yitian glanced at the door to Xiao Ming's bedroom, fidgeting as she said, "Your parents are outside. If they see us, they won't come in. Come on, just one little kiss." The audacious Xiao Ming flashed a mischievous grin, declaring, "As the saying goes, men are bad, women don't love. One must be assertive when the moment calls for it." Besides, Su Yitian particularly adores him. Gazing deeply into Xiao Ming's eyes, Su Yitian hesitated for a moment before leaning in to kiss his cheek. Just as her lips touched his skin, the bedroom door was abruptly flung open. "So, I moved all the hot dogs to the car. You Xiao Guosheng hadn't finished his sentence when he caught sight of Su Yitian and Xiao Ming in a tender moment. His heart leaped with joy. How splendid it was to witness such a scene. You two carry on. I'll wait outside. With that, Xiao Guosheng hastily shut the bedroom door. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were momentarily stunned. What a stroke of luck. Their blood pressure skyrocketed to 180, and as Xiao Ming turned his head, he noticed Su Yitian's cheeks were flushed crimson. It was undoubtedly the reddest she had ever been. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Ming said, "Yitian, this was unexpected. I had no idea my dad would barge in like that." "I understand." Su Yitian bit her lower lip, feeling exceedingly shy, almost overwhelmed by embarrassment. "As for everything else, it's my fault. Next time we kiss at home, it will definitely just be the two of us." Hearing this, Su Yitian turned to look at Xiao Ming. Did he really think about the next time? How thick-skinned. Also, it's no big deal if my dad saw. It only proves our relationship, doesn't it? Now, let us forget this incident. We have a busy day ahead, so let us hurry. With that, Xiao Ming took Su Yitian's hand, and they left the bedroom together. Chapter 41. These two children together are simply delightful to behold. Outside, Xiao Guosheng was quietly discussing with Zhou Yinwen about Su Yitian and Xiao Ming's affectionate display. Upon learning this, Zhou Yinwen felt quite pleased with her son. How charming indeed. Just then, the door swung open. When Xiao Ming saw the smile on his father's face, he sensed trouble. Given his father's character, he was sure he had shared this incident with his mother. Nearby, Zhou Yinwen greeted them with a bright smile. "Son, have you two finished getting ready? Your dad has already moved the hot dogs. Aren't you both busy today? Hurry along." Xiao Ming's gaze fell upon Su Yitian, whose cheeks were still flushed. "Dad, please take Su Yitian and me over first, then you can go by the grill. You can help us out there when you're done." "Ha, sure." Xiao Guosheng readily agreed. The three of them then descended the stairs and boarded the same van from yesterday. By the time they arrived at Wanda Plaza, it was already past 8 o'clock. After unloading the hot dogs at their stall, Xiao Guosheng drove off to purchase the grill. In the morning, there weren't many people around Wanda, but most vendors had already begun their operations. At that moment, Xiao Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to a shop across the way. "Oh wow!" Xiao Ming exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Su Yitian followed his gaze. To their astonishment, the food stall opposite them was also selling starch sausages, prominently advertising, "Come and get 10 grilled sausages for your girlfriend." How absurd. Xiao Ming distinctly remembered that this vendor had been selling octopus balls the previous night. Are our competitors really here so soon? Su Yitian's mouth twitched. "No worries," Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, continuing to busy himself with his tasks. After all, he was not merely selling sausages. He was offering flavor and reputation. With the seasoning provided by the system, the taste would undoubtedly differ. And Xiao Ming had faith in the system's capabilities. It could even enhance one's bus size through AD calcium milk, after all. At that moment, while Su Yitian didn't voice her concerns, she felt a twinge of anxiety within. Observing her expression, Xiao Ming chuckled. "There's no need to worry. Even if he steals our business, so what? Our sales on Douyin are still rising. Let's get back to work." "All right," she agreed. The two then immersed themselves in their busy endeavors once more. After a while, the starch sausages Xiao Ming had ordered the night before arrived, and the boxes piled high, fortunately fitting within the ample space. Around 9 o'clock, Xiao Guosheng returned with a new grill. He was in charge of scanning customer QR codes on Douyin and handing out grilled sausages, essentially playing the role of an assistant. As time passed, the crowd at the temple fair grew, with many people flocking to Xiao Ming's stall, forming long lines. Some even declared their stall a viral hit, for some reason. The term viral struck Xiao Ming as rather lowbrow. Of course, he paid it no mind. The opposing food stall had indeed captured some of their customers, but Xiao Ming regarded it as perfectly normal. In the marketplace, competition was expected. By noon, the foot traffic had reached its peak. They were so busy that they barely had time to eat. This frenzy continued until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, when the crowd began to thin. The extent of their booming business left Xiao Guosheng utterly astonished. After the last 2 customers departed, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a wet wipe, exclaiming, "Goodness, there were so many people today." "Dad, you must be exhausted," Xiao Ming chuckled, having anticipated such a result all along. He produced 2 bottles of water and handed them to his father and Su Yitian. First, drink some water. Dad, there should be plenty of people this evening. Let us tidy up here. We didn't get a chance to eat lunch. Yitian, could you please go buy something to eat? Sure. Su Yitian nodded eagerly and dashed off. Phew. Xiao Ming twisted open a bottle of water and took a hearty swig. So, Dad, did today's business surprise you? Wow. Xiao Guosheng nodded. I'm indeed astonished. We must have sold at least 3,000 sausages from morning until now. Xiao Ming glanced at the box behind him and nodded. Indeed, there are 3,000. Well done, my boy. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but pat Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Chuckling, in our family, you're the one earning the most these days. I never expected you had such a talent. Haha, it's quite normal. Xiao Ming scratched his head and said, by the way, Dad, considering how hard Mom is working, what do you think about us starting a shop? Xiao Guosheng, upon hearing this, realized that Xiao Ming was serious. Although Zhou Yinwen's job at the bakery wasn't particularly strenuous, she had very few holidays. There was no time off during the National Day holiday, and sometimes she even had to work overtime. Huining, Xiao Guosheng replied, So, are you suggesting we open a shop selling grilled sausages? Xiao Ming nodded. Not just grilled sausages. We could offer various snacks. With the popularity of Douyin, we can attract a significant amount of traffic. What do you think? At this point, Xiao Guosheng hesitated. His son had a valid point. But starting a business certainly carries risks. The family had some savings, which he had set aside for Xiao Ming to buy a car, a house, and eventually a wife. If he touched that money, what would happen if Xiao Ming needed funds for a future spouse? As those thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Guosheng said, All right, let us discuss it with your mother when we get home tonight. She manages the finances, so I can't make a decision alone. Ha, sound good. Sighing, Xiao Ming thought to himself that his father was indeed under his mother's thumb. After a while, Su Yitian approached with several meat sandwiches and some soy milk. Breathless, she said, I didn't know what you two wanted, so I just bought a few things. Xiao Ming nodded. Anything will do. By the way, tonight, let us head back early. Dad, could you take me and Yitian out for a nice meal? Ah, sure. Xiao Guosheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Glancing at Su Yitian and Xiao Ming, his lips curving into a smile. The sight of these two together was indeed pleasing to the eye. In the following days, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and his father, Xiao Guosheng, set up a stall at the Wanda Temple Fair. This fair lasted 5 days, perfectly aligning with the system's requirement to operate for 5 days, thus completing the task. During these 5 days, they sold numerous grilled sausages, and the reviews on Xiao Ming's Douyin shop were overwhelmingly positive. One review read, I gave my girlfriend 10 grilled sausages during the day, and they were absolutely delicious. She said she wanted more next time. She enjoyed 10 sausages during the day and was grinning mischievously at night. On October 5th, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ming sat on the sofa, gazing at the balance in his bank account, revealing a satisfied grin. He. Over the 5 days of selling at the stall, after deducting costs, he earned over 40,000 yuan, primarily as net profit. He could earn over 8,000 yuan in a single day. Moreover, his parents didn't take a penny of it. Xiao Guosheng insisted that Xiao Ming arrange the funds himself since he earned it through his own efforts. He could give Su Yitian a portion, acknowledging her significant contributions, and perhaps buy her a few nice clothes as the weather turned colder in October, marking the season for wardrobe changes. Xiao Ming readily agreed. Son, what are you looking at? Smiling like a fool, Xiao Guosheng remarked, sitting beside him, while Zhou Yinwen approached with 3 peeled apples. Dad, it's 40,000 yuan. How can I not be happy? You're just a little money grubber, Xiao Guosheng teased. And Xiao Ming smiled, remaining silent as he focused on his phone screen. He had just made a video summarizing the end of the temple fair and posted it on Douyin. Meanwhile, many fans expressed their reluctance to see him go. To be precise, they were reluctant to part with Su Yitian. Among the clientele on Douyin, many were drawn by her beauty. Now that the fair is over, will we no longer see the most beautiful grilled sausage girl? We strongly demand that you continue to operate. As long as the grilled sausage girl is there, I will definitely patronize you. I've fallen in love with the taste of grilled sausages. My girlfriend says they are delicious. You should consider opening a shop. Reading through the comments, a smile crept onto Xiao Ming's face. The feeling of being appreciated was indeed something special. At that moment, he turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng. By the way, Dad, regarding the shop we discussed on National Day, have you given it any thought? Upon being reminded, Xiao Guosheng fell into deep contemplation. The earnings over the past few days had been substantial, and Xiao Ming's Douyin account now boasted 200,000 followers. Continuing to promote on Douyin could indeed yield significant traffic. Xiao Guosheng's resolve began to waver. Sensing his father's indecision, Xiao Ming remarked, "Dad, I truly believe it's a viable idea. If you agree, I can start looking for a place tomorrow. We could temporarily rent a shop and use my funds for investment, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng responded with a laugh. "How can we use your money? I actually think it's a good idea. Honey, I believe our son's suggestion has merit. What do you think?" At this moment, both Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng turned their attention to Zhou Yanwen. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded. "Old Xiao, I think our son has a point. You know how influential Douyin is. Why not give it a try?" As she spoke, a smile broke across Xiao Ming's face. "All right," Xiao Guosheng nodded, realizing his wife was serious. If they secured a shop, it would undoubtedly yield great benefits in the future. He looked at Xiao Ming and asked, "Son, if we were to open a shop, what do you think would be the most suitable location?" Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, concluding that the busier the area, the better. However, high foot traffic typically comes with steep rents. The vicinity near schools seemed like an excellent option. In his memory, roadside stalls, though not the cleanest, were immensely popular among students. "Dad, I think the area near the school would be great. Also, Farong Street could work, but the rent might be higher there." "Indeed," Xiao Guosheng nodded. "I'll inquire tomorrow to see if there are better locations available, and then we can make a decision." "Good, you handle it. And I'll head to my room to chat with Su Yitian for a bit." With that, he took the apples and slipped into his room. Sitting on his bed, Xiao Ming opened his phone and navigated to Su Yitian's chat window, preparing to make a transfer. Over the past 5 days, she had diligently assisted him, often neglecting meals during busy times. Therefore, he felt compelled to give her some compensation. However, the question was how much. Regardless of the amount, she would likely refuse. After careful consideration, Xiao Ming decided on transferring 10,000 yuan and proceeded with the payment. About a minute later, Su Yitian replied with 3 question marks and initiated a video call. "What are you doing?" she asked, her expression stern in the video. Xiao Ming explained, "Nothing much. Just sending you your wages." No. Su Yitian shook her head in the video. "I already told you I don't want your money. I only contributed my labor. Xiao Ming, I really don't want it." With that, she returned the transfer. Xiao Ming remarked, "Silly girl, this is what you deserve. How about this? You take a bit less. After all these years, the doctors and nurses at the hospital have taken care of you. It wouldn't hurt to buy them a few gifts, would it?" After pondering for a moment, Su Yitian nodded slightly. "All right then." Upon seeing her agreement, Xiao Ming promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to her via Alipay, which arrives instantly without needing confirmation. "I've sent the money through Alipay. Choose your gifts wisely," he said. "Oh dear, not again." Su Yitian began, but Xiao Ming quickly covered his ears, declaring, "I can't hear you, la la la." With a sigh, Su Yitian pouted, finding Xiao Ming rather endearing. Noticing her disdainful expression, Xiao Ming captured a screenshot of a comment section on Douyin. "Yitian, I've sent you a screenshot. Look how popular you are now. After the temple fair, so many people want to catch a glimpse of you." Glancing at the comments, Su Yitian responded, "Indeed, though these past 5 days have been exhausting, I've met so many admirers. I find myself a bit reluctant to part with it." As she spoke, her expression turned somewhat pitiful. Xiao Ming chuckled. "So, I discussed with my parents today, and we plan to open a snack shop to continue our grilled sausage business." "Really?" Su Yitian's face lit up at this news. "Absolutely," Xiao Ming confirmed. "So my dearest, most beautiful grilled sausage girl, would you be willing to help out from time to time?" "Hee, no problem at all," Su Yitian nodded. "From Monday to Friday, we'll focus on our studies. And on weekends, I'll come help you at the shop. Sound good?" "Of course," Xiao Ming replied, watching Su Yitian's silly smile. This girl, still so adorably naive. Chapter 43. Third in class, Xiao Ming did not converse with Su Yitian for long. After a busy day, both of them were feeling somewhat fatigued. At 11 o'clock, they bid each other good night and hung up. After a quick shower, Xiao Ming soon drifted off to sleep. During the remaining 3 days of vacation, Xiao Ming invited Su Yitian to study at the library each day, reminding themselves that as students, their education must take precedence. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was October 9th, the start of a new school term. Early in the morning, Xiao Ming woke up with a start, realizing that the school would announce the monthly exam results today. Curiosity piqued, he quickly dressed, noting that the temperature had dropped slightly compared to previous days, necessitating a light jacket. After freshening up, he headed to the living room, where his mother had prepared breakfast: a fried egg, a sausage, 2 pan-fried buns, and a cup of soy milk. Hearing him, Zhou Yinwen poked her head out from the kitchen, urging, "Son, hurry and eat your breakfast. Don't be late for school." "Got it, Mom," Xiao Ming replied, promptly sitting down to eat. 15 minutes later, he finished and checked his textbooks before heading to the living room. "Mom, I'm off to school." With that, he grabbed the keys by the entrance and dashed out. Once outside, Xiao Ming noticed the splendid weather. The morning sun had not yet risen high, and a gentle breeze brushed against him pleasantly. The sun shone just right, and the breeze was refreshing. In high spirits, Xiao Ming made his way to Jinhua No. 1 High School, eagerly anticipating seeing Su Yitian. At 7:05 a.m., in the classroom of Class 3, Grade 3, a throng of students gathered around the notice board. Indeed, they were examining the monthly exam results. "Achoo!" Xiao Ming sneezed, rubbing his nose as he entered the classroom. At that moment, Xian Tianxing walked straight up to him. "Whoa, ISNT, that the big internet celebrity, Minggu, you're here," Xian Tianxing exclaimed, eyes wide. Xiao Ming frowned at his eccentric behavior. Just a few days ago, Xian Tianxing had messaged him on WeChat, lavishing him with praise. "Get lost. I'm not a celebrity." Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Xian Tianxing cheekily replied, "Minggu, you can't deny it. You're now a big V with 200,000 followers. With your looks, it wouldn't be hard to start a fan club. What do you say? Care to take me along? What nonsense are you talking?" Xiao Ming stared blankly at Xian Tianxing. Glancing toward the corner where Zhao Yalu was reading, he teased, "Do you think I should tell Zhao Yalu what you just said?" "Please don't." Xian Tianxing quickly backed down. "I was just joking. Our Minggu ISNT like that. Look how close you are with Sister Yitian. Have you two confirmed your relationship yet?" "Not yet," Xiao Ming replied, uninterested in entertaining Xian Tianxing's lewd remarks. He returned to his seat, placing his backpack down, noting that Su Yitian had not yet arrived. Turning to Xian Tianxing, he asked, "Hey, ISNT, the monthly exam result posted on the bulletin board? Have you checked your scores?" Xian Tianxing shook his head. "I only arrived 2 minutes before you. I haven't looked yet. But with my scores, I should at least be in the top 10. More like close to the 10th. Xiao Ming shrugged, striding toward the bulletin board. The other students had already reviewed their scores. Glancing at the result list, Xiao Ming noted that Su Yitian had secured first place in the class. He wasn't too surprised. She had always performed well academically and had been studying diligently lately, so her good results were to be expected. Continuing to inspect the list, he saw his own name right beneath hers. "Wow, I actually placed third this time." Xiao Ming squinted at the scores: 130 in Chinese, 142 in math, 66 in English, and 279 in comprehensive arts. Aside from his English score, the others were quite commendable, even topping the class in math and comprehensive arts. "Looks like I need to hit the books for English," Xiao Ming thought, feeling a bit grim. Just then, Xian Tianxing rushed over, his rotund figure jostling Xiao Ming aside. "Let me see my score." "Whoa," Xian Tianxing exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, then turned to grasp Xiao Ming's hand. "I can't believe it, Minggu. I placed 20th in the class." "I'm shocked." Xiao Ming stared at him, bewildered. "Are you overly excited or something?" Xian Tianxing shook his head vigorously. "Ming Yi, you don't understand. My parents always said I'd waste my life away if I didn't study hard. To prove them wrong, I must work diligently and get into a good university. I aspire to become a great teacher one day." When he spoke those words, Xian Tianxing appeared quite sincere, and Xiao Ming could tell he meant every word. "Then you should go for it and show your parents," Xiao Ming encouraged. "Yes." Xian Tianxing nodded vigorously. "Ming Yi, don't you think you should give me a big hug for encouragement? Don't forget our gaming ID. You won't abandon me for Sister Yitian, will you?" "Get lost." Xiao Ming shot him a disdainful glance. Just then, Su Yitian's figure appeared beside them. She tilted her head to scrutinize the score sheet, while Xian Tiansheng hastily leaned in beside her. Wow, Sister Yitian, when did you arrive? No need to look, you've secured the first place. By the way, Mingo, what was your score? Xian Tiansheng, oblivious to Xiao Ming's rank, was interrupted by Su Yitian's remark. Xiao Ming scored third this time. Such significant progress, isn't it? Xian Tiansheng waved dismissively. Third place, that's all. I'm in 20th. Wait, what? Third? You're not actually in 30th? He quickly shifted his gaze back to the score sheet. Goodness, it really is third. Have you been cheating? How did you perform so well? Xiao Ming chuckled, guess. As he spoke, he approached Su Yitian and gently tugged at her braid. So what do you think? Did I exceed expectations? You mentioned a little surprise if I placed within the top 25. Can I claim it now? Hearing this, Su Yitian chuckled softly. Your memory serves you well, but not yet. You'll have to wait until the weekend. The weekend? Xian Tiansheng, overhearing, wore a mischievous grin, although Xiao Ming remained unaware of it. Su Yitian gazed at Xiao Ming with admiration. But truly, your scores are impressive. You must keep it up. Xiao Ming nodded, all for you. But my English. Let me help you, Su Yitian offered, biting her lip, for Xiao Ming's achievement in placing among the top 3 assured her of his hard work. English was his weak point, yet with a bit of effort, he could undoubtedly improve. All right then. Xiao Ming regarded Su Yitian affectionately. Truly, she was a considerate partner. Chapter 44. Director Pan smacks his own face. Su Yitian smiled and nodded. It's settled then. You'll tutor me in math, and I'll assist you with English. All right, I'll be counting on you. Su Yitian laughed. Not a burden at all, it's only right. Now, let us hurry back for morning reading. Together, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian returned to their seats. Xiao Ming felt quite satisfied with his scores from the recent monthly exam. If his English improved, he might even surpass Su Yitian, allowing them both to attend the same university, a prospect he found encouraging. Time flew by. After 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Qibei entered the classroom with a Chinese textbook, commencing the morning reading session. Once the reading tasks were assigned, he approached Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, could you step out for a moment? He left the classroom without further ado, just as he had done previously. Su Yitian frowned. Is the homeroom teacher summoning us again? Perhaps this time it's for praise? Don't worry, it's probably nothing negative. We'll find out once we're outside. With that, Xiao Ming stood, leading Su Yitian into the corridor. Wang Qibei was waiting at the back door of the classroom, and upon seeing them, he chuckled, Huh? Xiao Ming and Yitian, your activities during the National Day holiday were quite noteworthy. Just the other day, I stumbled upon a video of you both selling grilled sausages. A wave of embarrassment washed over Xiao Ming. However, given their commendable academic performance, their extracurricular antics were of little concern to their teacher. Xiao Ming interjected, Teacher Wang, let us skip the topic of that video. What brings you to call us out? Wang Qibei nodded. There are 2 matters at hand. First, your grades have skyrocketed from the bottom 10th to 3rd place in class. Impressive. The school is keen to have you deliver a speech at the awards ceremony. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Xiao Ming affirmed with a nod. Wang Qibei, pleased with his quick agreement, continued, Great. The second matter pertains to the photography project Director Pan mentioned. It has been approved, and he has requested you visit his office to finalize the shooting schedule. Understood, Xiao Ming acknowledged. So, we're heading to Director Pan's office now? Indeed, Wang Qibei replied. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you out during morning reading. Go on. I'll supervise the session. All right. Xiao Ming glanced at Su Yitian. Let us head over. MHM, Su Yitian's Chaidi Nadif. Sensing that Wang Qibei's gaze held a peculiar undertone, as if he perceived them as a couple. Following closely behind Xiao Ming, Su Yitian felt a flutter of nervousness as they reached Director Pan's office. Xiao Ming gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in, came Director Pan's voice from within. Xiao Ming opened the door and entered directly, finding Director Pan's face lighting up upon seeing them. Ah, you two have arrived. Teacher Wang must have informed you to confirm the shooting schedule. Yes, he mentioned it, Xiao Ming replied. Actually, we have no specific requirements regarding the timing. We trust your judgment. After a moment of thought, Director Pan responded, Let us schedule it for this noon. The weather should be mild. Delaying could lead to chillier conditions. He added, I've also prepared the outfits for the shoot. Take a look. With that, Director Pan retrieved 2 sets of uniforms from a box. His attire consisted of a white shirt, long pants, and a tie, while Su Yitian's was similarly a shirt, but paired with a navy pleated skirt, measuring 42 centimeters just above the knee. Su Yitian wasn't particularly fond of skirts, and if memory served her correctly, this would be her first time wearing such a short one in this life. Upon seeing the outfits, Xiao Ming felt quite pleased, as they allowed for a glimpse of Su Yitian's long legs. Indeed, Xiao Ming had a penchant for legs, as did the author. After examining the clothing, Director Pan remarked, What do you think? The outfits exude youthful vigor. I personally selected them for you. They're quite nice. Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile. He distinctly recalled Director Pan stating that skirts should not exceed the knee. Was he not contradicting himself? Of course, such self-contradictions were not new for Director Pan. Amused by Xiao Ming's comment, Director Pan chuckled. All right, then it's settled. After lunch around 12, come to my office. I've arranged for a makeup artist to assist you, and then you'll shoot with a photographer at school. No problem, Director Pan, they replied in unison. Director Pan nodded, turning his attention to the quiet Su Yitian. Do you have any questions, Su Yitian? No, she shook her head softly. Haha, great. I have full confidence that the results will be outstanding. I look forward to seeing the final images. Now, since it's still morning reading time, you two should return. Don't forget to come back at noon. Of course. Goodbye, Director Pan. Goodbye, Director Pan. They stepped out of the office, and once outside, Xiao Ming noticed that Su Yitian's expression was less than favorable, prompting him to ask, what is wrong? What is the matter, Yitian? Your complexion seems a bit off. I just feel that the skirt prepared by Director Pan is too short. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming chuckled softly. To be honest, he didn't find a 42 centimeters skirt short at all. Of course, it was understandable that Su Yitian felt it was too short. Xiao Ming mischievously remarked, Yitian, are you perhaps being a tad too conservative? When we have children in the future, will we be without clothing? Su Yitian frowned. That's different. One is with you, while the other involves others. Who would want to have children with you? Haha, it's fine, Yitian. We're just taking a few photos. Since we've already promised Director Pan, we can't back out now. Sighing, she conceded, I guess it can't be helped. Chapter 45. The Effect of AD Calcium Milk. Noticing Su Yitian still pouting, Xiao Ming continued, all right. In fact, I believe wearing such attire accentuates your figure, making you more appealing to others. Isn't that a good thing? Hee. Su Yitian nodded with a smile. Is it true that all you boys like girls in short skirts? No. Xiao Ming shook his head. A mere short skirt won't suffice. It must be paired with black stockings, white socks, and fishnets. So, Yitian, are you planning to wear those to indulge my eyes? Su Yitian shot him a disdainful glance. Dream on. She rolled her eyes, thinking that Xiao Ming had become quite the rogue after spending so much time with Xuanti and Sheng. Meanwhile, in the classroom, achoo. Xuanti and Sheng sneezed twice in succession. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, Who is cursing me? If you have the guts, stand up. At 11:40 a.m., after school, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian headed straight to Director Pan's office. With only 20 minutes, they figured it was better to take photos early rather than waste time on lunch. They could catch a nap afterward. Knocking on the door, they received no response. Xiao Ming pushed open the ajar door and peeked inside, discovering Director Pan staring at the screen with a silly grin, headphones on. What on earth is he doing? Xiao Ming wondered. Raising his voice, he called, Director Pan. Director Pan jolted, hurriedly closing the web page. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, he smiled. It's you, Xiao Ming. Come in. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow, pondering whether Director Pan was up to no good in the office. Although he thought so, he dared not inquire further. He and Su Yitian entered, and Director Pan asked, Have you two eaten yet? Not yet. The cafeteria is crowded. Let us take photos first, Director Pan. All right. Director Pan didn't dwell on it, and gestured toward the small room where they usually took breaks. You two can change in there. I'll call the makeup artist and photographer over. I'll join you shortly for the shoot. Saying this, Xiao Ming picked up the clothes and handed them to Su Yitian, both heading towards the small room. Director Pan paused. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Are you two changing clothes together? Xiao Ming quickly halted. He wanted to say yes, but he feared the repercussions from Director Pan if he did. Yitian, you go first. I'll change after you. Okay. She took the clothes and entered. After about 3 minutes, she shyly opened the door and stepped out with small, hesitant steps, her face flushed. Hiss. Upon seeing Su Yitian in her school uniform, Xiao Ming felt his entire being melt away, except for one area. She indeed looked much purer. Her legs were straight and fair, akin to the popular electric mouse on Douyin. The short skirt accentuated her figure, and the recent AD calcium milk had shown some results, as her chest had a slight swell. With her hair cascading down, she noticed Xiao Ming's gaze, blushing even more as she adjusted her bangs. How do I look? Does the outfit fit well? Perfectly, absolutely perfect. Before Xiao Ming could compliment further, Director Pan circled around Su Yitian, inhaling deeply and unable to contain himself. Ha! This is exactly the feeling I wanted. Xiao Ming, doesn't it exude youthful vitality? Yes. Yes. Xiao Ming scrutinized Su Yitian, noting that today she wore a pair of black leather shoes and white short socks, giving off a strong academic vibe. After admiring Su Yitian, Director Pan turned his attention to Xiao Ming. What are you standing there for? Go change your clothes. The makeup artist will be here soon. We're going to take photos together. All right. Xiao Ming quickly grabbed his clothes and entered Director Pan's resting room. After changing, he emerged, and, standing next to Su Yitian, they looked exceptionally well matched, almost resembling a couple. Seeing Xiao Ming come out, Director Pan beckoned, Come, Xiao Ming. Stand a bit closer to Su Yitian. I'll take your photo first. With that, he whipped out his phone. Xiao Ming had no choice but to inch closer to Su Yitian. All right, both of you look at the camera. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian couldn't help but laugh at this charming moment from Director Pan, who surprised them with his adorability. After the photo shoot, Director Pan eagerly approached them, showing off the photos. What do you think? As expected of the outfits I chose, they look great. Once your photos are ready, the school will surely approve. Just as Director Pan finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Pan, in good spirits, called out. A stylish young lady with dyed yellow hair, braided, and carrying a large makeup bag entered. Upon seeing her, Director Pan quickly introduced Xiao Ming, Su Yitian. This is the makeup artist I arranged for you. Her name is Xiaolan. Hello, Sister Xiaolan. The two greeted respectfully. Xiaolan's gaze couldn't help but linger on Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. If she didn't know they were ordinary students, she would have believed they were young stars. With a smile, she said, Hello, I'm Xiaolan. Director Pan asked me to do your makeup. Let us get started. Director Pan was growing impatient. He pulled over a chair for Su Yitian to sit on while Xiaolan opened her makeup bag, revealing an array of cosmetics, with various color primers, foundations, and brushes. It was clear she was equipped with high-end brands, indicating that Director Pan had invested quite a sum to hire her. As Xiaolan meticulously applied makeup on Su Yitian, both Director Pan and Xiao Ming watched in awe. After Xiaolan's skilled application, Su Yitian looked remarkably more beautiful. Her technique was leagues ahead of Xiao Ming's. Director Pan, watching Su Yitian, couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this makeup is astonishing. With this look, her eyes have truly become much larger. After a brief interlude of around 10 minutes, her makeup was nearly complete. Given that Su Yitian's complexion was naturally fair, the makeup artist opted not to apply foundation. A soft, rosy lipstick adorned her lips, rendering them irresistibly plump and inviting. Observing Su Yitian's appearance, Xiao Ming felt an overwhelming urge to lean in and plant a kiss on her lips. At that moment, Sister Xiaolan beamed with delight. All done, little sister. Your skin is simply exquisite. I find myself envious. She then turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming. Now, it's your turn, handsome. Chapter 46. Can I add you on WeChat, handsome? Oh, all right. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Su Yitian promptly shifted aside to make room for him, grinning as she remarked. Xiao Ming, I am so curious to see how you'll look with makeup. You'll see very soon. Sister Xiaolan responded as she began her work on Xiao Ming's face. Male makeup should not be overly conspicuous. She delicately shaped his eyebrows with a brow knife and applied some brow pencil. Next, she simply highlighted his contours with a subtle touch and applied a hint of lip balm, completing the look. All done. Let me see, let me see. Su Yitian and Director Pan leaned in from either side of Xiao Ming's cheeks. Upon seeing his transformed visage, Director Pan nodded approvingly. Indeed. Xiao Ming looks significantly more handsome now. Indeed, Su Yitian beamed at Xiao Ming, her eyes sparkling as she struggled to divert her gaze from his face. Quite impressive, Director Pan remarked, addressing both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. The photographer is already waiting for us on the playground. Now that you are both made up, let us proceed to the photo shoot. Sure, Director Pan. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian agreed without hesitation. Director Pan then turned his attention to Sister Xiaolan. Thank you once again for your assistance with the makeup for these two children. Not at all. It was my pleasure. I'll accompany them for the photo shoot now. Very well. Swiftly, Director Pan led Xiao Ming and Su Yitian out of the classroom and onto the school playground. Along the way, many classmates whispered about the pair, likely recognizing them from their recent rise to fame on Douyin. In the center of the playground stood a young photographer, donned in a cap and sporting braided hair, exuding an air of refinement as he awaited their arrival, a Canon R6 camera in hand. Xiao Ming recognized the camera's worth. When paired with a lens, it could easily cost upwards of 50 to 60,000 yuan. As Director Pan approached with Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, he called out, "Zhang, it's been years. I see you've taken to braiding your hair." Upon hearing his name, the photographer turned and smiled at Director Pan. Director, you still sport that slick hairstyle?" "What slick hairstyle?" Director Pan rolled his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Ming and Su Yitian and introduced them. "Allow me to present today's models, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian. This is your senior, Zhang, who 5 years ago transitioned from our Jinhua school to the Kyoto Film Academy. He has graciously come to photograph you today." "Hello, senior." "Hello." Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian chimed in politely. "Greetings." Zhang Jun observed the duo and remarked, "Director, if I'm not mistaken. These must be the school's heartthrob and beauty?" "Ha!" Director Pan shook his head. "Our school doesn't designate such titles." "Enough of that. Let us commence the photo shoot." With that, Zhang Jun picked up his backpack from the ground and handed it to Xiao Ming. "Here, Junior, this bag contains some props for the shoot, including a few books. Please hold on to it." "Okay." Xiao Ming accepted the bag promptly. Together, they moved to a basketball hoop. Zhang Jun instructed, "You two, lean against the hoop and gaze upward at the sky. I'll capture a close-up." "All right." The pair complied with Zhang Jun's direction. Su Yitian, lacking knowledge of photographic composition, remained oblivious to the intricacies, while Xiao Ming, with his background in digital media from his previous life, possessed a fair understanding. Zhang Jun's skill was remarkable, leaving Xiao Ming with little to critique. Zhang Jun, Director Pan, Xiao Ming, and Su Yitian wandered the Jinhua campus, capturing a multitude of photographs. They snapped images of Su Yitian blowing dandelions or picking four-leaf clovers while winking at the sun. They lay together on the grassy field, gazing into each other's eyes. There were even some romantic shots, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian holding hands as they strolled along the Jinhua pathways, or in a secluded corner where Xiao Ming playfully pinned Su Yitian against the wall. Yes, the female lead gazed into his eyes, while the male lead lowered his head slightly, adopting a serious expression. All right, click. Countless affectionate photographs were captured, each serving as a cherished memory of their youth. Even the typically stern Director Pan seemed transformed, refraining from commenting on their intimate gestures and even encouraging them to hold hands. After half an hour, the shoot finally concluded. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian merely glanced at the sample shots, as Zhang Jun mentioned that the photos would require filters and fine-tuning before being sent to them. Once the photo shoot wrapped up, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian began making their way back to the classroom. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. A feminine voice called from behind. "Excuse me, handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian turned in unison. They beheld a girl in Jinhua's uniform, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, nervously looking at him. She was quite attractive, standing approximately 160 centimeters, considerably shorter than Su Yitian. A sense of unease washed over Su Yitian as she sensed a potential threat. The girl fidgeted and said, "Xiao Ming, I'm a sophomore. May I please add you on WeChat?" Xiao Ming regarded the younger girl, confusion evident in his expression as he shook his head. I'm sorry, but my upbringing is quite strict and I cannot add strangers on WeChat. As he spoke, Xiao Ming intertwined his fingers with Su Yitian's, raising their hands in front of the girl as if to stake his claim. All right, let us hurry back and change. I wonder if the cafeteria still has food. Xiao Ming declared, disregarding the girl's response as he promptly turned to leave. Su Yitian couldn't help but lower her head slightly, feeling quite pleased with Xiao Ming's reaction. She tightened her grip on his hand and suddenly looked up. Xiao Ming, do you have time this Saturday afternoon? At her words, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. He nodded, of course, what is up? I do. Su Yitian replied, this Saturday, I must keep my promise. I have a surprise prepared for you. You must come. Noting the seriousness in Su Yitian's demeanor, Xiao Ming found himself puzzled by this girl. He nodded, all right, I will definitely be there. Chip touch of this at Sidam. Su Yitian's conviction, yin, okay. Su Yitian nodded earnestly, and soon after, the two returned to Director Pan's office to change their attire. Although Xiao Ming enjoyed seeing Su Yitian in a short skirt, she herself was not fond of wearing one, and he naturally could not impose his preferences upon her. He could simply admire other young women sporting them. After all, there were plenty on the streets. The thought of Su Yitian dressed in such a manner, attracting the gaze of other men, would also leave him feeling somewhat uneasy. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ming devoted himself to his studies. Since achieving commendable results in his recent examinations, both his parents and teachers had exhibited subtle shifts in their attitudes towards him. As for the hot dog shop, Xiao Guisheng had made appropriate arrangements, securing a premises on Furong Street, which was currently undergoing renovations. On October 13th, Saturday afternoon, the moment awaited by Xiao Ming had arrived. Su Yitian's surprise rendezvous. Uncertain of what schemes the girl had concocted, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, preparing his belongings well before 2 o'clock. However, when he attempted to call her, he discovered the line was unreachable. Prior to this, he had sent her several messages on WeChat, all of which had gone unanswered. With no replies to his messages and the phone line silent, it felt as though she had vanished entirely. Xiao Ming was bewildered. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a sudden message illuminated his phone screen. Indeed, it was from Su Yitian. I promised you a surprise today. I'm at the 12 Zodiac Pavilion in People's Park, waiting for you. Come find me. Upon reading her message, Xiao Ming was filled with confusion. Why was she not answering calls or responding on WeChat? It sent him this text. He attempted to call her once more, but the line remained silent. It seemed this little girl had plotted her scheme well. Xiao Ming donned a jacket and hurriedly set out, clutching his phone. People's Park was situated 5 to 6 kilometers away, with no direct bus service. Upon reaching the entrance of his neighborhood, he summoned a ride-hailing service. A mere 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted outside the park. People's Park was quite expansive, adorned with beautiful surroundings where many retired individuals gathered to dance or play chess. A picturesque lake, known as the Lake of Longing, was nestled within. True to its name, many couples made promises of everlasting love beside its tranquil waters. Thus it was also affectionately referred to as the Love Lake, renowned in the locality. Upon alighting, Xiao Ming made a beeline for the 12 Zodiac Pavilion. The pavilion was situated within a broad square, not far from the park's entrance. After a brisk 5-minute dash through a bamboo grove, he arrived at the 12 Zodiac Pavilion. 12 stone sculptures of the zodiac animals formed a large circle, and at that moment, the area was relatively sparse, with an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi and another performing acrobatics. Xiao Ming surveyed the area, but failed to spot Su Yitian's figure. How peculiar. He took out his phone, but Su Yitian had not sent him any further messages. Just as he was beginning to feel perplexed, 2 individuals unexpectedly approached him, a man and a woman, with the latter holding a microphone while the former bore a camera. Their intentions appeared singularly focused on him. As the camera neared his face, Xiao Ming was taken aback. What's going on? What are you doing? The young woman with the microphone smiled and inquired, Excuse me, are you Xiao Ming? Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the logo on her microphone, which bore the letter B. If memory served correctly, this was associated with a popular street pairing program on Douyin called No Music. It was akin to a street cupid, requiring the male and female participants to sing a song before meeting. In his previous life, it was Su Yitian who had recommended this Douyin account to him, filled with delightful romantic moments. Could it be that Su Yitian had orchestrated this? Was today as surprise a confession of love? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming found it hard to believe that Su Yitian had developed feelings for him to such a degree. He nodded, feigning ignorance. Yes, I am Xiao Ming. And you are? The young woman replied. Actually, they're the young lady who wishes to invite you to sing a song with her. Once you finish singing, you will be able to meet her. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, his earlier suspicions confirmed. So it's that little rascal Su Yitian who sent you here. Fine. But can she really sing? You'll find out soon enough, the host responded. As she spoke, she retrieved a wireless microphone and a pair of wireless headphones from her bag, handing them to Xiao Ming. Put on the headphones, and you'll hear her voice. The lyrics and timing will be displayed on your phone, and when it's your turn, just sing. The host patiently explained the process, which Xiao Ming was already familiar with. He then inquired, I understand now, but what song did Su Yitian choose? She selected Little Dimples. Little Dimples? Xiao Ming had already anticipated Su Yitian's choice, as she was a devoted fan of Lin Junjie and adored his songs. Nodding, he declared, let us begin. I hope this girl doesn't go off key. Once prepared, he waited a moment until the accompaniment of Little Dimples filled his ears. The song commenced with the male vocals. And though Xiao Ming's singing was far from perfect, it was still passable. I'm still searching for a support and an embrace. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, and cause a ruckus for me? Meanwhile, Su Yitian was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice for the first time. She expected him to sing so beautifully, which genuinely surprised her. As her turn approached, she brought the microphone to her lips. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate draws us closer together. Then solitude is swallowed, and boredom turns into conversation. Upon hearing Su Yitian's sweet voice, Xiao Ming was equally astonished. In her past life, when they visited KTV, her singing had often gone off-key, sometimes even cracking. Yet, this rendition was surprisingly delightful. As they reached the duet portion, Xiao Ming opened his mouth to sing. Little dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful marks. Su Yitian chimed in, I can't sleep at night, missing your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, my life is perfectly complete. The melodious voices echoed around the 12 Zodiac Pavilion, prompting the host to clap her hands and listen intently. The song concluded rather swiftly. I slowed my pace, feeling as if I were intoxicated. Finally, finding the beauty of mutual understanding. A lifetime of warmth awaits. I will love you until old age. As the final notes faded away, the host joined in with applause. I didn't expect you to sing so beautifully. Now, I shall place a little devil headband on you, and you can go find Su Yitian. With that, the host produced a little devil headband from her bag, which emitted a red glow. As a grown man, wearing such an accessory felt somewhat awkward for Xiao Ming. He recognized that this was part of the program's rules. After putting it on, he paused, looking at the host and asking where could Su Yitian be. Surely, you can enlighten me. Apologies, young man, but I cannot. The host shook her head, stating, I can only provide you with a rough vicinity. She is within the People's Park, wearing a headband quite similar to yours. Whether you can find her depends solely on your efforts. Well, all right then, Xiao Ming conceded, nodding helplessly. Though the People's Park is quite expansive, locating one person shouldn't prove too arduous. Thus, Xiao Ming commenced his wandering within the park. He possessed a profound understanding of Su Yitian. She relished the arts, cherished delightful surprises, and adored romance and a sense of ceremony. Her confession had indeed bestowed upon Xiao Ming an unexpected thrill, although it may be premature for them to define their relationship. Su Yitian likely feared being usurped by other girls, such as the one who previously sought his WeChat. Establishing a relationship would grant her a sense of security. Xiao Ming's destination was distinctly clear. It was, without a doubt, the Xiangxi Lake. After their college entrance examination in their past life, they had visited Xiangxi Lake together, vowing a lifetime of promises to one another. They pledged to eternally safeguard each other until their hair turned white. The vivid memories of that evening remained etched in Xiao Ming's mind. Yet, Su Yitian had taken a step ahead this time. Fortunately, in this lifetime, he had the opportunity to amend things. Noticing that Xiao Ming was headed in the right direction, the host could not help but inquire. It appears you and the lovely Su Yitian share quite the rapport. Have you known each other for a long time? This remark sent Xiao Ming's thoughts spiraling back to the year when 9-year-old Su Yitian was bullied. Yes, if we calculate it, we've known each other for 9 years. He replied. Wow. The host's eyes sparkled. You could say you're childhood sweethearts. Is this the kind of love that starts with little pants as wedding gowns? Not quite, Xiao Ming chuckled. How should I put it? We aren't exactly childhood sweethearts. We met in elementary school. He deliberately slowed his pace to share a similar experience he had with Su Yitian. Upon hearing his tale, the host nodded solemnly. So that's it. Perhaps in her heart, you are her heroic savior. If I were her, I would undoubtedly follow you without hesitation. With newfound warmth in her heart after learning about Xiao Ming and Su Yitian's story, the host reflected on the serendipity of their reunion after 6 years in the same high school. Just like the song they had just sung, Little Dimple, happiness begins to show signs, and fate draws us closer. They seemed to be favored by the world, which was truly enviable. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ming arrived at Xiangxi Lake. Being a Saturday, the area was bustling with people. The lake was quite expansive, and he had yet to spot Su Yitian. Where could that girl be? He wondered aloud. The host chuckled. You might try wandering along the lakeside. Perhaps you'll find her. True, Xiao Ming nodded. The host had indirectly revealed the answer. Continuing his search for Su Yitian, he ultimately caught sight of her silhouette on a swing by the southern bank of Xiangxi Lake. Today, she wore a pink sweatshirt adorned with a playful pink panther and loose light blue jeans, her long hair cascading down her back. At that moment, she had her back turned to him, and not far away, a videographer was capturing the scene. Xiao Ming stealthily approached, tiptoeing to her rear, while the oblivious girl was engrossed in reading a novel on her phone, unaware of his presence. With a mischievous grin, he suddenly tapped her shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, silly girl. Su Yitian jolted, dropping her phone, which thankfully landed on a pile of fallen leaves, avoiding damage. She picked it up, fuming slightly as she turned to glare at him. You nearly scared me to death. Xiao Ming chuckled. Are you really that easy to frighten? Next time, I'll take you to a haunted escape room. Su Yitian huffed, though her outward annoyance belied her inner excitement. After tucking her phone away, she subtly placed her small hand into Xiao Ming's palm, saying, Are you cold? Let me warm your hand. Hee. TSK. Xiao Ming regarded her with playful disdain. Her hand was even cooler than his. What a clever excuse. At that moment, the host could hardly contain herself. Oh my, what are you two up to in front of me? Xiao Ming replied. She is always looking for opportunities to make physical contact with me. Look, her hands are freezing. Yet she insists on warming mine. How cheeky. Su Yitian playfully stuck out her tongue at him. The host chimed in. Shouldn't the gentleman take off his jacket for the lady? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming realized Su Yitian was indeed underdressed and quickly draped his jacket over her shoulders. Look at you. You're even more considerate than I am, he remarked, albeit reluctantly. The host instructed, All right, you two, please stand a bit straighter and face our camera. Earlier, Xiao Ming shared your situation with me. Today, we are here to document this beautiful moment. Her gaze shifted to Su Yitian. This lovely lady wishes to say a few words to you in our presence. But before she does, you must blindfold yourself. Xiao Ming blinked in surprise. Blindfold? Su Yitian nodded. Yes, it's a surprise. We must build some suspense and mystery first. You'll see soon enough. With that, she produced a blindfold. Xiao Ming shrugged. This girl loved her theatrics. However, since she had prepared, he had little choice but to comply. After Su Yitian secured the blindfold over his eyes, she took his hand and led him in an unknown direction. After a few minutes, the ground beneath them was carpeted with leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Step forward, yes. Just like that. All right, you can stop now, she instructed, her tone suddenly shy. Xiao Ming, you may remove the blindfold now. Upon lifting the blindfold, a small clear area greeted his eyes, encircled by towering trees. Both the trees and the ground were festooned with blue and pink balloons. Beneath his feet lay a heart crafted from rose petals, and he stood right in the center of it. Not only that, but colorful ribbons sparkled with a radiant glow, illuminating the dim surroundings beautifully. Witnessing the enchanting scene, Xiao Ming felt his heart melting. He never anticipated that Su Yitian would orchestrate such a meticulously crafted setting for her confession. An exhilarating thrill surged within him. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over, especially when she reminisced about the moments in her past life when she lay in his embrace. Xiao Ming slowly opened his mouth. Yitian, what is this? She'll listen to me. Su Yitian's expression suddenly turned profoundly serious, her demeanor remarkably solemn. Xiao Ming, I am truly grateful to have met you, to have you in my life. It brings me immense joy and overwhelming happiness. Perhaps it is due to my upbringing, but whenever someone shows me even the slightest kindness, I hold them close to my heart forever. When you chased away those who bullied me at the age of 9 and offered me snacks, I regarded you as my knight, believing that you would always protect me. I was not mistaken. Although we have spent some time apart and have not recently connected much, I have come to realize that you occupy a special place in my heart. You taught me how to play basketball, treated me to meals, helped me with my studies, and even involved me in entrepreneurial ventures. During my moments of sorrow, you comforted me and offered me your embrace. I did not know what these gestures mean to others, but to me, no one has ever done such things. Every moment spent with you fills me with happiness. Without you, I am uncertain how to face life. Thus, I wish to be by your side always, to share countless experiences together, studying for college entrance exams, traveling, pursuing higher education, starting a business, and even marrying you. Su Yitian gazed earnestly into his eyes. Will you promise to always be with me? Therefore, the surprise I wish to give you is myself. Will you be my boyfriend? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Ming's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Yitian would confess first. Yet, the phrase "be my boyfriend" reverberated incessantly in his mind. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired genuine love. 2 couple rings have been placed in your pocket. Hurry and accept her confession. At that moment, tears rolled down Xiao Ming's cheeks. He moved slowly towards Su Yitian, who also had tears streaming down her face. Xiao Ming gently caressed her cheek. Silly girl, I had intended to confess to you, yet you beat me to it. Look, I have prepared couple rings. He produced the rings provided by the system, silver in hue and seemingly adorned with a diamond. Upon seeing the rings, Su Yitian instantly wrapped her arms around Xiao Ming's neck and buried her face in his chest, weeping uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Ming softly patted her shoulder. All right, from now on, I am yours, and you're my girlfriend. I will never leave you. Rest assured, Yitian. After a long moment, Su Yitian finally lifted her head from his embrace. Xiao Ming gazed at her rosy cheeks. Aren't you going to extend your finger to wear the couple ring? Chapter 49, Su Yitian's confession, uch. All right. At that moment, she finally revealed a blissful smile, reminiscent of the joy she had when Xiao Ming had given her snacks at the age of 9. Su Yitian extended her left hand, and Xiao Ming placed the female ring on her ring finger, gently holding her hand and kissing the back of it. Mu. Xiao Ming slowly raised his head. Locking eyes with her, I will always be by your side. As I embark on this journey as your boyfriend, I kindly ask for your guidance. As I step into the role of your girlfriend for the first time, I am equally eager. She glanced at the ring box in Xiao Ming's hand. Shall I put your ring on you as well? Of course. Xiao Ming extended his hand, offering her the male ring, which she earnestly placed on his finger. In the end, the two shared a warm embrace. Xiao Ming felt a gentle warmth in his chest, realizing that the AD calcium milk indeed worked wonders. He must ensure she drinks more of it. Nearby, the host could not help but exclaim, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful. A love that flourishes in both directions is so enviable." After some time, they finally parted. Su Yitian turned her gaze towards the host and the 2 photographers, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Sister AU and the 2 photographers, thank you for accepting my request to help set up the scene and bring Xiao Ming here. Today has been the happiest day of my life in many years. Thank you. You're welcome, little sister. The sister, named to you, smiled gently at her. I wish you both eternal happiness. Though you have established a relationship, do not neglect your studies. For you, gaining admission to university should be the ultimate goal. Rest assured, sister, Su Yitian smiled at the Xiao Ming behind her. In the recent monthly exam, we both performed well, and Xiao Ming often helps me with math problems. There will be no hindrance to our studies. Very well. Yu nodded with a smile. At the same time, Xiao Ming approached, politely expressing his gratitude to the three of them. They were aware that this episode would be posted on Douyin. After filming, the production team gifted Su Yitian a bottle of perfume, promising to edit and send them the video of the day. Subsequently, the five of them began to tidy up the balloons and streamers. Once everything was in order, Sister Au turned to the newly formed couple. Well, my task for today is complete. We shall take our leave now. Enjoy your date, and don't worry your parents. All right. Goodbye, Sister Au. Goodbye. After the production team departed, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian strolled hand in hand around the Shaanxi Lake, feeling particularly relaxed. Xiao Ming could sense that Su Yitian was in exceptionally high spirits, and he felt the same. As dusk approached, the streetlights by the lake suddenly illuminated. Su Yitian could not help but raise her hand, spreading her fingers wide to admire the ring on her ring finger. Under the glow of the streetlights, it sparkled brilliantly, twinkling enchantingly. Xiao Ming found himself captivated by her hand. So what do you think? Do you like it? I adore it. Su Yitian replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding vigorously. Suddenly, she had an idea and turned her head swiftly. Xiao Ming, shall we post on moments to commemorate this special day? Just as Xiao Ming was about to agree, Su Yitian shook her head. No, we can't. You have many classmates on WeChat. It wouldn't be appropriate. What does it matter? Xiao Ming grasped her hand and raised it toward the streetlight, using his other hand to take out his phone, opening the camera to ensure their couple rings were visible in the frame. He pressed the shutter. Snap! A photograph was captured. Let us post this, just a photo of our hands, with two simple words. Su Yitian, intrigued, asked, what words? With you. Chapter 50. The Successful Confession Package? With you? Su Yitian understood his meaning and began to speak. Isn't it just a shorthand for being together? Aren't you afraid of what your parents or our classmates might say if they see it? If they see it, then so be it. Xiao Ming gently tousled Su Yitian's hair and confided, let me share a little secret with you. A while back, on the Sunday night when Super Mathematician aired, my dad saw you and immediately thought of having you as his daughter-in-law. Really? Su Yitian's eyelids fluttered in surprise. Is that true? Would I lie to you? Xiao Ming nodded. Not only that, even my usually stern mother said I should take good care of you, though only if it doesn't interfere with my studies. Now that this photo is posted, they might even praise me. Puffed. Su Yitian felt an inexplicable sense of comfort upon hearing Xiao Ming's words. She continued, and what about our classmates? What if they see it? If they see it, it's even better. It could serve as a declaration of our relationship. No one will dare to bother you anymore. Su Yitian found Xiao Ming's reasoning quite sound. In fact, going public with their relationship could provide her with immense security, allowing her to feel at ease. Then I'll post it. Xiao Ming opened his WeChat moments, selected the recently taken photo, and captioned it simply with the words with you, sharing it with his friends. The presence of matching rings in the photo made it evident that this was an official announcement. Upon seeing Xiao Ming's post, Su Yitian chuckled. Then I'll post one too. Go ahead. Su Yitian saved the photo from his moments and posted an identical one. Since she had only recently registered on WeChat, her friend list was still quite limited. She wondered if it might significantly impact her life. Among her contacts were surely nurses from the hospital, and since she dared to post it, she was undoubtedly prepared for whatever might come. I posted it. At that moment, Su Yitian still felt a bit shy. She waved her phone in front of Xiao Ming, who nodded and naturally took her hand. Since today marks the first day we are together, shouldn't we celebrate with a feast? Absolutely. Su Yitian agreed, nodding. I knew you would say yes. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Let us go. Wow. How did you know I would agree? What if I had refused? Xiao Ming asked, amused. That wouldn't happen. With how much you love me, how could you possibly refuse? Let us go, let us go. The restaurant I booked is nearby, not far at all. With that, Su Yitian bounced ahead, her excitement palpable. Slow down, you little rascal, Xiao Ming called after her. I need to call my dad and let him know I want to be home for dinner. Okay. She halted, while Xiao Ming whipped out his phone to dial Xiao Guosheng. Within seconds, his father answered. Son? Dad, I'm going out to dinner with Su Yitian tonight. You don't have to prepare my meal. Haha. In fact, he had already seen Xiao Ming's post and comprehended that his son had confirmed his relationship with Su Yitian. On the first day of their relationship, it was only natural for them to be inseparable and relish their time together. Got it. I want to lock the door tonight. Go wherever you like. With that, Xiao Guisheng hung up. Xiao Ming was left speechless. What? He was bewildered but understood his father's implication. Yet, it seemed rather early for such freedom. Wow. At that moment, Su Yitian leaned closer. Did you talk to your dad? Let us hurry to dinner. She dashed ahead once more. Observing her exuberance, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile. Being preemptively confessed to by this little girl wasn't a bad thing. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Surely, if she could see her biological parents, she would be even happier, he thought. The matter of Su Yitian's biological parents had always weighed on his mind. Despite the system's assistance, he was eager to witness the scene of their family reunion. Unfortunately, the system had been rather unhelpful, having only issued 2 tasks so far. If it weren't for the daily check-ins, he might have forgotten about it altogether. Su Yitian led Xiao Ming away from People's Park and across the street to a nearby university. Due to the weekend, many young couples were out and about. They didn't linger on the street, but instead entered a couple-themed restaurant named Encounter. The interior was whimsically decorated in shades of pink and blue, adorned with balloons on the ceiling. Not long after entering, they found a wall covered in sticky notes, likely left by couples who had visited. The dining tables were compartmentalized into cozy booths, ensuring privacy and ample personal space for the two. Su Yitian presented the QR code for their meal reservation at the front desk and guided Xiao Ming to the second floor. The decor matched that of the first floor, and a server led them to a cozy table for 2. Gazing around, Xiao Ming remarked, "Yitian, this must have cost quite a bit. A couple-themed restaurant like this must be pricey, right?" "Not all." Su Yitian shook her head. "It's not expensive. I mainly wanted this special setting to create a memorable day for you." "Ha ha ha," Xiao Ming chuckled. "Silly girl, how could I forget that October 13th is our special day? I promise to get you a gift every year on this date." "Agreed. We shall grow old together." Su Yitian replied, "Her similaire indiante." "But 100 years? By then, we'll be ha ha ha." Observing her innocent joy, Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh as well. Who knows, maybe in 100 years, we'll be together in another world. As they chatted, a server approached with a cake. Placing it on their table, she smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming a couple. May you always walk together." Stunned, Xiao Ming frowned at Su Yitian. "What is this?" "Hee hee," she replied, "this is the successful confession package. Didn't you know? Many couples who successfully confess order this. A successful confession package." Xiao Ming's lips curled into a grin, completely taken by surprise. "Jis," Su Yitian affirmed. "It's specially prepared for us as a newly formed couple." Her gaze fell upon the pink cake, adorned with chocolate pearls. It was large, and she used a cake server to cut it in half, placing a piece on Xiao Ming's plate. "Try it. This cake from the package is famous. Let us see if it's as delicious as they say." "All right." Xiao Ming scooped a dollop of cream from a slice of cake with his spoon and brought it to his mouth. Beside him, Su Yitian watched curiously, her brows furrowing slightly. "So how is it? Is it delicious? Is it sweet?" "Indeed," Xiao Ming replied, gazing at her charming face. "This cake is as sweet as your name." "Really?" Su Yitian smiled fondly. "Then you should have more. I hope that every day I spend with you in the future will be filled with sweetness." "Haha, it certainly will be." Soon, the waiter brought their meal. While the portions at this establishment were not abundant, each dish bore a hint of romance, making it an excellent spot for couples in the throes of love. They lingered over their meal until 8:30 in the evening. Having just confirmed their relationship, they didn't rush to leave after dinner. Instead, they strolled around the nearby shopping mall. Perhaps due to the enchantment of love, Su Yitian's intellect seemed to wane, as she felt a burgeoning reliance on Xiao Ming in every endeavor. Perhaps that is the nature of love. After all, one often becomes a bit foolish when enamored. At 10 o'clock that evening, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian found themselves before a claw machine in the mall. By this time, Su Yitian had already cradled 5 or 6 plush toys in her arms. "Yitian, this pink mischievous leopard matches your outfit splendidly." Would you like to have it? Standing beside Xiao Ming, Su Yitian frowned slightly. Xiao Ming, it's already 10 o'clock. Shouldn't we be heading back? Though she understood he wouldn't rush her. She had cultivated a strong sense of time from a young age, primarily because she usually made rounds with several nurses every evening. There was an elderly patient who had been hospitalized for a long time, and she was the only one who could help him sleep soundly each night. Are you eager to return? Xiao Ming glanced at the time and realized it was indeed late. He murmured softly, I feel a bit reluctant to let you go like this. What? Su Yitian didn't quite catch what he said and looked at him in confusion, while he quickly shook his head. It's nothing at all. Let us head out now. I'll call a car to take you home. All right. After using their last few game tokens, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian departed from the mall. The night was still lively with many people bustling about, so hailing a car at this hour posed no challenge. Before long, a white Chevrolet sedan stopped at the mall entrance. Once they were seated in the back, Su Yitian nestled her head on Xiao Ming's shoulder, her expression heavy with sleepiness. Are you tired? Xiao Ming asked, observing her delicate features. Su Yitian smiled with her eyes closed. I'm a bit worn out today, but I'm so happy. After we get home, you should sleep early too. I still haven't finished my homework, and I must complete it by tomorrow. Rest assured. 10 minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the Chinese medicine hospital. By this time, Su Yitian had drifted off to sleep, her breathing steady. Xiao Ming hesitated to wake her. Yitian, my dear, don't sleep just yet. He gently tapped her shoulder twice. Slowly, Su Yitian opened her eyes, still heavy with sleep. Have we arrived? Yes, with the hospital. Come on, let us get you inside, so you can sleep more. Okay, nodding. She didn't forget to grasp the stuffed toy Xiao Ming had won for her before stepping out of the car. Once outside, she held the plush toy with one hand and waved at him with the other. See you on Monday. Make sure to finish your homework tomorrow. And don't miss me too much. I know. You hurry back. Bye-bye. As she walked away, Su Yitian blew him a kiss. Once she was out of sight, Xiao Ming instructed the driver to take him back to his residential complex. At 10:30 in the evening, click. Damn it. Xiao Ming exclaimed as he inserted his key into the lock, only to discover that his father had indeed not left the door ajar. It was locked tight from the inside. How ridiculous. Who brings their girlfriend to a hotel on the very first day of their relationship? With a dark expression, Xiao Ming knocked on the door vigorously. Dad, open up. Knock, knock, knock. After 2 full minutes of knocking, his father finally opened the door, disdain evident on his face upon seeing Xiao Ming. What are you doing back? What? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Where else would I go? Honestly, you're not as good as your old man. Xiao Guosheng patted his chest. When I was your age, I had already. Xiao Ming thought for a moment. Wait, didn't you meet Mom only after you started working? How could you have known her at 18? Upon hearing this, Xiao Guosheng began to cough. Ahem. I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show that you're not as good as I was. All right, come in. Xiao Ming looked at his father with disdain. The nerve of him, not bothering to argue further, as his mother had already gone to bed at this hour. Xiao Guosheng remarked, but son, you've done well. Though not quite as good as I was back in the day, finding a girlfriend at 18 is impressive. Su Yitian is a great girl. Cherish her. Got it. Feeling too lazy to engage in further conversation with his father, Xiao Ming yawned. Dad, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Go on. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Guosheng returned to his bedroom. Once inside his own room, Xiao Ming lay down on his bed and opened the system. Glancing at the remaining 10,000 wish points, he sighed. Exchange for clues about Su Yitian's parents. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the names of Su Yitian's parents as well as their likenesses. 90 similarity. What? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Ming sat up abruptly. The names and likenesses of Su Yitian's parents? My goodness, with this information, finding them should be a breeze. System. Hurry up and give me these details. The 2 likenesses have been sent to your desk. Xiao Ming quickly stood up and rushed to his desk. Sure enough, there were 2 sketches laid out before him. The drawings, rendered in pencil, depicted a man and a woman. The man's name was recorded as Su Anjing, while the woman's was noted as Xie Lingju. Chapter 52. Investigating the information of Su Yitian's parents. Suan Seng, Xie Linghu. This should be the true information regarding Su Yitian's parents. Xiao Ming held the two pieces of paper with excitement. The likeness of Su Yitian bore a 70 resemblance to Su Yitian. His face bore the marks of time, with a scruffy beard and many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Ming wondered when this photograph of Su Yitian had been taken. As this question arose in his mind, the system's voice echoed in his thoughts. The likenesses provided by the Super Wish List system reflect their recent facial conditions. Recent? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming understood why the photograph appeared so weathered. His daughter had been missing for 15 years, and they had been searching for her all that time. It was no wonder they looked worn. Xiao Ming then shifted his gaze to the other photograph. Xiao Lingju's likeness also shared some resemblance with Su Yitian, though she appeared a bit plumper. There was a small mole at the corner of her mouth. The scene was strikingly distinctive. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, now equipped with the names and appearances of Su Yitian's parents. Moreover, he was aware that her parents resided in the neighboring city of Jinghai. The only thing left was the detailed address. At that moment, a thought struck him. It seemed that a classmate from his first year of high school had a father who worked at the Public Security Bureau, possibly even as a deputy director. During their first year, they had shared a decent rapport, often frequenting internet cafes together to play games. Unfortunately, they had been placed in different classes during their second year, and their communication had gradually dwindled, though they still exchanged greetings upon encountering one another. With this in mind, Xiao Ming opened his WeChat contacts, his gaze ultimately settling on a person named Wang Sun. Instead of sending a message, he opted for a WeChat video call. Indeed, a video call it was. Wang Sun promptly accepted the call. At that moment, he was wearing headphones, seemingly engaged in a game at an internet CF. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Wang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Xiao Ming, is that you? What brings you here? Are you perhaps inviting me for a drink?" Xiao Ming replied, "Sure. Let us arrange a time, and I'll treat you." Haha, your reputation at school has grown significantly. You're quite the little internet celebrity now. So, what is the matter? Xiao Ming, addressing the matter directly, said, "If I recall correctly, your father is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Xinhai City, right?" Wang Sun's expression suddenly shifted at this. He seemed incredulous, as he didn't recall ever mentioning his father's position. He asked, "How do you know that?" Xiao Ming was taken aback. It was indeed the first semester of their senior year, and Wang Sun had never disclosed this information. He had learned it during an event in his previous life. Xiao Ming quickly fabricated a reason. "I saw your father pick you up during our first year, and I happened to visit the Public Security Bureau recently and saw him there." Wang Sun appeared somewhat bewildered as he responded, "Yes, my father does work at the Public Security Bureau. What do you need?" "Well," Xiao Ming nodded. "Could I ask you to have your father look into two individuals for me?" "Huh?" At this request, Wang Sun was taken aback. "Investigate? Who are we looking into?" Wang Sun continued, "This can't be taken lightly, and my dad listened to me." Xiao Ming's expression grew more serious. "I don't know if you've heard, but I'm now with Su Yitian." "I know," Wang Sun nodded. "You just posted about it on your moments." "Right," Xiao Ming continued. "I don't know if you're aware, but Su Yitian is an orphan." "I'm aware of that. I heard about it when she received her scholarship." "Indeed," Xiao Ming continued. "Recently, I've been researching numerous cases of missing children and found one that closely aligns with Su Yitian's background. Unfortunately, the information I have is merely a screenshot, and it's been many years without any contact details for her parents, only a blurry photo and their names. I had a professional create a portrait based on the photo, so I was hoping your father could assist in checking if he could uncover anything based on the image. If we could find Su Yitian's biological parents, it could alter her fate." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Wang Sun fell into deep contemplation. He admired Xiao Ming's dedication to his girlfriend. Wang Sun nodded. "I'll ask my dad about this. Why don't you send me the two photos, and I'll have him look into it?" "Great." Xiao Ming knew Wang Sun would agree. "I'll send the photos now, and feel free to call me with any updates. Also, remember to arrange a meal together when you have the time." "Haha, no problem." After a brief chat, Xiao Ming ended the call. He then sent the two photos to Wang Sun, who replied with an acknowledgement and promised to keep him posted. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming reclined back onto his bed. He could indeed continue to extract clues about Su Yitian's parents from the system. However, he was anxious. impatiently yearning for the day of their reunion. This urgency was the reason he sought Wang Sun's assistance. Yet, it was already past 10:30, and the earliest he could expect news would be the next day. Not indulging in further thoughts, he took a shower and retired for the night. The following morning, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, his headphones by the bedside vibrated incessantly. Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes, awakened not by an alarm, but by a WeChat voice call. Groggy, he fumbled for his phone, noticing the caller was Wang Sun, instantly alerting him and banishing his drowsiness. After answering, Xiao Ming placed the phone to his ear. Hello, Wang Sun. Xiao Ming, I spoke to my dad about the matter yesterday, and he agreed. We conducted a preliminary search, and the name Su Yitian yielded a total of 750 individuals, 899 of whom are married. I didn't find any wives named Xiao. Are you available now? My dad and I are at the Lanjing Public Security Bureau. If you can, come here to check it out yourself. Upon hearing Wang Sun's words, Xiao Ming quickly responded, I'm available. I'll head over now. I'll be there in half an hour. All right. I'll wait for you at the Public Security Bureau. After hanging up, Xiao Ming hurriedly dressed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face before dashing out. Zhou Yinwen had wanted him to have breakfast, but he didn't even glance her way as he rushed out. Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes, thinking, this son has truly forgotten his mother since finding a girlfriend. Out early in the morning for a date with her. How typical. Chapter 53. Found. Once downstairs, Xiao Ming hailed a car through his phone as he exited his home. The area was bustling with vehicles, and as he arrived at the entrance of the community, a car promptly pulled up. After thanking the driver and alighting, he took out his phone and called Wang Sun, as he didn't know anyone inside, and it was better for Wang Sun to come out and meet him. Hey, I'm at the Public Security Bureau's entrance. Could you come out to meet me? Sure, I'll be right there. Wang Sun replied before hanging up. In less than a minute, he emerged through the glass doors of the bureau and approached Xiao Ming with a smile. You arrived pretty quickly. Your home is quite a distance from here. Isn't it? Not too far, just about half an hour. Now, let us go inside. Su Yitian's matter is important. Haha, follow me. Xiao Ming promptly followed Wang Sun inside. Given that it was the weekend, the Public Security Bureau was not overly crowded, with only a few officers on duty. Wang Sun led Xiao Ming into an office, which was currently unoccupied. Xiao Ming inquired, is your dad not here? No. Wang Sun shook his head. My dad just had a brief discussion with the officers here, and I came over to check things out. But you can look for yourself. With that, Wang Sun pulled a chair over to the computer. After sitting down, Xiao Ming focused his attention on the screen. At this moment, Wang Sun had already activated the resident system. This system allows for the inquiry of names, genders, birth dates, identity card numbers, places of birth, residences, and family members. Xiao Ming was well aware of all this. At that moment, the search bar displayed the name Su Yitian. As Wang Sun had mentioned, a total of 750 pieces of information were retrieved, sorted alphabetically by the initial letter of the city where Su Yitian resided. Xiao Ming glanced through the results and discovered that detailed information about individuals would only appear upon clicking their names. Direct searches for spouses' names were not possible. This was somewhat inconvenient. Wang Sun remarked, I merely conducted a cursory search. Given the volume of information, it will be prudent for you to search personally to avoid any omissions. Of course, knowing the city he is from might expedite the process. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Currently, the only option was to sift through the entries one by one. He also wished to have the police investigate any reports concerning missing children from approximately 15 years ago. However, conducting a province-wide search in recent years had proven quite cumbersome. Armed with photographs and names of Su Yitian's parents, he resolved to proceed independently. Subsequently, Xiao Ming centered the page. Since Jiangbei province starts with the letter J, he began his search there. He pondered whether Su Yitian was indeed a native of Jiangbei. The page displayed only Su Yitian's name, gender, age, and identity card number, lacking a photograph. To view the photo, he would have to click further. Nonetheless, Xiao Ming did not mind the extra effort. He filtered the search results to include only individuals aged between 30 and 55, thus eliminating a considerable number of entries. The search proved to be lengthy, but for the sake of Su Yitian, it was a trivial endeavor. Observing Xiao Ming's diligence, Wang Sun could not resist opening another computer to assist in the search. An hour later, Xiao Ming had examined all individuals named Su Yitian in Jiangbei province. Unfortunately, none matched the appearance in the photograph. Could it be that his household registration was not in Jiangbei? This possibility loomed large. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming typed in the name Xiao in the search bar. The system returned 973 results, 3 males and 970 females. The name Xiao was not particularly common in Huaxia. The female entries also displayed the names of their spouses, making it easier to locate Xiao compared to Su Anjing. Xiao Ming navigated to the section beginning with J, and after half an hour, he finally saw what he sought. Name, Xiao. Gender, female. Date of birth, February 19, 1971. Registered residence, number 299, Jingyang Village, Mingfa Town, Chongqing District, Jinghai City, Jiangbei Province. Spouse, Suansing. Gender, male. Date of birth, April 13, 1974. Registered residence, Heshi Province. Doter, Sujiji. Gender, female. Date of birth, November 11, 2000. Registered residence, number 299, Jingyang Village, Mingfa Town. Chongqing District, Jinghai City, Jiangbei Province. Sujiji? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. The name differed from hers, but that was reasonable. After all, Su Yitian had been quite young at the time, and Yitian might have been her nickname. Xiao Ming scrutinized the photographs of Su Anjing and Xiao, confirming that they bore a 90 resemblance to the hand-drawn portrait and the images on the computer. It seemed he had indeed found Su Yitian's parents. There was no doubt about it. I found them, Xiao Ming exclaimed. Wang Sun, still engrossed in his search, approached upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice. Have you found them? Yes. Xiao Ming nodded. It must be them. Their names and appearances coincide perfectly. I believe they are Su Yitian's parents. Wang Sun examined the images on the computer closely. After comparing them to the photographs Xiao Ming had shown him, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Xiao Ming, the likeness you commissioned is remarkable. The hand-drawn image and the computer-generated likeness share such a high degree of similarity. In response, Xiao Ming shrugged and jested. It costs quite a bit, you know. By the way, there are no contact details for them. Could you assist me in retrieving that? Of course, Wang Sun replied, as Xiao Ming quickly cleared his space for him. With the information about Su Yitian's parents in hand, Wang Sun's spirits soared. As he operated the computer, he remarked, Xiao Ming, I truly admire you. You must have spent considerable time online searching for news about missing children. Xiao Ming smiled. It wasn't too long. Don't kid yourself, Wang Sun interjected. There are far too many cases of missing children in this world. I refuse to believe you found it in just a few days. However, this indicates a certain fate. You and Su Yitian crossed paths at this school, and you just happened to locate that article. Most importantly, you have the pleasure of knowing someone as handsome as me. Xiao Ming chuckled. That last remark was rather self-indulgent. Wang Sun relaxed his grip on the mouse. Then I won't help you search anymore. No. Xiao Ming recognized the jest and quickly responded, You're the most handsome in the universe. Is that satisfactory? That's more like it. Let me tell you, once Su Yitian meets her biological parents, you must treat me to a meal. Absolutely, Xiao Ming affirmed with a nod, urging, now quickly provide me with their phone numbers. Almost there. This is someone else's privacy, and we need the server's response, so don't rush, Wang Sun reassured. After a few more minutes, the page finally displayed the contact information for Su Anjing and Xiao. You should take a photo of this. You'll be contacting them directly, right? Yes, Xiao Ming confirmed. In truth, he preferred to handle this himself. There was no need to trouble the officer. All right, Wang Sun nodded. This matter is quite significant. You should reach out to them first to confirm whether they are indeed Su Yitian's biological parents. If so, you'll need to handle the necessary procedures, considering she currently has 2 household registrations and 1 must be canceled. Understood. After taking a photo, Xiao Ming expressed his gratitude to Wang Sun and departed the police station. Once outside, Xiao Ming sat on a bench at the bus stop, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. He opened WeChat and discovered numerous messages from Su Yitian. Good morning. Are you awake? Lazy pig, you aren't still sleeping, are you? You promised to do your homework. Are you going to the library this afternoon? Why are you ignoring me? Reading these messages, Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. How suddenly she seemed so childish. He replied, I've been up earlier than you. I'm busy with something right now. But I'll contact you later. After a moment's thought, he sent a playful sticker of a wife. Su Yitian almost instantaneously replied, Okay, then you take care of your business. Xiao Ming closed WeChat and opened his contacts, inputting the phone number of Su Yitian's father, Su Yitian. After dialing, he had already prepared what he would say. The phone rang for about 5 seconds before a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello. The voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying a hint of weariness. Hello, Xiao Ming said. Are you Su Yitian? Yes, I am. And you are? Su Yitian replied, his tone tinged with confusion. My name is Xiao Ming. May I ask if you lost a daughter approximately 15 years ago? Indeed. At this moment, Xiao Ming could clearly sense a shift in Su Yitian's demeanor. Who are you? And how do you know about my daughter? Do you have information regarding her? Su Yitian's emotions began to escalate, and Xiao Ming could easily envision the expression on his face. Indeed, I feel that I no longer possess mere clues. Your daughter is currently with me, as she is my classmate. At this revelation, Su Yitian abruptly fell silent, choosing not to press further. Instead, he implored, I beg you, please do not deceive me. His voice trembled with anguish. For so many years, I have received countless calls like this, but many were merely scams. I am out of options. I implore you, do not toy with my emotions. Xiao Ming felt a pang of sympathy. Uncle, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Your daughter's name is Su Yi. If I am not mistaken, her nickname is Yitian, correct? Yes, indeed. Yitian is my daughter's nickname. Su Yitian confirmed, a flicker of hope igniting in his voice. Very few know her nickname, but she is aware of it. Is it true that she is your classmate? From the tone of his voice, Xiao Ming discerned that Su Yitian was on the verge of tears. Yes, uncle, please remain calm. She is thriving and excelling in her studies. She has been taken in by a hospital. If possible, please come by this afternoon. All right, where are you located? In Xinhai City. I can meet you at the train station. Please bring your identification, and once you arrive, I will take you to see your daughter. Very well. I will call her mother right away and book tickets. Sounds good. After hanging up, Xiao Ming let out a long breath, the weight of the situation lifting slightly. A smile crept onto his face. This afternoon would mark the reunion of the parents. Xinhai City was not far from Xinhai City, merely 100 kilometers away. Xiao Ming checked his phone for train schedules. The earliest train from Xinhai to Xinhai was set to depart in 2 hours. The journey would only take around 40 minutes, meaning they would arrive in Xinhai by approximately 1 o'clock. He envisioned himself meeting his future in-laws at the train station. With his plan in mind, a bus conveniently pulled up, and without a second thought, Xiao Ming boarded. At 11:30, he opened the door to his home. Xiao Ming, why are you back? His mother, Zhou Yinwen, questioned, a hint of surprise in her voice. Do you really not want to see me? He teased. That's not it, Zhou Yinwen replied, shaking her head. Shouldn't you be on a date with Su Yi at this time? Xiao Ming shook his head. No, I went to the police station this morning. I didn't team meet Su Yi. The police station? His mother rushed over, her expression shifting to one of concern upon seeing he was unharmed. What were you doing there? Have you gotten into trouble? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Mother, can't you believe I might be doing something good? Of course not. As a model student, how could I engage in anything unlawful? Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. Mom, to be honest, last night I researched news about missing children, and miraculously, I found Su Yi's biological parents. Zhou Yinwen was taken aback. Really? Xiao Ming continued. A friend's father works at the police station, so I went to inquire today. And then? Zhou Yinwen knew about Su Yi's situation. Xiao Ming's father had already informed her. For what I gathered, it seems I have located them. They are on their way here, and I will take them to the hospital this afternoon for a paternity test. If they truly are Su Yi's parents, I will have in-laws. He chuckled, and Zhou Yinwen nodded in understanding. This situation was beyond her control, but she recognized the profound pain of a child lacking parental care. In her heart, she silently prayed that these were indeed her biological parents. All right, Mom, let's not dwell on this. We will know everything this afternoon. Please go prepare lunch. I'm starving. Sure. Zhou Yinwen nodded. I will make your favorite braised pork for lunch. By the way, could you take out the trash from my room? Will do. Chapter 55. The parents of Su Yi at 12:30. After hastily finishing lunch, Xiao Ming rushed out of the house. Zhou Yinwen reminded him to call her with any news, as she was quite invested in the matter concerning her future daughter-in-law. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he boarded the pre-booked vehicle headed for the Xinhai train station. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the station's entrance. After expressing his thanks, Xiao Ming hurriedly disembarked. Due to it being the weekend, the station was bustling with travelers. He glanced at his phone. The train carrying Su Yi's parents would arrive in just a few minutes. "Excuse me, please make way," he called out as he navigated through the crowded throng, finally reaching the exit. Just then, a train glided into the station. "Ladies and gentlemen, the train has arrived at Xinhai City, the capital of Jiangbei Province." The announcement echoed, prompting a stream of passengers with luggage to disembark from the carriages. Xiao Ming's eyes were glued to the crowd, anxious not to miss Su Yi's parents. 1 minute later, his phone buzzed in his hand, vibrating with urgency. He checked and confirmed it was Su Anjing, Su Yi's father. He quickly answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello, uncle, have you arrived?" "Yes, we have." Su Anjing's voice resonated through the line. "I just got off the train. Are you here to meet us?" "Yes." Due to the throng of people, Xiao Ming had not spotted them yet. "I am at the A-zone exit. You will see me when you arrive." "All right." The call remained connected, and after 5 or 6 minutes, 2 slender figures finally emerged before Xiao Ming. The first was undoubtedly Su Anjing, standing around 170 centimeters tall, clad in a tattered denim jacket, brown trousers, and camouflage shoes. His features bore a striking resemblance to the sketches provided by the authorities, yet they were more marred by weariness and anxiety. His unshaven face and dim eyes spoke volumes. Behind him stood Su Yi's mother, Xiao Ming, who was approximately 165 centimeters tall and strikingly beautiful. There was no mistaking her allure. However, the ravages of time seemed to have dulled her beauty. Yet it is still evident that her foundation is remarkably exquisite. Despite the strands of gray that have begun to adorn Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju's hair. Witnessing this scene fills Xiao Ming with an inexplicable heartache. He stepped forward to intercept Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju and spoke, "Greetings, uncle and aunt. I am a classmate of your daughter S. My name is Xiao Ming." Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's parents instinctively turned their gaze towards him. Observing the clean-cut visage of this young man, they were momentarily taken aback, their expressions slightly awkward. "Hello," Su Anjing said slowly, while Xiao Ming added, "Uncle and aunt, please follow me. I will take you to see Su Yitian." With a sigh, Xiao Ming led the way. And although Su Yitian's parents were filled with a multitude of questions, they refrained from voicing them. They would learn everything upon meeting her. Maintaining a polite distance from Xiao Ming, they were acutely aware of their disheveled appearance. The taxi area on the second underground level was bustling, with numerous taxis waiting in line for passengers. Upon reaching a cab, Xiao Ming opened the rear door, saying, "Uncle and aunt, please get in." "All right, thank you," Su Anjing replied, glancing at Xiao Ming with newfound appreciation, surprised at his thoughtfulness. Of course, it was not unusual for city children to be considerate. As they settled in the back seat, Xiao Ming prepared to join them. At that moment, Su Anjing suddenly remarked, "We were in a bit of a hurry today, and we might look a bit disheveled, so..." Before he could finish, Xiao Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No worries, uncle. It's perfectly fine. Clothes can be washed. While you're in the back, I'll show you some pictures of her." Only then did Su Anjing move aside to make room for Xiao Ming, who certainly bore no disdain for them. After all, who would a son-in-law disdain his own father-in-law, right? Once in the car, Xiao Ming instructed the driver, "Driver, please take us to the central hospital." The driver nodded and started the engine, while Xiao Ming retrieved his phone and opened the photo gallery. Since his rebirth, he had captured numerous images of Su Yitian, many of which were candid shots taken secretly in the classroom. There were quite a few unflattering photos, as they had been taken before their relationship had blossomed, lacking the intimacy they now shared. They were merely snapshots of everyday moments. Xiao Ming handed his phone to Su Anjing, saying, "Uncle, take a look. This is Yitian. Isn't she stunning?" As Su Anjing received the phone and gazed at the picture of his daughter, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. Although it had been 15 years since he last saw her, he recognized his daughter at first glance. Xiao Ming experienced a similar wave of emotion, as a sense of inexplicable familiarity surged within her upon seeing Su Yitian's photo. Overwhelmed, Xiao Ming began to weep, observing the two parents discreetly wiping away their tears. Xiao Ming spoke up, "Uncle and Aunt, your daughter is doing splendidly. Her academic performance ranks first in her class. When you see her, please try to remain calm." I understand, Su Yitian replied, covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you say she's been raised by a hospital all this time?" "Yes," Xiao Ming nodded. Su Yitian, "No, Su Yi told me about this. It was snowing heavily that day, and you were separated from her. A kind passerby found her and brought her to the hospital. As they conversed, the vehicle sped along. Throughout the journey, Xiao Ming regaled them with tales of Su Yitian's life at school, which made her parents particularly excited. After all, news of their daughter, whom they had searched for tirelessly for 15 years, was exhilarating and entirely understandable. At precisely 2 o'clock, the vehicle pulled up at the hospital entrance. After disembarking, Xiao Ming said to Su Yitian, "Please wait a moment. I will go and call her down. When you see her, I hope she recognizes you. So please try to keep your emotions in check. Just speak slowly." Both Su Yitian and Xiao Ming nodded. As Su Yitian's parents, they felt a deep sense of inadequacy in their roles. At that moment, Xiao Ming called Su Yitian. "Hello, it's already 2 o'clock. Did you only remember me after finishing your tasks?" She answered, "Yes." Xiao Ming chuckled. "I'm outside the hospital now. Why aren't you coming down to greet me?" "What? You're here?" Su Yitian quickly exclaimed. "Wait for me. I'll be right there." Beep, beep, beep. She hung up the phone. Chapter 56, A Family Reunion. Xiao Ming set his phone down and turned to glance at Su Yitian and Xiao Ming behind him. "She'll be down shortly. Just a moment." At that moment, Xiao Ming's heart raced with anticipation. In his previous life, he had tried every conceivable method to assist Su Yitian in locating her biological parents, yet to no avail. This day had been long awaited, not just for Su Yitian, but for himself as well. Outside the hospital, numerous patients and their families passed by. Approximately 2 minutes later, a striking figure appeared in Xiao Ming's line of sight. Indeed, it was Su Yitian. She wore the sweatshirt they had purchased earlier, paired with black athletic pants and white sneakers, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Upon spotting Xiao Ming, she dashed towards him, leaping into his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck. Xiao Ming instinctively supported her thighs, utterly taken aback by Su Yitian's enthusiastic display, especially with her parents watching. At that moment, Su Yitian undoubtedly recognized the unique bond between them. Xiao Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear, Yitian, we're outside the hospital. Aren't you worried about being seen by the nurses?" "I'm not worried," she replied nonchalantly. "I've already told a few of the nurses. They want me to bring you to the hospital to meet them." "Really?" Xiao Ming chuckled. "By the way, there is something important I need to tell you. Take a look at the people behind me." "Huh?" Su Yitian curiously turned her gaze to see Su Yitian and Xiao Ming standing quietly, observing her. Xiao Ming covered her mouth, unable to suppress her tears. Seeing her daughter so lively and healthy was worth more than anything else. At that moment, when Su Yitian laid eyes on her long-lost parents, her heart skipped a beat. Memories from her childhood flooded back, and the image of her father, who used to carry her around playfully, surfaced in her mind. She glanced at Xiao Ming, her excitement causing her to cover her mouth. "Xiao Ming, what is happening?" "If I'm not mistaken, I believe I've brought your biological parents back," he replied. Su Yitian's mind buzzed with disbelief, while Su Yitian and Xiao Ming could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward to embrace Su Yitian, weeping uncontrollably. Bystanders turned to witness the emotional scene. My daughter, it's truly you. I'm so sorry, my dear. I'm so sorry." Still reeling from the shock, Su Yitian looked at Xiao Ming, her eyes vacant. After a long moment, she finally managed to utter, "Mom and Dad, is it really you?" "Yes, it's us," they replied. Xiao Ming rummaged through her tattered handbag and produced a crumpled photograph. She presented the photograph before Su Yitian, and upon seeing it, Su Yitian realized that the individuals before her were indeed her biological parents. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she burst into tears. She embraced her parents tightly, experiencing their warm embrace for the first time in 15 years. Do not cry, do not cry. We are here, dear daughter. We are so sorry for everything. We will make it up to you, her parents reassured her. Su Yitian shook her head. No, you have nothing to apologize for. You truly do not. Observing their reunion, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. It took a while for them to gradually regain their composure. Xiao Ming approached and suggested, since you have not seen each other in so many years, I believe it is essential for you to have a heartfelt conversation. Yitian, this morning, I consulted the Public Security Bureau and found some information. Your parents have not eaten yet. Let us take them out for a meal. Ordait, Su Yitian nadif. Wiping the tears from her eyes. Now that the three had calmed down, recognizing this as their first meeting, Xiao Ming felt it was best not to linger. You should take your parents to eat. I shall excuse myself to allow you to spend time together. No. Su Yitian firmly grazed Xiao Ming gisrist. There is so much I want to discuss with you. Please come with us. Yes, let's go together. Su Yitian also had countless questions for him. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded. Very well. Let us find a nearby place to reminisce. The four of them entered a restaurant together. Inside the private room, Su Yitian gazed upon her parents, noting their aged appearances, which filled her heart with sorrow. It was Xiao Ming who broke the silence first. Yitian, I have been gathering information about missing children from 15 years ago, and by chance, I came across the missing person notice. Xiao Ming would not disclose that he had a system, thus fabricating a plausible reason. When Su Yitian went missing, he was certain her parents had printed missing person notices. You found the notice? Indeed, Xiao Ming affirmed. It is a website dedicated to cataloging missing news, and it took quite some time for me to locate it. Hearing this, Su Yitian felt deeply moved. However, the notice was incomplete, so I went to the police station with the scant details I had, and fortunately, I was able to contact them. Thank you. Thank you so much, Su Yitian suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with gratitude. There is no need to thank me. It is what I ought to do. Subsequently, the four began to converse. Su Yitian's parents recounted the years spent searching for her. They described how her father rode his motorcycle across numerous cities, yet found no leads. As for the reason Su Yitian and her parents became separated, it stemmed from their negligence. That day, Su Yitian took Su Yitian and her mother back to their hometown, but their motorcycle broke down, necessitating repairs. While Su Yitian briefly drank some water, Su Yitian, being so young, wandered off and vanished. Ultimately, she was not found. The location of her disappearance was in Xinhai City. Over the years, they had returned to this city multiple times, yet remained without any clues. The primary reason, perhaps, was the lack of developed internet at that time. Through a brief understanding, Su Yitian became aware of the hardships her parents had faced in recent years. Su Yitian had ridden several motorcycles into disrepair while searching, and her mother engaged in small business ventures, barely making ends meet while seeking their daughter. Su Yitian would also take on odd jobs to earn money for fuel to continue the search. Everything had been exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, they had the chance to reunite on this day. Chapter 57. Confessing their relationship to her parents. After hearing her father's account of searching for her, Su Yitian felt particularly touched. She bore no resentment toward her parents. After all, it was her own recklessness that had led to her being lost. Moreover, her parents had tirelessly searched for her over the past 15 years, never giving up. Consequently, her parents appeared much older than their peers. In the time to come, she would devote herself to accompanying them. As for Xiao Ming, he remained nearby, serving tea and water, keen to leave a good impression on her parents. Once Su Yitian finished recounting his experiences, Su Yitian began to share her own tales from the years past. The nurses and doctors in hospital, how they cared for her, her experiences in kindergarten, and more. She shared these memories with her parents. Witnessing this family reunion warmed Xiao Ming's heart. Just then, Su Yitian suddenly turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming. She quietly asked, by the way, Xiao Ming, do my parents know about our relationship? Upon meeting her gaze, Xiao Ming understood her meaning. She was inquiring whether her parents were aware that he and Su Yitian were in a romantic relationship. Xiao Ming shook his head. He was uncertain whether this revelation would be good or bad for Su Yitian's parents. They had found their daughter, and now she was accompanied by a boyfriend. It seemed rather fortuitous. Even if they were not entirely pleased, there was little that could be done, especially since it was Xiao Ming who had provided the clues that led to their daughter's discovery. Meanwhile, Su Yitian, seeing Xiao Ming shake his head, gathered her courage and declared, "Dad, Mom, although we have just met today, there is something I must clarify." She fixed her gaze on Xiao Ming and continued, "Xiao Ming is my boyfriend. I intend to marry him." At those words, Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He never expected Su Yitian would so openly confess their relationship. His heart raced faster as Su Yitian added, "This may come as a surprise to you, but I have known him since I was 9 years old. Although we were apart for a long time, since our reunion, he has taken care of me with great sincerity and even helped me with my studies. If it weren't for him, I might never have seen you again." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Hearing his daughter's words, Xuanxing felt no suck. From the moment Su Yitian had rushed out of the hospital and into his embrace, he had sensed there was something special between them. Moreover, Xiao Ming personally went to the train station to pick them up. All of his actions indicated that he was a good young man. Though they had only interacted for less than 2 hours, it was evident to him that Xiao Ming was a trustworthy man. After so many years without seeing his daughter, he understood how significant Xiao Ming was to Su Yitian. Therefore, at this moment, he was certain to support his daughter. "Daughter, I understand." Su Anjing could not help but look at Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, thank you for taking care of her all this time." "Uncle, there is no need for thanks." Xiao Ming quickly waved his hand. Su Anjing continued, "I can see the bond between you two. Rest assured, I will not interfere in your matters." He turned his gaze back to Su Yitian's face. "In the future, our family will be united once more. You will still be in high school, and your parents will move here to rent a home, living a fulfilling life together. I shall seek employment here to support both you and your mother." Indeed, upon hearing her father's words, Su Yitian nodded emphatically. Xiao Ming gazed at Su Anjing, for what he desired was quite simple, merely to accompany his daughter through life, witnessing her growth every step of the way. That was all. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming remarked, "Uncle, since Etienne's household registration is still here, let us first have a meal. Later, Etienne can introduce you to the doctor." Indeed, Su Anjing concurred, feeling Xiao Ming was right. At that moment, the dishes had already been served, just a few simple home-cooked meals, not particularly extravagant. The four of them began to eat heartily. After their meal, they departed the quaint restaurant and arrived outside the hospital where Su Yitian had resided for the past 15 years. Even now, throngs of individuals traversed the area, most with somber expressions. Xiao Ming gently patted Su Yitian on the shoulder. "Yitian, do you still wish for me to accompany you this time?" "Of course," she replied, gripping Xiao Ming's hand tightly. "Since it's you who contacted my parents, I must properly introduce you in front of the doctors and nurses. Without your presence, I would feel as though I were missing a vital part." "Very well," Xiao Ming shrugged. Then, under Su Yitian's guidance, they entered the hospital. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital was not particularly large, yet it boasted numerous departments. Behind the outpatient building stood an 18-story inpatient tower, where Su Yitian often accompanied the nurses on their rounds. Over the years, she had also learned some skills in administering injections and emergency procedures. On weekends, when patients were more numerous, Su Yitian refrained from disturbing the working doctors and nurses, instead leading her parents to an employee lounge on the 4th floor. Naturally, along the way, she greeted many of the hospital staff, most of whom she knew well. Upon entering the lounge, they found numerous desks, computers, and files. There were only 3 individuals present, 2 women and 1 man. "Sister Huan," Su Yitian exclaimed as she could no longer contain her excitement. The person addressed, wearing a nurse's cap adorned with 2 blue stripes, was likely the head nurse. Upon seeing Su Yitian, Ren Xiaojuan's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Ah, it's a little sweet. What brings you here today? And this must be Xiao Ming. As you said, he is indeed quite handsome." Xiao Ming was taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Turning her head, Su Yitian noticed her parents had not yet entered. After calling Su Anjing and Xie Lingju inside, she took a deep breath and declared, "Sister Huan, I have found my biological parents, and I am here today to share this news with you." "What?" Ren Xiaojun gazed at Su Yitian in disbelief. When Su Yitian was first brought to the hospital, She had just begun her internship as a nurse. 15 years had swiftly passed. Now, approaching 40, Ren Xiaojun had witnessed Su Yitian grow up. In her childhood, Su Yitian often clamored for her to buy her sweets. You found them? Really? Yes. Su Yitian nodded affirmatively. Turning to her parents, she introduced Dad, Mom, this is Sister Huan, who has taken care of me all these years. Back when she was an intern, her salary was a mere few dollars, yet she often bought me yogurt. Chapter 58. Xiao Ming, it is truly wonderful to have you. Su Yitian gazed at Sister Huan, her thoughts drifting back to the past. The two colleagues behind Ren Xiaojun could not help but approach upon hearing the conversation, while Su Anjing knelt down. Yes, he truly knelt. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of my daughter all these years. In the next life, I would be willing to work like a horse for you. The unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. Ren Xiaojun and her colleagues rushed forward to help him up. What are you doing? A man should not kneel. Thank you for caring for my daughter and teaching her to be so considerate. Su Anjing, now devoid of wealth, could only express his gratitude repeatedly. Tears welled in Xiao Ming's eyes. At that moment, he felt a profound sympathy for Su Anjing. It is our duty, Ren Xiaojun replied, as healthcare professionals, to save lives and assist others. There is no need for thanks. Her gaze shifted to Su Yitian. Yitian, the reunion with your parents is a blessing. Let us quickly share this joyous news with the esteemed director. Certainly, Su Yitian nodded. Before long, they entered the director's office, where several doctors and nurses with whom Su Yitian was particularly familiar were present. These individuals had watched her grow up, forming bonds that in many ways surpassed those of blood relatives. The director, Chun Xiuji, was 68 years old, an expert in cardiovascular medicine. Though she had reached retirement age, she remained dedicated to her vocation, often personally examining patients with severe conditions. With her graying hair and numerous wrinkles, she was seated on a sofa as Su Yitian and her parents entered. Director Grandma, Su Yitian began, and Chun Xiuji looked at the young woman before her, exclaiming, Haha, little Yitian, did I not tell you that your parents have been searching for you? At last, you are reunited. Chun Xiuji regarded her with a kind smile. Indeed, Su Yitian replied, nodding with a heart full of mixed emotions. The hospital had bestowed upon her countless memories. Chun Xiuji inquired, quickly, tell me how you found your parents. I worked tirelessly to help locate them. It was Xiao Ming who assisted me. He is now my boyfriend, she said, her gaze shifting to Xiao Ming. He scratched his head. I reviewed records of missing children over the past 15 years and happened to come across them. A classmate's father is a police officer, so I sought help and was fortunate to find them. Excellent. Chun Xiuji maintained her warm smile. Little Yitian, my greatest hope over the years has been for you to be reunited with your parents. There is no need for further words. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you should spend more time with them. However, do not forget that I am still here at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian vigorously shook her head. Unable to restrain herself, she rushed over to embrace Chun Xiuji, her cheek pressed against the older woman's chest. I will not forget you, Grandma. I promise to come back to visit you and everyone here. MHM, Chun Xiuji nodded. She understood that Su Yitian would soon depart, and truthfully, she felt reluctant to let her go, but she could not detain her. Then, Su Yitian turned her gaze to the other doctors and nurses in the room. These individuals are all her family. Su Yitian approached each of the doctors one by one, embracing them as a gesture of gratitude for their nurturing care over the years. Each physician imparted a blessing to her, creating a scene imbued with warmth. Subsequently, Su Yitian's parents expressed their heartfelt thanks, lingering in the director's office for several minutes before departing. Xiao Ming quietly trailed behind them, while the doctors resumed their duties, leaving only Ren Xiaojun following her. At this moment, Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian and said, Yitian, it is essential to conduct a paternity test now. Your household registration is with the hospital, indicating adoption, and transferring your registration necessitates the documentation from this test. Accompany your parents for the paternity test while I step outside to call my mother. All right, she nodded obediently. Xiao Ming gently ruffled her little face. I'll be off now and will return soon. When the blood is drawn, remember not to cry. I want tea, she replied. Ha, good, I believe in you. With a smile, Xiao Ming left for a quiet spot to call his mother. Zhou Yinwen answered the call promptly. Before Xiao Ming could speak, Zhou Yinwen anxiously inquired, "How is it, son? Have you met Xiao Tian's parents? Are they indeed her parents?" "Haha, yes, they're her parents," Xiao Ming replied lightly. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yinwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. "That's wonderful. The heavens are indeed watching over us. Yes, henceforth, our future son will have grandparents," he added with a chuckle. Zhou Yinwen felt a twinge of surprise at his words, realizing that they had only just confirmed their relationship yesterday, and he was already thinking about the child. Wasn't he that a bit hasty? She herself was not that eager. Xiao Ming continued, "All right, Mom, I won't say much more. I'll go accompany Su Yitian now. I may be late returning tonight, so please save me some dinner." "Sure, just take good care of her," she replied. After hanging up, Xiao Ming messaged Su Yitian on WeChat to inquire about her location and proceeded to meet her. At that moment, Su Yitian and Su Anjing had just finished their blood draw and were seated on a hospital bench awaiting the results. Typically, paternity test results take 7 to 10 days to be released. However, given Su Yitian's unique situation, the results would be expedited, arriving in approximately half an hour. "Yitian, come here. I need to discuss something with you," Xiao Ming called her to a corner. Su Yitian looked puzzled, but followed without further questioning, gazing at him expectantly. Xiao Ming said, "I've thought about it, and I believe we should have your parents stay at a hotel tonight. I will find a place for your uncle and aunt, and after we complete your paperwork tomorrow, they can move in. Meanwhile, you should spend quality time with your parents and focus on your studies. Don't forget to help out at my family's sausage shop." "All right." Su Yitian felt a warm current surging within her. She discovered that Xiao Ming was more thoughtful than she had imagined. Unable to contain herself, she embraced him and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek, whispering in his ear, "Xiao Ming, it's truly wonderful to have you." Chapter 59. The results of the paternity test. "Well, after all, they're also my future parents." Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. Su Yitian bit her lip and nodded, her eyes radiating affection. Xiao Ming reassured her, "I'll handle all the arrangements, so don't worry. I will ensure everything is well organized. The house will be located near my home, allowing us to attend school together. As for your parents' employment, that will depend on them." Su Yitian contemplative. "But the rent must be quite high. I can't let you bear that burden." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Let us first find a place, and we can discuss the rent later." "Okay." Su Yitian looked at him eagerly. "This way, I can accompany you and my parents every day. We can study diligently together, and I will need your help with my math in the future." "Huh, don't worry, it's no trouble at all," he encouraged. "For now, just go spend time with your parents. There's nothing pressing. Cherish this time with them. I'll check on my phone for suitable housing options nearby." "All right." Su Yitian leisurely made her way back, quickly engaging in conversation with her parents again. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming found a quiet spot and opened an apartment rental app to search for suitable housing nearby. Since it was a family of 3, a 2-bedroom apartment would suffice. There were several neighborhoods around Xiao Ming's home, but the area near Jinhua No. 1 Middle School was considered prime real estate, naturally commanding higher rents. Soon, he focused his attention on an apartment complex just a few hundred meters from his home. Mingkong Wenxin Garden, 94 square meters, 2 living rooms, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom, with a monthly rent of 1,499 yuan. This price was quite reasonable, even somewhat inexpensive, especially since it came furnished with essential appliances such as air conditioning, beds, wardrobes, a range hood, and basic electronics, ideal for a quick move-in. Feeling satisfied, Xiao Ming called the landlord and arranged to view the apartment the following afternoon after school. If all went well, they could sign the contract and facilitate Su Yitian's family moving in. Half an hour later, the results of the paternity test were ready. Rin Xiaojun rushed over with the test results for Su Yitian and Su Anjing, her face filled with urgency. "Xiao Tian, the results are in. How'd it go?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and her parents all stood up. Rin Xiaojun nodded. "It is confirmed. They are indeed your biological parents." The paternity test results bore a succinct note. According to DNA analysis, it was established that Su Anjing is Su Yitian's biological father. This revelation elicited no surprise from anyone, Su Yitian excitedly accepted the test report, gazing deeply at Su Anjing and Xiaolinju. Dad, Mom, we are here. Su Anjing imranjit hartaiti. Witnessing this scene filled Rin Xiaojun with profound emotion. She couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Tian, make sure to spend more time with your parents. Study diligently, and when you get into a good university, don't forget to share this news with me. I will, she affirmed. Now, you two must listen to your parents. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. Goodbye, sister. After Ren Xiaojun departed, Su Yitian suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze toward her parents. By the way, Mom and Dad, there is one more thing. I need to say farewell to a very important patient. As she spoke, her expression grew somber. This patient was an elderly woman who had been hospitalized for 6 years, battling cancer for a prolonged period. Although her 2 sons were affluent, they seldom visited her. The elderly lady often played with Su Yitian in the hospital's back garden, teaching her to do her homework. Every night, Su Yitian would check on her with a nurse, and only upon seeing Su Yitian could the elderly woman sleep peacefully. After sharing this, Su Yitian looked up at the 3 individuals beside her. Thus, I must say goodbye to her, otherwise she will be heartbroken if she doesn't see me. Go ahead, Su Anjing encouraged his daughter, fully supporting her decision. This hospital is her sanctuary. The individuals she encounters here hold extraordinary significance. Su Yitian nodded thoughtfully. Then, I shall go now. I wish to purchase some items for my grandmother. All right, dear. You and Xiao Ming go ahead. Your mother and I will deliver some things to the director. We shall see you shortly. After all, the hospital has cared for your daughter for so many years, so it is only right to offer them a token of our gratitude. It may not be expensive, but the sentiment is what truly matters. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian nodded in agreement. She turned to Xiao Ming. Come with me to bid farewell to that grandmother. She mentioned that once I found a boyfriend, I should bring him to see her. Sure. Before long, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrived outside the hospital. There were many relatives of patients purchasing items, making the small shops outside the hospital exceptionally busy. They did not buy anything extravagant, opting instead for a fruit basket and a box of milk as they hurried toward the inpatient department. Su Yitian led Xiao Ming to a room on the 8th floor, gently pushing the door open. Upon hearing the noise, an elderly lady with an oxygen mask on bed opened her clouded eyes. Her face was dotted with freckles. Her hair was graying, and she appeared utterly devoid of energy. However, upon recognizing Su Yitian, she mustered the strength to sit up, bracing herself against the bed's edge. In a faint voice, she said, Xiao Tian, you've come to see your grandmother. Chapter 60. I still have a bottle of fine Moutai unopened. Grandmother, please don't move. Su Yitian hurried over to Lu Xiang, who was now very frail, having battled cancer for 6 years and weighing less than 70 pounds. Although she wasn't emaciated, she was quite thin. Su Yitian quickly knelt down and placed a cushion behind her back. Over the past year, Lu Xiang's condition had deteriorated due to health reasons. The frequency of her chemotherapy had to be reduced. Lu Xiang gently caressed Su Yitian's hand, her age manifesting as a slight tremor. In a soft tone, she remarked, Xiao Tian, didn't you come in the evening? Why are you here in the afternoon? At these words, tears welled up in Su Yitian's eyes. She was unsure if this farewell would cause her grandmother pain. Yet, having been an orphan, she felt she should be happy upon discovering her biological parents. A tear slipped down Su Yitian's cheek as she choked out, Grandmother, I am here to say goodbye. I have found my biological parents. We just completed a paternity test, and I won't be able to visit you every evening anymore. Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback by Su Yitian's words. Then, with great effort, she forced a smile, as if she had momentarily forgotten her pain, gently stroking Su Yitian's face. That's wonderful, as long as you found them. That's good. Su Yitian wiped her tears and said, But I will visit you when I have the time, grandmother. Thank you for helping me with my studies back then. No need for thanks, Xiao Tian. You often kept me company. It was my duty. Su Yitian turned to Xiao Ming. By the way, grandmother, this is Xiao Ming, the one I often mention. He helped me find my parents. At this, Lu Xiang looked up at him. Xiao Ming felt a pang of discomfort, but managed to smile and greeted her. Hello, grandmother. Hello. Lu Xiang replied, glancing at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, you must take good care of her. I will, grandmother, Xiao Ming nodded. Lu Xiang's gaze returned to Su Yitian Xiao. The college entrance examination is approaching. You must study diligently in this final year. Also, spend more time with your parents. Don't be like my son. As she shifted topics, Lu Xiang added, when you and Xiao Ming get married, don't forget to send me an invitation. I'll contribute a little something. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian nodded earnestly. Grandmother, you can rest assured, I will definitely do that. Lu Xiang smiled broadly, genuinely hoping to witness Su Yitian's wedding, even though she knew it was unlikely. Over the past few years, she had come to regard Su Yitian as her own granddaughter. Despite the absence of her son during these final days, at least she had Su Yitian. After chatting with Lu Xiang for a good while longer, Su Yitian reluctantly left the room with Xiao Ming. In the corridor, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, doesn't her son take care of her at all? Well, Su Yitian replied quietly. He only covers the medical expenses and hired a caregiver, but the caregiver is often absent. Xiao Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Is it truly possible to treat one's biological mother this way? I feel sympathy for her, but there's little we can do, Su Yitian said helplessly. Grandmother's husband is also unwell. Recently, he has been going for 4 drips during the day and can only come to accompany her at night. Xiao Ming sighed, realizing that such situations were typically only seen on television. Yet here it was unfolding right before him. Noticing the heavy atmosphere following their visit with Lu Xiang, Su Yitian called her parents, who were still in the director's office. At this moment, Xiao Ming felt it would be good for Su Yitian to spend some quality time with her parents, reminiscing about old times. Yitian, let us call it a day. Go find your parents and book a hotel for them to stay at. Spend some time with them. Tomorrow, after the Public Security Bureau opens, you can sort out your household registration with them, and after school, we can go house hunting. Oldait, Su Yitian nadif. What about you? Me? Xiao Ming chuckled softly. I'll naturally head home. It's getting late, and I haven't finished my homework. Looks like I'll have to pull an all-nighter tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian suddenly remembered that she hadn't completed her assignments either. She quickly said, then you should hurry home. Don't stay up too late. If you really can't finish, I'll send you the answers. Why not just say you'll write it for me? That works too. Giggling at the silly Su Yitian, Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. All right, I can definitely finish it. If you can't make it to school tomorrow, remember to call Teacher Wang, and if anything comes up, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always here. MHM. That assurance of I'm always here filled her with a sense of security, and she nodded slightly. Let me walk you out. Sure. Soon, Su Yitian accompanied Xiao Ming to the hospital entrance. By this time, the sky had darkened, the streetlights illuminating the roads, and the traffic continued to flow steadily. Su Yitian took out her phone to summon a ride, watching as Xiao Ming departed. Settled in the back seat, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Seeing Su Yitian reunite with her parents was enough for him. The next step was to focus on his studies, earnestly work for his future, and closely monitor Su Yitian's health. After all, she had yet to suffer from heart failure. According to the timeline, she would only fall ill during her university years. With the system in place, it would be wise to prepare special medication as early as possible. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the residential complex where Xiao Ming lived. He walked straight home, and the moment he opened the door, the enticing aroma of food wafted into his nostrils. Xiao Ming inhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the dining table, which was already laden with a sumptuous spread. The table was adorned with braised pork, ants climbing a tree, and a sweet and sour carp. At that moment, Zhou Yanwen and Xiao Guosheng emerged from the kitchen together. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Zhou Yanwen's face lit up with a radiant smile. You're back. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat. All right. Xiao Ming dashed to the sink to wash his hands before taking a seat at the dining table. His father initiated the conversation. I heard from your mother that Su Yitian has found her parents. Is that true? Xiao Ming shrugged. Of course it's true. Dad, it took me quite a while to gather the clues, and they've already completed the paternity test today. There's no doubt it's them. Ha ha, splendid. Suddenly, Xiao Guosheng appeared to have a thought. He turned to Xiao Ming. When are you going to invite your father-in-law over? I still have a bottle of fine Maotai that remains unopened. Chapter 61. Did Xiao Ming receive a confession from Su Yitian? Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming's expression darkened. How eager could his father be? Why not just arrange the wedding banquet for tomorrow? All right, old Xiao. Keep your comments to a minimum. Zhou Yinwen shot a glare at Xiao Guosheng and then placed a piece of braised pork into Xiao Ming's bowl. Son, how is everything arranged on Yitian's side? Where are her parents from? They are from a neighboring Jinghai city, Xiao Ming replied, picking up a piece of sweet and sour carp and placing it in his mouth. Since Su Yitian is still studying here, they plan to rent a place nearby and look for jobs locally. Zhou Yinwen nodded. This indeed seemed to be the most sensible approach, considering Su Yitian's studies. Taking her back to Jinghai would significantly impact her academic performance. Moreover, it would separate her from Xiao Ming, which he would certainly dislike. At this point, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered, by the way, Dad, how is the sausage shop coming along? It's coming along nicely, Xiao Guosheng replied. We've invested quite a bit this time. The renovations should take just over a week to complete. By the way, dear, have you submitted your resignation? I've already handed it in to my supervisor. At this, Xiao Ming chimed in. Hey, Mom, look at how wonderful this is. Soon you'll be a small business owner. When the time comes, you can hire a few people, and Wun-Ti, that'd be delightful. Whether it will be profitable remains to be seen. Zhou Yinwen shook her head, though Xiao Ming had indeed made quite a bit of money recently. You should have faith in your son. After all, I have several tens of thousands of followers on Douyin. The internet can bring in substantial traffic. And given that it's a snack street, you should have confidence in this venture, Mom. All right. Zhou Yinwen couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ming had indeed changed significantly, maturing immensely. She added, well, Xiao Ming, you haven't finished your homework yet, have you? After dinner, make sure to do it quickly. You need to wake up early for school tomorrow. I know, Mom. After dinner, Xiao Ming returned to his bedroom. However, instead of diving straight into his homework, he called Su Yitian. Hello, have you finished eating? On the other end, Su Yitian's voice responded, yes, I just finished. How about you? Have you arranged everything with your parents? Yes, everything's arranged. I'm currently with them. We booked a room at a small hotel near the hospital, and we just had dinner. That's good to hear. Xiao Ming didn't want to take up too much of her time. You and your parents enjoy your meal. I'll start my homework now. By the way, you should be going to school tomorrow, right? Yes. We just inquired, and it turns out I don't need to be present to transfer my household registration. I can just go to school tomorrow. Great. Xiao Ming suddenly recalled something. Oh, tell your parents that they don't need to look for a place to stay anymore. I've already found one. We can go check it out together after school tomorrow. Okay. After chatting with Su Yitian for a little longer, he hung up the phone. The remainder of the evening was spent on his homework, which fortunately wasn't too burdensome for the weekend. He managed to complete it in just over an hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ming had finished his shower and laid down on his bed. Feeling a bit bored, he opened Douyin. Recently, he had indeed lost quite a few followers, but he still had over 60,000. Many supporters reached out to him daily, inquiring when he would resume selling sausages. Xiao Ming would occasionally sift through messages to respond. Recently, numerous vendors had seized the opportunity to sell starch sausages, but none could compare to Xiao Ming's culinary skills. After browsing on his phone for a while, he placed it by his pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, as usual, he opened his eyes and checked in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've earned 5,000 wish points. Wow, that's quite a lot. Xiao Ming was thrilled. It had been nearly a month since his rebirth, and this was only the second time he had received 5,000 wish points. Now that he had found Su Yitian's parents, he could exchange for other items, such as AD calcium milk. From Xiao Ming's observation, he realized that AD calcium milk was indeed effective and yielded remarkable results. Next time, he could invite Su Yitian to the cinema for some affectionate moments. As he thought of this, a mischievous smile spread across his face. However, he knew that he must not rush things. She was still quite young. As the weather grew colder, Xiao Ming dressed warmly and, as usual, brushed his teeth and washed his face. After breakfast, he shouldered his bag and made his way to Jinhua No. 1 Middle School. Upon arriving at the school gate, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Su Yitian. She was carrying her breakfast while wearing her backpack. Xiao Ming hurried over to her, gently tapping her shoulder. Good morning, wifey. Huh? Su Yitian, lost in her thoughts, was startled by Xiao Ming's sudden greeting. Then, her expression turned slightly bewildered. Xiao Ming? What? Her face flushed as she whispered. How can you call me wifey on campus? There are so many people around. Xiao Ming glanced around and reassured her, I got a bit too excited seeing you. But don't worry, no one heard. Well, Su Yitian didn't dwell on it. After all, it was Xiao Ming who had said it. And it felt quite nice. The two of them ascended the stairs and reached the classroom door. Just as they stepped inside, Zhuan Tiansheng blocked their path. What's up, beast? Brother Ming, extend your hand. Huh? Xiao Ming was taken aback, but slowly stretched out his hand. Zhuan Tiansheng's gaze fell on the couple's rings. He then turned to Su Yitian. Sister-in-law, you should extend your hand too. Su Yitian glanced at Xiao Ming, puzzled by Zhuan Tiansheng's antics, but still extended her delicate fingers. Wow, indeed. The couple rings they wore were the ones Xiao Ming had posted about on social media. Zhuan Tiansheng exclaimed with envy, wow, so you two have officially confirmed your relationship? Xiao Ming chuckled, what? Is there a problem? Zhuan Tiansheng shook his head. No, I'm just a bit amazed at how quickly you moved. You confessed so fast. Xiao Ming looked at Zhuan Tiansheng seriously. You might not believe it, but it wasn't me who confessed. It was her who confessed to me. Upon hearing those words, Su Yitian shyly lowered her head and walked towards her seat. Meanwhile, Zhuan Tiansheng stood dumbfounded in place. Xiao Ming was confessed to by Su Yitian? Chapter 62. Perhaps Zhao Yalu is secretly infatuated with me right now. Hey, Minggu, could you please teach me something? Zhuan Tiansheng hurriedly caught up with Xiao Ming's pace. If he could elicit a confession from Zhao Yalu, he would surely wake up smiling from such a dream. Teach what? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, fully aware of Zhuan Tiansheng's intentions. He glanced at Zhao Yalu in the distance and whispered, first, you should shed that little belly of yours, work on your abs, and then make an effort to chat with her more often and show some concern, and things will fall into place. Zhuan Tiansheng furrowed his brows. Looking at his little belly, the latter part sounds reasonable, but are you implying that I'm fat? Aren't you? Xiao Ming gently patted Su Yitian's shoulder and asked, Yitian, does Zhuan Tiansheng look fat? Well, a bit. She nodded. Wow. Zhuan Tiansheng's face darkened. Fine, if I'm fat, I'm fat. After all, fat people are potential stocks. Maybe Zhao Yalu is secretly in love with me right now. Ah, yes. Xiao Ming shrugged. Think whatever you like. Morning reading is about to start. Hurry back to your seat. All right. He obediently returned to his position, while Su Yitian opened her breakfast box. Xiao Ming, have you eaten? She curiously focused her gaze on Xiao Ming, who glanced at the food on the table. Yes, I've eaten. You should hurry and eat too. By the way, your parents are moving your household registration today, right? Yes. She nodded slightly. Xiao Ming continued. Then you told your dad not to look for a place, right? I did. Su Yitian replied. They said they would finish the household registration today and then buy some bedding, which will temporarily be placed in the hotel. We've booked a room for 3 days, so there's no rush to find a house. That's good. Now eat quickly. We'll have morning reading soon. By the way, I still have some AD calcium milk in my desk drawer. Remember to drink it after you finish. Xiao Ming flashed a mischievous smile, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her chest. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian frowned. How can he always produce AD calcium milk? Does he really enjoy hoarding it? This puzzled Su Yitian, but she didn't inquire further. Time flew by. At 6 o'clock, the pleasant school dismissal bell rang, and the politics teacher closed the textbook in hand. All right, class, that's it for today. Continue working on the next test paper tonight. We'll check it tomorrow. After saying that, the politics teacher left the classroom with a cup of goji berry-infused water. The classroom erupted into chaos as students rushed outside. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian packed their bags and left the classroom together. Soon, it would be time to meet the landlord, and they were going to check out the apartment together. If it felt right, they could rent it. Tomorrow, they could have her parents move in. Su Yitian nodded. By the way, what about the rent? Will it be expensive? No worries, I still have some money. I can cover it for now. No. Su Yitian quickly shook her head. How can I let you pay? The rent is not a small amount. You shouldn't cover it. Xiao Ming wore a mischievous smile. Then I'll just give you less of a bride price in the future. Speaking of which, how much bride price should I prepare when we get married? I'll pay you. Su Yitian anevashidli diklev. Hearing this, Xiao Ming chuckled. This girl is even willing to pay. How naive. Xiao Ming replied. All right, since it seems I must pay the rent today, since you're even willing to pay, It's not unreasonable for me to cover the rent, right? Su Yitian frowned. Then I want a bride price of 1 million. Let my parents handle it. You need to save money to marry me. Forget it. Xiao Ming shook his head. I can't save money at all. 1 million is too much. I'll pay today, and you can take less in the future. Xiao Ming said, All right, you can't possibly think you can outtalk me. Let us just check out the apartment first. We can discuss the rest later. Oh, Su Yitian pouted. Xiao Ming's words were truly infuriating. She simply couldn't argue back. The two left the campus together, and since the distance wasn't too far, they walked. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrived at the entrance of Mingkong Wenxin Garden. This was a newly built community from recent years, classified as a resettlement housing project. But the amenities were quite decent, certainly much better than Xiao Ming's current residence. The buildings in this community were all 26 stories high. The landlord had received 7 or 8 units after the resettlement and currently lived here. After Xiao Ming called the landlord, she came down to greet them a few minutes later. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with well-maintained skin that made her look youthful. She walked directly towards Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, smiling as she said, Hello, are you here to view the apartment? Yes. Xiao Ming nodded, and the landlord responded, Yes. Please follow me. The tenants in my building are all students from Genoa, so I've set the rental price a bit lower. Saying this, she led the way. Su Yitian scratched her head and quietly asked, Did you tell her we're from Genoa? Silly girl. Xiao Ming lightly tapped her on the head. Aren't we wearing Genoa's uniform? Look, isn't there a Genoa logo on your chest? Indeed. Su Yitian was taken aback. Had she been so overly happy these past few days that her mind had gone blank? The landlord took Xiao Ming and Su Yitian to the 6th floor of Building 12 and then opened the door to Unit 0601. Upon turning on the light, the scene that greeted them was quite similar to what they had seen on their phones. The floor was exceptionally clean, though the decoration of the house wasn't luxurious. It had all the necessary furniture. Most importantly, it was particularly tidy. Since it wasn't frequently occupied, there was very little dust on the floor, indicating that the landlord often cleaned here. Come, let me show you around. The landlord first led Xiao Ming and Su Yitian into the master bedroom, which contained 2 wardrobes, an assembly table, a bed, and 2 nightstands. Of course, there was also an air conditioner mounted on the wall. For living, the environment was indeed quite nice. This is the 2nd bedroom, equipped similarly to the master bedroom. The kitchen has a range hood, but you'll need to recharge the gas for it to function. The bathroom is equipped with a water heater, and during winter, there is underfloor heating. The rent is not exorbitant. By the way, parking in this community is particularly affordable. Only 1 yuan per day. If you have a car, just go to the property management to handle it. The landlord patiently introduced the apartment to them, and Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Su Yitian. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this place? Su Yitian slowly nodded. This apartment was indeed quite nice, suitable for her and her parents. However, the rent here shouldn't be cheap, right? Seeing Su Yitian agree, Xiao Ming directly suggested, Then let us sign the contract. Chapter 63. A bad boy is what women love. Su Yitian hurriedly exclaimed, Isn't it a bit too soon? Silly girl, you've already set your sights on it. How can we not sign the contract? If we don't sign today, it might be gone tomorrow. Haha. The landlord smiled slightly. Little sister, this apartment is quite nice and mainly affordable. If it weren't for the fact that you're students, I might have already rented it out. Indeed, Xiao Ming remarked, After this village, there won't be another store like this. He turned his gaze towards the landlord, saying, By the way, we are currently in our senior year, so we'd like to rent the place for 10 months. I hope you can understand. Of course, the landlord readily agreed. Since the house was owned by Su Yitian's parents, it was preferable to sign the contract under her name. Su Yitian meticulously reviewed the contract, determined to avoid any potential pitfalls. After all, vigilance against fraud is essential. When she saw that the rent was 1,499 yuan per month, she couldn't help but be taken aback. She looked up at Xiao Ming, asking, Is the rent really that cheap? 1,499 yuan? Yes. Houses like this around here usually go for over 2,000 yuan, which is why I was eager to sign the contract, he replied. Su Yitian couldn't help but glance at the landlord, who nodded in affirmation. That's the price. There are no additional fees. Please sign quickly. After signing, Xiao Ming promptly transferred 14,900 yuan to the landlord via Alipay, covering the 10 months' rent. Once the landlord confirmed receipt of the payment and chatted for a while longer, he left them with a set of keys and the contract. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Everything is settled now. We have the house, and your parents are taken care of. Yitian, don't you think I deserve a little reward? She furrowed her brow slightly. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and teased. Are you not going to give me a loving kiss? At his words, Su Yitian's cheeks flushed. She still couldn't forget the embarrassing moment when Xiao Guosheng caught her kissing Xiao Ming's cheek at his house. It was mortifying, observing her shyness. The audacious Xiao Ming pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist while his gaze fixed intently on her cheek. This girl was still exceptionally bashful. Yet Su Yitian also looked back at him with wide eyes. At that moment, Xiao Ming felt that she would accept anything he did. Her bashfulness was just a natural trait of a girl. Their gaze lingered for over 3 seconds before Xiao Ming leaned in to kiss her. He vaguely recalled someone saying that if a couple maintains eye contact for more than 3 seconds, a kiss is permissible. As a man, one must be decisive. Shamelessness is essential. Only in this manner could their relationship deepen. Surprisingly, Su Yitian did not resist the kiss. In fact, she began to enjoy it. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Ming's neck, their bodies pressing closely together in an intimate embrace. As she savored the sweetness of their kiss, Xiao Ming's masculine traits gradually came to the forefront. It was only when Su Yitian sensed something unusual that she straightened her back, unable to resist glancing down. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Xiao Ming, your mouth tastes so sweet. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ming, aware of what Su Yitian had noticed, deliberately changed the subject. Do you know why some couples start to resemble each other over time? Su Yitian shook her head in confusion. It's because kissing exchanges the bacteria in our mouths, including growth cells, leading us to look more alike. Moreover, kissing has health benefits. Just 5 minutes a day can even aid in weight loss. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. So, Yitian, you understand what I mean, right? This. Su Yitian lightly punched his chest. How annoying. You just want to kiss me. Yes. Su Yitian pouted. That's fine, but you need to work on your abs. Girls love a well-defined abdomen, you know? I have them, he replied. With no one around, they found themselves in an entirely private space. Xiao Ming lifted his shirt, revealing a chiseled six-pack that took Su Yitian by surprise. She was unsure why girls were so drawn to abs, but upon seeing Xiao Ming's, her eyes sparkled. Wow. Cautiously, she poked at his abs, finding them solid and unyielding. Xiao Ming smiled at her reaction. So, do you like them? Ido. She nodded, dazed. With a sly grin, he continued, since girls adore guys' abs, do you know what guys like about girls? What? Her innocent smile prompted Xiao Ming to glance at her chest. Noticing his gaze, she lowered her head slightly. Then, as if recalling something, her expression shifted, though she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Ming continued. So, Yitian, you should drink more AD calcium milk. When we have children in the future, it would be troublesome without breast milk. Su Yitian was taken aback. Just earlier, Xiao Ming had seemed quite innocent and gentlemanly. How had he suddenly shifted to this? So that's why you keep insisting I drink AD calcium milk, she realized. Hee. Xiao Ming scratched his head. Exactly. Look, I've worked hard to get these abs for you, so you need to keep up? Su Yitian was momentarily at a loss for words. While abs can be cultivated, this other matter seemed beyond human intervention. She recalled a saying from her classmates. The men who claim that rubbing a bunny will make it grow are merely making excuses. The notion that drinking AD calcium milk could magically enhance her figure was utterly absurd. Ugh, how annoying. Su Yitian huffed. Xiao Ming reassured her. Don't worry. I'll take care of your AD calcium milk from now on. It's not just for me. It's for our future children, so they can have breast milk. Excuses. Su Yitian rolled her eyes. However, she couldn't truly be upset. Men tend to act playfully only with those they cherish. His words assured her of his deep affection, especially since he was already thinking about their future children. All right. Xiao Ming leaned in to kiss Su Yitian's cheek. Call your parents and ask them to bring your things over. I'll head home first. I have homework to do tonight. See you tomorrow. Chapter 64. In the future, when Su Yitian and I get married, I'll ask for a smaller betrothal gift. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian felt a tinge of disappointment. She pouted. Are you leaving so soon? Well, it's getting late. I'll call my parents to share this good news with them. Xiao Ming nodded, standing up and grabbing his backpack from the sofa. By the way, you need to find your parents, right? It's late. Let me walk you. No. Su Yitian shook her head, looking at him reassuringly. We live in a harmonious society. There are so many cameras on the streets. It's perfectly safe. I'll head over by myself. You should get home quickly. All right then. Xiao Ming smiled, not pressing matter. After all, before their paths crossed again, she had always managed on her own, adeptly handling everything. It was only after gaining a boyfriend that she seemed a bit more naive, perhaps a touch more delicate. Every girl has a little princess within her, after all. Su Yitian held the keys as she escorted Xiao Ming to the entrance of the community. After he departed, she retrieved her phone and dialed her father, Su Yitian. On the other end, upon seeing his beloved daughter's call, Su Yitian hurriedly answered, Hello, my daughter. It's quite late. Have you returned home? Upon hearing her father's voice, Su Yitian replied, Xiao Ming just took me to view some apartments, and I'm still outside the community gate. Dad, have you and Mom finished shopping? Did you go to see the house today? Su Yitian was somewhat bewildered, as his daughter had previously mentioned that she didn't want him to search for a place, stating that Xiao Ming would assist them instead. He hadn't anticipated that they would actually go to see a house today. Yes, and Xiao Ming has already paid the rent. Su Yitian suddenly realized, Dad, it was Xiao Ming who paid the rent. I didn't say he couldn't, but I couldn't convince him otherwise. At this moment, Su Yitian was even more confused. The rent had already been paid, and it was by Xiao Ming. He felt a sense of indebtedness, as Xiao Ming had helped his daughter find a place without receiving much gratitude. And now he had taken the initiative to pay the rent as well. Su Yitian thought it necessary to pay a visit to Xiao Ming's family, and perhaps bring the rent money along. He said, Daughter, although Xiao Ming is your boyfriend, I feel quite indebted. You know how much the rent is, right? Tell me, and we will take it to him later. By the way, do you know where Xiao Ming lives? Yes, I know. I've been to his house before. The rent is 15,000. When shall we go? Su Yitian pondered for a moment. Let us go right away. It's also a good opportunity for me to properly thank Xiao Ming. Without him, our family wouldn't have been able to reunite. Oldait, Su Yitian agreed cheerfully. The apartment is near Xiao Ming's house, so I'll wait here for you. I'll take you to find him later. Okay. I'll head to the bank to withdraw some money and buy a gift. I'll meet you and your mother shortly. Yes, I'm at Songwei Street, Mingkong Wenxin Garden Community. After noting the address, Su Yitian hung up the phone. Su Yitian gazed at the streetlights, a slight smile gracing her lips. She realized that everything Xiao Ming had done was remarkably well organized and exceedingly trustworthy. Meanwhile, at Xiao Ming's home, he entered and casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Mom, Dad, I'm back. In the kitchen, Zhou Yanwen was busy stir-frying, while Xiao Guosheng sat on the couch, engrossed in a boxing match, completely absorbed in the action. Hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Zhou Yanwen poked her head out from the kitchen. You're back. How did it go with Su Yitian? Did you find a good apartment? Xiao Ming had already informed his parents about the apartment viewing, so it was natural for his mother to inquire. Yes, we signed the contract. Su Yitian now has a place in Xinhai City. Shouldn't we start discussing our wedding plans next? Enough of that. Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes. You're still so young. Why are you talking about marriage? Of course, she understood that Xiao Ming was joking, and she continued, For now, focus on your studies. Doing well in your college entrance exams is the most important thing. Don't worry, Mom, Xiao Ming replied, glancing at his father, who was still captivated by the boxing match, ignoring them. Mom, let me help you in the kitchen. Ever since Xiao Ming had been reborn, he had changed drastically, and Zhou Yanwen's attitude towards him had also transformed significantly. The once fierce mother seemed to have calmed down, only occasionally raising her voice. In the kitchen, Zhou Yanwen had prepared an extravagant meal. There were some lobsters, seafood, beef, various stir-fried dishes, and even an ostrich egg. This ostrich egg was particularly large, almost the size of a cantaloupe. It was the first time Xiao Ming had seen such a large egg. Mom, what is going on? We usually don't buy seafood, And what is up with this egg? Today, your dad got promoted. Really? Xiao Ming turned to look at Xiao Guosheng, who was still glued to the television. He was promoted to product manager and called me to let me know to prepare all this. Your dad usually works so hard. We must treat him well. Xiao Ming chuckled. No wonder he is sitting there like an old man watching TV. Usually, you would have scolded him by now. Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes. Do you think your mother is that kind of person? Just then, the family dog, Wonkai, appeared at Xiao Ming's feet, pawing at his pant leg and barking. 40 minutes later, the meal was finally ready, and it was exceptionally lavish. The entire ostrich egg had been used to make several dishes: fried egg, tomato scrambled eggs, and steamed eggs. 3 dishes barely consumed, 1 ostrich egg. The taste remained to be seen. In addition, there were sliced beef tongue, tripe, fish-flavored shredded pork, twice-cooked pork, and so forth, nearly filling the dining table. So many dishes were prepared to celebrate his father's promotion. Previously, his father earned over $20,000 a month. Now, as a product manager, his income would surely double. Although Xiao Ming didn't remember this event from his past life, he didn't dwell on it. In the living room, Xiao Guosheng continued watching the boxing match, even ignoring Xiao Ming when he returned home. Typically, his father would be reprimanded by Zhou Yinwen for watching boxing. Today, he was enjoying the match peacefully. This must be the joy of being a man. Xiao Ming approached his father. Dad, stop watching. Dinner is ready. Oh. Xiao Guosheng snapped out of his focus and turned to the dining table, revealing a smile. So, how about a drink with your old man today? He knew Xiao Ming had never drunk alcohol, but since he was now 18, a little wound tea hurt. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming quickly shook his head. I have homework to do after dinner, so I'll pass on the drinking. Haha, all right. Xiao Guosheng didn't insist. After washing their hands, the two took their seats at the dining table. Just as they were about to eat, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, wondering who would visit at such a late hour, especially since they had no relatives in Xinhai City. Curious, he walked to the door and opened it, only to be momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was Su Yitian and her parents. At that moment, Su Yitian stood there somewhat shyly, still in her school uniform, while behind her, Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju carried some gifts, dressed simply in casual attire. Oh, Yitian uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? Xiao Ming glanced at Su Yitian's parents. Please, come in. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? We just started eating, so join us. Xiao Ming warmly welcomed the 3 into the house, just as his parents approached. Seeing Su Yitian's parents took them by surprise as well. Xiao Ming quickly introduced, Dad, Mom, these are Su Yitian's parents. Oh, wonderful. Xiao Guosheng greeted enthusiastically. Come in. We just started dinner. Now I have someone to drink with, haha. Xiao Guosheng was quite friendly. And since Su Yitian's parents were not strangers, despite it being their first meeting, they would surely see each other more often in the future, especially since their children were destined to marry. Xiao Ming directly took Su Yitian's hand, pulling her towards the dining hall with a cheerful smile. What brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. Su Yitian, somewhat taken aback, replied, Did you not just pay the rent? My dad came to give you the money. What money? Xiao Ming shook his head. Did we not agree that it would be deducted from the betrothal gift? Su Yitian was at a loss for words, while at that moment, Xiao Guosheng had already approached Su Anjing and shook his hand. Son, go grab that bottle of Matai from under my bed, quickly. Sure, Xiao Ming exclaimed joyfully, rushing into his father's bedroom, searching for a while before finally locating the bottle. The scene left Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju somewhat bewildered. It seemed a tad overly enthusiastic. Didn't it? That's Xiao Ming's father, right? Your son just paid us 15,000 for the rent. Please accept it. With that, Su Anjing pulled out a wad of renminbi. Xiao Guosheng was taken aback, feeling it was rather impersonal. Why so formal? He chuckled. You see, not long ago, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian set up a stall selling grilled sausages, and in just 5 days, they made 50,000. We went to be needing that rent money. Isn't that right, Xiao Ming? Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, while Su Anjing felt increasingly uncomfortable. There was an undeniable sense that he and the Xiao family inhabited different worlds. We could discuss this later. Come in and have a meal, Xiao Guosheng invited. No, we've already eaten. Then just have a little more. Unable to resist Xiao Guosheng's warmth, Su Yitian and Xiao Ming eventually acquiesced. Primarily, the Xiao family was exceedingly welcoming. And additionally, there were Su Yitian's parents, whom Xiao Guisheng and Zhou Yanwen particularly adored. Xiao Ming, why haven't you brought chopsticks for your uncle and aunt yet? I'll get them right away. Xiao Ming dashed into the kitchen, returning with 3 sets of chopsticks. Once everyone was seated, Su Yitian still felt the weight of the matter at hand. He spoke slowly. Xiao Ming, thank you for helping us find our daughter. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Uncle, I've already said there is no need for thanks. Seeing your family reunited brings me immense joy. From now on, we're all family, so there is really no need for gratitude. If you insist on thanking me, perhaps you could reduce the bride price when Su Yitian and I get married? Xiao Guisheng, Zhou Yanwen, Suan Sing, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, Wan Kai. When Xiao Ming uttered these words, everyone present was left in a state of confusion. Xiao Ming humorously added, "Today, I asked Yitian, and she said that for our marriage, she would demand a dowry of 1 million. No, I was just joking." Su Yitian blushed. "It was just because you didn't want the rent." "Haha," Xiao Ming chuckled. "Uncle, I was merely kidding. More than anything, I cherish witnessing your family's reunion. With that wish fulfilled, I am happier than anyone. Moreover, you have accepted me. Haven't you?" Hearing this, Su Yitian nodded. Indeed, he had genuinely come to appreciate Xiao Ming. This young man was quite remarkable, humorous, and upright, especially after hearing that we are now all one family. It genuinely warmed his heart. Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. Thus, there is really no need for thanks. That feels too formal. Haha, Xiao Guisheng nodded in agreement. Now that we are in-laws, there is no need for such formalities between families. As he spoke, Xiao Guisheng had already opened the mitai and poured a glass for Su Yitian. Su Yitian sighed. Regardless, it's all thanks to Xiao Ming. He raised his glass. "This toast is for you, uncle." Xiao Ming was taken aback, flabbergasted that his future father-in-law was toasting him. He felt unworthy. No, uncle. I should toast you instead. I have class tomorrow, so I'll just use juice in place of wine. All right then. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually grew lively. Xiao Ming picked up a shrimp with his chopsticks. "Yitian, would you like to eat this? I can peel it for you." Su Yitian hesitated, biting her lower lip, feeling a bit awkward in front of her parents. While peeling the shrimp, Xiao Ming asked, "Uncle, has Su Yitian's household registration been sorted out?" "Jis, Suan Sing Nadif. It's all taken care of. She was previously named Su Yi, and now she is Su Yitian. This name is much more pleasant." Xiao Ming smiled, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Dad, Yitian's mother is still unemployed. How about when our grilled sausage shop opens? We'll let her come work with us." "That sounds good." Xiao Guisheng understood how challenging it was to find work nowadays, nodding in agreement. "I want to interfere with this. You should ask your aunt if she is willing." Chapter 65. Have you been drinking a lot of AD calcium milk lately? Upon hearing Xiao Guisheng's words, Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Xiao Ming. From the earlier hints about Su Yitian's parents, he knew that Xiao Ming had previously run a snack stall. Thus, she must possess some experience in managing a food business. Noticing Xiao Ming's gaze, Xiao Ming, who had been silent, remained unaware of what was unfolding. Xiao Ming took out his phone, opened Douyin, and handed it to Xiao Ming. "Aunt, during the National Day holiday, Yitian and I sold grilled sausages, and we even created a Douyin account. Please take a look." With that, Xiao Ming handed over his phone. Xiao Ming, albeit puzzled, accepted the phone. Upon viewing the content, her brow furrowed. While she knew nothing about video production, the view count displayed was in the tens of millions, indicating that the account was quite successful. Xiao Ming continued. "At that time, Yitian and I sold grilled sausages at Wanda, and it turned out remarkably well. After careful discussion, we plan to open a shop. Since you and Uncle have just arrived in Xinhai City and are currently without work, why not come work with us?" Xiao Ming had given this matter considerable thought. Su Yitian's parents lived in the countryside, and he was unsure of their educational background. But in today's society, finding a high-paying job was far from simple. Although the tuition for Jinhua wasn't exorbitant, she would soon need to attend university, and her parents had likely spent a considerable amount on her. It seemed more prudent to manage the shop together, as it would likely yield better earnings than working elsewhere. This wasn't the main point. The essence was that we are now one family, and money should not be an issue. Noticing a hint of hesitation on Xiao Lingju's face, Xiao Ming continued. And there's no need to overthink it. We are all family now, and I believe this arrangement suits us well. Don't you agree, Yitian? Huh? Su Yitian, caught off guard by Xiao Ming's question, nodded hesitantly. I think Xiao Ming makes a valid point. Mom, why don't you consider it? Zhou Yinwen chimed in. Yes. I'll be quite busy on my own. If there's no work, it would be a good idea to come over. Zhou Yinwen also hoped for her to join, as it would strengthen the bond between their families. As for the salary, naturally, they would not shortchange her. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Lingju's expression towards Xiao Ming began to shift. She truly did not anticipate that Xiao Ming had considered everything so thoroughly. He even worried that she might struggle to find a good job, prompting him to suggest that he and his mother run the shop together. A faint smile graced her lips as she spoke. This is fortuitous, as I have experience in the snack business. If you don't mind, I could lend a hand. Of course, Xiao Guoshang exclaimed as he raised his wine glass. Come, dear-in-law, let us toast. Su Onjing also lifted his glass, and, at that moment, Xiao Ming found himself contemplating another issue, namely, the occupation of Su Yitian's father. However, there were certain matters he knew he could not interfere with. Once he established his own enterprise, he could properly honor his parents. At that moment, all 6 family members wore smiles on their faces. Under the table, Wang Kai was eagerly sniffing the ground, hoping for a morsel of chicken leg to fall from the dining table. Xiao Ming's family exuded warmth, creating a comfortable atmosphere. And even the usually reticent Su Onjing and Xiao Lingju engaged in conversation. At 9 o'clock, Su Yitian said, Mom, you all continue chatting. I will go to the bedroom with Su Yitian to do our homework. Go ahead, Xiao Guosheng replied, having imbibed quite a bit. His face flushed as he waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Ming leaned closer to Su Yitian and whispered, Come, let us go to my bedroom. I want to show you something. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's expression turned curious. What is it? You'll find out when you get there. Xiao Ming replied with a mischievous grin. Feeling slightly uneasy at his expression, Su Yitian nonetheless followed him into his room. After shutting the door and turning on the light, Su Yitian pinched hernose. Xiao Ming, have you not washed your feet in days? I can smell the stench of dirty socks the moment I walked in. Isn't that what you're here to help me with? Xiao Ming chuckled unabashedly, adding, Once we're married, all my clothes, socks, and underwear will be your responsibility. Oh, Su Yitian replied, her tone laced with disdain. Xiao Ming was taken aback. Aren't you going to rebut that? No, she shook her head. As your wife, it is entirely normal to do housework and cook for you. Truly worthy of the woman I chose. The corners of Su Yitian's mouth lifted slightly. All right, weren't you eager for me to see something? What is it? Just a moment, Xiao Ming said with a smile, as he opened the wardrobe and retrieved a set of clothing. To be precise, it was a hanfu. What is this? Su Yitian exclaimed, noticing the folded garments, but not recognizing them as hanfu. Just as Xiao Ming was about to speak, she interjected, Is this a maid outfit? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Had I known, I would have bought her a maid outfit. Ahem, if Su Yitian wore a maid outfit, I might just faint from nosebleed. Silly girl, what are you thinking? This is hanfu, a traditional attire from our culture. Are you hoping to don a maid outfit to serve your little master? Su Yitian shot him a fierce glare. Xiao Ming wore a playful smile. Come on, remember the first time we went out together and saw those 2 girls in hanfu? You said they were so beautiful, so I bought you one online. It's definitely not for my own enjoyment, he insisted. Su Yitian was taken aback. You mean you wanted to wear it now? Of course, Xiao Ming beamed. I would have brought it out otherwise. I've long wanted to see you in hanfu. Her cheeks flushed. All right, but do I have to change right now? Why not? Xiao Ming replied. You don't think of me as a stranger, do you? Also, changing into hanfu only requires you to take off your outer layer. Today is merely a trial. Fine then, Su Yitian said, feeling a bit bashful. After all, their parents were still outside. If they were to enter unexpectedly while she was changing, I've already locked the door. Come on, hanfu can be a bit tricky to wear. Let me assist you. With that, Xiao Ming helped her remove her outer coat. Today, Su Yitian wore a fitted white long-sleeve top, and after taking off her coat, Her ample chest was quite prominent. You must be at least a size A. Xiao Ming couldn't help but remark. Yitian, have you been drinking a lot of AD calcium milk lately? She was momentarily stunned, glancing at her collarbone, as the implication of his words sank in. You bad. Huh. Men are like this, Xiao Ming chuckled, glancing at the Hanfu. Had I known, I would have bought a chest-high Hanfu, but this one is waist-high. Next time, I'll get you a chest-high one. Oomph. Su Yitian's cheeks were already quite flushed. As Xiao Ming helped her with the outfit, he added, not just Hanfu. We should also consider some professional attire. Su Yitian rolled her eyes. I don't want that. I'm buying it. I want to wear it. The playful banter continued, and a few minutes later, the Hanfu was draped over Su Yitian's form. This particular Hanfu was a light blue adorned with many traditional Chinese embellishments, complemented by some hair accessories and a small fan. However, there was no time to style her hair, yet it looked stunning on her. At that moment, Su Yitian resembled one of the celestial maidens from a drama. With a bit of makeup and a proper hairstyle, she would undoubtedly turn heads on streets. Observing her, Xiao Ming couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, a smile that bewitches 100 charms. The beauties of the harem pale in comparison. Really? Su Yitian asked, somewhat incredulous. There's no girl who doesn't adore beauty. Xiao Ming nodded, certainly. Just wait a moment. I'll grab the full-length mirror from my mom's room, so you can see for yourself. He opened the door and dashed into his mother's bedroom, bringing the mirror back and propping it against the wall. Su Yitian strolled over slowly, and upon seeing her reflection, she couldn't resist striking a couple of poses and indulging in some self-admiration. I must say, I do look rather stunning in Hanfu, she admitted. Of course, Xiao Ming replied. Just take a look at Su Yitian. She is practically a walking clothes rack. Everything suits her perfectly, right? Absolutely. Su Yitian giggled, then turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming, scrutinizing him before tilting her head. I have a feeling you'd look quite handsome in a male Hanfu as well. How about we both wear Hanfu the next time we go out? Listening to my wife, Xiao Ming stepped forward, pinching her cheek before leaning in to kiss her. Moo. Su Yitian did not resist, meeting his lips with her own. All right, since we've tried on the Hanfu, it's time to take it off. We can wear it beautifully next time we go out. Sure. Before long, Su Yitian had removed the Hanfu, revealing a playful smile as she asked, so, what shall we do next? How about we play some games? Xiao Ming suggested, opening the website for 4,399 minigames. The computer desk had only one chair, and Xiao Ming beckoned. Yitian, come sit. Su Yitian was taken aback. But there's only one chair here. It seems we want both fit. Xiao Ming glanced at the dazed Su Yitian. What are you waiting for? Come over. No. Are you sure we can sit on the same chair? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's simple. He took a seat on the chair and then patted his thigh, saying, just sit on my lap. This made Su Yitian feel somewhat bashful, yet she approached him nonetheless. As she settled onto Xiao Ming's lap, he wrapped his left arm around her waist. At that moment, Su Yitian's body suddenly shivered, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, and Xiao Ming could feel her heartbeat racing. She slapped his hand away, pouting, what are you doing? Huh? Xiao Ming replied mischievously, oh, nothing, let us just play a game. This game is called Forest, Fire, and Ice. Oh, Su Yitian said, though slightly annoyed. She didn't voice her discontent. Soon enough, they began playing the game. It was straightforward, and they didn't play for too long, instead tackling some exercises. After about an hour and a half, Su Yitian finally set down her pen. Phew, I am exhausted. You've worked hard, Yitian. Xiao Ming scratched his head and remarked. You really need to study more. Look at how perplexed you are, little piglet. Oomph. Su Yitian huffed playfully. I know, but with you by my side, I'm not worried at all. Haha, indeed. Feel free to ask me anything in the future. Okay. She nodded enthusiastically. Outside, the voices of their parents continued to mingle. Xiao Ming said, well, since our parents are still chatting, why don't we play a bit longer? Sure, Su Yitian nodded. Xiao Ming continued. Let us play Honor of Kings this time. After one match, it'll be time for you to head back. Before long, they dove into a match of Honor of Kings. Xiao Ming had recently developed a fondness for playing Li Bai, while Su Yitian chose her beloved character, Princess Yao. Indeed, Xiao Ming carried the game. As the game concluded, Su Yitian chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Of course, Xiao Ming said, brimming with self-satisfaction. All right, let us check if our parents have finished eating. Okay. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and called out to Su Yitian, "Wait, Yitian." Huh? Su Yitian turned her head quickly. Xiao Ming handed her the hanfu laid on the bed, saying, "This hanfu is for you. Take it home. If you don't know how to wear it, just look up a tutorial online." Great. Su Yitian accepted it with delight. The two then made their way to the living room, where Xiao Guosheng and Su Anjing were still chatting over drinks. Both were already quite tipsy, with a Maotai bottle on the floor alongside 2 bottles of Tianchuan. They had certainly indulged. Su Yitian was taken aback. "Dad, why did you drink so much?" At the same time, Su Anjing turned his gaze towards Su Yitian, exclaiming, Daughter, Youth and Xiao Ming are staying here tonight. We're not going back." Su Yitian, what? Chapter 67. Fortunately, they didn't become brothers. Su Yitian's face was filled with confusion, while Xiao Lingju shot a disapproving glance at Su Anjing. "What are you saying?" Xiao Lingju took a deep breath, having just advised him against drinking, yet he insisted on indulging, and now he was completely muddled, not even aware of what he was saying. "Suan saying reiterative. I said that our daughter, isn't going back. She'll stay at Xiao Ming's house." All right, you don't need to speak anymore," Xiao Lingju interjected. Rising to her feet, she awkwardly addressed Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, your uncle has had too much to drink. You two have finished your homework, right? It's time for us to leave." "Leave?" Su Anjing waved his hand, swaying slightly. "I'm not going. I want to stay with my family tonight." Xiao Guosheng nodded in agreement. "Yes, I want to stay with my family too." As they spoke, the two embraced, like brothers reuniting after many years, even tearing up. Xiao Ming's lips twitched. Truth be told, he had never seen his father drink so heavily. Upon reflection, he was grateful they hadn't sworn brotherhood. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Zhou Yinwen's demeanor was becoming increasingly peculiar. She clenched her fists tightly. If it weren't for Su Yitian and her parents, Xiao Guosheng would undoubtedly be met with an earful of her wrath. "Hold it together." Zhou Yinwen managed to force a smile. All right, Lao Xiao. You've had too much to drink. Go back to your room and sleep. Su Yitian hasn't finished her homework yet. How can she stay here? Isn't that right? Xiao Ming? Huh? Yes. Xiao Ming nodded repeatedly. Although he too wished for Su Yitian to stay, he merely entertained the thought. Xiao Lingju turned her gaze towards Su Yitian. "Yitian, quickly help your dad and take him back." She then looked at Zhou Yinwen. Honestly, he usually doesn't drink that much. This time Lao Xiao too. Zhou Yinwen and Xiao Lingju shared a similar sentiment. These two men truly embarrassed themselves. Su Yitian hurried over to assist Su Anjing, with Xiao Ming joining in to help. "No need to help. I can walk." Su Anjing stood up unsteadily, looking at Xiao Guosheng with a sliver of smile. "Well, dear friend, I must take my leave for now. Next time, I'll treat you." As he spoke, Suan sang squad precariously. If not for Xiao Ming and Su Yitian supporting him, he would have already toppled over. Hearing Su Anjing's words, Xiao Guosheng foolishly agreed. "Okay." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, he stumbled and fell. Zhou Yinwen, ugh. Hold it together. Seeing this, Xiao Lingju attempted to help him up, but Zhou Yinwen stopped her. "Leave him be. Let him sleep on the floor tonight. There's no need to waste time on him. Xiao Ming, quickly see your uncle back." All right. Xiao Ming was taken aback, sensing that something significant was unfolding. Zhou Yinwen approached the door and pressed the elevator button. "Xiao Ming, you take them to the gate of the community and get them a cab. I'll check on Xiao Guosheng. I want to see you off." "It's fine, Mom. Don't worry." Xiao Lingju stepped forward. "Xiao Ming, go back and keep your dad company. I can handle him." "It's fine." Xiao Ming shook his head. "I'll escort you to the community gate. I have nothing pressing to attend to. But Yitian, make sure to finish your homework when you get back." When the elevator arrived, they stepped inside, and upon reaching the community gate, Xiao Ming asked, "Aunt, are you heading back to the hotel or to the rental?" "We'll go back to the rental. We've already brought the bedding over. It's only a few hundred meters away, so we can walk." Xiao Ming replied. "Then let me escort you." No. Xiao Lingju shook her head. "It's not far. There's no need to trouble you. Hurry back and wash up. You have class tomorrow." "All right, that works." Xiao Ming didn't press further. Xiao Lingju supported Su Anjing, while Su Yitian waved goodbye to him. "See you tomorrow." Make sure to get some rest. You too. Gradually, the figures of the three individuals receded further away from him, soon vanishing around corner. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, not lingering in place, uncertain about how Xiao Guosheng was faring at home. Meanwhile, at Xiao Ming's residence. I told you not to drink so much, yet you insisted. Look what happened now. Your nose is all broken. How splendid. Zhou Yinwen glared fiercely at Xiao Guosheng, who was sprawled on the sofa with a wad of tissue stuffed into his nose. The nearby trash can was filled with numerous blood-stained tissues. Xiao Guosheng, in a state of inebriation or perhaps awakening, waved dismissively. It's just a broken nose, it's not a big deal. Does a broken nose make me look better? If you do this again, I swear I'll deal with you. Outside, Xiao Ming had already caught wind of Zhou Yinwen's voice. He quietly opened the door, and at that moment, the family dog, Wang Kai, was cowering in a corner, trembling. Upon seeing Xiao Guosheng on the sofa, Xiao Ming was taken aback. Mom, is Dad all right? He won't die. She turned her gaze to Xiao Ming. Listen, Xiao Ming, don't follow in your father's footsteps. If you end up like him, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Xiao Ming was bewildered. Why was he getting caught in the crossfire? It was utterly absurd. After all, he was a model student. No smoking, no drinking. How could he possibly emulate his father? All right. At that moment, Zhou Yinwen, irritated by the sight of Xiao Guosheng, said, It's getting late. Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Don't be late for class tomorrow. Got it. Xiao Ming returned to his bedroom, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Su Yitian, asking her to inform him when she got home before rushing into the bathroom for a shower. After finishing, he found a message from Su Yitian waiting for him. Yes, I'm home now. My dad has already been dragged to bed by my mom. Is your dad all right after his fall? Xiao Ming quickly typed back, yes, fine. And don't refer to our fathers as your dad and my dad. It should be our dad. Understood? On the other end, Su Yitian's face flushed slightly upon reading Xiao Ming's message. Our dad. She revealed a mischievous smile. So, next time when our dads drink, are we going to your dad's house or mine? If it's at your dad's, is he buying the drinks or is my dad? Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. Oh dear, this girl was starting to get cheeky. He replied, Your dad and I will buy drinks for our two dads. Su Yitian. Chapter 68. The situation of Grandma Lu is not good. You're taking advantage of me. Xiao Ming sent a smirking emoji. Yes, I'm definitely taking advantage of you. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to do my homework. You think I'll call you Dad? Not a chance. Subsequently, Su Yitian put her phone down. She frowned, pondering why boys like their girlfriends to call them Dad. It was so peculiar. Regardless, she was certain she would never refer to Xiao Ming as Dad. Not ever. On the other side, Xiao Ming observed Su Yitian's responses. This little girl was quite proud. He would wait and see if she would call him that in bed. With that thought, Xiao Ming broke into a knowing smile. Not thinking much further, he sent Su Yitian a simple good-night message, closed his eyes, but somehow found himself aroused. He quietly got up, locked the door, found his headphones, plugged them in, and opened the court browser. As time passed, life gradually fell into a routine. Xiao Ming's life was unpredictable, but the small restaurant specializing in large intestine wrapped in small intestine officially opened. Xiao Ming's mother and Su Yitian's mother began managing the establishment. Due to its favorable location and the traffic brought in by Douyin, the business thrived. On weekends, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian would assist at the shop, attracting numerous fans, and their daily earnings could reach tens of thousands. In short, it was quite profitable, and most of it was thanks to the system, as all the ingredients used during this period were exchanged using Xiao Ming's points from the Wish Points Mall. Su Yitian's father also secured a decent job nearby as a cable worker. Although it involved frequent overtime and was physically demanding, a salary of 7,000 to 8,000 was more than sufficient for him. On November 1st, Thursday, as the weather grew cooler after finishing lunch, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were studying in the classroom. Just then, Su Yitian's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the head nurse at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Ren Xiaowan. She glanced at Xiao Ming. It's the nurse sister calling. Su Yitian felt a pang of confusion. She hadn't spoken to Ren Xiaowan in a while. Did she miss her? Beside her, Xiao Ming encouraged, answer it. Uh-huh. She pressed to connect the call and held the phone to her ear. On the other end, Ren Xiaowan spoke, Xiao Yitian. I hope I'm not disturbing you? What are you talking about, Sister Wan? It's lunchtime. I'm just studying in the classroom, so of course, you're not bothering me. Pain, Su Ying replied. I'm glad to hear that. Actually, there is something I need to discuss with you. What is it? Su Yitian sensed a change in Ren Xiaojuan's tone and became serious. What is going on, Sister Wan? Grandma Lu's condition has worsened recently. Perhaps due to psychological reasons, her cancer cells have suddenly spread since you left. Every night, she keeps calling your name. Upon hearing this news, Su Yitian's expression froze instantly. I'll go over now. I need to see her at the hospital. Saying this, she anxiously hung up the phone. Xiao Ming hurriedly asked, What happened, Yitian? Grandma Lu isn't well. I need to go see her. Su Yitian was growing increasingly anxious, not taking the time to think, and hurriedly left the classroom. Wait for me. Xiao Ming quickly followed her. The two arrived at the school gate just as a taxi passed by. Su Yitian swiftly waved it down, and once inside, her emotions became unstable. Su Yitian had a unique bond with the hospital. Every doctor and every patient who accompanied her there was, in a sense, family. While some might not understand this, Xiao Ming did. After all, without parental support, she could only regard these individuals as kin, especially Grandma Lu, who often helped her with her studies and chatted with her. Su Yitian had long considered her as a beloved grandmother. The traffic on the road was light that day, and 15 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As usual, many patients and their families were gathered outside. After getting out of the car, Su Yitian dashed towards the inpatient building, with Xiao Ming trailing closely behind. The elevator stopped at the 8th floor, and she bolted out first, her anxiety palpable. Upon entering the ward, Ren Xiaowan was tending to Grandma Lu. Compared to a while ago, Grandma Lu appeared even thinner and weaker with an oxygen tube in her nose, and her voice now carried an unusually frail tone. Xiao Ming understood the pain of cancer, having witnessed a neighbor succumb to it in his previous life. Grandma, I'm here. Su Yitian rushed over, collapsing to the floor, tears streaming down her face as she observed Grandma Lu's suffering. She tightly grasped Grandma Lu's hand, utterly unprepared for the drastic changes in her health during the few days she had been away. Hearing Su Yitian's voice, Grandma Lu slowly lifted her head. She endured the physical pain and turned her head. Upon seeing Su Yitian, a long-lost smile graced her face. In a notably soft voice, she said, You came to see Grandma. Yes, Grandma, I've come to visit you. Su Yitian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and, for a moment, found herself at a loss for words. Lu Xiang exerted all her strength to speak. I fear Grandma won't witness your wedding. Grandma's been thinking of you these past few days. Su Yitian shook her head. No, Grandma, you can do it. You must hold on. I've been accepted into university, and I want to take you out for a meal. Grandma, you must live to 100. Don't speak such nonsense. Hearing their conversation, Ren Xiaowan, who was nearby, began to cry. She understood the bond between Su Yitian and Lu Xiang, though she had witnessed many passings. None saddened her more than Lu Xiang's. Grandma is just tired. Study well, Xiao Tian. Grandma will bless you. Don't say such things. After a considerable time, Grandma finally fell asleep. Due to medication, her health had deteriorated, but she was not yet at death's door. However, with the tumor metastasizing, her current condition precluded chemotherapy, as her body had developed resistance to the pain medication, which was becoming ineffective. The doctors in the hospital ached to alleviate her suffering, yet there was little they could do. Outside the ward, Ren Xiaowan was conversing with Su Yitian. Xiao Ming remained alone in the room, gazing at Lu Xiang lying on the hospital bed. Where was her son? Why didn't he come to see her? Xiao Ming sighed and inquired, System, can you save her? Chapter 69, The Unfilial Son. In truth, Xiao Ming was reluctant to misuse the system. Yet, upon witnessing the helpless Lu Xiang and the sorrowful Su Yitian, he felt an overwhelming desire to assist her. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of life. I apologize, host, but this system cannot cure cancer. However, considering her bond with Su Yitian, the system can provide medication to alleviate her physical pain and slow the rate of tumor metastasis, which may extend her life for a time. My advice to the host is that the patient requires companionship at this moment. Absence of company will exacerbate her suffering, and psychological support is paramount. The medication is stored in the point's mall and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Ming was not surprised. Indeed, the cycle of life and death is an immutable truth that no one can transcend. But the special medication for Su Yitian's heart failure, because that is on your wish list. Indeed, that is correct. At that moment, Su Yitian and Ren Xiaowan entered the room. After some discussion, Su Yitian's expression remained particularly grim. Ren Xiaowan had just informed her that under the current circumstances, Lu Xiang might not last even half a month. This sudden illness was directly related to her lack of companionship. Although Su Yitian occasionally visited her, it provided some comfort. Recently, her husband had been unable to come due to his own health issues. The caregiver's attitude was also exceedingly poor. Lu Xiang, too, longed for her two sons, but couldn't bear to disclose her condition to them. After entering, Su Yitian directed her gaze at Xiao Ming and softly said, "Xiao Ming, please ask for leave from the homeroom teacher. I don't want to attend class this afternoon." "All right," Xiao Ming nodded slowly. "I'll call the teacher and stay here with you this afternoon." "Okay." Just then, Ren Xiaowan approached, saying, "Yesterday I called Lu Xiang's two sons multiple times, and only after much insistence did they agree to come see her this afternoon. They probably want to stay long, so you two can be here, but don't make too much noise." "Understood, Sister Wan." "All right," Fei Sui nodded. "Xiao Tian, Xiao Ming, you can stay with her for now. Don't disturb her rest. I'll head over first. You can contact the nurse station if needed." "Okay, Sister Wan." After Ren Xiaowan left the ward, Su Yitian sighed as she looked at Lu Xiang, who was sleeping on the bed, feeling helpless. This ward had only her present. The two beds around were empty. Xiao Ming stepped out to the balcony to call Wang Qibei and requested a leave of absence. Wang Laosher didn't say much. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ward door was suddenly flung open. Two men, clad in black leather jackets and standing around 175 meters tall, entered with expressions of dissatisfaction. They appeared to be in their mid-30s, a pair of twins, relatively young. Upon entering, their gazes immediately fell upon Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. With a grim countenance, they said, "Who are these people?" Ren Xiaowan followed closely behind and explained, "Mr. Wang, these are our hospital's intern caregivers. They are off duty today, so I asked them to watch over your mother temporarily." "Oh." One of the men nodded, while Ren Xiaowan quietly added, "You two can attend to other matters for now." "Understood." Xiao Ming and Su Yitian grasped Ren Xiaojuan's intention and quickly left the ward, leaving the door ajar. They leaned against the wall outside, eager to overhear what was being said within. Inside the room, Wang Chong and Wang Lei showed no intention of looking at their mother. The elder brother, Wang Chong, spoke first. "What is going on? How is my mother's health?" Though he asked out of concern, his tone was somewhat off. Fei Sui replied, "Your mother's condition has deteriorated recently. The cancer cells have begun to metastasize." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Lei interjected, "Didn't I tell you to use the best medication? We have plenty of money. Can't you make her recover immediately? Isn't this just wasting our time?" This. Ren Xiaowan was not taken aback by his words. Their attitude over the phone had been far worse. Previously, too. Taking a deep breath, Ren Xiaowan continued, "Even if we can't, shouldn't you at least visit your mother? I tell you, if you don't accompany her now, you may not get the chance later." At this, Wang Chong and Wang Lei finally turned their attention to the hospital bed. As they approached, they didn't inquire about her weight loss. Instead, they covered their noses in disgust and exclaimed, "What is that smell?" Wang Chong slightly lifted the blanket, and the odor intensified. He quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Ugh, the nurse didn't clean her up? Am I paying for her hospitalization for nothing? Enough, it stinks. I'm going out for some fresh air." At this moment, Wang Chong and Wang Lei abruptly exited, leaving Ren Xiaowan in a state of bewilderment. Once outside, Wang Chong muttered curses. What kind of hospital is this? They don't even attend to patients. Just then, they locked eyes with Xiao Ming, their expressions full of disdain. Inside the ward, although Lu Xiang had her eyes closed, she had heard every word spoken by her two sons. Tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Beside her, Su Yitian's expression had completely frozen. In a barely audible voice, she said, "Xiao Ming, wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and assist the nurse." After uttering these words, she stepped inside. Xiao Ming wished to follow, but it seems Su Yitian intended to help Lu Xiang change her clothes. It would be inappropriate for him to enter, so he halted his steps. Not far away, Wang Chong and Wang Lei had already lit a cigarette. Wang Chong took a puff, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he remarked, "What should we do? The elder's condition continues to deteriorate, and I heard that our father is also hospitalized. Why don't you stay here and keep an eye on her?" "Why should it be me?" Wang Lei replied with a look of disdain. "Just hire a couple more caretakers. We can't neglect the matters of the company. Besides, look at her condition. Who knows how much longer she has?" Chapter 70. Oh my. This is just too much. How disgusting. Indeed. Wang Chong inhaled deeply, expressing his frustration. What a hassle. What on earth is this? All right. Let us not dwell on it too much. The nurse will probably change her clothes soon. Let us check back in shortly. In the hospital room, Rin Xiaojun and Su Yitian were tending to Lu Xiang, cleaning away the filth from her body. It should have been the duty of her two children, yet it fell upon the nurses. However, neither Rin Xiaojun, the head nurse, nor Su Yitian felt any disdain. There were numerous such tasks within hospital, and their obligation was to care for the patients. As they needed to turn Lu Xiang, the cancer-afflicted area of her intestines suddenly throbbed with pain, causing her to grit her teeth and let out a wail. A heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips. Both Su Yitian and Ren Xiaojun understood this pain, as there were far too many cancer patients in the hospital. Many could not endure such agony, let alone a frail elder in her 60s or 70s. The thought of her ungrateful children pierced Lu Xiang's heart, leaving her feeling as if she were being torn apart, filled with a despair that made her contemplate death. Su Yitian hurriedly grabbed some tissues from the bedside table, wiping away Lu Xiang's tears. "Grandma, please don't cry. Hold on. It will be over soon." Seeing Su Yitian caring for her, Lu Xiang's heart ached even more. Unfilial children, vile offspring. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's expression stiffened. She feared she had overheard the words of her two sons. Rin Xiaojun remained silent, her demeanor one of solemnity. She had never encountered such a person. After a considerable time, they finally cleaned Lu Xiang's body and changed her into a fresh hospital gown, replacing the soiled sheets. It was only then that Rin Xiaojun gathered her things to leave. As she brushed past Xiao Ming, she informed him, "Xiao Ming, everything is ready. You may go in now." "Okay." Xiao Ming glanced at Wang Chong and Wang Lei, who were whispering among themselves, sighed, then opened the system panel along with the points shop. At this moment, he had accumulated over 30,000 points. Xiao Ming's plan was simple, to hold on to these points for now, saving them for some enhancements and for purchasing medication to treat Su Yitian's heart failure. After flipping a page, the medication previously mentioned by the system appeared in the inventory. However, its cost was 0 points. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming chose to redeem it. A small vial of medicine materialized in his hand. Unable to decipher the name of the medication, he surmised it was a type of analgesic, complete with detailed usage instructions. Once a day, 1 tablet at a time. After inspecting it, Xiao Ming walked into the hospital room. Su Yitian was still crouching by the bed, comforting Lu Xiang and engaging her in conversation. Lu Xiang's expression was particularly grim. She felt she was delaying Su Yitian's class and thought she should not have come. Upon entering, Xiao Ming immediately presented the medication he held. "Grandma, this is a new painkiller from the hospital. It has just passed the drug review, so it should not have any resistance. You could try it." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian looked up with curiosity. "Huh? Did you just go get the medicine?" "Yes, I searched online and found this medication. Let's see if it works." Indeed, pain relief is crucial for cancer patients, and Su Yitian quickly poured a cup of water for Lu Xiang. "Grandma, please take your medicine. After taking it, you might not hurt as much." As she spoke, Xiao Ming had already uncapped the vial. The tablet was quite small, probably around 15 milligrams. Its size didn't seem matter. What was important was its efficacy. Xiao Ming was particularly hopeful about its effects, as he believed the system's offerings would not disappoint. Lu Xiang had lost all strength. The entire process of taking the medicine was assisted by Su Yitian. Following this, Su Yitian adjusted the pillow behind Lu Xiang, allowing her to lie down in a more comfortable position. Are you feeling better, Grandma? Su Yitian couldn't help but ask. To alleviate Su Yitian's worries, Lu Xiang slowly nodded, managing to force a smile. Yes, Grandma feels much better. She inhaled deeply, her murky eyes fixed on the ceiling. Lost in thought. After about 10 minutes, Wang Chong and Wang Lei finally entered the room. As they stepped inside, their tone transformed completely. Wang Chong hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh, Mom, you're awake. I was so worried about you." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Xiao Ming took Su Yitian's hand and quietly said, "Yitian, let us step outside for a moment." "Okay," she nodded, directing her attention back to Lu Xiang. "Grandma, Xiao Ming and I will step outside for a bit. You stay here with them." "All right," Lu Xiang nodded reluctantly. Compared to her two ungrateful sons, she preferred Su Yitian's company. After the two exited the hospital room, Lu Xiang was greeted by her sons' feigned concern. Their demeanor was markedly different from moments ago. However, Lu Xiang knew her sons all too well. Outside the corridor, Su Yitian wore a stern expression, clicking her tongue. How hypocritical. How can Lu Xiang's sons act like this? Grandma is not like that. How could she raise such people? Xiao Ming sighed. There's nothing we can do. There are many like them in the world. Human hearts are difficult to fathom. All we can do is keep her company. Jis, Su Yitian Saif. I just feel so sorry for Grandma Lu. She can't even enjoy her twilight years. Xiao Ming. I want to come visit her after school in the future, even if just for a few minutes. Sure. Seeing Su Yitian's understanding nature, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. The two sat on a bench in the corridor, waiting for a while. Soon, two nurses entered the room. They carried some equipment, although Xiao Ming could not decipher it. Su Yitian recognized that these instruments were for bowel relief. Lu Xiang was suffering from intestinal cancer and had undergone several surgeries, resulting in a significant portion of her colon being removed. She could no longer move, necessitating bowel relief every few hours. Upon noticing the presence of people in the hospital room, the nurse inquired, "Are you two the sons of patient Lu Xiang?" "Yes, yes." Wang Chong nodded eagerly. The nurse continued, "Perfect timing. The patient needs bowel relief, and since she is your mother, please come help us." As she spoke, she handed them a pair of rubber gloves. "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong immediately grew displeased. I just remembered I have some matters at the company to attend to. I'll step out to make a call. Little brother, you go help." With that, Wang Chong hurriedly exited. Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, it seems I left my car unlocked. I'll go check." Without hesitation, Wang Lei dashed outside. The nurse, observing his retreating figure, scoffed softly and shook her head. "Xiao Ming, I'll assist Grandma for a bit." Su Yitian glanced at Wang Chong and Wang Lei by the entrance before stepping inside and closing the door behind her. Wang Chong and Wang Lei leaned against the door, unable to resist peering into the ward, and soon he shuddered. "Oh my, they're already hands-on. How disgusting." Chapter 71. Grandma has something important for you. Xiao Ming, overhearing their conversation, rolled his eyes. "When you were little, didn't your mother raise you with all her love and care?" To be frank, Xiao Ming had never encountered such individuals in his life. They utterly challenged his worldview. After quite some time, Wang Chong and Wang Lei finally entered the ward. Though somewhat unfilial, they felt compelled to stay since there was no one else to care for her. Ultimately, Xiao Ming was left pondering their thoughts. Noticing Lu Xiang had company, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian took their leave from the hospital, returned to school for their final class, and then headed home with their backpacks. Perhaps due to Grandma Lu Xiang's situation, Su Yitian's mood was rather somber. She spoke little on the way, leaving Xiao Ming a loss as to how to comfort her. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residential complex, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and said to her, "Don't dwell too much on Grandma Lu Xiang's situation. We'll visit her again tomorrow. Let us focus on doing our homework at home." She nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You should hurry home too. Mifine. I just feel sorry for Grandma." "So do I, but you're here to keep her company, right?" "That's true." Su Yitian had already come to terms with it. As long as she spent more time with her, Grandma would surely be delighted. "Hurry home," by Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming shrank his neck, feeling a bit nauseated. "All right, see you tomorrow, my dear." He waved as she bounced away into the complex. Simultaneously, he returned to his own home. Saturday. Early in the morning, Su Yitian called him. Xiao Ming, still in bed, groggily fumbled for his phone and answered. Xiao Ming, Grandma suddenly called me last night, asking me to come by today. She said she has something very important to give me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. Something extremely important for you? Su Yitian was utterly at a loss. She insisted it was crucial and that I must come today. Oh, she also mentioned that the medicine you gave her worked wonders. She is no longer in pain and has an appetite now. At this point, Su Yitian's tone evidently brightened. That's wonderful news. Xiao Ming placed the phone beside his pillow and switched to speaker mode. So, do you want me to accompany you? Yes. Su Yitian did not hesitate. Grandma says she loves seeing us together. It reminds her of her youth. Oh, Xiao Ming paused for a moment. Wait for me. I'm not up yet. You can come find me, and I'll be ready by the time you arrive. All right. She readily agreed. I'm heading downstairs now. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll bring you breakfast. Okay. Xiao Ming quickly dressed, washed up, and of course, didn't he forget to check in with the system. It was the only time he remembered the system, during sign-ins. After getting ready, he dashed outside, and just as he reached the entrance of the complex, he spotted Su Yitian's figure approaching. Ever since she found her biological parents, her wardrobe had expanded significantly. Su Yitian looked exceptionally beautiful. Her father often indulged her with various clothing. Today, she wore a fluffy dress, and due to the cooling weather, she had on tights, or rather, the leg-enhancing kind. She sported a thicker baseball jacket on top, and though she wore no makeup, her natural beauty shone through. In her hand, she carried a burger and soy milk from McDonald's. Upon noticing Xiao Ming, her pace quickened as she approached him, extending her hand. I didn't expect you to be so punctual. Here, this is a heartfelt breakfast I prepared for you. Enjoy, my dear. Thank you, my dear. Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair, accepting the breakfast she had bought. Meanwhile, Su Yitian had already pulled out her phone to hail a ride. Her lifestyle had become less frugal. She could hardly afford to take taxis before, but her situation had improved significantly now. After summoning the cab, she scratched her head. I'm really curious about what important thing Grandma wants to give me. It's puzzling. You'll find out when we get there. Xiao Ming smiled slightly, not overthinking it. 3 minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of the complex. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian hurriedly made their way to the vehicle. As the car slowly moved, Xiao Ming began munching on his burger while Su Yitian gazed out the window, lost in thought. Given the morning rush hour, the traffic was a bit congested, and it took them half an hour to reach the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. After expressing their thanks, they both exited the car and ascended to the inpatient department, pressing the button for the 8th floor. The hospital corridor in the early morning carried the scent of disinfectant, and at that moment, a cleaning staff member was mopping the floor. Su Yitian recognized her and exchanged greetings before entering the ward with Xiao Ming. Inside, only Lu Xiang lay alone, sound asleep, still connected to the oxygen tube. Wang Chong and Wang Lei had left on Thursday night, and the caregiver they mentioned had yet to arrive. Feeling hesitant to disturb her, Su Yitian tiptoed in and sat beside the adjacent bed, quietly watching over her. After 2 days of medication, Lu Xiang's condition had indeed improved. She could now sleep soundly without being tormented by pain. However, her body remained exceedingly frail, unable to get out of bed. After more than half an hour, Lu Xiang slowly opened her eyes. Noticing her awakening, Su Yitian hurried over, her voice laced with concern. Grandma, you're awake. Do you need to use the restroom? Skillfully, she retrieved the bedpan from beneath the bed. Growing up in hospitals and often helping nurses care for patients, this task was second nature to her. Xiao Ming, sensing the moment, turned his head away. Upon seeing Su Yitian, Lu Xiang's eyes glistened with tears, and she gratefully said, Thank you, Xiao Tian. Thank you so much. My 2 sons have never done this for me. I truly appreciate it. Grandma, why do you say that? I've always considered you my dear grandmother. There is no need for thanks. Hearing this, Lu Xiang began to weep even more. After addressing her needs, Su Yitian helped her wash her face with warm water and adjusted the angle of the bed to make Lu Xiang more comfortable. Just then, Lu Xiang seemed to have made a decision, softly calling out, Xiao Tian, Xiao Ming, come here for a moment. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian quickly approached her. What is it, Grandma? Are you feeling unwell? No. She shook her head, slowly moving her arm to reach under her pillow, retrieving a plastic bag from within. With trembling hands, she extended a gift towards Su Yitian, who hurriedly stepped forward to accept it. What is this? You've been so kind to me. I want you to have this. Su Yitian, somewhat perplexed, slowly opened the package, only to discover 2 red property certificates inside. The words People's Republic of China, Certificate of Real Estate Property, were inscribed upon them. Chapter 72. Did she just gift us 2 houses? Su Yitian. Xiao Ming. Upon reading those bewildering words, both Su Yitian and Xiao Ming wore expressions of utter confusion. Inside this bag were 2 property deeds. Su Yitian quickly lifted her gaze and asked in disbelief, Grandma, what does this mean? She forced a smile, a look of relief washing over her as she replied, This is for you both. Keep it safe for when you get married. Lu Xiang emphasized the phrase for marriage, for deep down. She yearned to witness the union of Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. At this, Su Yitian was even more bewildered, shaking her head fervently. Grandma, how can I accept this? This is your property. I couldn't possibly take it from you. Lu Xiang shook her head in response. This is for my 2 ungrateful sons. Su Yitian insisted. Then I absolutely cannot accept it, Grandma. They're already married and have their own family. Lu Xiang seemed to recall unhappy memories, continuing, my eldest son, Wang Chong, should have a 4-year-old by now, yet I've never heard a single grandma from him. My second son, Wang Lei, has a 3-year-old son as well. They married late, consumed by their careers, leaving me and your grandfather abandoned at home. I haven't even seen their children. Before I fell ill, they neglected me entirely. And since my illness began, aside from covering medical expenses, they have barely visited. Tears streamed down Lu Xiang's cheeks. They, along with their wives, regard me and your grandfather as mere burdens. What I crave is not money, but companionship. Su Yitian stepped forward to wipe her tears, and Lu Xiang continued, Xiao Tian. When you said you considered me your real grandmother, I want you to know that I regard you as my true granddaughter. Now that my children are married and have families of their own, though they are ungrateful, all I wish for is their good health. However, I shall leave nothing for them. You have treated me well. You are my own granddaughter, and this house is for you. No. Su Yitian resolutely shook her head, but Lu Xiang paid no heed to her refusal. You and Xiao Ming each get one. Xiao Ming is a good boy, better than my sons. He is like my own grandson, while my son's Haven tea even helped me get my medicine. As she thought of this, tears fell again from Lu Xiang's eyes. She turned her gaze to Xiao Ming, saying, Xiao Ming, Su Tian is a wonderful girl. Treat her well, study together, and marry in the future. There is also my will in this bag, which I had the nurse write and sign for me. Once I pass, you can use it to transfer the property. No, Grandma, I can't accept it. Su Yitian shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined that her simple act of caring could lead to Lu Xiang offering her the fruits of a lifetime's labor. Xiao Ming stepped forward as well, saying, Grandma, what do you mean by writing a will? You still need to live independently and help us care for our children in the future. He lacked the comforting words, but Lu Xiang's actions were simply too astonishing for him to comprehend. Grandma may not have that much time left. Lu Xiang raised her trembling arm to dab at Su Yitian's tears. Xiao Tian, please accept it. Just then, Ren Xiaojun entered the hospital room, having arrived unnoticed. Indeed, it was Lu Xiang who asked me to write this will. Initially, I was reluctant, but I couldn't dissuade her. She even threatened to remove her oxygen mask. Eventually, I realized she was serious and agreed to assist her. Su Yitian turned to Ren Xiaojun, asking Sister Wan, how did you? Grandma is serious. Ren Xiaojun replied, her expression grave. She said you gave her a new lease on life. Without your companionship, she might not have made it through. It was you who stayed by her side after every surgery, chatting with her. You did wonderfully. Su Yitian shook her head. That is merely my duty. Suddenly at a loss for words, she sensed that whatever she said would not change Lu Xiang's mind. The only solution seemed to be giving the property deeds to her biological sons. Yet, that would contradict Grandma's wishes. Feeling utterly helpless, Su Yitian turned to Xiao Ming, who took a deep breath. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Logically, they should not accept the gifts. However, he feared that Lu Xiang might do something rash. It seemed they must first accept the gifts. Xiao Tian, just take it. This is Grandma's heartfelt intention. What? She was taken aback, but upon seeing Xiao Ming's serious demeanor, she thought no more of it and slowly nodded in agreement. Lu Xiang, upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, smiled with genuine joy. Yet, the three present could not share in her happiness. At that moment, Lu Xiang suddenly spoke, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Thank you, Xiao Tian and Xiao Ming, for keeping me company. It makes me very happy. After uttering these words, she closed her eyes, and the room fell eerily silent, save for her steady breathing. It was unclear whether she was feigning sleep or truly resting. Perhaps her mind was filled with thoughts of her sons. Rin Xiaojun glanced at Lu Xiang and whispered, let us step outside. We shouldn't disturb her. With that, she led Xiao Ming and Su Yitian into the corridor. Su Yitian felt disoriented. Everything that had just transpired felt like a dream. They sat on a bench in the hallway, and unable to contain herself, Su Yitian asked Xiao Ming, I feel we shouldn't accept Grandma's property certificates. They are far too significant to her. I know, Xiao Ming nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. But we cannot argue against her. Let us accept it for now, and once Grandma's health improves, we can spend more time with her and figure out how to handle these properties. All right, Su Yitian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on another side, Wang Chong and Wang Lei had just arrived at their father's hospital. Dad, why weren't you here when we came yesterday? I want to give your mother the property certificates. What? Property certificates? What property certificates? Why didn't you say so earlier? Their father, Wang Baohua, wore a look of disappointment. Wang Chong's words implied that their father was simply too proud to voice his thoughts. Oh well, Wang Baohua shook his head, resigned. He's nearing death. If my sons are ungrateful, then so be it. I've endured this for years. I'm used to it now. Lu Xiang had not specified to whom she would leave the property certificates, but knowing her husband, it was certainly not for her two ungrateful sons. Wang Chong harbored doubts, unable to restrain himself from asking, Dad, what kind of property certificates are we talking about? The ones for the small house you live in? I don't even recall Mom buying a house. I don't know. Wang Baohua shook his head at that moment. A nurse entered the room and assisted him in changing the foredrip. Wang Baohua continued, If you wish to know, go ask your mother. I'm unaware of anything. With that, he closed his eyes, seeking solace in a brief respite. Beside him, Wang Chong and Wang Lei exchanged glances, then rose to exit the ward. Half an hour later, Wang Chong and Wang Lei returned to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. At this point, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian had not departed. They sat upon the corridor benches. Su Yitian occasionally ventured into the patient room to check on Lu Xiang, who had fallen asleep, and they refrained from disturbing her. Hearing footsteps, both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian lifted their heads. Wang Chong and Wang Lei appeared somewhat taken aback. They recalled having seen these two individuals during their last visit. What were they still doing here? Yet, they thought little of it and proceeded into the ward, intending to inquire about the property deed. Xiao Ming, Lu Xiang's son has come again. Should we? Wang Chong began. But Xiao Ming furrowed his brow slightly and whispered, if we were to give the property deed to his two sons, it would not only hurt grandmother's feelings, but might also tarnish their mother-son relationship. Given grandmother's fragile health, we cannot afford to provoke her. Xiao Ming did not finish his thought. Su Yitian pondered for a moment, then sighed in resignation. Indeed, but taking something that belongs to another feels utterly wrong. Let's first ascertain the situation inside. With that, Xiao Ming rose and positioned himself at the entrance of the ward. Inside, upon witnessing his mother in a deep slumber, Wang Chong approached and gently shook Lu Xiang. Mother, awaken. Hearing his voice, Lu Xiang slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Wang Chong, a heaviness settled in her heart. She truly did not wish to see him. Wang Chong's expression brightened. Mother, you seem to be in much better spirits today. I heard from Father that he brought you a property deed yesterday. What's the story behind that? At the mention of the property deed, Lu Xiang's pupils dilated sharply. It was indeed about that matter. She shook her head slightly and whispered, I don't know. I don't know. With that, she closed her eyes once more. Wang Chong felt a surge of frustration. Mother, did you purchase a house before you fell ill? Was it perhaps intended as our future marital home? Or is it related to the deed of your old house? Faced with Wang Chang's inquiries, Lu Xiang remained tight-lipped. Saying nothing, Wang Lei stepped forward. Enough, we are not lacking in possessions at present. What does a house matter? However, Wang Chang leaned closer to Wang Lei and whispered, "Have you forgotten? She is a university professor, and she must have amassed considerable savings during her lifetime. When she passes, all of that will rightfully belong to us." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes glinted with greed. He murmured, "Then let us wait until she passes. She likely doesn't have long left." But why did she send the property deed to the hospital? Indeed, Wang Lei whispered conspiratorially, "Perhaps she fears we might go back to the old home? Let us not overthink it. For now, let us focus on taking care of her. We will surely inherit her legacy." Agreed. After their furtive whispers, Wang Chang donned a smile again. "Mother, rest well. We are quite busy at the company, so we shall take our leave for now. By the way, I have arranged for 2 caregivers to assist you. They will arrive this afternoon, and we will visit you often." With that, he and Wang Lei departed. Xiao Ming hurried back to his seat. Once the two had left, Su Yitian spoke up. "What did they say?" "Just about the property deed." Xiao Ming inhaled deeply. "They are already aware of it. If they discover it is meant for us." His countenance darkened. This situation was indeed difficult to clarify. "I will consult grandmother's opinion." With that, Su Yitian and Xiao Ming entered the ward. Lu Xiang lay with her eyes open, gazing at the ceiling, and only turned her head slowly upon hearing footsteps. "Grandmother," Su Yitian said, clutching a bag. Lu Xiang's face brightened upon seeing them. "Ah, my granddaughter. You haven't returned home yet?" Su Yitian shook her head. "We overheard what your son said. Grandmother, it truly isn't appropriate for you to give us that. Grandmother understands the law. I have consulted a lawyer. That will is legally binding. My 2 sons are not concerned for my health, but rather for my inheritance. These 2 houses are my most valuable possessions, and I cannot part with them. If you truly worry, you may sell them and donate the proceeds to impoverished children who cannot afford education." Upon hearing her words, Su Yitian turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming. For him, this notion was indeed the most prudent. Xiao Ming nodded and replied, "Very well, grandmother. We shall temporarily safeguard these 2 property deeds for you. If your health improves, we will return them to you." Lu Xiang added, "Once I pass, sell them and donate the money to the children." Xiao Ming fell silent. Meanwhile, he touched his forehead, silently contemplating. "System, how long can the medication you provided extend grandmother's life?" At that moment, the system's voice responded, "The efficacy varies with individual health. The current treatment has managed to control the spread of cancer cells, potentially extending life by 13 years or even longer. Please ensure the patient's physical and mental well-being to stabilize the treatment's effectiveness." That sounds promising. Xiao Ming reflected carefully. With diligent care, he could allow her to witness his marriage to Su Yitian, which seemed entirely feasible. This was indeed good news, and Xiao Ming wore a faint smile. "Fear not, grandmother. With modern medicine's advancements, focus on your recovery, and we will visit you often." She smiled and nodded. Xiao Ming continued, "Yitian, let us purchase a wheelchair so we can frequently take grandmother downstairs to bask in the sun." "Yes, sounds good," she agreed with a nod. Chapter 74. A date while calling for their parents? Perhaps due to the allure of Lu Xiang's inheritance, Wang Chang and Wang Lei began to visit the hospital with increased frequency following this incident. They had also brought along 2 caregivers. And with the continued administration of Xiao Ming's medication, Lu Xiang's health showed slight improvement. The hospital conducted a thorough examination and found that the cancer cells were under control. Even the doctors were astounded, deeming it a miraculous medical phenomenon. Lu Xiang spun a web of deception for her 2 sons, subtly hinting at the inheritance matter. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was November 11th, Sunday, and also Singles Day. In the hospital's back garden, Su Yitian pushed a wheelchair, engaging Lu Xiang in cheerful conversation. A blanket covered Lu Xiang's knees, and due to the chilly weather, she wore a scarf that Su Yitian had personally knitted for her. Su Yitian chatted animatedly with her, discussing last month's exam results. As Lu Xiang's health improved, she was once again able to assist Su Yitian with problems she had previously struggled with. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was not with them. For today was a special occasion, November 11th, Singles Day, and also Su Yitian's birthday. During his previous efforts to locate Su Yitian's parents, he had discovered her true birthday through the public security system. After updating her household registration, the information on Su Yitian's identification card had been corrected. However, she had been so focused on Lu Xiang that she had not noticed. Yet, Xiao Ming, of course, remembered his wife's birthday. Today marks her coming-of-age ceremony, which means that in the future, he can reserve a room for her without needing to inform her parents. Turning 18 is a pivotal moment in one's life, and Xiao Ming is determined to prepare a thoughtful gift. It is the weekend, and the shopping mall near the university town is bustling with young couples. Simultaneously, some singles are out and about, hoping to find companionship on this special day. Xiao Ming wanders through the mall, muttering to himself, "What gift should I give for her 18th birthday?" In truth, Xiao Ming wishes to present her with a metaphorical brick that symbolizes the steadfastness of their love. However, he wonders if she might retaliate by throwing it at him. Just then, he notices a shoe store. At 18, a woman steps into her maturity. A pair of high heels would be quite fitting, he muses. As this thought crosses his mind, he envisions her wearing a white shirt and a black bodycon skirt, her legs adorned with sheer black stockings, and high heels accentuating her form as she strikes an alluring pose before him, biting her lip in anticipation. This image ignites a surge of passion within him. Although his imagination may not perfectly align with Su Yitian's reality, he believes a little persuasion could work wonders. He quickly enters the store, a boutique offering mid-range luxury shoes, where prices hover around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan per pair. A friendly saleswoman approaches him with a warm smile, greeting him, "Hello, welcome. Are you looking to buy shoes for your girlfriend?" "Yes," Xiao Ming replies, his gaze fixated on the array of high heels displayed on the counter. Given Su Yitian's naturally tall stature, he thinks she would benefit from a pair with a bit more height. His attention is drawn to a pair of black high heels with a glossy finish and approximately a 10 centimeters heel, featuring a striking red sole. They exude a sense of maturity, reminiscent of those often seen in cinematic productions. He is instantly enamored, although he is uncertain if Su Yitian would appreciate high heels. He decides that his own preference suffices. They may not be worn daily, but they would certainly be appropriate for special occasions. After inspecting the shoes for a moment, he inquires, "Excuse me, are these high heels priced at 2,499? He finds the price acceptable. The saleswoman nods, "Yes, 2,499. This pair is our latest model." She proceeds to extol the virtues of the shoes, and after some contemplation, Xiao Ming decisively states, "I'll take these. My girlfriend's shoe size is 375. Do you have in stock?" "Yes, indeed." The saleswoman beams at his straightforwardness. "I'll fetch the shoes from the warehouse. Please wait a moment." "Sure," he replies, though a frown crosses his brow. Su Yitian is not fond of black stockings. Should he purchase them for her? He decides against it, reasoning that buying them himself might raise suspicions, opting instead to order them online and request discreet shipping for a surprise gift for Su Yitian. Ultimately, whether she wears them or not is beyond her control. Before long, the saleswoman returns with a shoebox. After confirming the purchase, she guides Xiao Ming to the payment counter. Once he exits the store, he heads to the first floor and buys a few clothing items. Given the chilly weather, he selects a down jacket for her, along with 2 thermal undergarments for his future in-laws. Tonight's gifts will undoubtedly leave a positive impression on them. Naturally, a birthday cake is also essential. At 5:30 in the evening, Xiao Ming pulls out his phone and calls Su Yitian. She answers promptly, "Hey, you haven't contacted me all day. Where have you been?" "I haven't gone anywhere," Xiao Ming replies mysteriously. "Do you know what date is today?" Su Yitian ponders. "Are you silly? Today is Singles Day. I thought you would spend it with me, but it seems I'm alone." Sigh. Xiao Ming chuckles heartily, finding her innocence endearing. He asks, "Wasn't it you who told me not to come over, saying you were walking with your grandmother? Are you still at the hospital?" "Yes," she responds. "It's dark now. I've just settled my grandmother into her hospital room. Her son just arrived, and I'm heading downstairs." "Perfect," Xiao Ming replies, sending her a location via WeChat. "I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Just come over directly. No need to contact your parents. They are already here." "Huh." Su Yitian opens the message and stares at the location, feeling a bit bewildered. It is indeed reasonable for Xiao Ming to ask her out on Singles Day. But why would he involve her parents? What on earth? Chapter 75. Su Yitian's birthday. Su Yitian scratches her head, not delving too deeply into her thoughts. After hanging up, she clicks on the location Xiao Ming sent her. It is only 3 kilometers away, leading to the Shangri-La Hotel. Upon seeing this, she frowns slightly. If she recalls correctly, the average cost of the Shangri-La is around 500 yuan per person. It is quite expensive. Why would Xiao Ming suddenly choose such a lavish hotel? Even for Double 11. This seems excessive. While Su Yitian is lost in her thoughts, Xiao Ming sends another message. Room 566. I'm free now. Would you like me to pick you up? Seeing this, Su Yitian quickly types back. No need. It's only 3 kilometers. I'll ride a share bike. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Take your time on the way, he replies, not insisting on picking her up. Inside the private room, Xiao Ming checks the time. Su Yitian's parents have yet to arrive. Since starting his job, Su Yitian has been working diligently, often putting in extra hours for a total of 12-hour workdays. This hard work pays off, bringing in a salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, which is quite substantial for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingju has been managing the sausage stall with Xiao Ming's mother. Despite fewer students around due to school, the stall still manages to sell over 1,000 yuan worth of sausages daily, given its location near a renowned tourist attraction. After about 5 to 6 minutes, the door to room 556 is gently pushed open. Outside, voices belonging to Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju can be heard. Is this the place? Come on, it's here. Let us go in. Hearing them, Xiao Ming quickly rises to greet them. Uncle, Andy, you're here. He beams at Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju, who return his smile warmly. Having spent time together, they have grown quite familiar with Xiao Ming. Xiao Lingju remarks, why go to such an extravagant hotel just to celebrate Xiao Tian's birthday? What a splurge. Not at all, Xiao Ming responds as he ushers them inside. This is a special day for Su Yitian as she transitions into adulthood. I felt that only an environment like this would be worthy of her. Xiao Lingju was taken aback by Xiao Ming's words. After all, Xiao Ming was raised in the city, and it was only natural that his perspectives differed from theirs. Rural people, by nature, prioritize frugality. They have long since adapted to such habits. Regardless of their wealth, it is challenging to alter ingrained behaviors. He gestured for Su Yitian's parents to take their seats and, displaying great thoughtfulness, poured them some tea. At that moment, Su Yitian spoke up. By the way, Xiao Ming, what about your parents? They're not coming today, are they? My parents? Xiao Ming said, his eyes darting around. Aren't they right here with me? Huh? Upon hearing this, Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju exchanged glances, instantly grasping Xiao Ming's implication, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, you're such a kid. You really crack me up. Xiao Ming continued. I'm not mistaken, am I? My parents will be here soon. I've already informed them. They said they would pick up a few things. All right. Su Yitian nodded, feeling a strange comfort at Xiao Ming referring to him as father. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ming took out his phone. Dad, I've already ordered the dishes. Let me know if there's anything you want to add. Just go ahead and order if there is. As he spoke, he placed the phone on the table. Su Yitian shook his head. It doesn't matter to me. Let your mother take a look. Sure. Xiao Ming grinned and handed the phone to Xiao Lingju, who was somewhat bewildered by the playful banter between the two men. At that moment, a message from Su Yitian popped up on WeChat. I'm downstairs, coming up soon, but this place is quite large. I'm almost lost. Xiao Lingju returned the phone to Xiao Ming. Xiao Tian is on her way. She sent you a message. Oh. After reading the message, Xiao Ming quickly replied. I'm in Building B. You should be able to see 556 if you look up. Just take the elevator up. After sending the message, Xiao Ming hurriedly grabbed the cake from the table. The candles, specially ordered, were the numbers 1 and 8. After inserting them, he pulled out a lighter to ignite them. Then he drew the curtains and switched off the lights. Mom and Dad, when Yitian comes in, let us sing her a birthday song together. Sure, no problem. Both Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju were in high spirits, fully supporting Xiao Ming. Roughly 3 minutes later, the door to the room swung open. At that moment, Xiao Ming, holding the cake he had prepared, walked toward the doorway, while Xiao Lingju and Su Yitian began to sing the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. At this time, Su Yitian was still a bit bewildered. Birthday? What birthday? The lights in the room turned on, revealing Xiao Ming standing before her with a gentle smile as he brought the cake closer, the candles glowing brightly. Today is your 18th birthday. Happy birthday to my wife. Make a wish. Is today really my birthday? She asked incredulously. First, make a wish, and we'll talk about it later, Xiao Ming urged. All right. She clasped her hands, resting them under her chin, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, I wish for my parents, uncles, aunts, and Xiao Ming, along with all my family, to be healthy and eternally happy. Then, she opened her eyes, pouted her lips, and blew out the candles, enveloping the room in warmth. She looked up, asking, So today is my birthday? Otherwise, what would it be? Xiao Ming turned to place the candles on the table, pulling Su Yitian to the center of attention. Silly girl. Have you forgotten your own birthday? She furrowed her brow, casting a confused glance at her parents. You haven't checked since we updated your household registration. Your birthday is actually November 11th, 2000. Oh, she nodded dazedly. Just then, the door opened again, and Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen entered, carrying numerous bags. Upon seeing them, Su Anjing and Xia Lingju hurried to greet them. Dear in-laws, Xiao Guosheng said with a beaming expression, I brought 2 bottles of top-quality Tianzilin. We won't stop drinking until we're all drunk. Hearing this, Zhou Yinwen's expression changed instantly, but she refrained from scolding Xiao Guosheng in front of the in-laws. No, we drank too much last time. We can't drink this time, Su Anjing countered. Fine, then let us just drink a little less. By the way, here is a gift I prepared for Yitian, along with a red envelope. Yitian catch. As he spoke, he pulled out a red envelope from his inner pocket and tossed it to Su Yitian. Chapter 76, Men So Hypocritical. The plump, red envelope landed in Su Yitian's hands, leaving her momentarily stunned as she instinctively caught it. Xiao Ming glanced at the envelope, realizing it likely contained around 10,000 yuan. His father was indeed generous today. Wow. Su Yitian gazed at the envelope in surprise, momentarily at a loss. And there's more. Xiao Guosheng retrieved a cosmetic set. Xiao Ming's eyes widened. Wow, Armani? That stuff is not cheap. He recalled that a single foundation could cost over 600 yuan. Since this was a set, it likely contained not just foundation, but also lipstick and other items. Next, Xiao Guosheng presented a set of SK2 products. If Xiao Ming remembered correctly, a bottle of their essence cost around 1,500 yuan. This set, which included creams and serums, must be worth several thousand. Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth at, why did you suddenly buy so many of these things? These are all your mother's choices. Xiao Guosheng replied with a smile. Nowadays, young girls pay great attention to their appearance. Since she is my daughter-in-law, she deserves the best. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, sensing his father's unusual excitement over Su Yitian's birthday, even more so than his own. Meanwhile, Xia Lingju and Su Anjing, unfamiliar with cosmetics, didn't inquire further, but acknowledged that these items must be quite expensive. After settling his parents, Xiao Ming dashed to the wall-side table to retrieve the high heels he had prepared for Su Yitian. Yitian, guess what gift I have for you? Huh? She furrowed her brow, observing the box that appeared to contain shoes, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Is it a pair of shoes? How did you guess so accurately? Xiao Ming slowly opened the box, feeling a twinge of nervousness, uncertain if Su Yitian would like the high heels. Upon seeing the high heels, her expression turned complex. Xiao Ming continued, Since today marks your coming-of-age ceremony, from now on, my Yitian is officially an adult, and these shoes symbolize the beginning of your maturity. She gazed intently into Xiao Ming's eyes and nodded. Shall we try them on? He asked with a smile. Su Yitian hesitated, having never worn high heels before, but eventually nodded. Xiao Ming crouched down, ready to assist her. Today, Su Yitian donned a pair of pristine white sneakers. Upon untying the laces and slipping them off, her feet revealed charming pink socks adorned with a playful pattern of little white rabbits nibbling on carrots. Quite endearing, indeed. Su Yitian is typically meticulous about hygiene. Her feet bore no traces of odor, and instead exuded a delightful fragrance. As she needed to remove her socks to wear high heels, I took the liberty to assist her. She shyly nodded in response. After the socks were removed, her delicate little feet came into Xiao Ming's view. Her skin was exceptionally smooth and fair, with well-defined bones, exuding a certain allure. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Ming entertained an inappropriate thought about her feet. What am I thinking? He shook his head and slipped a pair of black high heels on his Su Yitian's feet. Xiao Ming then stood up and encouraged, "Come on, give standing a try." "Okay," Su Yitian responded, wobbling as she stood up. Being her first experience with high heels, she felt quite unsteady. Standing was a challenge, let alone walking. At that moment, both their parents watched Su Yitian with keen curiosity. Su, chuckling, remarked, "Haha, my daughter. It seems you're not accustomed to these shoes yet. Do practice at home. In these heels, you're almost as tall as Xiao Ming. Is that so?" Su Yitian laughed, puffing out her chest slightly to compare their heights. In her heels, she stood around 177 centimeters tall, still a few centimeters shorter than Xiao Ming. Simultaneously, Zhou Yinwen advised, "Yitian, it takes time to adjust to high heels. Just wear them more often." "Yes, I understand." Su Yitian nodded obediently. After another attempt, she ultimately gave up on walking and plopped down onto a chair. Crouching down, Xiao Ming flashed a mischievous smile and whispered, "Yitian, do you know what pairs best with high heels?" "Huh?" She shook her head, intrigued. "Black stockings," Xiao Ming replied with a cheeky grin. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian rolled her eyes, a hint of disdain in her expression, and chose to ignore him. After standing up, she pulled him into the restroom to wash her hands. Upon returning, Xiao Ming remembered he had bought thermal underwear for Su and Xiaolingju. He hurried to the table and retrieved the bag containing the underwear. In front of their parents, he refrained from addressing them as Mom and Dad, and instead said, "Uncle and Annie, as the weather is getting colder. I bought you some thermal underwear. I'm not sure about your sizes, so I purchased them based on height and weight. Please check if they fit." "Oh, thank you." Xiao Ming, Su and Xiaolingju were genuinely pleased to receive a gift, as it was a rarity for them after so many years. The value of the gift was immaterial. What truly mattered was that Xiao Ming had remembered them and had extended this thoughtful gesture. "No need to mention it." Xiao Ming chuckled. "From now on, I'll prepare gifts for you every holiday. If I make a fortune in the future, I'll even get you a villa." "Haha." Suan nodded with a smile. "Well then, we shall eagerly await that day." As today marked Su Yitian's birthday, everyone was filled with joy. Not long after, the dishes Xiao Ming ordered were served at the table. True to his expectations, his father, Xiao Guosheng, soon dragged Suan into a drinking bout. Although Suan claimed he wouldn't drink and covered his cup with his hand, he deliberately left a gap between his fingers for Xiao Guosheng to pour him wine. Xiaolingju rolled her eyes at this display. Men, so hypocritical. By 10:30 in the evening, the meal had nearly come to a close. Xiao Guosheng and Suan were drinking heartily, each having consumed a bottle of Tianchuan, their faces now tinged with a rosy hue. Indeed, they were intoxicated. At this moment, they were babbling incoherently, with Xiao Guosheng occasionally spouting a few phrases in English. Initially, Zhou Yinwen and Xiaolingju would glare at them from time to time, but proved futile. The saying "liquor emboldens the timid" rang true. Besides Xiao Ming, Su Yitian had already wiped her mouth with a napkin, letting out a satisfied burp. "Burp." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Goodness, judging by that burp, you must have eaten quite well today." "Absolutely," she nodded, grinning. "At such a fine restaurant, I had to indulge a little. After all, I must get my money's worth, right?" "Are you certain you got your money's worth?" Xiao Ming shook his head, turning his gaze toward his mother. "Mom, Yitian and I have nearly finished our meal. It's getting late. Shouldn't we head back?" Yes. Zhou Yinwen shot a glance at Xiao Guosheng, smiling as she added, "Old Xiao can't drive anymore, so Xiao Jun, I'll take you back." "Huh? Is that all right?" Xiaolingju shook her head. "You just take Guosheng back. There are plenty of cabs around here. We can take one home." "Mom, I could drive Annie and Uncle back too. I actually know how to drive," Xiao Ming said cheerfully. Zhou Yinwen shot him a disbelieving look. "You don't even have a driver's license. What car are you going to drive?" Xiao Ming's face darkened. Regardless, he had been a legendary driver in his past life. A pure and innocent one at that. But in this life, he hadn't yet obtained a license. So be it. Xiao Ming continued, "Well, Mom, there isn't enough room for all 6 of us in the car. You take Dad and Auntie and Uncle back. Yitian and I can return by ourselves. Right?" She turned her gaze to Xiaolingju. "I'll take you back. Just let the kids go on their own." "All right then." Xiao Lingju conceded. Zhou Yinwen nodded. Xiao Ming. Have you settled the bill? It's settled then. You and Xiao Tian return early. Don't linger out too long. Got it, Xiao Ming grinned. At this hour, he intended to take Su Yitian to the riverside for a more intimate experience. Before long, Zhou Yinwen, laden with bags, and Xiao Ming, supporting Xiao Guosheng, along with Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju, helping Su Yitian, descended the stairs together. They had parked their car in the underground garage, and upon reaching the basement level, Zhou Yinwen placed the items into the trunk before carefully assisting Xiao Guosheng and Su Yitian into the back seat. Although there was space for 3 in the back, both men, inebriated, were swaying and unable to sit properly. Xiao Ming remarked, Mom, please drive carefully. It's late now, and Yitian and I will head back shortly. Understood. Zhou Yinwen nodded, reassured that Xiao Ming would be safe outside. Xiao Lingju felt similarly, confident that the 2 kids wouldn't act recklessly, at least based on Xiao Ming's current demeanor. Once inside the car, Zhou Yinwen swiftly exited the parking garage. Beside her, Su Yitian furrowed her brow. So, what shall we do now? Xiao Ming casually draped his arm over her shoulders. The dim lighting of the basement and the late hour meant the place was nearly deserted. With a mischievous grin, he proposed, how about we catch a movie? Huh. There's a private cinema nearby. Would you like to experience watching a movie while lounging on a bed? Su Yitian shook her head repeatedly. It's a bit late today. She glanced at Xiao Ming and added, moreover, if you think you can take me to a private cinema, you can forget about it. Su Yitian guoda a vigilant expression, fully aware of Xiao Ming's little intentions. Xiao Ming chuckled, just kidding. How about we take a stroll nearby to digest things before heading back? She finally agreed. The 2 descended the stairs and exited the hotel, making their way toward a nearby park. The temperature on Double 11 had already dropped significantly, and the park was devoid of the daytime crowd, with the elderly women who danced in the square long gone. Holding Su Yitian's hand, they arrived at the edge of a lake. The area was fenced off, with a stone bench nearby and a dimly lit street lamp not far away. Xiao Ming surveyed the empty surroundings and suddenly halted, suggesting, shall we rest for a while? She slowly nodded and settled onto the cool stone bench. Typically, few would wander the park at this hour. At that moment, Xiao Ming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, said, Yitian, let me tell you a story. She showed a spark of curiosity, while Xiao Ming continued, it's a horror story, though. I wonder if you'll be frightened. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian instinctively inched closer to him. The overwhelming silence around them, amplified by the approaching winter, left no sounds of insects in the grass. You're scared, Xiao Ming observed with delight as he wrapped his arms around her. Su Yitian shook her head defiantly. I'm not. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she puffed out her chest, declaring, let me tell you about the basement level of our hospital. Do you know what it's for? Xiao Ming paused, taken aback. The first basement level of a hospital typically serves as a parking garage, while the second level is likely the morgue. To be honest, Xiao Ming had never been there. He took a deep breath, wondering if this little girl was trying to scare him. Yitian, why did you suddenly bring this up? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. To frighten you. Su Yitian huffed. Regardless, I've been there before, so your horror stories have no effect on me. Is that true? Observing her feigned bravado, Xiao Ming's hand slowly crept toward her neck. In a haunting tone, he began, let me share a tale that dates back to my childhood. One year, someone passed away in my grandparents' hometown. According to local customs, when an elder dies, the coffin is placed in the yard for a wake. Xiao Ming glanced at Su Yitian's profile, noticing that she seemed absorbed in the narrative. This elder had a pet cat, which, unbeknownst to anyone, jumped into the coffin. However, the next morning, he abruptly turned to stare into Su Yitian's eyes, his tone intensifying. Can you guess what the elder son saw? What did he see? Su Yitian gasped, clutching Xiao Ming's arm tightly, leaning in closer. At that moment, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Xiao Ming held his breath as his cold hand slid around her neck, causing her to shudder and exclaim, ah, startled. Su Yitian instinctively lifted her leg and dove into Xiao Ming's embrace, only to find his hand resting just beneath her collarbone, giving it a gentle squeeze. You. Su Yitian was taken aback, her eyes widening as she stared at Xiao Ming, who had yet to withdraw his hand. Her expression hardened as she realized his intentions behind the story were far from innocent. Xiao Ming erupted in laughter. The elder's son saw nothing at all. Instead, a coward ran straight into his owner's arms. "Isn't that right, coward?" Su Yitian rolled her eyes. "Humph, you're just trying to scare me and take advantage." "What did scare you?" she retorted, shooting him a fierce glance before lowering her head. "If you don't take your hand away, I'll be so annoyed." She swatted at Xiao Ming's hand. At that moment, the brazen Xiao Ming finally released her, but then he playfully lifted her shirt, slipping his hand inside. With a firm grip of her left arm, he propped her head up, their lips nearly touching. This unexpected turn left Su Yitian momentarily dazed. "Hey, Xiao Ming, your stubble is scratching me," she protested. It was only then that Xiao Ming remembered he had forgotten to shave that morning. "If you don't like the stubble, would something else suffice?" "What?" Su Yitian pushed him away, her expression full of disdain. Men, as others had said, really were all the same. Yet, she was not truly angry. Her eyes darted around, and she stuck her tongue out at him. "What about a golden needle mushroom?" "What?" Xiao Ming was taken aback. What did that even mean? It was a clear insult. He glared at her. "Where did you learn that?" "Oomph." Su Yitian sat up, placing her hands on her hips. "My biology teacher taught me." Xiao Ming gazed at her incredulously as she patted his head. All right, little mushroom, I was right, wasn't I? From now on, when you drive, you'll be known as Little Mushroom." Xiao Ming was left speechless. He hadn't even had a drink today, yet Su Yitian seemed a bit off. This was surreal. Such a little girl should be easy to train, he thought. Later that day, at 3:30 in the afternoon in the classroom of Class 3, Senior Year. "Brother Ming, let us hurry. The annual math competition is about to start. I heard that our school's most beautiful host, AI Changchong, is participating. Aren't you going to cheer for her?" "What?" Hearing Zinian Sheng's words, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled that the math competition was indeed scheduled for that afternoon, although he hadn't registered. His girlfriend Su Yitian had. Meanwhile, Su Yitian was busy preparing, pulling out her materials. "Xiao Ming, I'm heading over first. The competition is about to start. I promised Teacher Wang I'd bring glory to Class 3. I'll come by later to cheer for you," he assured. She nodded, anxiously exiting the classroom. Xiao Ming shifted his attention back to Zhuan Sheng. "Aren't you the one who likes Zhao Yalu? Why are you always thinking about beautiful women? Isn't that what life is for?" Zhuan Sheng raised an eyebrow. What could be more important than admiring beautiful women? According to some experts, men who look at beautiful women every day live, on average, 7 years longer than those who don't. Besides, I don't believe you don't steal a glance at beautiful women when you see them on the street. "Well," Xiao Ming conceded, "you do have a point. Let's hurry. After all, my Yitian is participating, and I want to cheer her on." "TCH," Zhuan Sheng remarked, his eyes filled with envy. The two individuals made a brief excursion to the restroom before proceeding to the lecture hall, which was already populated by numerous students. The front row was adorned with an array of desks, yet Su Yitian had yet to arrive. As a participant, she needed to prepare backstage. This competition bore resemblance to the super mathematician contest that Xiao Ming had previously entered. The purpose of this event, orchestrated by the school, was to determine the quota for guaranteed admissions to universities. Indeed, it was a matter of guaranteed admissions. As a prestigious high school in Xinhai City, Zhenhua, one high school was allotted 2 slots for direct admission to world-renowned institutions each year, alongside several spots for 211 and 985 universities. The esteemed institutions in question were Tsinghua University and Peking University. Achieving accolades in the competition would yield academic credits. Ultimately, the top 2 students in terms of credits would secure guaranteed admission to either Tsinghua or Peking University. Naturally, a single competition could not solely determine admission. Generally, credits began to accumulate from the first year of high school, with their acquisition hinging on examination results, performance, and participation in various activities. At this moment, Xiao Ming's credits were still in the negative due to frequent instances of dozing off in class, which resulted in deductions. As for Su Yitian, Xiao Ming had not scrutinized her performance closely, but it was likely that her credits were ranked favorably. Accumulated over time, credits were particularly significant for those struggling academically, while for others, they were somewhat inconsequential. Notably, Su Yitian's motivations for participating in this competition extended beyond mere credits. She sought honor as well. The school's welfare policies were notably progressive, wherein any class that secured a particular award would see the class teacher's salary directly influenced. Wang Qibei had previously approached Xiao Ming, urging him to partake in this competition, to which he had outright declined, citing a lack of interest. It was not that he was disinterested. Rather, he wished to make way for his girlfriend. With only one slot available per class, Xiao Ming graciously relinquished it to Su Yitian. Wang Qibei had accepted this arrangement, especially since Su Yitian was academically competent and had a good chance of winning. 10 minutes later, the contestants had taken the stage. At this juncture, Xiao Ming and Zhuan Tiansheng settled in his seats in the middle of the lecture hall. Zhuan Tiansheng, with drool escaping his mouth, exclaimed, "Brother Ming, look at AI Changqing today. She's absolutely stunning." "What a sight." Xiao Ming paused momentarily, bemused. "Goodness, are you that starved for female company after all these years?" Chapter 79 depicted Zhuan Tiansheng's expression as if he had ingested 2 flies. "What do you know? I am merely appreciating beauty," he retorted, his gaze fixated on AI Changqing. AI Changqing, the class monitor of the third-year class, possessed above-average looks and had a knack for makeup that exuded a sense of innocence. However, the focal point was her impressive 36D figure. With commendable academic performance, an attractive physique, and striking features, she garnered considerable admiration within the school, with some students even dubbing her the 36D class flower. At that moment, the contestants on stage had taken their seats. The rules of the mathematics competition were relatively straightforward, involving the selection of complex problems for rapid-fire answering. The second round consisted of turn-based responses, with opportunities for assistance in case of difficulties. The third round required contestants to solve a problem in front of a live audience, complete with a detailed explanation. The competition would unfold over several weeks, and today, only students from 4 classes were participating. In a twist of fate, AI Changqing's opponent was none other than Su Yitian, setting the stage for a showdown between 2 class beauties. Zhuan Tiansheng clapped his hands, affirming that Su Yitian was indeed the class flower of the third-year class, while AI Changqing held the same title in her class. Thus, the duel of the class flowers commenced. Just then, teacher Wang Qibei approached and plopped down beside Xiao Ming. Zhuan Tiansheng, oblivious to teacher Wang's arrival, remarked, "Brother Ming, how does AI Changqing develop so well? I truly wish to get my hands on her." Coughing, Xiao Ming cleared his throat, while teacher Wang fixed him with an unwavering stare. He understood well enough what boys typically discussed in private. Such conversations were commonplace. It would be far more unusual if they did not engage in such topics. Zhuan Tiansheng turned his head. "What's wrong? Am I wrong in saying that?" At that moment, their eyes met, and Zhuan Tiansheng's expression froze as Wang Qibei smiled knowingly. "Zhuan Tiansheng, were you implying about getting your hands on her?" "Ah, no, nothing at all." Zhuan Tiansheng's face was a canvas of embarrassment, his mind racing with a herd of alpacas. He scratched his head. "Teacher Wang, what brings you here?" "What? Am I not welcome?" No. Zhuan Tiansheng shook his head vigorously. "It's just a bit unexpected." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Come on, you know who Teacher Wang is. There's no need for pretense, right?" "Teacher Wang?" "Indeed." He nodded in agreement. Zhuan Tiansheng's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed 2 flies. At this point, the lecture hall was nearly filled to capacity, and the competition was about to commence. A member of the student council outlined the rules of the mathematics competition, and soon, the first multiple-choice question appeared on the projector. Xiao Ming's gaze shifted to Su Yitian. The first question was not particularly challenging, and she should be able to respond quickly. 5 seconds later, she pressed the button and confidently declared, "For this question, I choose A." Her answer was correct. Next question. The competition continued. Su Yitian buzzed in for the first 3 questions, securing rapid responses. Teacher Wang Qibei observed her with a gleam in his eye, as if envisioning monetary rewards, and remarked appreciatively, "Quite impressive, Xiao Ming. It seems your tutoring has yielded excellent results. Su Yitian's mathematical skills have notably improved." "Indeed," Xiao Ming replied with a grin. Ever since her academic performance had improved, teacher Wang's attitude towards him had shifted positively. Having Xiao Ming's WeChat, Teacher Wang was also aware of his relationship with Su Yitian. This was ultimately a private matter, and Teacher Wang chose not to intervene. As long as students performed well academically and did not engage in overly inappropriate behavior at school, he turned a blind eye. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the first round of the competition concluded. Su Yitian's score was 11, while AI Qingqing's was 9. In this initial round, Su Yitian led temporarily. During the intermission, Su Yitian eagerly made her way to him. Spotting Teacher Wang, she inquired with a hint of confusion. "Teacher Wang, what brings you here?" Teacher Wang responded, "Why is everyone asking me? Zuani and Sheng just asked me the same thing. Is my presence unwelcome?" "Not at all." Su Yitian glanced at Xiao Ming and, with a hint of pride, continued, "So, how did I perform just now?" "Quite well." Teacher Wang nodded in affirmation. "I just checked your credits. Currently, you rank 6th in the entire school. If you continue to put in the effort, you might have a chance for guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking." "Really?" Su Yitian asked, her smile revealing her curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "But honestly, guaranteed admission isn't that important to me." She locked eyes with Xiao Ming, stating earnestly, "For my future university, I still wish to be together with Xiao Ming. Where he goes, I shall follow." He. Upon hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Ming chuckled and inquired, "Teacher Wang, what do you reckon my credits rank? Is there any chance for me to be recommended to Tsinghua or Peking University?" "You?" Wang Qibei shook her head. "Don't even mention it. I've reviewed your credits. Tardiness, sleeping in class, cheating on exams, leaving early. Have you not committed any of these transgressions? Currently, your credit score stands at 6, placing you 771st in the entire senior year. Rank 771, not too shabby." Xiao Ming grinned, for there were over 1,000 students in the third year, and more than 300 had fewer credits than he did. "All right, enough of that." Wang Qibei waved her hand dismissively. "However, your current scores are not far from those of Su Yitian. Put in some effort, and you might just secure a place at Tsinghua or Peking University." Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Ming's aspirations for university were exceedingly clear. Either Tsinghua or Peking University. Ultimately, his choice would hinge upon his field of study, as the disparity between Peking University and Tsinghua was still considerable. Time passed swiftly, and after a brief 10-minute intermission, Su Yitian returned to the competition venue, initiating the second round of the contest. Chapter 80, Zuanti and Sheng's Betrayal. As Su Yitian and AI Changcheng took to the stage, the once boisterous lecture hall gradually fell silent. The student council representative positioned the microphone near his mouth. "Are the two contestants prepared? We shall now commence the second round of this contest." The rules of the competition. Contestants will answer questions in sequence, with a higher difficulty level in this round. Each contestant is granted 3 opportunities for assistance, comprising a total of 20 questions. Should a contestant be unable to answer a question, they may seek help from an acquaintance. However, if the response is incorrect, no points will be awarded for that question. Do both contestants understand the rules? Yes. Su Yitian and AI Changcheng nodded in unison. Simultaneously, AI Changcheng cast a glance at Su Yitian, smirking coldly. "I may have lost in the first round, but the second round is another story." Su Yitian merely nodded slightly. Remaining silent, the competition soon commenced. The student council representative held up the screen, observing the projection. Question 1. AI Changcheng, given the vector A, cosine 23x, sine 32. Determine the range of values for x. The students in attendance, predominantly high achievers, directed their gazes toward the projection. The less academically inclined typically would not squander their time here. Several students equipped with pens had already begun to calculate. On stage, upon viewing the question, AI Chengqing's expression turned serious. The difficulty of this question was indeed significant. Even Zini and Sheng, seated beside Xiao Ming, could not resist pulling out a notebook and jotting down notes. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from questioning. "Hey, today the sun rose from the west? Why are you writing?" Without looking up, Zuanti and Sheng continued writing. "What if AI Changcheng can't figure out and seeks my assistance later?" Hee. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes in response. "If memory serves me right, AI Changcheng doesn't even know you. Even if she did, she wouldn't ask for your help. Zhuan Sheng's face stiffened, his expression resembling someone who had just ingested 3 flies. Meanwhile, Wang Qibei patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Xiao Ming, your approach is less astute than Zhuan Sheng's. This question is challenging. Why not calculate it yourself? Wouldn't that be more prudent? Huh? Xiao Ming turned his head in curiosity. Is this question really difficult? Isn't the answer simply T4? Zhuan Sheng? Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei was taken aback, incredulous as she exclaimed, "You've already solved this question?" Of course, Xiao Ming shrugged. Is this question really that hard? Surely no one find it challenging. Dude, Zhuan Sheng rolled his eyes. I feel you're showing off, but I have no evidence. Xiao Ming retorted, go play somewhere else. This is clearly your folly. Zhuan Sheng refrained from further comments, aware that with teacher Wang present, he couldn't speak freely. Meanwhile, on stage, AI Changsheng had been struggling with the question for quite some time without arriving at an answer. With only 5 minutes allotted for calculations, she glanced at a male student not far from her, yet he merely shook his head in response. AI Changsheng's expression soured, but she addressed the student council representative. I need assistance. Very well. AI Changsheng took a deep breath, maintaining confidence in her reputation at school. After all, her appearance was quite striking, and she was well known among her peers. You may choose any individual from the audience to answer on your behalf. A correct response will earn you points, while an incorrect one will not. As the student council representative finished speaking, AI Changsheng scanned the tiered classroom for potential helpers. However, at that moment, no one seemed willing to raise their hand to assist her. This question posed considerable difficulty, and while many boys might have wished to seize the opportunity to get acquainted with her, they were clueless about the answer. AI Changsheng slowly shifted her gaze, eventually resting it on Xiao Ming's vicinity. Just then, Zhuan Sheng unexpectedly raised his hand. AI Changsheng's eyes lit up. Observing the chubby boy, she experienced mixed feelings, primarily due to his rather lecherous expression. However, given her current predicament, she had little choice. After careful consideration, she nodded and directed her gaze towards the student council representative. A chubby student is willing to assist me. In the meantime, the student council head had focused on Zhuan Sheng. This student, please rise and assist AI Changsheng in answering. Zhuan Sheng was taken aback, realizing he was the one chosen. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming and Wang Qibei were equally astonished. What was happening? Was this a case of betrayal? It was worth noting that AI Changsheng's opponent was their classmate Su Yitian. What was this absurdity? Internal traitor. Zhuan Sheng slowly stood up, his mind blank, and unconsciously blurted out the correct answer. T4. Correct, announced the student council representative. We thank this chubby student for assisting AI Changsheng. Upon hearing her answer was correct, AI Changsheng was momentarily stunned. This was rather absurd. She hadn't anticipated that her answer would be accurate. Across from AI Changsheng, Su Yitian stared at Zhuan Sheng in disbelief. What? Had Zhuan Sheng betrayed her? She would definitely have to settle the score with Xiao Ming later. Hey, you fool! Have you lost your mind? Xiao Ming raised his arm, ready to strike him. Zhuan Sheng quickly retracted his neck. Brother Ming, let me explain. I never thought no one would help her, and I'd be chosen. You didn't intentionally provide the wrong answer. Did you? I just had a moment of madness. Zhuan Sheng leaned closer. Go ahead, hit me. Get lost. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. If Su Yitian loses this match, be prepared for a beating. At the same time, Wang Qibei looked at Zhuan Sheng with disdain. Zhuan Sheng, write me a 3,000-word reflection. If you don't finish it today, don't bother going home. Wang Qibei's blood pressure surged. For him, this was akin to money slipping through his fingers. Meanwhile, the classmates from Class 3 erupted into laughter. Ha! I know that chubby guy he is from Class 3. In his class, Su Yitian and AI Changsheng are rivals. Yet he unexpectedly lends a hand to AI Changsheng, which is utterly amusing. Perhaps he has developed an affection for her. After all, with her 36D figure, it's hard not to be captivated. The second question swiftly appeared on the large screen. The task at hand was to determine the intervals of monotonic increase for the function f(x) given a vector. Su Yitian gazed at the screen, his pen flying across the paper as he calculated furiously. Nearby, Zuantiansheng was equally engrossed in his work. Xiao Ming noticed Zuantiansheng hard at work and remarked, "Zuantiansheng, you're at it again." Zuantiansheng replied, "If my sister-in-law struggles with it, I shall do my utmost to assist her." Xiao Ming chuckled. No need to calculate further. The answer to this problem is that the interval of monotonic increase is 24, 8.